Lin Moyu didn't waste any unnecessary moves. With his ambidextrous casting, 5 thunderballs shot out per second, each strike precise and unrelenting. From start to finish, the mage puppet didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Lin Moyu utterly crushed it in an instant. The puppet exploded into fragments, its remnants dissolving into a stream of white energy that surged into Lin Moyu's body. His attributes increased once again, each of the 4 primary stats, strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, gaining another 1,000 points, bringing all of them to 11,500. Seeing this, Lin Moyu began to piece things together. Defeating the puppets seemed to transfer their attributes directly to him. This meant the more stages he cleared, the larger his attribute gains would be. But what was the purpose of these additional attributes? Lin Moyu still couldn't figure it out. After all, these increases were merely supplementary, stemming from the fruit he had consumed earlier. They weren't part of his original base stats and paled in comparison to his inherent strength. The trials of the ancestral land were shrouded in mystery, layered with an atmosphere of intrigue and unpredictability. Recalling the words of Bai Yuan, Lin Moyu knew he could only press forward. As he prepared to move on, a sudden light streaked across the sky, piercing through the air before plunging into his body. Instantly, his body felt as though it had been immersed in a warm spring. A soothing heat flowed through him. His spirit lifted, and he murmured softly, "Divine life force." The sensation was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the lightning strike in the corpse realm that left a similar stream of warmth coursing through him. Later, Lin Moyu had learned from the god of life herself that this warmth was divine life force, a fragment of her power. After the staff of creation had been shattered, its life core had disappeared, and its remnants had scattered throughout the corpse realm, merging with the lightning. The light my teacher mentioned must be connected to the life core, Lin Moyu thought, his certainty growing. Outside the ancestral land, a figure was suddenly transported out. Lai Feng stood there, looking bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Slowly, it dawned on him that he had been eliminated. But how? Clutching his head, Lai Feng tried desperately to remember. He recalled crossing a suspension bridge and reaching a platform where he had begun learning new skills. But what were the skills? He couldn't recall. That part of his memory had vanished completely. The more he tried to think, the more his head ached. His mind felt like a muddled mess, and a pained expression spread across his face. "Feng-er." An elder from the Lai family approached, his voice stern as he called out to Lai Feng. The sharp tone jolted Lai Feng out of his daze. One look at Lai Feng's face was enough for the elder to understand he couldn't remember anything. The elder didn't bother pressing further. This wasn't their first experience with the ancestral land. Such situations were common. Even someone as powerful as Mo Xinghe, a god-tier expert, had experienced the same thing in his youth. Suddenly, Lai Feng let out a startled cry. "Grandfather, something's wrong." His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of everyone present. Lai Feng continued, "Zhou Lixing from the Zhou family has joined the demon worshippers. He didn't eat the fruit. He waited for us to consume it, knowing it would seal our attributes and skills, and then planned to kill us. And he used a soul-sealing barrier to prevent us from reviving through our soul imprints." What? Lai Feng's words caused an uproar. The elder's expression darkened, and flames of anger flickered around him. "What did you just say?" As a god-tier expert, his aura surged, and Lai Feng collapsed to the ground under the intense pressure, his face filled with terror. Mo Xinghe quickly intervened. "Calm down, Elder Ning. Let's hear him out." With a wave of his hand, Ning Tairan lifted Lai Feng using elemental energy, allowing him to stand again. "Explain yourself clearly." Lai Feng, still trembling, quickly recounted the events. "Zhou Lixing planned to kill us all. If it weren't for Lin Xinjiang arriving in time and killing Zhou Lixing, none of us would have made it out alive." Hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Mo Xinghe's gaze turned icy as he scanned the surroundings. Where are the Zhou family members? But there were none to be seen, they had vanished. Their absence only served to validate Lai Feng's account. Mo Xinghe's tone grew grave. "Don't act rashly. Let's wait for more participants to come out and confirm the details. If the Zhou family really is involved, they won't escape." Before long, others were transported out of the ancestral land. Upon questioning, their accounts matched Lai Feng's. It was clear that if not for Lin Moyu's intervention, no one inside would have survived. To commit murder within the ancestral land of Creation Academy, it was an audacious act. Mo Xinghe's killing intent flared. Taking out his communicator, he swiftly relayed the news. "The Zhou family won't get away with this." The other elders from various families also sent out messages, spreading the word far and wide. It was now public knowledge, the Zhou family was in deep trouble. Colluding with the demon worshippers and attempting murder within the ancestral land of Creation Academy? Such actions were unforgivable. This incident was a direct affront to the prestige of Xiaojing Academy. No one knew exactly how many god-tier experts stood behind Xiaojing Academy, but within the empire, the academy ranked among the most powerful forces. Compared to Xiaojing Academy, the Zhou family was insignificant. Of the 5 participants who had been eliminated alongside Lai Feng, all shared a common trait: they had killed animals within the ancestral land, and not just one. But regret was now meaningless. Hours later, another group was transported out. They had failed against the second mage puppet, marking them as the second batch to be eliminated. Sensing the tense atmosphere outside, they quickly became cautious. Mo Xinghe remarked, "At least they've gained something." Indeed, after questioning, it was revealed that these participants had received attribute boosts. Though minor, each stat had increased by 500 points, exactly the attributes of the first swordsman puppet they had defeated. While they had been eliminated by the second puppet, the attributes gained from the first battle remained with them. These increases, though small, were foundational and would provide bonus effects with every level up. Additionally, breaking through attribute limits could slightly enhance the chance of a profession's ascension during the third rank transition. Even a 1% chance was valuable. As time passed, more participants were eliminated. Eventually, things stabilized, and no one else emerged. The first batch had only 5 eliminations. The second batch, however, had a total of 15 eliminations. Mo Xinghe calculated, that leaves only 10 participants still inside the ancestral land. Of the initial 30, 20 had been eliminated, leaving 10 remaining. The elders of those still inside wore expressions of pride and satisfaction. The longer one lasted, the greater the rewards. Hours later, the third batch emerged. This group had defeated the mage puppets and progressed to a third puppet before being eliminated. The rewards they received were even greater. Each participant gained 1,500 points in every attribute, equivalent to consuming most of a mid-tier divine potion. Moreover, they carried a faint glow, a sign of having absorbed divine life force. Ling Yizhan was among this third batch, his face filled with excitement. "My constitution has increased significantly, and my vitality has improved by 10%. Having cleared 2 stages, Ling Yizhan had gained a total of 1,500 points in each stat. The divine life force further boosted his constitution by another 2,000 points and granted him a 10% increase to vitality. For human combatants, the greatest disparity between them and boss-level monsters, aside from attributes, was vitality. Bosses had immense vitality, requiring teams to bring them down. Now, with his vitality enhanced, Ling Yizhan's combat potential had grown significantly. "Well done," Mo Xinghe said, clearly pleased. Ling Yizhan humbly replied, "Unfortunately, I couldn't go further. I still can't recall how I was eliminated." Mo Xinghe patted his shoulder. "Surviving is already an achievement this time." Ling Yizhan nodded, remembering Zhou Lisheng's betrayal. "If it weren't for Lin Xinjiang," Mo Xinghe nodded solemnly. "We're already aware." Ling Yizhan said no more, leaving the matter to the elders. Not long after, no more participants emerged. This time, 5 more had been eliminated, leaving only 5 inside the ancestral land: Lin Mayu, Lin Mohan, Mo Yun, Ning Yi, and Sha Jin from the Sha family. Mo Xinghe turned to Ning Taiyan. "Congratulations, Elder Ning. Ning Yi has performed remarkably well this time. In past trials, only the most outstanding prodigies lasted beyond the third batch. Such individuals had a high likelihood of reaching god-tier status in the future. Even Mo Xinghe and Ning Taiyan, both god-tier experts, had only lasted until the 4th batch in their youth." Stroking his beard, Ning Taiyan chuckled. "I didn't expect the little girl to be so capable. Your Mo Yun is impressive as well." Mo Xinghe laughed. "Yuner is indeed exceptional. What's most commendable is that she never relies on the family for help. She insists on doing everything herself." Mo Yun had been fiercely independent since childhood. Even getting into the Academy of Creation had been her own accomplishment. As for Lin Mayu and Lin Mohan, those two were simply extraordinary. The real surprise was Sha Jin from the Sha family, who had managed to hold on this long. The Sha family elders beamed with pride, their smiles practically splitting their faces. The suspension bridge was shrouded in dense fog. Lin Mayu had just defeated yet another puppet. Every 3 puppets, there was an archer. This time, it took him a little longer, around 3 minutes, to clear the challenge. Defeating the third puppet granted him 1,500 attribute points, pushing his total attributes to an astounding 13,000. After finishing it off, another beam of light descended upon Lin Mayu, enveloping his body in a warm, radiant glow. From a distance, he seemed like a walking orb of light. Each platform consists of 2 phases, first learning a skill, then completing the challenge. Success allows passage to the next. The skills become increasingly difficult to master, the puppet's attributes grow stronger, and the challenges progressively harder. This isn't just a test of comprehension but also a thorough evaluation of combatability. Lin Mayu realized that the forest orchard could be considered the first phase, while learning skills and completing challenges was the second phase. This was the logical progression. For years, everyone had misunderstood. He speculated that the confusion was related to the memory loss participants experienced after leaving. Since no one could recall this phase, it had long been misinterpreted as the third phase. This misconception had persisted for centuries, passed down through generations. Lin Mayu felt a surge of gratitude toward Bai Yuan, Yan Quanxing, and Meng Anwen. If not for their guidance, which involved transforming himself into a puppet to train and master every profession, he wouldn't have been able to progress so smoothly. I wonder what kind of skills the next platform will offer, he thought. So far, he had encountered skills associated with swordsmen, mages, and archers. This left professions like knights, assassins, summoners, and martial artists still to come. When he reached the 7th platform, he saw something unexpected: a lone stone tablet. Only one? A single stone tablet meant a single skill. It seemed deceptively simple, but the simpler it appeared, the more uneasy Lin Mayu felt. Approaching the tablet, his eyes widened in surprise. Skill: Healing Blow. Healing Blow, a basic healing skill. Can restore a target's health. It turned out to be a healing skill. Lin Mayu couldn't help but imagine the upcoming challenge. Him, face to face with a puppet that only knew how to heal, the two of them locked in a ridiculous contest to see who could out-heal the other. The thought alone was amusing. Regardless, it was better to learn the skill first. Lin Mayu began his training. He had never dealt with healing skills before. Even during his transformation into various puppets in the Xinxia Tower, his focus had always been on combat-oriented professions. But that didn't deter him. Lin Mayu envisioned himself as a healer. In battle or dungeons, a healer's primary role was to restore health to teammates, treat injuries, remove control effects, lift curses, and dispel abnormal statuses. These were the core responsibilities of a healer. Half an hour later, a soft glow appeared in his hands. He had successfully mastered the healing blow skill. Using a healing skill for the first time felt novel to Lin Mayu. He activated the skill, but without a target, the glow quickly dissipated into the air. The skill required a locked target to take effect. After mastering the skill, he waited another half an hour. When the stone tablet vanished, a new suspension bridge materialized. Elsewhere, on another platform, Lin Mohan had just finished learning the healing blow skill when her stone tablet also disappeared. With a smile on her face, she remarked, "Xiaoyu is really fast." Lin Mohan knew more about the ancestral land than anyone else, even surpassing god-tier experts like Imo Xinghe. She was well aware of certain rules within the ancestral land. The fact that her stone tablet disappeared just half an hour after she arrived on the platform meant Lin Mayu was already half an hour ahead of her. She also knew that only Lin Mayu could achieve such speed, no one else could match him. Still, she had deliberately kept some rules secret from Lin Mayu. She understood his personality all too well. If he knew about these rules, he would likely slow down to wait for her and the others. By withholding this information, she ensured he could forge ahead at full speed. Meanwhile, on their respective platforms, Mo Yun and Ning Yi frowned in frustration. They had just stepped onto their platforms when the stone tablets disappeared before they could even glance at them. Ning Yi stomped her foot anxiously. What are we supposed to do in the next challenge? Unaware of all this, Lin Mayu pressed forward to the 8th platform. There, he encountered a new puppet. This time, the trial was different. It wasn't a direct combat challenge. One puppet stood in the center, surrounded and attacked by 5 other puppets. Lin Mayu immediately saw that the central puppet was on the verge of collapse. He instantly understood the objective of this trial. He couldn't let it die. Locking onto the puppet, Lin Mayu cast Healing Blow, bathing it in a faint light that seemed to restore a bit of its vitality. However, as a basic healing skill, the effect was minimal, barely noticeable. Lin Mayu had to continuously cast the skill, healing non-stop. Even so, he often felt as though he was barely keeping up. The puppet he needed to protect was incredibly weak in combat. Surrounded by 5 enemies, it stood no chance of defeating them on its own. Lin Mayu quickly realized the true difficulty of this trial wasn't the skill itself but his mental stamina. Healing consumed mental energy, and no matter how abundant it was, it would eventually deplete. The solution became clear: to pass this trial, he would have to fight alongside the puppet. The scattered weapons on the ground confirmed this assumption. But he had no combat skills left, those had long been erased. He could only rely on raw combat techniques. Balancing both offense and healing would require him to simultaneously act as a frontline combatant and a support healer, a monumental challenge. While continuously casting Healing Glow, Lin Mayu approached the puppet and picked up a longsword from the ground. To him, the type of weapon didn't matter, it was simply a tool, and he grabbed whatever was convenient. Letting out a low shout, he joined the fray, thrusting the longsword forward and taking on one of the attackers. Clang! The clash of swords revealed the opponent's strength. Its power attribute was around 5,000. Such a stat would be considered formidable among most combatants, but it was nothing to Lin Mayu. His strength had already reached 13,000, far surpassing his foe. While healing the puppet, Lin Mayu engaged his opponent in battle. For him, multitasking at this level was routine and posed no difficulty. Even without skills, Lin Mayu's combat techniques were near flawless. Moreover, he had no fear of being attacked. His damage transfer ability ensured that any harm he sustained would be redirected to his skeleton minions. This allowed Lin Mayu to attack recklessly, employing an all-offense strategy with no concern for defense. Every strike of his sword carried an almost suicidal intensity. But only Lin Mayu knew that this method was the most efficient and logical. By leveraging every advantage he possessed, he eliminated enemies as quickly as possible. Strength domination. Technique domination. Complete disregard for incoming attacks. With these three overwhelming advantages, Lin Mayu forced his opponent into a dire situation within moments. Even when the enemy attempted to use a skill, Lin Mayu dismissed it entirely. His longsword gleamed with a sharp light, slicing through his foe and reducing it to fragmented pieces. The shattered body dissolved into countless points of starlight, merging into Lin Mayu's body. However, his attributes remained unchanged since the trial was still ongoing. Lin Mayu continued casting Healing Glow and quickly took on another attacker. The puppet's combat style was simple and predictable, and Lin Mayu had already figured it out. This time, he dispatched the enemy even faster, defeating it in just a few moves. One by one, the attackers fell. In the blink of an eye, the puppet Lin Mayu was protecting was no longer under threat. A gust of wind swept across the platform, leaving it empty save for the long sword in Lin Mayu's hand. His attributes increased once again, each stat gaining 3,000 points. From the distant sky, another beam of light descended into Lin Mayu's body. This marked the third beam of light he had received since the challenges began. The warmth within him grew even stronger. Outside the ancestral land, faint light flickered. Ning Yi and Mo Yun were transported out almost simultaneously, their faces blank with confusion. Neither could recall anything about the trial on the platform. Their memories stopped at the moment they stepped onto the platform, vaguely recalling the need to comprehend something, but everything else was a blur. Seeing that both were unharmed, Ning Tairan and Mo Xinghe sighed in relief. Ning Tairan asked, check your attributes. Any changes? Ning Yi examined her stats and let out a gasp. My attributes have increased. By how much? Ning Tairan inquired. Strength, agility, and spirit each increased by 3,000, and constitution increased by 7,000. Plus, there's an additional trait my vitality has enhanced by 20%, Ning Yi replied. Hearing these numbers, Ning Tairan finally relaxed. Based on past experiences, these values were within the normal range. Mo Yun's gains were identical to Ning Yi's. Out of the initial 30 participants, 1 had perished, and 26 had been eliminated. By all accounts, only 3 participants remained in the ancestral land, Lin Mayu, Lin Mohan, and Sha Jin from the Sha family. The elders of the Sha family were grinning so broadly their faces seemed stuck in permanent smiles. Emerging from the dense fog once again, Lin Mayu felt something was off. This time, after the trial ended, all the items were carried away by the wind, leaving only the longsword in his hand. Unlike the previous challenges, this was different. It seemed the trials had changed. Before long, he reached the end of the suspension bridge. But instead of the usual circular platform, only 20 meters in diameter, he arrived on solid ground. Standing there was a figure. It looked almost entirely human, yet Lin Mayu instinctively knew that it wasn't. Its ears were slightly pointed, noticeably longer than those of a human. Its facial features were sharp and angular, as if carved by a blade, exuding a sense of fierceness. It turned to look at Lin Mayu and spoke, "Wait a moment. Someone else has yet to arrive." Lin Mayu frowned slightly, surprised that this being could speak. In the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Embedded in the center of its forehead was a gemstone, a hexagonal gemstone. A life core. Lin Mayu silently exclaimed to himself. This creature had embedded a life core directly into its forehead. He had long suspected that the ancestral land was somehow connected to the life cores, but seeing one here with his own eyes was still shocking. At that moment, the space around him rippled slightly, and Lin Mohan stepped through. Upon seeing Lin Mohan stretched lazily and said, as expected, Xiaoyu is still one step ahead of me. Lin Moyu wasn't surprised at all that Lin Mohan made it through. In his heart, she had always been strong. She'd been that way ever since they were children. Lin Mohan turned her gaze to the figure. Finally, we meet. Hey, life spirit, my teacher asked me to bring this to you. With that, Lin Mohan pulled out a crystal the size of a fingernail from her pocket and tossed it over. Lin Moyu now realized that the being was called a life spirit. The life spirit caught the crystal, examined it briefly, and then focused its gaze on Lin Mohan. You are his disciple, it asked. Lin Mohan nodded. That's right. My teacher said he has fulfilled his promise to you. Now, it's your turn to honor your end of the deal. The life spirit placed the crystal against the life core embedded in its forehead, and the gem emitted a faint glow. Then, it tossed a ball of light toward Lin Mohan. The light seemed alive, diving directly into Lin Mohan's body. Her entire figure began to glow, and her aura surged dramatically. Lin Mohan grinned. Thanks a lot. The life spirit remained expressionless. The deal between him and me is now complete. Now it's time for your trial. There is only one slot. Only one of you will be allowed to stay. You two may duel. The winner will remain. Lin Moyu didn't even hesitate. That won't be NEC. Lin Mohan interrupted him, faster than he could finish. No need. Send me out. This opportunity is his. Lin Moyu called out, Sister. Lin Mohan cut him off again, her tone playful. Be good. This chance is far more important for you than it is for me. I've already completed my third transition, and have gotten what I came for. Lin Moyu still wasn't entirely convinced, and his gaze toward Lin Mohan carried a trace of doubt. He felt his sister was giving him the opportunity she deserved. The life spirit spoke up, she's telling the truth. What she has gained is far greater. Lin Mohan continued, Don't worry, little brother. Your sister has her own path to follow. I truly don't need what's here. I only came to this place to fulfill that deal. Lin Moyu said slowly, You're not lying to me, are you? Lin Mohan chuckled, If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. That phrase brought memories flooding back to Lin Moyu. Although his sister loved to joke around, she had never lied to him. Lin Mohan turned to the life spirit. Alright, send me out. I know the rules, I won't say a word about anything here. I'll just pretend I've lost my memory. The life spirit nodded, raising a finger and pointing it at Lin Mohan. In an instant, Lin Mohan transformed into a ray of light and disappeared from the ancestral land. The life spirit then turned to Lin Moyu. Follow me. Its voice was calm, devoid of emotion. To Lin Moyu, it felt more like a talking puppet than a living being. Lin Mohan emerged outside the ancestral land. Her eyes were clear, and she remembered everything that had transpired inside. Once someone passed the fourth trial and encountered the life spirit, their memories of the ancestral land would remain intact. However, Lin Mohan would still abide by its rules and keep everything about the ancestral land a secret. The moment she appeared, Ningyi ran toward her. Sister Han, you're out too. Is Moyu still inside? Lin Mohan embraced Ningyi and replied, Yes, it's just Xiaoyu left in there now. What did you say, young lady? A deep voice suddenly interrupted. An elderly man stepped forward in 2 strides, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Mohan. Young lady, are you saying that only Lin Xinjiang remains in the ancestral land? Then where is my grandson, Shajin? The old man's aura was overwhelming, his level surpassing 85, a truly powerful presence. Under his oppressive aura, Ningyi's face turned pale, and her breathing became labored. Lin Mohan pulled Ningyi behind her, her expression unchanged. You're asking me? Who should I ask then? The old man's face darkened, and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. Lin Mohan stood her ground, a trace of disdain flashing across her stunning face. Do you want to fight? Shajin, what are you doing? Ning Tairan roared, striding over. Daring to bully Ningyi in front of him, was Shajin tired of living? As a god-tier expert, Ning Tairan's aura was even more terrifying. It struck Shajin like a heavy blow, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps. Only then did Shajin come to his senses. Ningyi was Ning Tairan's granddaughter, his untouchable weakness. Mo Yun whispered to Lin Mohan, his grandson is Shajin, the one who killed the most animals in there. Lin Mohan chuckled. Oh, it's him? After killing so many animals, he's probably dead by now. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. If you didn't teach your descendants properly, How could they survive after killing indiscriminately? Shajin trembled violently, muttering, I did tell him. Jeaner, why didn't you listen? You, and you, Lin Mohan pointed to several others. You must have been the first batch eliminated. You killed the most animals in there. If you didn't end up like Shajin, consider yourselves lucky. Lin Mohan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over them. She was right, these people were indeed among the first eliminated. Having killed so many animals, their vision had been obscured by mist, rendering the stone tablets unreadable. How could they have possibly passed? Unlike Shajin, they were fortunate enough to escape with their lives. Lin Mohan turned her gaze to the now pale Shajin. Do you want to fight me? Think carefully, do you want the Shah family to be wiped out? A faint glow emerged on the back of her hand, the primordial rune beginning to activate. Even if Shajin was level 85, Lin Mohan could take him down if it came to that. And as for the Shah family, she wasn't worried, she had a teacher, after all. Primordial rune. Shajin froze, unable to advance or retreat. He had seen the rune on the back of her hand. Anyone who could obtain a primordial rune was bound to have significant backing. Though the Shah family was strong, they weren't the strongest. Emo Xinghe rushed over. Miss Lin, please calm down. Sha Jin is just concerned about his grandson and lost his composure. Ning Tairan added sternly, Miss Lin, let it go this time. Both men tried to mediate. Lin Mohan smiled faintly. Alright, for your sake, I'll let it slide this time. Turning to Ningyi, she teased, I'm leaving now. You and Xiaoyu should settle your relationship soon, I'm waiting to become an aunt. Ningyi's face turned beet red. Sister Han, stop saying nonsense. Lin Mohan laughed heartily, activated her teleportation stone, and disappeared. After she left, Emo Xinghe finally exhaled in relief. Sha Jin, you nearly brought disaster upon yourself just now. It was evident that he and Sha Jin were acquainted. Sha Jin's face was grim. Brother Emo, why do you say that? Her identity is extraordinary. She's the disciple of that person. That person? Sha Jin froze momentarily before realizing who Emo Xinghe was referring to. His face instantly turned pale, his eyes filling with panic. No. It can't be, he stammered, unwilling to believe it. Emo Xinghe continued, not only that, but she's also Lin Xinjiang's elder sister. And Lin Xinjiang is the disciple of Guangxin, Bai Shen, and Inshen. Sha Jin was utterly shaken, trembling uncontrollably. Ning Tairan snorted coldly. Be more careful in the future. Don't bring ruin upon yourself or the Sha family. It took a long moment before Sha Jin regained his composure. He had nearly brought disaster to the Sha family. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the stunning young woman carried such an intimidating background. Sha Jin's body trembled as he muttered, Thank you, Brother Mo, for the warning. I'll return now to begin preparations for the revival. Although Sha Jin had died, it wasn't the end. There was still a chance to bring him back, albeit at a high cost and with significant effort. Lin Moyu followed the life spirit into a secluded valley. Along the way, he encountered numerous animals, rabbits, kittens, puppies, followed by serpents and ferocious beasts. A multitude of creatures surrounded Lin Moyu, drawn to him with curiosity. His aura was so pure and untainted that even the predators refrained from attacking him. As he walked, Lin Moyu was exceedingly cautious, ensuring not to step on even the tiniest ants or insects on the ground. The life spirit's voice remained calm and emotionless. You have never killed an animal. That is commendable. You consumed the primordial fruit and survived. That is also commendable. Your comprehension is remarkable. While part of it is thanks to the fruit, your own aptitude is exceptionally high. In over 1,000 years, you are the most qualified person I have ever seen to receive it. Bar none. Though the life spirit's tone was flat and devoid of emotion, Lin Moyu could sense a trace of goodwill in its words. It? What exactly is it that you're referring to? Lin Moyu asked. The life spirit replied, a light. You will see it soon. As they entered the valley, Lin Moyu was enveloped by a vibrant, flourishing vitality. The valley was in full bloom, with countless animals roaming about. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Moyu realized that none of these creatures were real. They were entirely composed of light elements, yet they moved with such lifelike realism that it was hard to distinguish them from actual animals. This strange phenomenon left Lin Moyu with a sense of both authenticity and falseness. The only truly real presence here was the life spirit standing before him. Do you feel it? The life spirit suddenly asked. Lin Moyu was momentarily stunned. Feel what? The illusion of life. The falsehood of existence. Though the life spirit's tone remained unchanged, Lin Mayu detected a faint trace of disdain and perhaps a hint of sorrow in its voice. Suddenly, the life spirit halted, ceasing its advance. At that moment, a beam of light descended from above, its brilliance so intense that Lin Mayu instinctively closed his eyes. And then, he saw it. It was a constantly shifting, ever-changing light. In the air, it transformed into various forms, at times resembling lightning that tore through space, and at other times coalescing into a glowing orb, spinning and scattering countless luminous particles. It never ceased to change, continuously morphing into new forms. The creatures of light around it cheered and danced in ecstasy, their movements unbridled. Beneath its glow, the flowers, grasses, and trees cycled through life and death, blooming and withering in a mesmerizing, surreal display. From the light it emitted, Lin Mayu could feel the essence of life, a sensation identical to the one radiating from the Staff of Genesis. In that moment, Lin Mayu was certain, this light was intrinsically linked to the life core. The life spirit spoke, "This is what you seek. Whether you can obtain it depends on your fortune." Lin Mayu asked, "Am I supposed to approach it directly?" The life spirit let out a faint scoff. "That would kill you." For the first time, Lin Mayu detected a hint of disdain in its gaze. The life spirit continued, "First, try to approach it. See if you can withstand its radiance." With a slight gesture, the life spirit caused all the animals surrounding Lin Mayu to disperse, clearing a path that led directly to the light. Lin Mayu began to move toward it, step by cautious step. Under the light's radiance, waves of life energy surged into his body. The warmth intensified, multiplying exponentially as it flowed through him. Lin Mayu's entire body began to glow, transforming him into a figure of pure light. However, as the influx of life energy reached the limits of what his body could endure, it began to cause harm. But the damage was immediately transferred to his undead legion, sparing his body from collapse. Despite the strain, Lin Mayu continued to move forward, inching closer to the light. In that moment, he came to a sudden realization. Why was this place, teeming with life, devoid of any truly living creatures? The grass, the trees, the animals, everything here was woven from threads of life energy, not actual living beings. This was what the life spirit had described as the illusion of life, the falsehood of existence. A phrase from Lin Mayu's past life surfaced in his mind: when water is too pure, there are no fish. When life energy reached its utmost concentration, it would annihilate all living things. Now, Lin Mayu stood directly beneath the orb of light, close enough to reach out and touch it. The life spirit's gaze revealed a trace of anticipation. It seemed to hope that Lin Mayu would successfully claim the light. At that moment, Lin Mayu's heart stirred, and the Staff of Genesis appeared in his hand. The staff's life core, imitation, forged by the god of life, glowed brilliantly. As soon as the staff was revealed, the orb of light in the air seemed to find its home. It rushed toward the Staff of Genesis, enveloping it completely. The staff erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire valley. Instinctively, Lin Mayu shut his eyes, and even the life spirit followed suit. Massive amounts of light energy poured into the Staff of Genesis, using it as a medium to flow into Lin Mayu's body. Boom! Lin Mayu's body trembled violently as all limitations were shattered in an instant. His dormant skills returned, and his attributes were fully restored. All the attributes he had accumulated thus far became his base attributes, permanently enhancing his strength. Consuming the primordial fruit, plus 10,000 to all attributes. Clearing 4 trials, plus 6,000 to all attributes. 3 infusions of life energy, plus 8,000 to constitution, plus 30% to vitality. These attributes now merged seamlessly into Lin Mayu's core being. Strength, agility, spirit, plus 16,000. Constitution, plus 24,000. Vitality, plus 30%. As the orb of light continued to pour into him, his constitution and vitality surged even higher. Meanwhile, the life core, imitation, on the Staff of Genesis began to undergo a profound transformation. It was evolving into a genuine life core. At that moment, fragments of the hexagonal gem embedded in the life spirit's forehead broke away. Though small, each fragment no larger than a fingernail, they contained immense reserves of life energy. The fragments floated toward the life core, merging with it and further amplifying its purity and power. The life spirit knelt on the ground, trembling in submission. From the moment Lin Mayu revealed the Staff of Genesis, the life spirit had already prostrated itself. Finally, the influx of life energy ceased, and the orb of light separated from the staff. It danced through the air, scattering life energy across the valley. Yet Lin Mayu could tell that the orb had diminished. It was now at least 1/3 smaller than before. The Staff of Genesis, however, had become even more radiant, like a flawless, crystalline gem. Its life core now exuded an aura of perfection. Lin Moyu instinctively cast Detection. Staff of Genesis, core damaged, asterisk. Great asterisk mythical weapon. Attributes asterisk all attributes plus 400,000. Usable at level 90 or above. Skills asterisk. Light of Life asterisk fully heals the target. Light of Destruction asterisk delivers a devastating strike to the target. The staff had transformed. The imitation core had been replaced with an authentic life core, though it remained in a damaged state. Despite its current condition, the staff's mythological power was evident. A weapon of the god of life, restored to its rightful form. Even in its damaged state, it provided an incredible plus 400,000 to all attributes and boasted 2 versatile skills, one for healing and one for destruction. Yet Lin Moyu's thoughts were interrupted by a chilling realization. He recalled the sovereign staff, fragmented, he had once obtained. Despite being only a legendary grade weapon, it had provided plus 500,000 to all attributes, surpassing the mythical staff of Genesis. Who, then, had left behind the sovereign staff? The comparison left Lin Moyu deeply shaken. His musings were cut short when his peripheral vision caught sight of the life spirit. It remained kneeling on the ground, trembling slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Moyu asked, puzzled by its behavior. The life spirit replied, "This humble servant greets its master." Though its voice was as calm as ever, there was unmistakable reverence beneath its tone. "I am not your master," Lin Moyu said softly, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The life spirit raised its head. "Whoever wields the Staff of Genesis is my master." "You recognize the Staff of Genesis?" Lin Moyu asked. The life spirit slowly rose to its feet. "Master, please follow me." Under its guidance, Lin Moyu entered a cave. The walls of the cave were adorned with murals, each one alive with motion, resembling the animated inscriptions on the stone tablets from the trials. As Lin Moyu studied the murals and recalled what he had experienced while gathering the primordial fruit, a realization dawned upon him. Finally, he understood everything. The mist had cleared, and Lin Moyu finally saw the truth. Everything began to connect, forming a coherent narrative. The great battle that had taken place in the Genesis realm, now known as the Corrosion realm, had revolved entirely around the Staff of Genesis. The former god of life had mysteriously fallen, leaving behind only the Staff of Genesis. The gods sought to claim the staff, for it offered them the chance to ascend and become the new god of life. As a higher deity, the position of the god of life was an irresistible temptation for all lower and middle-tier gods. Likewise, humanity's powerful practitioners desired the Staff of Genesis. Through the study of higher divine power, they could potentially step into the realm of the transcendent, becoming supreme beings. The allure of transcendent power was equally overwhelming for human practitioners at the pinnacle of their professions. The demons and dragons shared similar ambitions. They, too, sought evolution and greater strength. Thus, a colossal four-way battle erupted in the once vibrant Genesis realm over the Staff of Genesis. Countless powerful figures participated, vying for control of the staff. The result was catastrophic, nearly shattering the Genesis realm itself. In the end, a deity sacrificed themselves, deploying a forbidden skill that transformed the Genesis realm into the Corrosion realm. This act buried countless powerful figures from all 4 factions, leaving them as decayed corpses. The Staff of Genesis, however, was damaged during the battle. The staff's shaft fused with the corrosive lightning of the Corrosion realm, leaving behind a faint glimmer of hope. Its most critical component, the life core, vanished into an unknown location, disappearing entirely. Lin Moyu examined the murals one by one, finding that everything matched the knowledge he had already pieced together. The murals then depicted what happened after the life core disappeared. As Lin Moyu gazed at the murals, a chill ran down his spine. In the mural, the life core traversed time and space, arriving in a strange, void-like location. It drifted aimlessly until a massive hand appeared, reaching for it. The life core, which had remained unscathed even during the great battle, seemed incredibly fragile before the giant hand. Like a mere toy, it was crushed effortlessly. The life core exploded, collapsing the surrounding space. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Among them, a single beam of light once again traversed time and space, eventually landing in the human world on an unassuming island. Later, human practitioners discovered the island's anomalies and established the Genesis Academy upon it. At this point, the murals aligned once more with the vision Lin Moyu had seen while retrieving the primordial fruit. That light represented the core energy of the life core. The fragments that scattered during the explosion were the material components of the life core, its container. Only by combining the two could the life core be fully restored, completing the Staff of Genesis. The light itself contained boundless, infinite life energy. It had brought vitality to the ancestral land, but the energy was so overwhelmingly potent that it paradoxically eradicated all true life within the area. The creatures, plants, and trees that Lin Mayu had seen and sensed were all formed from pure life energy. The only true living entity in the ancestral land was the life spirit. When the light descended upon this realm, the life spirit had already been present. It was subsequently influenced by the life energy, surviving to the present day and transforming into what it was now. Because of the life energy, it had become a servant of the god of life. Now that Lin Mayu wielded the staff of Genesis, he represented the authority of the god of life. Whether or not Lin Mayu was truly the god of life, the one who held the staff was akin to the deity's manifestation. Thus, Lin Mayu had become the master of the life spirit. The purpose of the life spirit in this place was to find a successor for the light. For countless years, no one had met the light's requirements until Lin Mayu appeared. Lin Mayu shook his head gently. He had no intention of becoming the god of life. He was human, it was impossible for him to become a god. The aspirations of humanity and the divine were worlds apart. If Lin Mayu now wanted to repair the staff of Genesis, he would need to locate the fragments of the life core that had scattered across the realms. The fragment Lin Mohan had brought him earlier, a tiny shard no larger than a fingernail, was one such piece. Over the years, the life spirit had collected many such fragments through trades. Thanks to its efforts, the staff of Genesis had been restored to its current damaged state. Lin Mayu couldn't help but recall the massive hand that had emerged from the void, effortlessly crushing the life core. The core of a mythical weapon was unimaginably resilient, yet it had been destroyed so easily. What kind of existence could the owner of that hand possibly be? Lin Mayu couldn't even begin to fathom. Just as he thought he had pulled back the veil of mystery, he found himself faced with even greater enigmas. With a light sigh, he turned to the life spirit. "You can't leave the ancestral land, can you?" The life spirit nodded. This humble servant's existence relies on the radiance of life energy. Its existence was intrinsically tied to the life core. Now that the core's essence resided within the ancestral land, the life spirit was confined here. It would have to wait until Lin Mayu reached level 90 and could fully wield the staff of Genesis. Only then could Lin Mayu use life energy to free the life spirit from this place. Lin Mayu understood. What about the trials? Where did those stone tablets come from? Neither the vision of the primordial fruit, nor the murals mentioned the stone tablets used in the trials. Lin Mayu was certain the tablets weren't the work of the life spirit. The text on them was completely different from the script of this world, more akin to ancient Chinese characters. The life spirit shook its head. This humble servant does not know. They have existed here for as long as I can remember. It seemed Lin Mayu wouldn't get any answers from it. The life spirit then guided Lin Mayu around the ancestral land. The ancestral land was essentially a secret realm, an independent space whose entrance was located on the island where the Genesis Academy stood. Aside from the numerous trials, there was little else of note within the ancestral land. As Lin Mayu prepared to leave, the life spirit gazed at him intently. "Master, when you are able to control life energy in the future, would you take this humble servant with you?" Lin Mayu agreed without hesitation. "I will." A glimmer of joy appeared in the life spirit's eyes. "Thank you, Master." It had lived here for far too long, enduring endless solitude. Though life energy had granted it a long life, it had also bestowed upon it infinite loneliness. The life spirit, possessing self-awareness, yearned to see the outside world. Outside the ancestral land, most of the participants had already left. Only Imo Xinghe, Ning Tairan, Ning Yi, and Imo Yun remained. Ning Yi appeared worried. "It's been so long. Why hasn't Moyu come out yet?" Imo Yun held Ning Yi's hand. "Don't worry. He'll be fine." Ning Tairan snorted. "That brat's life is tougher than a cockroach's. He made it out of the corrosion realm, alive. The ancestral land is nothing in comparison." Imo Xinghe laughed. "Don't worry. As long as he hasn't been killing animals, there's no danger in the ancestral land." Another half-day passed since Ning Yi had emerged. Even if there were more trials, they should have concluded by now. Finally, after several more hours, a faint spatial ripple spread outward. The entrance to the ancestral land closed as Lin Mayu reappeared. Before he could steady himself, a soft, warm figure leapt into his arms. The familiar scent filled his nose as Lin Mayu gently embraced Ning Yi. "What's wrong?" Ning Yi rubbed her face against his chest, saying nothing. Ning Tairan asked, "How did it go, kid?" Lin Mayu understood what he was asking. "I guess you could say I succeeded." Ning Tairan was referring to the light, the life energy. Lin Moyu had indeed obtained it. How much did your attributes increase? Lin Moyu checked his stats. He already knew they had increased significantly while in the ancestral land, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Calmly, he replied, strength, agility, and spirit each increased by 16,000. Constitution increased by 32,000. Vitality increased by 50%. Though he spoke calmly, Ning Tairan and Mo Xinghe were visibly shocked. Ning Tairan exclaimed, "Your attributes are practically soaring to the heavens." Mo Xinghe added, "Your stats must be more than double those of other professionals at the same level." Double? They were vastly underestimating Lin Moyu. Ning Tairan, knowing some of the inside story, was well aware of what Lin Moyu had undergone during his second job transition. Although he didn't know Lin Moyu's exact stats, he was certain they far surpassed those of his peers. Mo Yun approached Lin Moyu and congratulated him. Congratulations! Breaking through your limits will greatly increase your chances of class ascension during your third job transition. The more one exceeded their limits, the higher the likelihood of class ascension during the third transition. Lin Moyu said softly, "The same goes for you." Ning Yi looked up and turned to Mo Yun. "Sister Mo, you too. I'm sure you'll achieve class ascension during your third transition." In the courtyard of the White God's residence, Bai Yuan leapt over 10 meters high. The lounge chair beneath him exploded with a loud bang, scattering debris everywhere. If it weren't for Meng Anwen's quick reaction, the entire courtyard might not have survived his outburst. Bai Yuan's uncontrollable excitement caused his divine-level aura to surge wildly throughout the area. Placing his hands firmly on Lin Moyu's shoulders, he exclaimed, "Say that again." Lin Moyu, slightly exasperated, could only repeat his attributes once more. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Necromancer Monarch, Unique. Level, 45, 2%. Strength, 68,110. Agility, 68,110. Spirit, 154,460. Constitution, 84,110. Bai Yuan, still in disbelief, asked Lin Moyu to repeat it yet again. As the saying goes, important matters must be repeated thrice. After hearing it 3 times, Bai Yuan finally accepted that his ears were functioning properly and that the numbers were indeed correct. Compared to Bai Yuan, Meng Anwen remained much calmer. At least, his lounge chair didn't explode, though it was now riddled with cracks. Bai Yuan exclaimed, "Good heavens, does this mean your total attributes exceed 350,000? Meng Anwen, trying his best to maintain a steady tone, corrected him, "It's exactly 374,790. Bai Yuan started counting on his fingers. The average mid-tier legendary level professional at level 45 has just barely surpassed 100,000 in total attributes. You're over 270,000 more than them. Good heavens, your strength alone surpasses warriors, your agility is higher than assassins, and your constitution leaves knights in the dust by a mile. Are you sure you're a mage?" Bai Yuan scrutinized Lin Moyu from head to toe, his gaze making Lin Moyu's skin crawl. Meng Anwen chuckled lightly, "Old Bai, act normal, will you?" Bai Yuan shouted, "What part of me isn't normal? The abnormal one here is this kid." Meng Anwen said, "Xiaoyu has achieved this level because he's taken every task to its absolute limit. That's how he's reached his current state." As he spoke, Meng Anwen also fixed his gaze on Lin Moyu. "Xiaoyu, do you know the significance of your existence?" The significance of his existence? Lin Moyu shook his head. He had never thought about it that deeply, nor did he believe he could think as profoundly as Meng Anwen. The two stood at vastly different heights, and thus their considerations differed as well. Lin Moyu had always focused on doing what he could and should to the best of his ability. Meng Anwen said, "Your existence is like a towering peak. You will show future generations of humanity the highest pinnacle we can possibly reach. Right now, you represent the pinnacle of high-level professionals. When you undergo your third job transition and ascend to godhood in the future, you will become the pinnacle of all humanity." Lin Moyu hadn't expected such high praise from Meng Anwen. He felt both flattered and slightly overwhelmed. Bai Yuan chimed in after Meng Anwen, "I don't know how powerful transcendent-level beings are, but I think that by the time you reach level 97, you might already be able to challenge one." Bai Yuan's statement was even more exaggerated. It was common knowledge that in the later stages, even a single level difference represented a massive disparity in power. Crossing levels to fight became increasingly difficult. Still, Lin Moyu couldn't refute Bai Yuan's words. "Teacher, I don't know if I can, but if the opportunity arises, I'll give it a try." Meng Anwen laughed. "That would require there to actually be a transcendent level being. There isn't a single one among humanity, so who's going to give Lin Moyu the chance to test himself?" Bai Yuan declared, when you reach godhood, I'll go with you to storm the abyss and test our blades on those demon bastards. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. All right. He had no mercy for demons. Meng Anwen continued, with your current attributes, combined with the elemental divine stone and the divine blood elixir, your chances of achieving class ascension during your third transition have already surpassed 70%. But even then, it's not entirely secure. We need to think of additional ways to increase the probability. Bai Yuan added, the old man has a treasure that can greatly enhance the chances of class ascension during the third transition. Meng Anwen shook his head. There's no need to bring that up, Bai. The old man must have already used it. Lin Moyu knew that Lin Mohan had achieved dual class ascensions. That treasure had undoubtedly already been used on Lin Mohan. Bai Yuan clarified, I wasn't planning to take it. I just wanted to ask where the old man got it. Meng Anwen dismissed the idea. There's no need to ask. The old man won't tell you. He's notoriously tight-lipped. If you push him too hard, he might beat you up and throw you out instead. Bai Yuan frowned. So what should we do? It was clear that he genuinely wanted to help Lin Moyu increase his chances of achieving class ascension during the third transition. Lin Moyu offered an idea. How about I have my sister ask him? Bai Yuan clapped his hands. That's a great idea. Meng Anwen said, there's no need to ask. I can deduce the answer. Ha? Bai Yuan turned to him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meng Anwen ignored him and explained, first of all, the old man only acquired that treasure after reaching godhood. At the time, he was somewhat excited and went around recruiting disciples. Bai Yuan confirmed, that's right. The old man regretted not achieving class ascension during his third transition. He once said he'd ensure his disciples achieved dual ascensions. Meng Anwen continued, do you remember where the old man went after becoming a god? Bai Yuan thought for a long time but couldn't recall. It was so many years ago, I've long forgotten. Just tell me. Meng Anwen said, the old man went to the eternal battlefield. Back then, there were rumors that he was searching for a time-space passage. Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan's eyes lit up simultaneously. They exclaimed in unison, he went to the upper core region. Meng Anwen nodded. That's right. My guess is that the treasure came from the upper core region and is likely connected to the boss there. Bai Yuan's eyes gleamed. Xiaoyu, didn't the righteous god give you something to bring there? Plus, it wants to make a deal with you. When the time comes, why don't you ask about it? Lin Moyu nodded. All right. I plan to head there once I reach level 50. Meng Anwen cautioned, there's no rush. The third transition is still far off, and the core region is extremely dangerous. Those ancient bosses are not to be underestimated. Lin Moyu then recounted his recent experience in the ancestral land, including Zhou Lixing's collusion with the Demon Worship Society to try and kill them. Bai Yuan sneered. The Zhou family, I've had enough of them. They think they're superior just because they have the bloodline of the Holy Light Knight, whether in the military or the empire. This time, we should thoroughly investigate and see if the Zhou family has any skeletons in their closet. Meng Anwen also sneered. The Demon Worship Society has been growing increasingly active over the past 2 years, making bolder moves. They think that by infiltrating the military, the empire, and the major families, they're untouchable. One big fish after another is jumping out. Now that the list is complete, it's almost time for a reckoning. No matter how secretive the Demon Worship Society was, they inevitably left traces. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan's forces had been investigating and compiling lists for a while. To avoid alerting the enemy, they had only dealt with a few expendable pawns like the military personnel who tried to sabotage Lin Moyu by destroying the dungeon. At the time, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan had acted enraged, giving the impression that their anger stemmed from their disciple being targeted. This misled the Demon Worship Society into believing that as long as their hidden operatives stayed inactive, they wouldn't be discovered. Little did they know, Meng Anwen already held a comprehensive list of their members. Where's Teacher Yen? Lin Moyu suddenly asked. He hadn't seen Yan Guangxing since arriving. Bai Yuan scoffed. That lunatic went back to the Bloody Lands. Said he had a breakthrough in killing intent and wanted to spar with the Bloodthirst Python. I know him too well. He just wants a fight to scratch his itch. Meng Anwen chuckled. I actually think old Yen might make real progress this time. If he reaches level 96, you might be the one getting beaten up. Bai Yuan remained dismissive. He won't make it. And even if he does hit 96, do you think I'd be scared of him? Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Though Bai Yuan and Yan Guangxing constantly bickered, if a real fight broke out, the two would undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's communicator vibrated. Glancing at it, his expression shifted. Teacher, my friend is in danger. The message was from Shi Xing'an. It contained a location in 2 words, save me. Lin Moyu relayed the location to Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen said, it's in the origin battlefield, near fortress number 4. The divine Xia Tower appeared, quickly calculating a teleportation point. Bai Yuan patted Lin Moyu's shoulder. Teacher's going with you. Even if Bai Yuan hadn't offered, Lin Moyu would have asked him to come. The message struck him as odd. Based on his understanding of Shi Xing'an, he wouldn't send such a message lightly. Meng Anwen quickly calculated the teleportation point and said in a low voice, prepare yourselves. Let's move. A beam of light descended, and the 2 were instantly teleported away. The moment the teleportation ended, a terrifying barrage of attacks rained down on Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan. Bolts of lightning descended in dense clusters, striking Lin Moyu relentlessly. His skeletal armor glowed brilliantly before shattering with a resounding crack. The remaining damage was absorbed by his undead legion. Bai Yuan, on the other hand, was even more outrageous. His body glimmered with radiant energy, which circulated automatically, blocking all incoming attacks before they could touch him. Teleportation left Lin Moyu with a 2-second period of immobility, but for Bai Yuan, that delay was less than half a second. In that brief half-second, the 2 endured no fewer than 1,000 lightning strikes. Bai Yuan let out a powerful roar, his aura surging dramatically as he shielded both himself and Lin Moyu, keeping the lightning strikes at bay. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Bai Yuan asked urgently. Lin Moyu had already recovered and shook his head. I'm fine. A barrage of attacks like this couldn't harm him, even without Bai Yuan's protection. Lin Moyu's constitution was now extremely high, and he possessed substantial immunity to various elemental attacks, particularly light and electric elements, with resistances reaching 80%. Combined with his innate 500% damage reduction, he effectively had 25-fold damage mitigation against lightning attacks. The lightning that struck him was weakened layer by layer before being transferred to his undead legion, causing barely any damage. Above them, the sky was shrouded in darkness. 10 massive dragon warships hovered ominously in the air, with even more approaching from the distance. On board the warships, enormous magical crystals glowed with intense light, firing beams of energy. The earlier barrage was merely an appetizer, now came the main course. Meng Anwen's teleportation had been slightly off-target, leaving the dragon warships without enough time to lock onto them. They resorted to lightning-based attacks, though lightning wasn't the dragon's most powerful offensive capability. What a grand display! Bai Yuan sneered coldly, unleashing the power of a god-tier expert to block the incoming attacks. At this level, such attacks posed no threat to him. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu's eyes scanned the surroundings. He had already suspected something was amiss when he received the message. Shi Xing'an would never send such a call for help. The likelihood of it being a trap was extremely high. However, the fact that the communicator was used to send the message suggested that Shi Xing'an was in danger but still alive. If Shi Xing'an had been killed, his communicator would have automatically deactivated. Based on this reasoning, Lin Moyu had no choice but to come and save him. He didn't have many friends, and Shi Xing'an was one of the few he could count on. Initially, he thought it might be the work of abyssal demons or members of the Demon Worship Society. He hadn't expected it to be the dragons. But how had the dragons learned about his connection to Shi Xing'an? This pointed to a problem within human ranks. Someone must have colluded with the dragons. Lin Moyu's eyes turned cold with determination. Whoever was responsible for this betrayal would not escape his wrath. Targeting him was one thing, but using his friends and betraying humanity? That was an unforgivable crime deserving of death. A massive dragon warrior shot toward him like a streak of lightning, brandishing a long spear that slashed down toward Lin Moyu's head. A dragon king. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. The aura emanating from this figure was immensely powerful, unmistakably that of a dragon king. The dragon kings of the dragon race were equivalent to god-tier experts among humans. Lin Moyu had encountered a dragon king before in the realm of rotting corpses, so he recognized it instantly. Bai Yuan burst into laughter. I didn't expect even a dragon king to get involved. Xiaoyu, the dragons must really respect you. With a swing of his right fist, Bai Yuan unleashed a terrifying force that sent the dragon king flying backward. Lin Moyu said calmly, Teacher, please focus on dealing with the dragon king. Let me handle the warships. Bai Yuan asked, Are you sure you can manage? Lin Moyu nodded. I'll be fine. Summoning his skeletal armor once more, Lin Moyu unfurled his lightning wings with a sharp crackle. His figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, while Bai Yuan charged after the Dragon King with a hearty laugh. Since Lin Maoyu had said he could handle it, Bai Yuan trusted him. As his teacher, he had no doubts about his disciple's capabilities. Besides, it had been ages since Bai Yuan had a proper fight. His hands itched for the thrill of battle, and this was the perfect opportunity to let loose. Lin Maoyu pushed the lightning wings to their limit, reaching one of the warships in an instant. Each dragon warship was surrounded by a powerful energy shield, and through the barrier, Lin Maoyu could see numerous dragon warriors on board. Hovering above the shield, Lin Maoyu released a battalion of his undead legion. 750 skeletons descended simultaneously, landing on the barrier. The skeletal berserkers swung their axes, hacking away at the shield. Meanwhile, the skeletal mages and skeletal sharpshooters launched their own attacks. A crimson glow blanketed the sky. Even with the protective barrier, the dragons couldn't escape the effects of the curse. Every dragon aboard was afflicted, their movements slowing noticeably. Lin Maoyu's aging curse at level 45 had a base range of 150 meters, but thanks to his innate talent, the range had been amplified to 7,500 meters, encompassing the entire battlefield. Even the Dragon King battling Bai Yuan was not spared. Under the curse, their speed was reduced by 125 times, and they took 17.5 times more damage. Although dragons naturally had a high resistance to curses, their speed was still reduced to one-third of their usual, and the damage they took was at least doubled. The enraged Dragon King roared, unleashing its bloodline power to dispel the curse instantly. On the warships, dragon healers scrambled to cast spells to remove the curse. However, with so many dragons cursed, it would take time to cleanse them all. Before the red glow of the curse had fully dissipated, a green light erupted in the air. Skill, Toxic Starburst. The skill blanketed the battlefield once again, poisoning every dragon present. Toxic Starburst, level 45, inflicts poison damage on all enemies within a 150-meter radius, dealing damage equivalent to 450 strength per second for 100 seconds. After amplification, the skill now dealt poison damage equivalent to 22,500 strength per second, with a duration extended to 5,000 seconds. In just 2 or 3 seconds, many dragons had already suffered significant injuries. The dragon healers were overwhelmed, forced to simultaneously remove curses, neutralize poison, and heal wounds. The energy shields protecting the warships were formidable, but under the relentless assault of the undead legion, they began to warp and distort. It was only a matter of time before they gave way. Lin Maoyu, driving his lightning wings to their limits, deployed his undead legions onto each of the warships. With 25 legions at his disposal, each containing 750 skeletons, Lin Maoyu had more than enough forces to overwhelm the 20 dragon warships. 5 of the warships were given special attention, receiving extra undead forces to ensure their destruction. As the undead legions continued their relentless assault, the energy shields buckled under the pressure, deforming more and more severely. Meanwhile, the warship's magical crystals finished recharging and unleashed massive energy beams at the undead. The skeletons, however, didn't flinch or dodge, continuing their attacks undeterred. The Lich generals constantly healed the legions, with each spell affecting entire battalions at once. The skeletons were bathed in a continuous glow of healing light, and any injuries they sustained were instantly mended. Lin Maoyu, having previously fought against dragon warships, knew their capabilities well. He was confident his undead legions could handle them. After deploying his forces, Lin Maoyu's lightning wings entered cooldown. He landed on the shield of the nearest warship, placing a finger against it as pale white light emanated from his fingertip. Skill, Skeletal Fangs. 2,250 bone spikes, each imbued with immense penetration power, erupted at a single point. The shield caved inward immediately. Lin Maoyu's finger pressed deeper into the shield, unleashing wave after wave of skeletal fangs. With his single-handed assault, firing 3 times per second, the damage he inflicted was staggering. Already weakened by the skeletons, the shield couldn't withstand Lin Maoyu's concentrated attack and finally shattered. The skeletons swarmed onto the warship like ravenous wolves. The dragon warriors on board, ranging from level 50 to 60, fought valiantly but were no match for the undead. They were quickly slaughtered. As the dragon corpses fell, Lin Maoyu's lips curled into a smirk. Ammo acquired, he muttered. Now things get easier. Boom! 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 Asterisk asterisk. Explosions erupted one after another, their devastating power tearing through the warship. The magical crystal collapsed, and the ship wobbled precariously before plummeting from the sky. None of the dragons aboard survived. The skeletal berserkers grabbed the dragon corpses and leapt to the nearest warships, hurling the bodies mid-air. Lin Maoyu detonated the corpses, orchestrating a macabre display of death and destruction. One by one, the dragon warships disintegrated in the sky, falling like shooting stars. Killing intent surged around Lin Mayu as he sneered, "If you want to kill me, at least show some sincerity." The explosions were like a symphony, a melody of destruction that continued unabated from the moment it began. In the blink of an eye, as the 20 dragon warships crumbled and plummeted to the ground, the dragon forces in this area were completely annihilated. The Dragon King roared furiously, consumed by rage and desperation. It attempted to rush toward Lin Mayu, its intent to kill him unmistakable. But in the face of Bai Yuan, it had no chance. For the first time in 1,000 years, a god-tier human and a Dragon King clashed. With just a glance, Lin Mayu could tell Bai Yuan held the upper hand, his strength clearly superior. The battle between god-tier beings was truly terrifying. Their skirmish shifted from the ground to the skies and then back to the earth, leaving the land shattered as if struck by a natural calamity. The god-tier energy in the air was so volatile that Lin Mayu couldn't get close. Even the heavens themselves seemed to shift in response, lightning and thunder roared, and the winds churned the clouds. Lin Mayu's gaze scanned the battlefield, and soon enough, his eyes locked onto Shi Xing'an. His pupils constricted sharply, and a boundless fury rose in his eyes. "Teacher, I'm going to rescue them," he shouted with a voice filled with rage as his undead legions surged forward like madmen. The skeletal berserkers gripped the corpses of their fallen enemies, embodying Lin Mayu's fury as they charged like feral beasts. The sound of cracking bones echoed across the battlefield. A massive army of 18,750 skeletons swept across the ruined land like an unstoppable tide. This time, Lin Mayu led the charge. The rage in his eyes was uncontrollable. From a distance, he saw Shi Xing'an and Liang Yu. Both were bound by chains, hung from a massive pillar, their bodies swaying in the wind. Even from afar, Lin Mayu could sense their faint life signals. They were still alive, barely clinging to their last breaths. Shi Xing'an struggled to open his eyes, his gaze landing on Liang Yu, who was within arm's reach but utterly unreachable. Yeah. I'm sorry." Liang Yu heard his voice. "I don't blame you," she replied softly. Her eyes were filled with warmth, devoid of any reproach toward Shi Xing'an. "It's just a shame. I won't be able to see you become a knight of the earth," Liang Yu said with a bitter smile. Even in this dire state, she was still thinking of Shi Xing'an. A man's tears are not easily shed, but this was a moment of heartbreak. Silent tears fell from Shi Xing'an's eyes, dripping down his face. He gazed at Liang Yu, this woman who had accompanied him without complaint, who had no regrets even in the face of death. To live a life like this, what more could one ask for? Shi Xing'an's eyes suddenly froze. The dragon forces were on the move, charging forward. From afar, he noticed a group approaching rapidly. Liang Yu noticed as well. Shi Xing'an immediately understood it was Lin Mayu. His heart filled with sorrow. Why did he come? Why would he risk his life to save me? Liang Yu comforted him. You know why. If he got the message, he'd come. That's just who he is. After capturing them, the dragons had used Shi Xing'an's communicator to send a message to Lin Mayu, baiting him into their trap. Their goal was clear, lure Lin Mayu in and kill him. For this purpose, the dragons had deployed everything: armies, warships, battle commanders, and even a Dragon King. A Dragon King, a being equivalent to a god-tier human, and Lin Mayu was far from reaching that level. How could he possibly stand a chance? Shi Xing'an was filled with regret. If he had known, he would have ended his life earlier, sparing Lin Mayu from this danger. But now, it was too late for regrets. Lin Mayu's path was blocked by a massive dragon army. Not content with deploying warships, the dragons had also sent a ground force numbering over 10,000. 12 dragon commanders led the charge, rushing toward Lin Mayu. However, Lin Mayu showed no fear. A cold smile played on his lips, and the military badge on his shoulder gleamed brilliantly. To him, the dragon commanders and their army were nothing more than military merit points. Finally, time to rank up. Ever since becoming a divine general, Lin Mayu had accumulated 80 million merit points. He needed less than 20 million more to become a one-star divine general. Taking down the dragon warriors aboard the warships, along with the approaching commanders and their army, would be more than enough. When the two sides were still a kilometer apart, the 12 dragon commanders leapt into the air simultaneously. Each wielded a spear, their weapons radiating terrifying energy as razor-sharp spear lights slashed toward Lin Mayu. Lin Mayu did not dodge, he simply pointed a finger. Skill, aging curse. With a loud boom, the dragon commanders and the entire army slowed dramatically. The dragon commanders' bloodline power surged as they worked to weaken the curse. At that moment, countless dragon corpses flew through the air. From the warships alone, there were over 1,000 dragon corpses. Now, they had all become Lin Mayu's weapons. Some of the corpses were obliterated by the spear lights, but many more passed through and reached the dragon commanders. Lin Mayu moved swiftly, detonating the corpses one by one. The dragon commanders screamed in agony as they were blasted away. Their expressions twisted in fear as they remembered Lin Mayu's terrifying area of effect attack. Among the dragons, Lin Mayu's skill had been analyzed in detail. It was unanimously agreed that the power of this skill depended not on Lin Mayu himself, but on the corpses. The corpses were Lin Mayu's ammunition. The stronger the corpse, the stronger the skill's damage. If Lin Mayu were given the corpse of a divine being, he could theoretically kill even a dragon king in one blow. The dragon commanders realized their mistake. They had overlooked the skeletons behind Lin Mayu, each carrying a corpse. And these corpses were their own fallen soldiers. Lin Mayu was using the bodies of their comrades against them. Though these comrades had become something else, it was still an unbearable sight. Fear crept into their hearts. Healing light flashed as dragon healers within the army worked tirelessly to mend their wounds. But more corpses flew toward them from the sky. Attack the corpses. Don't let them get close. The dragon commanders shouted in panic, issuing orders as their spears unleashed waves of energy to shred the corpses mid-air. No corpses meant Lin Mayu couldn't use his devastating area of effect skill. Do you take my undead legion for decoration? Even if the corpses were destroyed, it didn't matter. Couldn't he just make more? By now, the skeletal mages and skeletal sharpshooters were within range. Elements roared as thousands of elemental explosions engulfed the dragon army. Arrows rained down like a storm, piercing the air and striking with precision. Agonized screams echoed across the battlefield. In mere moments, large numbers of dragon warriors fell. Why are his skeletons so powerful? This firepower, it's nearly on par with us. The dragon commanders were horrified. According to their intelligence, Lin Mayu's undead legion was strong, but not this strong. What they were witnessing now was entirely different from the data they had. And these skeletal sharpshooters? They weren't even mentioned in the reports. Only now did they realize Lin Mayu had grown far more powerful, and their intel was hopelessly outdated. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and the dragon commanders' faces turned pale. More corpses had appeared. The terrifying area of effect attack descended once again. Dragon warriors fell like wheat being harvested. The dragon commanders retreated frantically. This battle was unwinnable. Forget killing Lin Mayu, every corpse here had become his weapon. They didn't dare to get close. Their minds were filled with thoughts of retreat. Retreat! The dragon commanders exchanged glances before turning to flee. Lin Mayu had no intention of giving chase. His lightning wings were still on cooldown, and the dragon commanders were too fast to catch. But as the commanders ascended into the sky, they abruptly stopped. If we're retreating, we'll kill them first. They suddenly turned toward Shi Xingyan and Liangyu, their eyes filled with murderous intent. If they couldn't kill Lin Mayu, then they'd kill his friends. You court death. Lin Mayu's voice thundered as radiant light burst from the back of his hand. Skill, strong soldiers activated instantly. Flames ignited in his palm, and a dragon commander screamed in agony as it fell from the sky. Soul flames erupted one after another as Lin Mayu relentlessly unleashed his attacks. Dark energy swirled around him, killing intent radiating like a storm. The overwhelming aura of death enveloped the dragon commanders. What terrifying killing intent! How many has he killed to possess such an aura? The dragon commanders shuddered in fear, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Under the amplification of strong soldiers, the skeletal mages and sharpshooters accelerated their assault. Their attacks targeted the airborne dragon commanders, who were still within range of Lin Mayu. Lin Mayu had no intention of letting any of them escape. Enhanced by strong soldiers, the skeletal mages and sharpshooters' firepower increased tenfold, shattering the dragon commanders' defenses in an instant. Elemental explosions and arrows rained down relentlessly, breaking their wings and riddling their bodies with holes. One by one, the dragon commanders fell, heavily injured and unable to continue the fight. The remaining few, terrified out of their wits, turned to flee. But the skeletal berserkers had arrived. Grabbing the skeletal mages and sharpshooters, they hurled them like weapons toward the fleeing commanders. Despite their speed, the dragon commanders couldn't outrun the projectiles. Mid-air, the next wave of attacks descended. Once again, their screams echoed across the battlefield. Killed a level 60 Dragon Knight, EXP plus 2,400,000, military merit plus 3,000. Killed a level 59 Dragon Mage, EXP plus 2,360,000, military merit plus 2,000. Killed a Dragon Commander, EXP plus 7,100,000, military merit plus 100,000. During the battle, an overwhelming amount of information continuously flashed before Lin Mayu's eyes, but he had no time to pay attention to it. Only after the battle ended did he have a chance to glance at the notifications. For dragon units below level 70, regardless of their profession, the ratio of level to experience was fixed, 40,000 times their level. Military merit, however, varied slightly. Levels 40 to 49 granted 1,000 points of merit, levels 50 to 59 granted 2,000, and starting from level 60, military merit rose to 3,000 points. Dragon commanders, on the other hand, were at least level 70. Their experience and military merit were leagues beyond those of lower-level dragons. A dragon commander was the equivalent of a top-tier professional among the human race. Humans had to undergo a third job advancement upon reaching level 70, while dragons experienced their second bloodline awakening. The third job advancement for humans was guaranteed to succeed, with no chance of failure. However, the dragon's bloodline awakening carried a risk of failure. Therefore, among the dragons, those who successfully became dragon commanders were considered elites, akin to geniuses in the human race. Their experience value was 100,000 times their level. A level 71 dragon commander directly provided Lin Mayu with 7.1 million experience points, while his military merit soared by 100,000 points. After the battle, not only had his experience skyrocketed, but his progress bar jumped from 2% to 20%. As for military merit, it poured in by the truckload. The brilliance of his military badge was dazzling, and a single purple star appeared on it. 1-star Divine General. From this moment forward, Lin Mayu officially became a 1-star Divine General. The skeletons climbed up the pillar and rescued Shi Xing'an and Liang Yu. Shi Xing'an, having narrowly escaped death, felt both relief and guilt. "Brother Lin, I truly owe you this time." Lin Mayu understood what he meant. "If it were me, you would have come to save me too." Shi Xing'an's body trembled. Lin Mayu was right. If their roles were reversed and Lin Mayu were the one in danger, Shi Xing'an would have gone to save him even if it meant certain death. Lin Mayu added, "The fact that you're safe is all that matters." Liang Yu spoke up, "But didn't the dragons deploy a Dragon King? Why haven't we seen it?" A massive surge of energy erupted in the distance before suddenly settling into silence. Lin Mayu turned to see Bai Yuan flying over, carrying a mangled corpse. "He's here." Bai Yuan tossed the corpse to the ground as though discarding trash, clapping his hands nonchalantly. "All done. Turns out Dragon Kings aren't much after all. They can't take a beating." The body of the Dragon King, a being equivalent to a god-tier human, lay in a pitiful state. Its wings were torn, its body was punctured with a massive hole, and its arms and legs were all broken. The only part of its body that remained intact was its head. Even in death, its eyes were wide open, filled with fear, as if it couldn't believe how it had met its end. Bai Yuan pointed a finger, and 2 drops of the Dragon King's blood floated out, landing in front of Shi Xing'an and Liang Yu. Each drop was the size of half a fist, glowing faintly and exuding an overwhelming aura. "Come, come. Fresh Dragon King blood. You two are in luck, 1 drop each. Eating it will do wonders for you," Bai Yuan said loudly. Shi Xing'an and Liang Yu immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Bai Shun." Bai Yuan waved them off with a grin. "You're Little Yu's friends, no need to be so formal. Hurry and consume the Dragon King's blood. It won't stay fresh for long." He then turned to Lin Mayu. "You don't need it. This stuff won't do much for you." Lin Mayu was well aware that his own attributes were already far too high. The treasures and rare items he had consumed in the past far surpassed the potency of Dragon King blood. It was indeed useless to him. Shi Xing'an and Liang Yu eagerly swallowed the blood. Surprisingly, it didn't taste like blood at all, instead, it was slightly sweet. The moment the blood entered their mouths, a surge of immense energy coursed through their bodies. In the blink of an eye, their injuries were fully healed, and all their attributes increased by 500 points. The effects were even better than those of high-grade magical potions. Seeing their astonished expressions, Bai Yuan burst into laughter. "How's that? Pretty good, huh? Too bad this stuff has to be eaten fresh. After a few minutes, it loses its potency." As he spoke, Bai Yuan punched the Dragon King's head, shattering it. From within, he pulled out a gem-like object. The gem was hexagonal, crystal clear, and dazzlingly beautiful. Lin Mayu's heart stirred slightly. This gem bore a striking resemblance to a life core. "Do you know what this is?" Bai Yuan asked. The group shook their heads. Shi Xing'an replied, "I've never seen it before." Bai Yuan smirked. "Of course you haven't. I'm seeing it for the first time too." This was Bai Yuan's first time fighting a Dragon King. Before today, Dragon Kings could only be encountered in the deeper layers of the eternal battlefield. But Byaoyuan rarely ventured there, and even if he did, it wasn't guaranteed that he'd face off with a Dragon King. This time, he had claimed his first kill against one. Though I've never seen it, I know what it is. It's called a Dragon Crystal. Only Dragon Kings have this in their heads. Dragon Kings aren't true gods. Once their bodies cool, their blood becomes useless. But their bones and hide are still valuable, worth more than platinum-tier weapons, in fact. Still, even if you add up the value of all their bones and hide, it wouldn't compare to this Dragon Crystal. Byaoyuan's words left Shixingen and Liang Yu wide-eyed in shock. Lin Mayu, meanwhile, knew his teacher was just messing with them again. If Meng Anwen were here, he'd definitely retort with sarcasm. With Byaoyuan's shallow knowledge base, his claims weren't exactly reliable. Byaoyuan stashed the Dragon Crystal and the Dragon King's corpse away. Only then did Lin Mayu ask, "Brother Shi, how did you end up captured by the dragons? What about the other 3 members of your team?" At the mention of his teammates, Shixingen's eyes filled with grief. They all died in battle. I don't know how the dragons found out about my connection to you. They ambushed us while we were on our way to a dungeon. The dragon professionals were incredibly strong, we stood no chance. My 3 brothers. Shixingen's voice trembled with anger. One day, I'll march into the Dragonlands and annihilate them to avenge my brothers. Lin Mayu sighed. He hadn't interacted much with those 3, nor spoken many words to them. But every time Shixingen needed something, they would stand firmly behind him without hesitation. They were quiet but loyal brothers. Lin Mayu said softly, "You'll have the chance. But for now, Brother Shi, you've been marked by the dragons. You shouldn't stay in the eternal battlefield any longer. Return to the Empire. You're also close to advancing. If you want to take revenge, you need to become a Knight of the Earth first." Shixingen was already level 39. It wouldn't be long before he reached level 40. The Empire was much safer than the eternal battlefield, and advancing to a new profession required extensive preparation. Byaoyuan added, "I promised Little Yu that I'd handle your advancement. Once you hit level 40, contact him, and I'll help you through the process." With Meng Anwen's expertise, they could set up the perfect advancement formation and use rare materials to increase Shixingen's chances of becoming a Knight of the Earth. Shixingen clenched his fists with determination. "I will become a Knight of the Earth." Byaoyuan smiled. Such conviction was a good thing. He could tell that Shixingen was a good person. Lin Mayu hadn't misjudged him as a friend. "Old Meng, take us back," Byaoyuan shouted. In the sky, a shimmering tower of divine light appeared. The radiant glow enveloped the group, whisking them away. The eternal battlefield fell silent once more. The darkened land, with its self-purifying properties, would soon erase all traces of the battle. This time, the dragons had suffered a crushing defeat. 1 Dragon King, 12 Dragon Commanders, a 10,000-strong army, and 20 warships all lost. The cost was staggering. And yet Lin Mayu remained unscathed, alive and well. Dragon encampment. A terrifying aura surged, filling the air as the phantom of a massive dragon appeared in the sky. Furious roars echoed across the heavens, reverberating endlessly. Within the teleportation array, regiment after regiment of soldiers began to arrive. These dragon soldiers wore identical armor, their appearances eerily uniform, down to the smallest detail. Their levels were either 59 or 60, with negligible differences. Their emergence carried an unsettling sense of foreboding. Meng Anwen directly teleported Shixingen and Liang Yu to Xiajing City. Not everyone was qualified to enter Bai Shin's courtyard. Byaoyuan tossed the Dragon King's corpse heavily onto the ground. "Old Meng, take a look and see if there's anything useful here." Even in death, the Dragon King's corpse exuded an overwhelming aura. It was equivalent to a god-tier human, a being of immense power. Killing Lin Mayu would have been easy for it. But Byaoyuan was far stronger, and the result was that the Dragon King was beaten to death by him. Meng Anwen cast a beam of light onto the Dragon King's corpse, closed his eyes to sense the energy, and then opened them again. "This is the lowest tier Dragon King. It's useless to me. Take it to Old Tai, he might find a use for it." The corpses of Dragon Kings and Demon Lords were often raw materials for crafting legendary-grade equipment. Byaoyuan had anticipated this answer. He put the Dragon King's corpse away and then pulled out the Dragon Crystal. "How about this? Take a look." Meng Anwen held the Dragon Crystal in his hand, examining it. The core of a Demon Lord or a Dragon Crystal from a Dragon King, they're materials for crafting legendary-grade accessories. Unfortunately, this one isn't quite up to par. Dragon Kings weren't like human god tiers, which were divided level by level. They, like demons and divine beings, were categorized into 3 tiers: low, middle, and high. A low-tier Dragon King was equivalent to a level 90 to 92 human professional. Moreover, the one Bai Yuan had killed was the weakest among the low-tier Dragon Kings. The energy contained within this particular dragon crystal wasn't very strong, even Meng Anwen found it unimpressive. While dragon crystals could indeed be used to craft legendary accessories, they were only one of the main materials. Many auxiliary materials were also needed, and these auxiliary materials were equally rare. Meng Anwen felt it wasn't worth wasting a large number of rare auxiliary materials for the sake of this low-tier dragon crystal. Lin Moyu stared at the dragon crystal, feeling increasingly uneasy as he examined it. It looked too familiar. "Teacher, can I take a closer look at the dragon crystal?" Lin Moyu asked. Without hesitation, Meng Anwen tossed the dragon crystal to him as if it were garbage. To others, the dragon crystal might be a priceless treasure, but in Meng Anwen's eyes, it was nothing special. Lin Moyu caught the dragon crystal and summoned the Staff of Genesis. The damaged life core embedded in the staff began to glow faintly. The surface of the life core appeared slightly ethereal, its exterior flickering in and out of existence. Occasionally, traces of divine life energy seeped out. The resemblance between the two was uncanny. Bai Yuan, intrigued, remarked, "It really does look similar." Meng Anwen nodded. It seems the life core and the dragon crystal might be related. Lin Moyu's mind raced. He brought the dragon crystal into contact with the life core. The moment the two touched, the life core emitted a dazzling light, and the dragon crystal shattered with a bang. The fragments of the dragon crystal vanished completely, absorbed into the life core. After absorbing the dragon crystal, the life core appeared to have been partially restored. As the owner of the Staff of Genesis, Lin Moyu could clearly sense that the life core was now slightly more complete than before. If its damage rate had previously been 80%, it was now around 75%. Meng Anwen's eyes gleamed slightly. After some thought, he said, "It seems the life core is indeed made from dragon crystals, and not ordinary ones, either." Bai Yuan speculated, could it be made from a high-tier Dragon King's dragon crystal? Meng Anwen wasn't entirely certain. It's possible. But it could also be from a Dragon Emperor's dragon crystal. Hiss. "No way," Bai Yuan exclaimed, visibly shaken. He found Meng Anwen's suggestion a bit too far-fetched. A Dragon Emperor was a being equivalent to a human super-god tier professional. As far as Bai Yuan knew, there were no Dragon Emperors within the dragon race. Just as there were no super-god tier humans, the strongest human professional was only at the half-step super-god level. Meng Anwen replied calmly, "Just because there's no Dragon Emperor now doesn't mean there wasn't one in the past." His eyes took on a reminiscing look. "I once encountered a dragon corpse in the deep layers of the eternal battlefield. Despite countless years passing, its body had not decayed and still radiated immense power." "Wait a moment," Bai Yuan interrupted suddenly. "I can understand a dragon corpse not decaying after countless years. Even high-tier Dragon King's corpses can last for millennia. But what do you mean by still radiated immense power?" Meng Anwen shot him an annoyed glare. "Interrupting others is very rude." Bai Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. Go on, I'll be quiet." Meng Anwen continued, "At the time, I had just reached the god tier and was exploring the deeper layers of the eternal battlefield for the first time. That was when I encountered it. Though it was clearly dead, a corpse, it could still move and attack. I barely managed to escape, it almost killed me. And it wasn't like ordinary dragons. It seemed to be undergoing some sort of regression to its ancestral state." Meng Anwen recounted the events of that day. Throughout his life, he had faced many life and death situations, but that encounter was undoubtedly one of the most perilous. The memory remained vivid in his mind. Lin Moyu felt a chill run down his spine. A corpse that had been dead for thousands of years was still that powerful. Bai Yuan muttered, "I've been to the deeper layers of the eternal battlefield multiple times. How come I've never encountered anything like that?" Meng Anwen chuckled. "You were lucky." That single remark silenced Bai Yuan. Meng Anwen added, "Later, I concluded that the corpse was most likely that of a Dragon Emperor. Even if it wasn't, it was likely a half-step Dragon Emperor, a being equivalent to a level 99 professional, just shy of the super god tier." Lin Moyu didn't doubt Meng Anwen's words. Meng Anwen had vast knowledge and experience, his assessment was likely accurate. "Teacher," Lin Moyu asked, "if the life core is truly made from dragon crystals, could I repair it if I managed to collect enough of them?" Meng Anwen nodded. "Based on the life core's reaction just now, it's highly likely." Bai Yuan chuckled. "Kid, are you planning to storm the Dragon Lands and slaughter all the Dragon Kings?" Dragon crystals only existed in Dragon Kings. To obtain a single dragon crystal, one had to kill a Dragon King. The thought crossed Lin Mayu's mind for a fleeting moment before he dismissed it. Even he found the idea absurd. Meng Anwen shook his head. Actually, there's one place where you could potentially find a large number of dragon crystals. Both Lin Mayu and Bai Yuan turned to Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen explained, in the deeper layers of the eternal battlefield, where I encountered that corpse, I saw a cemetery while I was being chased. A dragon cemetery. It wasn't just filled with dragon remains but also a wealth of dragon crystals. Bai Yuan snorted. You might as well have said nothing. There's no way little you can venture into the deeper layers right now. Even if he could, with that corpse guarding the place, are you asking him to go and die? Meng Anwen replied calmly, I'm merely pointing out that such a place exists. Lin Mayu understood Meng Anwen's intentions. Thank you, teacher. If the opportunity arose, he would definitely go and take a look. Bai Yuan added, both the dragon race and the abyssal demons have their eyes on you now. You must be extra careful in your actions moving forward. Even within the Empire, you can't afford to be careless. Those bastards have plenty of underhanded tricks. Lin Mayu nodded. I'll be cautious. Meng Anwen said nonchalantly, in a few days, we'll clear out those rats. That should give us some peace for a while. Lin Mayu asked, is there no way to eliminate them completely? Bai Yuan shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. Dealing with the ones inside the Empire is easy enough, but the ones in other nations are a different matter. If we take any large-scale action, it could spark a civil war among humans. At that point, both the abyssal demons and the dragon race would seize the opportunity to strike. Lin Mayu thought it over and understood the reasoning. Humanity wasn't unified under a single empire. The internal factions within the human race were tangled and complex. If a major conflict broke out, it could very well lead to chaos. Meng Anwen's voice turned serious. What humanity needs is an ultimate powerhouse, a ruler whose authority is absolute, unquestioned. Lin Mayu instinctively asked, what about that one? Meng Anwen replied, half-step super god tier isn't enough. Perhaps when he truly becomes super god tier, he'll be able to achieve it. A true super god tier. As Lin Mayu returned to Xiaojing Academy, Meng Anwen's final words lingered in his ears. Humanity needed a true super god tier leader, a sovereign who could stabilize the human race and resolve its internal troubles once and for all. Lin Jr. brother. A crisp voice broke through his thoughts. Shu Han stood not far away, waving at him. Lin Mayu found it strange. It seemed Shu Han was deliberately waiting for him. Each time they encountered one another, it was either in the dungeon hall or the library. Shu Han rarely sought him out proactively. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Lin Jr. brother, I'd like to ask for your help. All right, Lin Mayu responded without hesitation. To Lin Mayu, Shu Han was one of his few friends. If she asked for help, he would naturally do his best. Shu Han seemed to have anticipated this answer. She handed him a teleportation stone. Lin Jr. brother, please come with me. The teleportation distance wasn't far, taking them just outside Xiaojing City. The two arrived at a small courtyard. Compared to Baishan's courtyard, this one appeared even more exquisite. Standing outside, Lin Mayu caught a peculiar medicinal scent in the air. It wasn't fragrant, if anything, it carried a faintly foul and rancid undertone. This smell felt familiar. Lin Mayu quickly recognized it, it was the scent of decay, the same as that of corpses in the realm of decay. Though faint, he was certain he wasn't mistaken. Shu Han noticed Lin Mayu's expression and seemed to understand. Lin Jr. brother, you've guessed it, haven't you? Lin Mayu nodded. Why is there the stench of decay here? Shu Han stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard gate. Come in and you'll see for yourself. The medicinal scent inside the courtyard was stronger, and so was the stench of decay. Ordinary people might not distinguish between the two, but Lin Mayu could. The courtyard was simple yet elegant, with 3 entrances and exits. Following Shu Han into the backyard, Lin Mayu was slightly surprised to see Dongfang Yao there. Dongfang Yao greeted him, Lin God General, we meet again. Her expression was slightly uneasy, likely because of how she had almost gotten him killed during their previous venture into the realm of decay. Lin Mayu gave a small nod in response. Shu Han asked, Lin Jr. brother, aren't you curious why Princess Yao is here? Lin Mayu understood that in prominent families within the empire, it wasn't unusual for younger members to know each other. Just like Ningyi and Mo Yun, who had played together as children, Dongfang Yao and Shu Han likely had a similar connection. Lin Mayu's nose twitched as his gaze shifted to one of the small rooms. Is there a decayed corpse inside? Shu Han didn't deny it and pushed open the door. Lin Jr. brother, please come in. From start to finish, Shu Han addressed Lin Mayu as junior brother, which suggested a closer relationship between the two. As soon as he stepped inside, a chill assaulted him. The room was icy cold, with a formation in operation, continuously releasing an oppressive coldness. At the center of the formation was a large block of ice, within which a woman was frozen. The woman, dressed in exquisite, luxurious garments, lay in a deep slumber, her eyes closed. Even in her frozen state, her noble bearing was undeniable. Lin Moyu looked at the woman and then at Dongfang Yao. The woman's features bore a slight resemblance to Dongfang Yao's. "This is my mother," Dongfang Yao said softly. On the woman's wrist was a blackened mark, identical to the signs of decay seen on the corpses in the realm of decay. The overpowering stench of decay emanated from here. Even with the ice and the strong medicinal scent, the stench of decay couldn't be entirely masked. She was bitten by a decayed corpse, Lin Mayu observed. There was a bite mark on her wrist. Dongfang Yao explained, "When I was very young, my mother and father went to inspect the seals in the realm of decay. They ventured into the realm of decay, and when they returned, my mother had already been infected by the corpse poison. She has been sealed in ice here ever since." Lin Mayu recalled Dongfang Yao mentioning before that if he ever gained the ability to cure corpse poison, she hoped he could save someone. It seemed that person was the woman before him. Shu Han spoke up. "The reason I brought you here, Lin Jr. brother, is to ask for your help in saving her." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't have the ability to cure her right now." Corpse poison wasn't entirely incurable, but Lin Mayu indeed had no means to deal with it at the moment. His Lich General's cleansing skill only worked on members of his undead legion and couldn't be used externally. Perhaps the light of life from the Staff of Genesis could help, but he wasn't qualified to wield that power yet. Shu Han clarified, "We're not asking you to cure her right now, but rather to assist with an experiment." The three of them left the room, and Shu Han led them through the courtyard. Behind the courtyard was another row of stone houses. The medicinal scent here was heavier, mixed with other smells, blood, metal, and some indistinguishable odors. The combination of scents was overwhelming. Lin Mayu soon spotted an elderly man standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Shu Han called out, "Grandfather, Lin God General has arrived." Lin Mayu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man. From the elderly man, he could sense the unmistakable aura of a god-tier powerhouse. Shu Han had a god-tier powerhouse as her grandfather? And judging by his attire, Lin Moyu quickly confirmed the man's identity. He was a god-tier alchemist. Lin Moyu was stunned. He had never heard of a god-tier alchemist existing within the empire. The value of a god-tier alchemist was immeasurable, and the difficulty of becoming one was astronomical. It was puzzling, why would Shu Han, with such an extraordinary grandfather, still take on tasks at the academy for mere hundreds of points? Was it just for fun? Shu Han introduced him. "This is my grandfather, Shu Ping, a god-tier alchemist." Lin Moyu's memory stirred. He had seen the name Shu Ping in books before. The books described Shu Ping as one of the most brilliant alchemists in human history, a peer by Yuan and Meng Anwen. However, he had disappeared from the public eye long ago. Lin Mayu had never expected Shu Ping to have reached the level of a god-tier alchemist. Shu Ping clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Lin God General." Lin Mayu returned the gesture. "Greetings, Alchemist Shu." Their statuses were equivalent, and they treated each other as equals. Shu Ping shook his head with a bitter smile. "Please don't call me Alchemist God, I'm unworthy of the title." His humility was evident, and Lin Mayu, not one for flattery, chose not to press the matter. Shu Ping spoke directly. "I'll get straight to the point. Princess Yao mentioned that one of the skills of your summoned creatures can counteract corpse poison. Could you demonstrate it for me?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I can, but my Lich General's cleansing skill only works on members of my legion." As he spoke, he summoned a Lich General and a skeletal berserker. A chilling wind swept through the area, dimming the sky slightly. Standing over 3 meters tall, the Lich General loomed like a small mountain, exuding an intense pressure. At Lin Mayu's mental command, the Lich General activated its cleansing skill, targeting the skeletal berserker. Lin Mayu explained, "This skill, called cleansing, can remove various abnormal statuses, including corpse poison. However, it cannot counteract high-level corpse poison. Princess Yao should be aware of this limitation." Dongfang Yao nodded. "Yes, she's mentioned it before." Shu Ping's eyes focused intently on the Lich General. "Lin God General, I have a skill that allows me to analyze others' abilities. I'd like to analyze your Lich General's skill to see if I can pinpoint the mechanism behind its ability to counteract corpse poison." Xu Ping was forthright and transparent. Since the Lich General was Lin Mayu's summoned creature, using a skill on it would require Lin Mayu's consent. After considering it briefly, Lin Mayu agreed. You may proceed. Thank you, Lin God General. Xu Ping cast a beam of light onto the Lich General. The Lich General activated its cleansing skill again, while Xu Ping focused on the feedback from his own skill, meticulously analyzing the information. However, his brows furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Xu Han noticed her grandfather's expression and felt a sinking feeling. She had never seen her grandfather look like this before. Clearly, the matter was far from simple. The Lich General continued to use its skill several times before stopping. Xu Ping remained deep in thought, his eyes still closed, and no one dared to disturb him. After a while, Xu Ping exhaled deeply. Dongfang Yao, unable to contain her anxiety, asked, Grandfather Xu, what's the verdict? Xu Ping shook his head. This skill is extremely unique. I cannot analyze it. Dongfang Yao's face fell, and she murmured, then what should we do? Xu Ping thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Mayu again. Lin God General, I'd like to try one more thing. His gaze shifted to the skeletal berserker, and he produced a small crystal vial containing a tiny amount of black powder. The moment Lin Mayu saw the powder, his expression changed dramatically. The black powder inside the vial was corpse poison. The toxicity wasn't potent, it appeared to be a low-level corpse poison. Having dealt with countless decayed corpses in the realm of decay, Lin Mayu couldn't possibly mistake it for anything else. It was likely extracted from Dongfang Yao's mother. Lin Mayu asked in a low voice, Senior Alchemist, what do you intend to do? Xu Ping replied, since I couldn't analyze the skill's origin, I want to examine the process by which the corpse poison is neutralized. Lin Mayu's expression changed sharply. You want to use my skeleton as a test subject for the poison. His reaction caught Xu Ping off guard. Lin God General, do you find this inappropriate? Lin Mayu's face darkened, his gaze cold with displeasure. His voice carried a hint of sternness. My skeletons are my comrades. They can fall in battle, but they are absolutely not tools for experiments. If Senior Alchemist needs my assistance, I won't hesitate to help. But if you intend to treat my comrades as test subjects, it's impossible. Lin Mayu's words were firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Xu Ping was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Mayu to value his skeletons so much. After all, from what Xu Ping knew, Lin Mayu commanded thousands, if not tens of thousands, of undead. Even Dongfang Yao had mentioned that during their time in the 25th layer of the Realm of Decay, Lin Mayu's undead legion had almost been entirely wiped out. Xu Ping had assumed that the skeletons were merely Lin Mayu's summoned creatures and tools of war. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Mayu regarded them as comrades. This sentiment was something Xu Ping could understand. Many summoners had deep bonds with their summoned creatures, treating them as family and closest companions. If someone dared to use a summoner's creatures as experimental subjects, the result would undoubtedly be a grudge that could never be resolved. Dongfang Yao's face showed a trace of anxiety, but Xu Han gently held her hand, signaling her to remain calm. She trusted that her grandfather still had alternative solutions. Xu Ping spoke with a hint of apology in his tone. I was too presumptuous. Lin God General, please don't hold it against me. His tone was sincere, without a trace of pretense. Lin Mayu took a deep breath. It's fine. Is there any other way I can assist? As long as it doesn't harm them, I'm open to discussion. Xu Ping pondered for a moment. There's another method I could try, and I assure you it will not harm your summoned creatures in any way. As long as it wouldn't harm his undead legion, Lin Mayu had no objections. Xu Ping took out a vial of potion and began sprinkling it over the skeletal berserker. As he worked, he explained, this is a skill absorption potion I developed. It can absorb various skills, whether supportive or offensive, and store them for future use. When needed, the stored skill can be released again. Lin Mayu was intrigued. He hadn't expected such a potion to exist. Curious, he asked, does this potion have any limitations? Xu Ping nodded. Of course, there are restrictions. For instance, it cannot store god-tier skills or certain unique abilities. Lin Mayu thought for a moment before asking, can it store skills derived from origin runes? Xu Ping shook his head. Most likely not. The skills from origin runes are on an entirely different level, far surpassing god-tier skills. Lin Mayu had anticipated this answer and wasn't disappointed. It was normal for such skills to be beyond the potion's capabilities. The potion covered the skeletal berserker's entire body, leaving a faint green glow over its surface. Lin Mayu could sense that the skeletal berserker wasn't harmed in any way. The potion merely coated its surface and didn't interfere with its core. Lin God General, please activate the cleansing skill again, Xu Ping requested. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. At his mental command, the Lich General activated its cleansing skill once more. Under the cleansing effect, the green glow on the skeletal berserker began to fade rapidly. Within moments, the skeletal berserker returned to its original state, and the potion was completely dispelled. Xu Ping's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Even my skill absorption potion was neutralized. The cleansing skill was designed to remove all abnormal statuses. As long as the level didn't exceed the skill's threshold, any abnormality could be eliminated. Xu Ping's skill absorption potion had been treated as an abnormal status and was thus cleansed. This outcome was entirely unexpected for Xu Ping. After some thought, he concluded, it seems the Lich General's skill works from the inside out. This skill is truly extraordinary. Lin Moyu agreed. The Lich General's abilities were indeed unique and unlike any other. For the moment, Xu Ping couldn't think of any further methods to try. Lin Moyu spoke up, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Xu Ping nodded. Thank you for your assistance today, Lin God General. Honor, escort Lin God General out. Shu Han acknowledged the request and led Lin Moyu away. Before leaving, Lin Moyu glanced at Dongfang Yao. Has your Dongfang family not prepared the compensation yet? Or are you planning not to compensate at all? Dongfang Yao trembled, feeling a chill run down her spine. At this moment, Lin Moyu seemed somewhat intimidating. She quickly replied, there's been a lot going on at home recently. My father will come to deliver it in a few days. Lin Moyu nodded. My master is waiting. Shu Han escorted Lin Moyu until he disappeared from sight. Tears welled up in Dongfang Yao's eyes. Grandfather Shu, is there really no way to save my mother? Xu Ping shook his head. Corpse poison is the most enigmatic poison I've encountered in my life. So far, the only thing capable of neutralizing it is Lin God General's Lich General. Beyond that, there's no other solution. Dongfang Yao grew more anxious. But he won't allow his skeletons to be used for experiments. Xu Ping sighed. That's understandable. For most summoners, their summoned creatures are their closest companions. Just as Lin God General said, they fight side by side. Summoned creatures can fall in battle, but they cannot be used as mere test subjects. Think about it, Yao. If someone wanted to use your mother for experiments, what would you do? Dongfang Yao didn't hesitate. I'd fight them to the death. But he has so many skeletons. Xu Ping chuckled softly. That's irrelevant. I'll continue to think of ways to treat your mother's poison. For now, the ice formation is keeping her stable, and her life isn't in immediate danger. Lin God General has promised to help when he has the ability. With his character, he'll undoubtedly keep his word. Dongfang Yao still looked distressed. But how long will that take? Xu Ping replied calmly, not long. Once he reaches God tier, he should have the means to help. Really? But who knows when he'll reach God tier? At the rate he's advancing, it won't take long. Meanwhile, Shu Han apologized to Lin Moyu. I'm sorry, Lin Jr. brother. I didn't expect my grandfather to make such a request. Lin Moyu replied indifferently, it has nothing to do with you. Perhaps Senior Alchemist didn't understand the bond one share with my skeletons. Or maybe he thought they were just tools because of their numbers. Shu Han looked at him carefully. You're not angry, are you? Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Not at all. Ignorance isn't a crime. I'm not that petty. Shu Han sighed in relief. That's good to hear. She then added, please don't be upset with Princess Yao either. She's just trying to save her mother. What happened last time in the realm of decay wasn't her intention. Mentioning Dongfang Yao, Lin Moyu's tone turned slightly colder. I understand. I've promised her that when I have the ability, I'll return to save her mother. Lin Moyu always kept his word. After returning to Xiaojing Academy, Lin Moyu received a message from Ningyi. I'm off to a trial. It was just one sentence, with no mention of how long she'd be gone or where she was headed. Lin Moyu thought to himself that life in prominent families wasn't necessarily as glamorous as it seemed. While they had abundant resources and advanced quickly, they also bore immense pressure and responsibilities. Take Mo Yun, for example, or even Dongfang Yao, a princess. None of them had it easy. Back in the dungeon hall, Lin Moyu entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon alone and began grinding. Before reaching level 50, the Beast God Plateau dungeon was the best place to level up. Lin Moyu was determined to reach level 50 as soon as possible, then make a trip to the Eternal Battlefield to meet that mysterious and terrifying entity. Solo dungeon runs significantly increased Lin Moyu's efficiency. It wasn't just about doubling the experience gained, the speed of clearing the dungeon had also improved noticeably. Previously, when he was with Ningyi, they would chat and laugh as they progressed. Although their pace wasn't slow, they hadn't fully optimized for efficiency. Now alone, Lin Moyu transformed into an unfeeling grinding machine. He swept through the dungeon with relentless momentum, and wherever his undead legion passed, nothing was left alive. Experience points surged rapidly, and his efficiency was astonishing. Each dungeon run increased his experience by about 8%, and he could complete one run every hour on average. At this rate, it would only take him half a day to level up. However, Lin Moyu was well aware that this leveling speed was only achievable before reaching level 50. Once he hit level 50, the Beast God Plateau dungeon, renowned for its high experience rewards, would no longer be of use. His leveling speed would slow down drastically. At that point, a single dungeon run might only yield 2% or 3% experience. To level up, he would have to grind through dozens of dungeon runs, repeating until exhaustion. At this moment, Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a bit envious of his older sister, Lin Mohan. Her unique talent allowed her to level up faster, and as her level increased, her talent grew stronger as well, making her leveling speed progressively faster. Lin Moyu estimated that by the time he reached level 70 and completed his third-class advancement, Lin Mohan might have already ascended to God tier. He had no doubts about Lin Mohan's ability to achieve godhood. He knew his sister well, she was absolutely capable of it. Otherwise, with the high expectations and strict standards of that person, they wouldn't have invested so much effort into nurturing Lin Mohan. While Lin Moyu was diligently grinding and leveling up, a storm of blood and turmoil was brewing within the Divine Xia Empire. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, who had been preparing for years, finally made their move. And when they struck, it was like a thunderclap. The military was their first target. Meng Anwen, wielding the Divine Xia Tower itself, joined forces with Bai Yuan and descended upon Fortress No. 9. This fortress was the Empire's frontline defense and housed its most elite troops. Here, no one was below level 60. A level 60 high-tier professional was merely a foot soldier in this place. Even level 70 peak-tier professionals could only serve as squad leaders. As they arrived, a pitch-black tower slowly rose into the air from the heart of Fortress No. 9, standing in opposition to the Divine Xia Tower. The Demon-Slaying Tower and the Divine Xia Tower, both legendary weapons of the Divine Xia Empire, were evenly matched in power. The military itself had internal factions, with Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan representing one faction and another group representing a rival faction. Though the two sides often clashed during peacetime, they would set aside their differences and cooperate during wartime, resulting in a peculiar dynamic. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan's faction was primarily based in Fortress No. 8, while the opposing faction dominated Fortress No. 9. Bai Yuan's voice echoed across the fortress, "Those whose names I call, step forward yourselves." One by one, names were read aloud. Those named trembled, their faces pale with fear. Bai Yuan held a detailed list, naming over a dozen individuals, all of whom held high-ranking positions within the military. Silence! A furious shout erupted from within the fortress, drowning out Bai Yuan's voice. Three figures soared into the air, their terrifying auras radiating as they glared at Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Each of them bore a purple insignia of military rank on their shoulders. Each was a divine general. One was a 4-star divine general, while the other two were 3-star generals. Though they were slightly below Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen in rank, they were formidable nonetheless. Bai Yuan had previously been a 5-star divine general. However, after assisting Lin Moyu in planting a soul imprint in the Hall of Heroic Souls, he had been demoted to a 4-star general. Recently, after slaying the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, he was reinstated as a 5-star general. Despite this, divine generals of the same rank were considered equals, which allowed the three generals from Fortress No. 9 to stand on equal footing with Bai Yuan. The three generals were Wang Lin, a 3-star divine general and level 92 divine knight; Wei Tsang, a 3-star divine general and level 92 divine warrior; Xia Xiais, a 4-star divine general and level 93 divine mage. Wang Lin, in particular, had previously been reprimanded by Meng Anwen at Xiaojing Academy. Meng Anwen's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze settling on Wang Lin with a hint of malice. That look sent a chill down Wang Lin's spine. However, with the demon-slaying tower behind him, he mustered the courage to meet Meng Anwen's gaze. Meng Anwen's smile carried a mocking undertone, as if to say, "Asterisk, you've grown bold, haven't you?" Asterisk. Bai Yuan's voice turned cold. "The people on this list are all members of the Demon Worshippers Society." "You're talking nonsense!" Xia Xiais roared. "What proof do you have for such accusations?" Several of the names Bai Yuan had called belonged to Xia Xiais' subordinates. If these individuals were indeed members of the Demon Worshippers Society, it would strongly implicate Xia Shi's as well. Bai Yuan glanced at Xia Shi's with disdain. Xia Shi's, have you been in this fortress so long that you've forgotten who I am? Xia Shi's froze for a moment. Only now did he remember Bai Yuan's other identity. Wang Lin and Wei San also seemed to realize something, their expressions shifting dramatically. Bai Yuan typically disregarded day-to-day military affairs, behaving like a hands-off leader. But at their level, they knew that Bai Yuan actually commanded a highly secretive division within the military. This division operated in the shadows, infiltrating the military, the empire, and even civilian sectors. Its sole purpose was intelligence gathering. The division had been created specifically to combat the Demon Worshippers Society. If the Demon Worshippers Society was shrouded in secrecy, then Bai Yuan's division was even more covert. Only Bai Yuan himself knew the identities of its members. If Bai Yuan claimed that the individuals on his list were problematic, there was a high likelihood that they were indeed guilty. Although Xia Shi's was beginning to believe him, he stubbornly pressed on. Do you have any evidence? Bai Yuan sneered. My word is evidence. Now, I'm going to kill them. Will you stand in my way, or will you step aside? A murderous aura surged from Bai Yuan as his overwhelming presence as a level 95 God-tier powerhouse spread throughout the area. At God tier, even a single level difference represented a massive disparity in power. Under his oppressive aura, the three generals felt immense pressure, their faces turning ashen. Only now did they realize that Bai Yuan's reputation was well-deserved. A level 95 God-tier powerhouse was truly terrifying. Even if the three of them joined forces, they weren't confident they could defeat Bai Yuan. Boom! The fortress trembled violently. An equally powerful aura erupted from within the fortress, matching Bai Yuan's. Why the anger, White God? An elderly voice echoed softly. A white-haired elder slowly ascended into the air, positioning himself in front of Xia Shi's and shielding him from Bai Yuan's aura. Bai Yuan burst into laughter. Old man, so you're really here. I wasn't sure when I received the intel, but it turns out to be true. The elder was Yi Hao, a level 95 God-tier powerhouse and a 5-star divine general. However, his seniority placed him in the same generation as Bai Yuan's father. Yi Hao sighed. I haven't left this place in years. Bai Yuan's eyes gleamed with fighting intent. So, are you planning to stop me? Yi Hao shook his head. If White God has already investigated thoroughly, then there's no mistake. Even if there is, White God will surely provide an explanation. Bai Yuan declared loudly, at least you understand protocol. The evidence will come later, and I, Bai Yuan, never killed the wrong person. Yi Hao extended a hand. Then please proceed, White God. Bai Yuan flashed into the air above the fortress. This time, neither Xia Shi's, Wei San, nor Wang Lin dared to intervene. With Yi Hao in charge, their opinions no longer mattered. Bai Yuan's aura enveloped Fortress Number 9 like a barrier as his voice rang out. By the command of the Divine General. Warriors of humanity, draw your weapons. Arrest everyone I name. If they resist, kill them on the spot. As his words fell, every soldier within the fortress unsheathed their weapons. Before Bai Yuan could repeat the names, those previously called began desperately attempting to flee. But escape was impossible. All teleportation arrays, stones, and tools had been rendered ineffective. The Divine Xia Tower had locked the space the moment Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen arrived. Those who tried to escape were immediately confronted. Resistance was met with death on the spot. As Bai Yuan continued to call out names, the fortress erupted into chaos. Fighting broke out, and the scent of blood filled the air. For those who resisted with all their might, there was only one outcome: death. With Bai Yuan present, not a single target could escape. The sounds of battle, screams, and wails echoed endlessly. Under the command of the Divine General's decree, every soldier in the fortress obeyed without question. Any hesitation or defiance would immediately raise suspicions. Bai Yuan's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the fortress below. The fortress housed a legion of tens of thousands, including a significant number of elite professionals. Among them were numerous top-tier professionals above level 80. The names Bai Yuan had identified made up only a small fraction of the personnel. Those named were swiftly apprehended, while a few who resisted were killed on the spot. Meng Anwen, who had remained silent, watched the scene unfold with a calm demeanor. Behind him, the Divine Xia Tower rotated slowly, occasionally emitting a faint humming sound. For a scene like this, Bai Yuan's presence alone was sufficient. There was no need for Meng Anwen to intervene. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes. Of the 18 individuals on Bai Yuan's list, 11 were immediately executed, while the remaining 7 had their limbs broken and were tossed to the ground like stray dogs. None of them dared to refute the accusations, and Bai Yuan gave them no opportunity to do so. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the Divine Xia Tower, and the 7 survivors vanished simultaneously, taken into the tower. Bai Yuan's gaze remained piercing as he surveyed everyone present. Well done. You've performed admirably. As soldiers, never forget the ironclad laws of the military, orders are absolute. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices thundering, "We obey the command of the Divine General." Bai Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Yi Hao and said, "Elder Yi, allow me to add one more thing. The Empire's military is not a private army. Its purpose is to defend against external threats, not to be tainted by other agendas." Yi Hao smiled faintly. "Naturally. As White God has witnessed, the soldiers here understand that military orders are absolute and will not defy the command of the Divine General. Likewise," Yi Hao continued, "I trust that the troops in Fortress No. 8 adhere to the same standards." Bai Yuan laughed heartily. "Of course. I'm heading there next. Elder Yi, would you care to accompany me?" Yi Hao shook his head. "There's no need. I trust your judgment, White God." "Very well, then. I shall take my leave. Evidence will be delivered later." Fortress No. 9 was merely the first strike, a warm-up. The 18 individuals taken down here represented only a minuscule portion of the overall list. Now that the operation had begun, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen intended to cleanse thoroughly. Both men knew that there were likely more members of the Demon Worshippers Society hidden within Fortress No. 9. However, those individuals were deeply embedded and had not yet been identified. Still, Bai Yuan was confident that if they dared to make a move, they would inevitably expose themselves. This purge was not about completely eradicating the Demon Worshippers Society in one fell swoop, it was about crippling them. At the very least, it would force them to lay low for the foreseeable future, unable to act openly. Of course, there was another possibility that the Demon Worshippers Society, driven into a corner, might launch a full-scale counterattack. Such a scenario could plunge the Empire into chaos for a time. However, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen had long since made preparations. Even if chaos ensued, it would not spiral out of control. On the contrary, if the Demon Worshippers Society retaliated, it might force some of their most deeply hidden members into the open. As Meng Anwen put it, "I'd welcome it." Such an outcome would allow them to excise this cancer even more thoroughly. Meng Anwen glanced at Yi Hao, Xia Shi's, and the others, his expression impassive and silent. Before leaving, he turned his gaze toward the demon-slaying tower and asked slowly, "The demon-slaying tower still doesn't have a master, does it?" At these words, the expressions of the 4 individuals changed drastically. Even Yi Hao, who had maintained a smile throughout, now looked grim. Xia Shi's and the other 2 grew visibly uneasy, their faces darkening. The memory of Meng Anwen's overpowering claim to the Divine Xia Tower was still fresh in their minds. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. "What are you trying to say, Divinen?" Meng Anwen replied, "Nothing much. Just make sure to guard the demon-slaying tower well. Its master will arrive soon." With that, a teleportation array appeared in midair, carrying Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan away. The remaining individuals exchanged uneasy glances. Xia Shi's clenched his fists. What did he mean by that? Wang Lin suddenly thought of something. Could he be referring to Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu? Who is that? Yi Hao, having withdrawn from worldly affairs for years, was unfamiliar with the name. Wang Lin quickly recounted everything he knew about Lin Moyu. Yi Hao was deeply shocked after hearing the story. "I never imagined that our human race would produce such a prodigy. If he reaches God tier and becomes the next master of the demon-slaying tower, it's not out of the question." Xia Shi spoke anxiously, then, "Elder Yi, your opinion?" Yi Hao chuckled. "The emergence of such a prodigy among our people is a blessing. I've tried for years but have never fully mastered the demon-slaying tower. It seems I've fallen short. If he succeeds, I will gladly yield the position. Remember this, no matter how we may struggle internally, it is all for the sake of humanity. Humanity needs its geniuses and fresh blood. Competition is acceptable, but suppression, never." "Do you understand?" The 3 quickly replied, "We understand." Above Fortress No. 8, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan arrived. Bai Yuan asked in a deep voice, "Old Meng, were you suggesting earlier that Xiaoyu should take control of the demon-slaying tower?" Meng Anwen responded, "Any objections?" Bai Yuan shook his head. "None. It's just, the difficulty." "Trust Xiaoyu," Meng Anwen said simply, his tone leaving no room for doubt. That single sentence was enough, nothing more needed to be said. Bai Yuan said no more and descended over Fortress Number 8. By the command of the Divine General, the blade was lifted once again. Fortress Number 9 had only been the beginning, the main event was yet to come. Bai Yuan made no effort to suppress the spread of information. If anyone attempted to leak details, their actions could reveal their affiliations and expose vulnerabilities. Bai Yuan's intelligence network would not spare any suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, a massive purge had officially begun across the empire. Troops returned from the primordial battlefield in waves. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen's forces within the empire also sprang into action. Tension filled the air, and heads began to roll. This operation implicated a vast number of individuals, government officials, noble families, and more, totaling at least tens of thousands. Each case was backed by solid evidence. As Bai Yuan had declared, his word was evidence enough. Given Bai Yuan's reputation, no one dared question his judgment. After swiftly purging Fortress Number 8, Bai Yuan dispatched large forces to Fortresses Number 7, Number 6, and others. With the authority of Bai Yuan's divine general decree, no one dared resist. In Haicheng, the Zhou family, the most prominent clan in the city, found itself surrounded. The Zhou family controlled most of Haicheng and had immense influence. The previous patriarch, Zhou Qingtian, had been a god-tier powerhouse of the same era as Yi Hao, a senior even to Bai Yuan. After stepping down, Zhou Qingtian handed the family's affairs to his descendants and had since distanced himself from worldly matters. Today, however, he was forced to act. Looking at the soldiers surrounding his family, an elite unit composed entirely of high-tier professionals, Zhou Qingtian sensed that something was gravely amiss. In his youth, he had served in the military and knew exactly what such a force represented. Such units were rarely deployed, and when they were, it was always for matters of great consequence. He never expected that today, their blades would turn against his own family. As he faced the murderous intent emanating from the soldiers, Zhou Qingtian slowly ascended into the air and said in a commanding voice, "May I ask what crime the Zhou family has committed?" Though Zhou Qingtian was a god-tier powerhouse with immense strength, he understood that the military would not dare encircle his family without even greater forces backing them. "Elder Zhou, I trust you've been well," a clear voice rang out. Ning Tairan stepped into Zhou Qingtian's view. Ning Tairan, though also a grandfather, was still a generation younger than Zhou Qingtian. Recognizing him, Zhou Qingtian asked, "Tairan, what is the meaning of this?" Ning Tairan sighed and tossed a dossier to Zhou Qingtian. "See for yourself, Elder Zhou." Zhou Qingtian accepted the documents, his expression shifting from shock to rage as he read. The once mighty god-tier powerhouse trembled uncontrollably, his face alternating between ashen pale and iron black. Ning Tairan sighed again. "You were my role model in my youth, a hero who fought the abyssal demons on the primordial battlefield. But now, the Zhou family." Hearing mention of his former glory, Zhou Qingtian's entire being shook with fury. "Through gritted teeth," he said, "the younger generation has shamed me, Tairan. Leave this matter to me, I will give you a satisfactory resolution." Ning Tairan nodded. "That would be for the best. I trust you, Elder Zhou." Ning Tairan had no desire to clash directly with Zhou Qingtian. While he wasn't afraid, a battle between god-tier powerhouses would likely devastate Haicheng and its neighboring cities. Given Zhou Qingtian's past contributions to humanity, allowing him to address his family's transgressions was the best course of action. It was a way of preserving dignity for an elder who had once bled for his people. Similar incidents to what happened with the Zhou family were unfolding across the empire. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen made no move for minor matters, but when they did act, it was with the force of a thunderstorm. Only now did many begin to realize the sheer strength of their influence. It was not just their personal combat power that struck fear into the hearts of many, it was the extensive network of allies and subordinates at their disposal. The empire's renowned mage bloodline family, led by Ning Tairan, who stood on equal footing with Bai Yuan as a level 95 powerhouse. The Mo family, known for their summoner bloodline, headed by Mo Xinghai, a level 94 powerhouse. The Feng family, stationed long-term at Fortress Number 8, famed for their divine swordsmanship. The Su family, inheritors of the light mage lineage. These families, which usually kept a low profile, began to mobilize, and their actions caused shockwaves not just across the empire but throughout the world. One god-tier powerhouse after another emerged, carrying out Bai Yuan's orders and rapidly dismantling the demon worshippers' society. By the time the demon worshippers realized what was happening, they had already suffered significant losses, with countless members and years of effort wiped out in vain. Through this operation, Bai Yuan sent a clear message to the world: he had always known of their existence. The incident also revealed to the public just how deeply the demon worshippers' society had infiltrated the empire. The military, the royal family, noble houses, prestigious academies, local officials, they had all been compromised. The demon worshippers began to retaliate, plunging the empire into waves of chaos. Some of their members held significant positions of power within the empire and resisted fiercely. Bai Yuan had only one response: kill. The chaos was well within his expectations, but it would not last long. A few days would be enough to suppress it. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu, unaware of the turmoil outside, was quietly grinding through dungeons in the instance hall. In just 2 days, he had leveled up from 45 to 48. Gaining 3 levels in 2 days was a speed that would leave anyone astounded. Thanks to the existence of the Beast God Plateau dungeon, Lin Moyu's progress between levels 40 and 50 was like a speeding train. This incredible leveling pace would only slow down after level 50. After all, large-scale dungeons like Beast God Plateau were rare. Though the instance hall had hundreds of dungeons, there were only 2 large-scale ones. And above large-scale dungeons, there was only one super-large dungeon, which required level 66 to enter. Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to access it until he reached level 61. On the 3rd day of Bai Yuan's purge against the demon worshippers, the teleportation array in the instance hall suddenly lit up. Dozens of individuals arrived, all wearing the uniforms of the Xiaojing Academy. They were students of Xiaojing Academy, but they came from various affiliated schools, including the top 3 academies Chuanshan, Chuanshi, and Yanhuang. Their presence immediately drew the attention of many. Strange, why is there a group like this? I don't know, but I'm curious. I can feel killing intent from them. It's not just killing intent, there's a peculiar aura about them. Yeah, I feel it too, but I can't put it into words. The students in the instance hall were puzzled. It wasn't uncommon to see teams composed of members from different academies. But a group of 30 or more, all from different schools, was unprecedented. The group, exuding killing intent, marched straight to the entrance of the Beast God Plateau dungeon. Are you sure Lin Moyu just entered? Confirmed. Let's move. With these brief words, someone pulled out several black stones. The stones were instantly activated, transforming into streaks of black light that shot into the dungeon vortex. The group then followed, entering the dungeon one by one. Only then did the other students realize something was wrong. Someone shouted in alarm, "This is bad. The stones they took out are abyssal demon stones." No wonder their aura felt strange, that's the aura of abyssal demons. These people are from the Demon Worshippers Society. They're targeting the Divine General Lin. I can't believe the Demon Worshippers managed to infiltrate Xiaojing Academy. This is a major crisis. Someone notify the instructors. The students scrambled to alert their instructors, and soon the entire academy was in an uproar. Instructors received the emergency warnings and abandoned their classes, rushing to the instance hall. But by the time they arrived, they found the dungeon entrance sealed. No one could enter or leave the dungeon. Within 2 minutes, nearly half the academy's instructors had gathered in the instance hall. After all, this involved Lin Moyu and the abyssal demons, an issue of utmost importance. Suddenly, one instructor broke into maniacal laughter. If everyone here dies, Xiaojing Academy will surely suffer. The crowd was stunned. Before anyone could react, the instructor pulled out several demon stones and activated them. A massive barrier appeared, enveloping the entire instance hall. Abyssal fire roared to life, and within the flames, a shadowy figure of a demon king emerged. Hidden powerhouses within Xiaojing Academy immediately awakened. How dare you? You dare invade Xiaojing Academy? Demon scum, you're courting death. Do you even know where you are? Since you've come, don't expect to leave. With furious roars, one powerhouse after another soared into the sky. At the same time, a barrier appeared outside Xiaojing Academy, and the sky burned with abyssal fire. The sinister laughter of an abyssal demon king echoed across the land. Similar scenes were playing out not just in Xiaojing Academy but in many prestigious academies across the Divine Xia Empire. The demon worshippers had gone mad, launching an all-out counteroffensive. Just as Meng Anwen had predicted, they'd been pushed into a corner and were now lashing out desperately. Inside the Beast God Plateau dungeon, Lin Moyu had only recently entered. His undead army was pulling mobs as usual when the entire dungeon suddenly trembled. The once bright plateau dimmed, and dark energy began to spread. Emerald green abyssal flames ignited in the air. Abyssal fire? Lin Moyu recalled his undead army and looked up at the now dark and greenish sky. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal fire had spread across the entire dungeon. How can there be abyssal fire inside a dungeon? Could something have happened in the instance hall? Lin Moyu thought to himself as he attempted to leave the dungeon, but there was no response. One of the safety mechanisms of the instance hall was the ability to exit a dungeon at any time, even in hell difficulty instances. But now, Lin Mayu found himself unable to leave. Even his teleportation stones were rendered useless. The only exception was his abyssal teleportation stone, which remained functional. Lin Mayu understood immediately it was because the abyssal teleportation stone was too high level to be sealed. From above, sinister laughter echoed as abyssal fire poured down, engulfing the dungeon's monsters. The monsters began to undergo mutations, their levels rapidly increasing. At the same time, a group of individuals appeared within the dungeon. The moment Lin Mayu saw them, he knew something was wrong. The intruders were students from various academies, their faces twisted with malice and their auras brimming with killing intent. Lin Mayu, highly sensitive to killing intent, immediately realized they were here to kill him. Upon entering the dungeon, the group quickly moved to specific positions. Each of them held a black demon stone, which they activated simultaneously. Lin Mayu's sharp eyes scanned their formation. 36 people. It seems their positions are deliberate. Is this a ritual array? As the demon stones were activated, intricate patterns of a formation rapidly emerged. Within 0.1 seconds, a massive ritual array had fully formed. Abyssal fire surged within the array. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon King to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon King to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon King to descend. The 36 individuals chanted in unison, their faces alight with madness. With each chant, the abyssal fire grew more intense. Engulfed in flames, their bodies turned to ash, yet none screamed in pain. Their expressions remained fervent and fanatical. The abyssal fire surged skyward, connecting with the flames above the dungeon. At that moment, the dungeon trembled violently, and the abyssal aura intensified. Not only were the monsters within the dungeon mutating, but the environment itself began to transform. In an instant, the dungeon seemed to have become part of the abyssal realm. Lin Mayu heard a furious roar. The roar emanated from the abyssal fire before him, where a pair of enormous eyes appeared. Lin Mayu immediately recognized their owner and old adversary, the Flame Demon King. With the roar, the abyssal fire grew even wilder, as if it intended to consume the entire world. Lin Mayu understood everything in an instant. These individuals were members of the Demon Worshippers Society. They had used abyssal demon stones to seal the dungeon and sacrificed themselves to summon the Flame Demon King. Their goal was clear: to annihilate him completely. They had likely prepared meticulously, knowing that no one from the academy could aid him. He would have to face the Flame Demon King alone. Lin Mayu's expression grew solemn. This would be a life-or-death battle. Fortunately, his abyssal teleportation stone remained functional, providing him with an escape route. If that's the case, let's see if I can slay a Demon King. Excitement flickered in Lin Mayu's eyes. The Divine Stone of Domain began spinning rapidly, its energy surging. Killing intent erupted, piercing the heavens. The Demon Worshippers Society launched an all-out counterattack, seemingly ready to perish alongside Baiyuan if necessary. They summoned demons directly from the abyss and, together with their own members, began laying siege to the top academies across the empire. Within the ranks of the academy's instructor teams, members of the demon worshippers were discovered, exposing the terrifying extent of their infiltration over the years. However, the academies were no pushovers. Hidden within them were formidable powerhouses, who began to reveal themselves one after another. Elite institutions like Shajing Academy and Jindan Academy harbored god-tier beings, while other academies, even those without god-tier fighters, saw the emergence of level 85 and above experts, including pseudogods. Through the chaos caused by the demon worshippers, the world caught a glimpse of the Divine Xia Empire's true strength. It turned out that the empire concealed an incredible number of powerhouses. Previously, the number of known god-tier beings in the empire was thought to be around 10. But now, it was evident that there were well over 20. Nations that had initially treated the events with a sense of detachment, as though watching a spectacle, quickly changed their attitudes. What had once been amusement turned into fear and awe. No one knew if the Divine Xia Empire concealed even deeper, more powerful existences. No one could be sure whether what they were witnessing was only the tip of the iceberg. The Empire's true power was unfathomable. Inside the dungeon, the Flame Demon King emerged from the abyssal fire. Lin Mayu finally saw the Flame Demon King's true form. It was a spherical demon, a massive orb over 3 meters in diameter. Its 2 eyes took up more than 70% of its body, leaving no visible nose or mouth. Its body was covered in tentacles, several of which were particularly thick and appeared to function as its limbs. The demon's entire body was engulfed in raging flames, and wherever it moved, the temperature soared. The ground beneath it melted, and even the surrounding space warped and distorted from the heat. No wonder I've only ever seen one of its eyes before. So, this is what it looks like, Lin Mayu muttered. He had only seen the Flame Demon King's eye in the past, never imagining it would look so peculiar. The Flame Demon King's expression was unreadable, but its emotions were evident from the intensity of its flames. He, Lin Mayu, there's no escape for you this time, the Flame Demon King sneered, its voice dripping with malice, as though it was certain of Lin Mayu's doom. Lin Mayu stood still, observing the Flame Demon King and sensing its aura. Something felt off. This wasn't his first encounter with a god-tier being. He had even killed a Demon King's avatar before and had first-hand experience of their overwhelming power. But this Flame Demon King didn't seem as strong as he had expected. Its true body was undeniably present, it was stronger than the Barbarian Bull Demon King's avatar, which he had slain. Yet it seemed weaker than the Barbarian Bull Demon King's true form. This was peculiar, especially since Bai Yuan had once mentioned that the Barbarian Bull Demon King was among the weakest of the Demon Kings. As his thoughts raced, Lin Mayu quickly pieced things together. So, you're weaker than expected. Is it because the sacrificial power wasn't enough? Or is it because the dungeon's rules are suppressing you? You've gone to great lengths to alter the dungeon's rules, but it seems you couldn't completely change them. Dungeons had rules. They didn't allow excessively powerful entities to enter. The Flame Demon King had used a special method to temporarily twist the rules, allowing it to descend, but it still couldn't fully bypass the restrictions. The rules continued to suppress it. The Flame Demon King chuckled darkly. Your intuition is sharp. You figured it out that quickly. But what of it? Even with only a tenth of my power, killing you will be effortless. Lin Mayu glanced around. The abyssal fire had caused the dungeon's monsters to mutate significantly. They were now stronger, with vastly increased vitality. Without making a sound, Lin Mayu cast several detection spells in quick succession. Mutated Plateau Wolf. Level *52. Strength *50,000. Agility *50,000. Spirit *10,000. Constitution *40,000. Skills *roar, pounce. Traits *dark elemental damage reduced by 30%. The plateau wolves had mutated, their levels rising from 46 to 52. Their stats had drastically increased, with a total attribute value of 150,000. Ordinarily, monsters in large-scale dungeons were comparable in difficulty to monsters in hell difficulty dungeons of the same level. For instance, monsters in a level 52 hell difficulty dungeon typically had total attributes just above 100,000, while elite monsters could exceed 200,000. But now, these mutated monsters, imbued with abyssal fire, far exceeded the norm. It wasn't just the plateau wolves, other monsters had undergone similar transformations. By this logic, the dungeon bosses would now rival world bosses in stats, though they might lack some of the unique traits of world bosses. Seeing this, Lin Mayu had already formulated a plan. He knew how to deal with the Flame Demon King. A faint smile appeared on his lips. If this were anywhere else, you might be right. But here... The Flame Demon King hesitated briefly. But what? Lin Mayu simply chuckled. With a bang, his lightning wings unfurled, propelling him instantly toward the depths of the dungeon. He wasn't about to tell the Flame Demon King that this dungeon, teeming with monsters, was essentially a massive arsenal for him. Trying to flee? Dream on! The Flame Demon King roared, dragging its fiery body in pursuit. Its speed wasn't much slower than Lin Mayu's, and within the confines of the dungeon, Lin Mayu had nowhere to run. The Flame Demon King laughed maniacally. Don't bother. You can't escape me. Submit and let me kill you, and I promise to burn you until not even ashes remain. As it spoke, it unleashed waves of death rays. Lin Mayu weaved through the air, deftly evading each attack. In the past, avoiding the death rays would have been impossible for him. But now, with his greatly enhanced stats, extensive combat experience, and the incredible speed granted by his lightning wings, he was able to dodge the attacks. The Flame Demon King relentlessly chased Lin Mayu, laughing wildly. Stop wasting your energy. You can't escape. Escape? Lin Mayu had no intention of fleeing. In an instant, he arrived above plateau number 3. Among the 4 plateaus in the dungeon, plateau number 4 was populated by elite monsters, making it relatively sparse. Plateau number 3, however, was teeming with monsters. As Lin Mayu flew, his undead army silently descended, scattering to pull monsters together. Lin Mayu's plan was clear. He would rely on 2 key abilities to take down the Flame Demon King. One was corpse explosion, and the other was empowered soldiers. After all, his opponent was a demon king. It had to be destroyed in one decisive strike, leaving no room for recovery. Based on his previous battles with god-tier beings in the corpse realm, he knew that under the effects of empowered soldiers, he could hold his ground against such entities, even if only briefly. Now, with the Flame Demon King's strength suppressed, it was no match for the entities he had faced in the corpse realm. Considering all these factors, Lin Mayu was confident he could achieve the extraordinary feat of slaying a demon king. On plateau number 3, a third of the monsters had already been gathered. The remaining ones were still being pulled in from farther away. As the time on his lightning wings dwindled, Lin Mayu slowed down, allowing the Flame Demon King to close in. The Flame Demon King laughed triumphantly. "What's the matter? Tired already? For someone of your level to possess a flight skill is already surprising to me. But how much longer can you keep flying? Skills always have cooldowns." Lin Mayu remained silent. Below, the skeleton berserkers silently killed a few monsters. At that moment, Lin Mayu retracted his lightning wings, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. His face showed a hint of panic, as though his skill had run out and he had no choice but to fall. The Flame Demon King was completely fooled. It followed him down, accelerating as it descended. The moment Lin Mayu hit the ground, the Flame Demon King crashed down as well. With a deafening boom, the earth quaked, and flames engulfed the area. Nearby monsters were sent flying, and even the corpses Lin Mayu had prepared were blasted hundreds of meters away. Lin Mayu's skeletal armor glowed, shielding him from the fiery shockwave before shattering with a bang. The damage he took was transferred to his undead army, injuring many of his skeletons. The Lich generals quickly moved to heal them. Even with its power suppressed, the Flame Demon King was still a demon king, equivalent to a god-tier human powerhouse, with terrifying attack power. The Flame Demon King laughed uproariously. "Did you think I wouldn't know what you were planning? You want to use corpses to blow me up? Do you really think I'd give you that chance?" Lin Mayu sighed inwardly. As expected, demon kings aren't fools. But, in human literature, the demon kings of the abyss are often described as cunning and treacherous. Lin Mayu, however, believed that not every demon king was necessarily so, but none of them could be considered foolish. Demon kings were the rulers of the abyss. If they were foolish, how could they possibly manage their domains? Thus, Lin Mayu had never underestimated any demon king he encountered. When the Flame Demon King saw through Lin Mayu's setup and blasted the gathered monsters and corpses away, Lin Mayu wasn't surprised in the slightest. On the contrary, this was entirely within his expectations. Skill, Curse of Decay. Skill, Soul Flame. With a flick of his hands, two skills were unleashed almost simultaneously. A crimson glow flashed as a small sword with shackles appeared above the Flame Demon King's head. Immediately after, the soul flame descended, and the Flame Demon King let out a sharp, agonizing scream. It had tasted the torment of the soul flame before, a pain so excruciating that the memory of it remained vivid even now. It was during that encounter that its hatred for Lin Mayu had escalated to a level where it swore never to rest until it killed him. But back then, Lin Mayu had been below level 30. Now, his attributes and skill levels had increased substantially. The damage from the soul curse was far more terrifying, and the pain was amplified several times over. Amid its screeches of agony, the Flame Demon King's hatred flared even brighter. Death rays erupted wildly from its body, and flames swept across the ground. Yet, under the influence of the 25% curse effect, its movements were visibly slower. The moment the death rays were unleashed, Lin Mayu had already moved to the side, evading the attack. The death rays narrowly missed him, though his skeletal armor shattered once again, and his undead army suffered significant damage. In return, Lin Mayu launched a relentless counterattack. Soul flames rained down on the Flame Demon King, forcing it into a continuous state of torment. Even a demon king of the abyss couldn't completely avoid the effects of the curse. It had the ability to dispel the curse, but doing so required time. Not long, half a second at most, but Lin Mayu was determined to stretch that time as much as he could. The soul flame served this purpose perfectly, leaving the Flame Demon King no room to focus on dispelling the curse. Driven mad, the Flame Demon King's body suddenly sprouted thousands of compound eyes. The densely packed eyes were so horrifying that they made Lin Mayu's skin crawl. From each eye, death rays shot out, blanketing the air with beams of destruction. Damn! There was no way to dodge. He had no choice but to take the hit head-on. Lin Mayu's skeletal armor had already been reduced to fragments, leaving no time for him to repair it. As he continued to evade, Lin Mayu poured all his energy into unleashing soul flames, ensuring the Flame Demon King wouldn't have a moment to dispel the curse. He had completely abandoned the thought of replenishing his skeletal armor. Heh, you've definitely grown stronger. But how long can you keep this up? Don't you humans have a story about a cat playing with a mouse? I think this situation fits quite well. The Flame Demon King sneered, its attacks never letting up. Lin Mayu darted and dodged under the onslaught of death rays, appearing slightly battered. Thankfully, he was now level 48, a significant leap in strength compared to the last time he had faced the Flame Demon King. After his journey to the ancestral land, his constitution had increased dramatically, and his defenses had grown much stronger as a result. At level 48, his constitution had reached an impressive 87,616, and he commanded an undead army of 28 units. This army included 23 520 skeletons, with an additional 840 skeletons in reserve within his summoning space, as well as 28 Lich Generals boasting incredible vitality and constitution. With these stats, Lin Mayu was far tougher than before. As long as he wasn't subjected to sustained attacks from the Flame Demon King's primary eye, he could endure. While dodging, his plan was also nearing completion. From the bottom of the canyon, thousands of skeletal berserkers began climbing up, each carrying a corpse. The monsters at the canyon floor had already been cleared out by the undead army, leaving behind a supply of corpses. Though Lin Mayu had appeared to only be pulling monsters on plateau number 3, much of his undead army had secretly descended to the canyon floor to wipe out monsters and create a stockpile of corpses. At the same time, many of the monsters on plateau number 3 had also been cleared, leaving the ground littered with bodies. Similar operations had been carried out on plateau number 2 and plateau number 1, where the undead army was actively working to kill monsters and transport their corpses. Now, with the corpses finally in place, Lin Mayu suddenly shifted his position, moving closer to the Flame Demon King. A Lich General abruptly appeared in front of him, charging at the Flame Demon King in a frenzy. While rushing forward, the Lich General continuously activated healing spells for itself and the undead army. As the strongest entity among all summoned creatures, the Lich General's constitution, with all boosts applied, had exceeded 460,000. Killing it was harder than killing Lin Mayu himself. The Flame Demon King sneered, assuming Lin Mayu was at his limit. Using summoned creatures as shields? How long do you think that'll last? Death rays bombarded the massive form of the Lich General. Lin Mayu and the Lich Generals successfully drew the Flame Demon King's attention. It failed to notice the skeletal berserkers creeping closer from behind, each carrying a corpse. One after another, the corpses were silently hurled toward the Flame Demon King. The flames in Lin Mayu's hands suddenly stopped as his skill changed. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom! The explosion sent flames surging, and the Flame Demon King let out a muffled groan. Even though the corpses were only level 52 monsters, under the effects of the curse and skill buffs, they still managed to inflict damage. One explosion followed another as more corpses were thrown into the fray. Simultaneously, skeletal archmages and skeletal sharpshooters appeared in droves, unleashing their attacks in an instant. While the skeletal berserkers focused on throwing corpses, the archmages and sharpshooters concentrated on dealing damage. The Flame Demon King's body erupted with dazzling light as elemental energy violently detonated. However, the elemental explosions and arrows couldn't penetrate its fiery armor. Its body was naturally protected by its blazing flames, which rendered most attacks ineffective. Such attacks were trivial to a Demon King. Only the Corpse Explosion skill could inflict any real damage, but even then, it was minimal. The Flame Demon King's defenses were horrifyingly powerful. Weak. Far too weak. I was overly cautious earlier. So, this is the extent of your abilities? The Flame Demon King laughed wildly, realizing it had overestimated Lin Mayu. After all, Lin Mayu was just a sub-level 50 human. To a level 90 Demon King, he was nothing more than an insignificant pest. The Soul Flame, while agonizing, dealt little actual damage. And the seemingly terrifying Corpse Explosion? It barely managed to leave a scratch. The skeleton's attacks couldn't even break through its defenses. The Lich Generals were nothing more than meat shields. So, this is all you've got? You can make me feel some pain, but you're utterly useless otherwise. No matter how many summoned creatures you have, they won't save you. Tremble, for death is drawing ever closer. The Flame Demon King bellowed maniacally. The flames around its body surged even higher, connecting with the abyssal fire permeating the entire dungeon. The abyssal fire churned violently, granting it even greater power. Its attacks intensified, though its defenses were slightly weakened. Realizing Lin Mayu's attacks were weak, it shifted its focus entirely to offense. Lin Mayu could feel the increased damage inflicted on the Lich Generals. At this rate, the Lich Generals wouldn't last another 10 seconds. But his plan had already succeeded. The earlier explosions had only used old, less potent corpses, so the damage had been minimal. As for the skeletal archmages and sharpshooters, they were indeed limited by their level 48 stats, making their attacks relatively weak. Failing to break through the Flame Demon King's defenses was within expectations. Now, it was time for the real kill. There was only one chance. He had to strike decisively and take the Flame Demon King down in one blow. On the back of his hand, the primordial rune appeared. A radiant light shot out, enveloping all his summoned creatures. Empowered soldiers, for 30 seconds, increase all base attributes of self and summoned creatures by 200%. All attacks deal 500% additional damage. Cooldown, 1 hour ***. In that moment, his skeletons erupted with power. The skeletal berserker's stats, initially boosted to 190,000 by their innate talents, surged to 570,000 under empowered soldiers. With the Lich General's further 40% buff, their stats skyrocketed to 798,000, nearly 800,000. The skeletal archmage's spirit attributes soared to 2.3 million, and the sharpshooter's stats similarly skyrocketed. In addition to the attribute boost, all damage increased by 500%, resulting in an overall amplification exceeding tenfold. The Lich General's defenses also climbed dramatically. With nearly 1.4 million constitution, their durability became nearly unmatched. Any damage they had previously taken was healed almost instantly. Fresh corpses, more than a few hundred, were thrown into the fray. It was time to end this. The final strike begins. Green light erupted like a stellar explosion, dazzling and breathtaking. Toxic Starburst. Lin Mayu's final strike began with the launch of Toxic Starburst. At level 48, Toxic Starburst, enhanced by his innate talents, dealt 24,000 damage per second. Now, with the Yi-empowered soldiers' skill adding 500% damage, it could inflict a staggering 144,000 strength equivalent damage per second. While 144,000 damage per second wasn't enough to seriously harm the Flame Demon King, Lin Mayu valued another trait of the skill. Under the effect of poison, self-healing abilities were suppressed. This was the hallmark of poison-based abilities. The Demon King's regenerative abilities were formidable, and if left unchecked, they could hinder Lin Mayu's plan for an all-out kill. Thus, the first step was to snuff out its ability to regenerate. By now, the corpses were in position, hovering in the air above. The Flame Demon King continued its mocking laughter. So, you even have poison skills? Useless. Such pathetic attacks won't harm me in the slightest. Was that truly the case? At this moment, Lin Mayu activated both hands, detonating the corpses, fresh ones this time. Deafening explosions roared, drowning out the Demon King's voice entirely. Meanwhile, the skeletal archmages and skeletal sharpshooters unleashed their full power for the first time. In mere moments, they shattered the Flame Demon King's defenses. The next instant, the Demon King's shrieks pierced the air. The skeletal berserkers charged forward like bolts of lightning. Skeletal berserkers were evenly balanced across all attributes, whatever strength they possessed, their agility matched. With agility nearing 800,000, they moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they were upon the Flame Demon King. Their axes gleamed with a red glow as they unleashed their skill. Berserk Strike, LV.1, deals 500% of wielder's strength as damage to the target. Cooldown, 10 minutes, ***. What did 800,000 strength multiplied by 6 feel like? The axes swung down with nearly 4.8 million strength equivalent damage, tearing through the Demon King's defenses as if they were paper. Black blood, accompanied by searing flames, splattered into the air. The Demon King howled in agony, its cries sharp enough to pierce the heavens. The skeletal berserkers represented Lin Mayu's true killing blow and his most devastating offensive force, far surpassing the elemental explosions of the skeletal archmages or the unerring arrows of the sharpshooters. Corpse explosion, elemental blasts, sharpshooters' arrows, and the berserker's berserk strike, a four-pronged assault, delivered a crushing blow to the Flame Demon King in an instant. Amid its desperate cries, the Demon King frantically sought to escape. Enraged, it roared, "Lin Mayu! How dare you trick me!" Only now did it realize that Lin Mayu had been feigning weakness all along. The pig was now feasting on the tiger. The Flame Demon King tried to take flight, but the Lich Generals that had initially closed in were clinging tightly to its tentacles, refusing to let it escape. Not just them, the skeletal berserkers had plunged their bony hands into its wounds, gripping firmly to ensure it couldn't break free. The Demon King struggled madly, unleashing terrifying flames that raged against the Lich Generals and skeletal berserkers. Its immense strength dragged both the berserkers and lich generals into the air. At this moment, flames flickered in Lin Moyu's palms. Soul Flame, enhanced with 500% damage, descended upon the Demon King's head. Its blood-curdling screams once again resounded through the skies. Just as it was about to take flight, it plummeted back to the ground with a thunderous crash. The Flame Demon King nearly blacked out from the pain. The agony was so intense it was beyond anything it had ever experienced. For the first time, its mind went blank, unable to think. It took a full half-second to recover, and when it did, it screamed in terror, "What kind of skill is that? Why does it hurt so much?" Its voice trembled with fear. For the first time, it realized that it shouldn't have come for Lin Moyu at all. This human wasn't human, he was a monster. What kind of sub-level 50 human could reduce a Demon King to this state? The Flame Demon King was on the verge of tears, sensing that it might actually die here. But Lin Moyu's assault didn't stop. He had only 30 seconds, and 10 seconds had already passed. Though the Demon King had been gravely injured, Lin Moyu knew it wasn't enough, not yet, to kill it. The Flame Demon King thrashed violently, its body sprouting even more eyes. This time, the eyes were different, they narrowed into slits, as if squinting. In the next moment, beams shot out like sharp swords. Skill, Death Cleave. It was no longer Death Ray. Though the appearance was similar, the effect was entirely different. Death Ray was imbued with explosive and concussive energy, while Death Cleave was flat and razor-sharp. The terrifying cutting power struck the skeletal berserkers, slicing one cleanly in half. A skeletal berserker fell, and Lin Moyu's complete connection talent deactivated once again. The beams moved on to the Lich Generals next. The Lich Generals' immense constitution prevented them from being cut apart, but the sheer force of the impact sent them flying. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. Why had his talent deactivated again? The previous Death Ray hadn't triggered this issue, but this new skill had. Was it the Flame Demon King's innate ability? Or something else entirely? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out for the moment. Die! The Flame Demon King roared, directing its Death Cleave toward Lin Moyu. Given what had just happened to the skeletal berserker, Lin Moyu dared not block the attack with his own body. If his talent failed again, he'd have nowhere to cry if he died. He swiftly retreated, sending another skeletal berserker charging in to intercept. Lin Moyu knew he couldn't afford to falter now. If he failed to kill the Flame Demon King within the remaining 20 seconds, he would likely be the one to die. At this stage, retreat was not an option. Advancing held a glimmer of hope, retreat meant certain death. Moreover, Lin Moyu was confident that the Flame Demon King's skill couldn't be used indefinitely. Otherwise, why hadn't it used it from the start? As Deathcleave swept through, countless skeletal berserkers were shredded into fragments, dying on the spot. But more berserkers surged forward, undeterred by their fallen comrades. Those who managed to reach the Demon King swung their axes with ferocity, unleashing their strongest attacks before grappling onto it to prevent its escape. The Flame Demon King howled, unleashing death rays in every direction. Batch after batch of berserkers perished. Lin Moyu summoned every skeletal berserker he had in reserve, bolstering the undead army. The skeletal archmages and sharpshooters continued their attacks but spread out to avoid being wiped out by any new skill the Demon King might unleash. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the Flame Demon King had sprouted over 1,000 eyes, including its primary pair. It unleashed tens of thousands of Deathcleave beams, killing over 3,000 skeletal berserkers. But in exchange, the Demon King's injuries worsened. Its once spherical body had collapsed, deflated like a punctured balloon. The flames that once roared fiercely now flickered weakly, as though it were on its last breath. Lin Moyu pressed his advantage, showing no mercy. Another batch of fresh corpses was delivered and immediately weaponized. Deafening explosions rocked the battlefield once more. With 10 seconds remaining on empowered soldiers, a thunderous explosion erupted. The Flame Demon King detonated. The resulting inferno engulfed the entire plateau number 3. Abyssal fire from the sky rained down like a torrential storm, turning the entire dungeon into a fiery hell. Lin Moyu didn't relax, instead, he grew more vigilant. He hadn't received any notification that the Flame Demon King had been killed, which meant it was still alive. Amid the inferno, he spotted a scrawny silhouette, a frail, diminutive demon. The original Flame Demon King had been a spherical entity over 5 meters in diameter. But now, it was a diminutive demon less than 1 meter tall. Lin Moyu instinctively cast detection. Flame Gnome, Demon King level. Level, 90. Lin Moyu immediately understood. This was the Flame Demon King's true form. Its true body was that of a flame gnome, a race notoriously weak and lowly in the abyss. Among the abyssal demons, flame gnomes were at the very bottom, barely above mindless beasts. In the abyss, where the strong preyed on the weak, their low status stemmed from their lack of power. Who would have thought that the Flame Demon King was actually a flame gnome who had ascended to Demon King status? It was undoubtedly the result of some extraordinary opportunity. Lin Moyu quickly realized the implications. Even as a Demon King, this creature was likely the weakest among its peers. Were its true form revealed, stronger Demon Kings would likely hunt it down to uncover the secrets of its rise. After all, anything that could elevate a flame gnome to Demon King status would be unimaginably powerful. I'll fight you to the death. The Flame Demon King, now revealed in its true form, darted toward Lin Moyu like a streak of lightning. The Flame Demon King lunged forward like a mad beast. Though its body was now frail and diminutive, Lin Moyu dared not let down his guard. After all, this was still the true form of a Demon King. Claiming it wasn't powerful was out of the question. The Lich General instantly stepped forward to block its path, while a mass of skeletal archmages and skeletal sharpshooters encircled Lin Moyu protectively. Corpses were hurled into the air above him and detonated simultaneously. Amid the deafening explosions, the true form of the Flame Demon King was blasted into the air. It was at this moment that Lin Moyu realized the Demon King's strength had diminished drastically. With its outer shell destroyed, the Flame Demon King had lost the power befitting its title. The soul flame flickered once more, drawing agonized screams from the Demon King's true form. Stretching out its hands, it unleashed streams of black fire. At the same time, the abyssal flames in the sky were stirred, transforming into a fiery meteor shower raining down. Lin Moyu's expression remained cold and unchanging. There's no point in struggling anymore. The skeletal berserkers ignored the flames, charging straight toward the Flame Demon King. Their axes, glowing crimson, swung down in quick succession. With a series of swipes, the Demon King's arms and legs were severed. Next, the small wings on its back were sliced off. The Flame Demon King collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, utterly incapable of further resistance. Lin Moyu spoke, his tone calm yet unyielding. The moment you stepped into this place, where your power was suppressed, your fate was sealed. The Demon King continued to wail in disbelief. I refuse to accept this. How can someone who hasn't even reached level 50 be this strong? Lin Moyu shook his head. I owe you no explanation. Now, I shall send you on your way. No! Don't kill me! The Flame Demon King howled desperately, its voice filled with terror. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! In return, I'll tell you the secret of how I became a Demon King. Let me go, and I promise never to oppose you again. Its screams grew more frantic. It wanted to live. It was a Demon King, a ruler in the abyss, holding supreme power and authority. In the abyss, it enjoyed the finest luxuries, the ability to command and dominate. Lin Moyu shook his head once more. I do not make deals with demons. The skeletal berserkers had already raised their axes high. From beginning to end, Lin Moyu stayed far away, never taking a single step closer. He remained guarded, protected by his undead legion, wary of any potential self-destruction attempt by the Demon King. He wasn't about to let himself fall prey to a careless mistake. From Lin Moyu's icy tone and the determined movements of the skeletal berserkers, the Flame Demon King could see the unshakable resolve to end its life. It let out a final, frenzied roar. Then I curse you. With the soul of a Demon King, I curse you to never level up again. I curse your skills to be sealed, your vitality to wither, your strength to decay. As it spoke, thunder rumbled across the skies. One by one, curses broke through the barriers of time and space, descending upon Lin Moyu. With each curse cast, the Flame Demon King's vitality waned further. It was sacrificing its soul, casting malevolent curses with everything it had left. Scarlet, shadow-like light enveloped Lin Moyu as curse after curse rained down upon him. Yet Lin Moyu felt nothing. His skills weren't sealed, his vitality remained intact, and his attributes showed no signs of change. In that instant, Lin Moyu understood. His passive skill, status immunity, was at work. It granted immunity to all status effects, and curses, being a type of status effect, were also nullified. The Flame Demon King continued its desperate chanting, sacrificing its soul without realizing its curses were entirely ineffective. One curse after another, nearly a dozen in total, left its soul utterly drained and weakened to the brink of collapse. You're finished, it cackled madly. The curses I've cast with my god-level soul, only a transcendent being could lift them. I may not be able to kill you, but I've destroyed you completely. In your future life, you'll remember this gift from me. The Flame Demon King's laughter was deranged, believing that its curses had turned Lin Moyu into a cripple, even if he wasn't dead. The undead army parted, revealing Lin Moyu, who was still shrouded in the glow of the curses. He stepped forward, completely unharmed. Your curses are useless against me. Lin Moyu's cold words were a killing blow to the Demon King's psyche. He didn't need to say it, but he chose to. And with those words, he sent the Flame Demon King into an abyss of despair. Useless? No, impossible. That's impossible. The Demon King's screams turned into incoherent ramblings as it writhed on the ground. Lin Moyu's aura was as steady as ever, entirely unaffected. The glow of the curses flickered around him but had no effect. The Flame Demon King's hope shattered into pieces, its despair deepened into utter hopelessness. Its lifeless eyes stared blankly, and it muttered to itself. Impossible, this is impossible. Lin Moyu's objective was achieved. He smirked coldly. It's time for you to go. With just 1 second left on the empowered soldier's skill, the skeletal berserker swung its axe down. You have slain the Flame Demon King. Experience plus asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You have slain the Flame Demon King. General star plus 1, asterisk, asterisk. The sheer amount of experience startled Lin Moyu. A total of 90 billion experience points. That was equivalent to killing 45,000 monsters in a level 50 hell difficulty dungeon. His experience bar instantly skyrocketed by 50%, nearly as much as he'd gained from clearing the Beast God Plateau dungeon in its entirety. Lin Moyu pondered. If he hunted a few more Abyssal Demon Kings, would he level up instantly? Though it was a fleeting, unrealistic thought, the idea amused him nonetheless. He knew very well that luck was on his side this time. The Flame Demon King's power had been suppressed here, reduced to less than a fifth of its usual strength. Even so, killing it had been no easy feat. If they had fought outside the dungeon, Lin Moyu would have been the one to die. After all, at level 48, how could he possibly contend with a Demon King? Unless, of course, another Demon King entered a dungeon to hunt him down and one with similar strength to the Flame Demon King. If a stronger Demon King showed up, even with its power suppressed, Lin Moyu would surely perish. Aside from the experience, he also gained another general star. The military insignia radiated a brilliant light, now adorned with 2 stars. After becoming a 1-star God General, advancing further was no longer a matter of accumulating military merits. To ascend, one had to slay Abyssal Demon Kings or Dragon Kings. To advance from a 1-star God General to 2-star, one Demon King or Dragon King had to be slain. To become a 3-star God General, 2 more would need to fall. 4-star required 4 kills. 5-star demanded 8. The higher one climbed, the steeper the challenge. When Bai Yuan had marked Lin Moyu with the soul imprint, it had temporarily reduced his rank, equivalent to losing 1 Demon King's worth of merit. Later, he made up for it by slaying a Dragon King. For Lin Moyu to rise from 2-star to 3-star, he would need to kill 2 more Demon Kings or Dragon Kings, an unimaginable task. With the Flame Demon King dead, the abyssal flames in the sky gradually died down. However, the dungeon seal had yet to lift. It would take some time. I wonder what's happening outside, Lin Moyu muttered, summoning skeletons to replenish his undead army. This battle had cost him nearly 4,000 skeletal berserkers. Replenishing them would take over an hour. Moreover, the empowered soldier's skill was now on cooldown. If a battle awaited him outside, empowered soldiers would be his greatest reliance. Meanwhile, in the abyss itself, fiery rains began to pour across the lands. Abyssal flames descended from the sky, crashing into the ground like meteors. The demons of the abyss were stunned. One exclaimed in horror. The abyssal flame rain, a Demon King has fallen. The flames are concentrated in the Flame Demon King's territory. He's dead. What happened? How could the Flame Demon King fall? Did the humans invade? In the Succubus King's domain, the Succubus King stood on a palace balcony, gazing into the distance. Abyssal flame rain fell upon its territory as well, though not as heavily. The Flame Demon King went to confront Lin Moyu, didn't he? How did he end up dead? Who did he encounter? Bai Yuan? Meng Anwen? Serves him right. Did he think the human world was so easy to traverse? Taking his true form there, he deserved to die. On another note, the cult of demon worship has suffered heavy losses these past few days. Years of effort, gone to waste. There was no trace of anger on the Succubus King's face. Even though many of its followers were part of the cult of demon worship, they were nothing more than pawns to it. Their deaths meant little. If one batch died, it could always raise another to serve its whims. Stretching lazily, the Succubus King turned to re-enter its palace. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Succubus King, come to my palace. The Succubus King's expression shifted instantly, and it replied with reverence. At once, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. The air of bloodshed still lingered over Xiaojing Academy. The battle had ended some time ago. During the conflict, the students had transformed into fearless warriors, clashing with the demons that emerged. However, within the faculty, traitors had been revealed, those who had become devotees of demons. They unleashed an abyssal barrier, covering the academy and the dungeon hall. Some instructors had even turned on their students, ambushing and killing them, sacrificing their lives to summon demons from the abyss. Members of the cult of demon worship had broken into the academy from the outside, sacrificing themselves to call forth more powerful demons. A demon king was also summoned into the fray. But unfortunately for that demon king, it had misjudged the situation. This was Xiaojing Academy, the pinnacle of human academies. Here, there were not only students and instructors but also powerful figures from generations past who had chosen to remain hidden. The summoned Demon King barely had the opportunity to assert its power before being confronted by 3 god-level powerhouses. It was immediately stunned, realizing it couldn't win in a 3-against-1 battle. It fought desperately to escape. Eventually, after paying a hefty price, the Demon King managed to retreat back into the abyss. The treacherous instructor responsible for the demons summoning in the dungeon hall was ultimately executed. Though Xiaojing Academy suffered some damage and student casualties during the battle, the losses were minimal. Some instructors even argued that this ordeal wasn't entirely a bad thing for the students. After all, professional combatants couldn't simply rely on leveling up through dungeon dives, they also needed to be tempered by fire and blood. Many instructors observed the students' performance during the battle and found it unsatisfactory. This generation of students has had it too easy. Dungeon runs aren't enough. They need to be sent to the battlefield to undergo real training in the crucible of war. Just in time, the Dragon Clan has returned, and they're stirring. There will be no shortage of battles ahead. We should arrange more trial missions on the battlefield and let the students gain some real experience there. The Academy's leadership began discussions, recognizing the deficiencies exposed by the demon's sudden assault. Being well-studied, highly ranked, and proficient in dungeon combat did not make one a qualified professional combatant. The true purpose of professionals was to confront abyssal demons and the newly returned Dragon Clan. Lin Maoyu emerged from the dungeon hall, the dungeon seal had finally been lifted. Signs of battle still marked the hall, and the smell of blood lingered in the air. Some students were cleaning up the battlefield. When they saw Lin Maoyu, they stopped what they were doing, standing still and staring at him. Their gazes were peculiar. If it had been just 1 or 2 students, it wouldn't have seemed unusual, but when everyone looked at him this way, something was clearly off. Lin Maoyu frowned slightly and asked, "Did demons attack just now?" The student he addressed immediately saluted and replied, reporting to General Lin, "Yes, the battle just ended." Lin Maoyu nodded. "Relax. Tell me what happened." His presence exuded an unspoken authority that left the student tense but compliant. The student stammered as he recounted the events. The battles had taken place both at the academy and within the dungeon hall. Some students had been injured, and a few had died, though the overall impact was limited. The demons had miscalculated the students' capabilities, leading to their failure. What surprised Lin Maoyu was that several hidden top-tier professionals among the instructors had revealed themselves. These individuals had acted as pillars of stability, quickly neutralizing the demons. Xiaojing Academy's reputation as a haven for hidden talents was no exaggeration. There were even historical records of an unassuming instructor at Xiaojing Academy who, during a lecture, suddenly ascended to god level. Remarkably, the instructor had calmly finished the class before beginning their transformation. Looks like the abyssal demons underestimated the academy's strength. I didn't expect that there were 3 god-level powerhouses hidden here. Impressive. After gathering the information, Lin Maoyu left the dungeon hall. The student he had spoken to collapsed to the ground as soon as Lin Maoyu was out of sight. "General Lin's aura is terrifying," he muttered. Another student cautiously approached to help him up. "Don't you feel it too? General Lin seems stronger than before. It's not just his strength, it's his presence, something about it has changed. Who knows what happened inside the dungeon?" The tutors couldn't do anything about the seal, but they all said General Lin would be fine. The students in the dungeon hall murmured among themselves, unable to articulate what exactly had changed about Lin Maoyu. But something had. The battle with the Demon King had left its mark on him, a subtle yet distinct aura. It was an aura tinged with the essence of the Demon King, a unique yet indescribable presence. Seasoned professionals who encountered Lin Maoyu would be able to tell at a glance, he had slain a Demon King. Returning to the academy grounds, Lin Maoyu found the atmosphere lively. The traces of the recent battle were still palpable. He could sense residual energy from the Demon King and the god-level powerhouses who had fought here. Both were forces so immense that their traces would linger for a long time. Though the Demon King had been repelled, the damage to Xiaojing Academy was minor. Some buildings had been destroyed, but they could be easily repaired. Compared to the quietness of the dungeon hall, the academy grounds were bustling. Students gathered in groups, animatedly discussing the recent battle. Instructors maintained order, calming the students. Lin Mayu's appearance immediately drew attention. Many students recognized him and knew his status. When they saw him, they regarded him with respect. In terms of rank and status, only the god-level figures at the academy could stand on equal footing with Lin Mayu. Even the dean would technically rank below him in terms of official hierarchy. This was the rule of humanity. Warriors were afforded the highest honor. Lin Mayu scanned the crowd, searching for familiar faces: Xiaoshui, Fengxiu, Zuomei, and Shu Han. But after looking around, he found none of them. He tried contacting them via his communicator, but there was no response. It was as if they had vanished. Could something have happened to them? A sense of unease crept into Lin Mayu's heart. Then he spotted a familiar figure, Director Chiu from the Academic Affairs Office. Lin Mayu approached and greeted him. Director Chiu. Director Chiu was in the middle of a discussion with several instructors. Hearing Lin Mayu's voice, he stood up immediately. General Lin, you've returned. He had been aware of Lin Mayu being sealed in the dungeon, but the outbreak of the battle had diverted his attention. Fortunately, Lin Mayu had emerged unscathed. Suddenly, Director Chiu's eyes narrowed, and his expression changed as he stared at the military insignia on Lin Mayu's shoulder. A 2-star general. He knew exactly what that meant. It was monumental. Lin Mayu had slain a demon king. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, General Lin, did you slay a demon king? Lin Mayu nodded calmly. Yes, I did. Director Chiu swallowed hard, his throat dry. Which demon king? His question drew the attention of everyone nearby, causing a commotion. Lin Mayu had slain a demon king? At level 48? Even the weakest demon king wouldn't be easy to kill. Even against god-level professionals, a demon king could typically escape. The fact that Lin Mayu had succeeded was almost unbelievable. Finally, Lin Mayu answered softly, the Flame Demon King. Hiss. Gasps filled the air. It wasn't that the Flame Demon King was particularly powerful, it was among the weaker demon kings. But its abilities were notoriously troublesome, especially against lower-level professionals. The academy had detailed information about the Flame Demon King, and many instructors were well aware of its capabilities. Director Chiu muttered, its Death Cleave ability. You're unharmed? Realizing his foolish question, after all, Lin Mayu was standing right in front of him. Director Chiu quickly corrected himself. Thank you for your concern, Lin Mayu said. I'm fine. Director Chiu, I wanted to ask about a few friends of mine. I'm a bit worried about them. He listed their names, Xiaoshui, Zuomei, Fengxiu, and Shu Han. They're fine, Director Chiu replied without hesitation. Xiaoshui and Zuomei were taken by Dean Xiaobojian for some matter. He didn't specify what. As for Fengxiu, he took time off a few days ago to return to his family. He's not on campus. No wonder, Lin Mayu thought, relieved. If they weren't at the academy, they were likely safe. At that moment, space distorted above the academy, and a massive tower materialized in the sky. The Divine Xia Tower had descended. Bai Yuan appeared before Lin Mayu almost as if he had teleported. Seeing Lin Mayu unharmed, he finally relaxed. It's good that you're okay. Bai Yuan patted Lin Mayu on the shoulder, but his hand froze mid-motion. His eyes were drawn to the military insignia on Lin Mayu's shoulder, specifically the 2 stars that gleamed prominently. The concern in Bai Yuan's expression shifted to something strange and incredulous. You killed a demon king? Lin Mayu nodded calmly. The Flame Demon King chased me into the dungeon. I turned the tables and killed it instead. Bai Yuan, a man of vast experience, immediately pieced together the situation and burst into hearty laughter. Good kill. Beautifully done. That one, its strength wasn't much, but its temper was ridiculous. It deserved to die. His laughter was thunderous, resonating with his joy. He clapped Lin Mayu on the shoulder repeatedly, each slap resounding like a drumbeat, as though he intended to break the young man's shoulder. Well done, well done. A level 48, 2-star general, killing a demon king at this level, it's a first in the history of humanity. Excellent work. Everyone present heard his words clearly and instantly understood what had transpired. Becoming a general was already a tremendous achievement, a dream for nearly every soldier. But to become a 2-star general, that was a level of recognition typically reserved for god-level powerhouses. After all, only god-level professionals were believed to be capable of slaying a demon king. Yet Lin Mayu had shattered that belief, accomplishing what was once thought impossible. The crowd's gazes toward Lin Mayu were filled with awe and reverence, as if they were beholding a living legend. Lin Mayu softly said, "Teacher, enough with the pats. Any more, and I'll fall apart." Bai Yuan chuckled and finally stopped. "Come on, I'll take you to finish something important." With that, Bai Yuan brought Lin Mayu into the Divine Xia Tower. The tower vanished from sight in an instant, as though teleporting away. The cult of demon worship wasn't entirely eradicated yet. While the primary threat had been dealt with, there was still cleanup work to be done. Inside the Divine Xia Tower, Bai Yuan briefed Lin Mayu about the ongoing efforts to purge the cult. The infiltration of the cult of demon worship had exceeded all expectations. Over the years, the cult had wormed its way into nearly every facet of the empire. Clearing them out was a painstaking task. Bai Yuan had gathered some evidence, but the cult's recent frenzied counterattacks had exposed even more of their hidden members. Ironically, their aggression had only accelerated their own downfall. What shocked everyone was that the cult harbored 3 god-level professionals among its ranks. Bai Yuan had personally fought all 3 in recent days. The strongest among them was level 93, while the other 2 were level 91. Despite his efforts, Bai Yuan hadn't managed to capture them. They had fled the empire's borders, escaping swiftly. Lin Mayu also recounted his encounter with the Flame Demon King in the dungeon. Meng Anwen, another god-level powerhouse and master of formations, noted, though the Flame Demon King's strength was limited due to forcibly entering the dungeon. A demon king is still a demon king. Their power isn't something ordinary professionals can compare to. Bai Yuan laughed heartily. I was shocked too when I first heard. Who would have thought little Moyu could already fight at this level? Lin Mayu replied humbly, I was just lucky. If the Flame Demon King had been more cautious, I'd have been the one to die. The truth was, Lin Mayu's mighty warrior skill only lasted 30 seconds. If he hadn't caught the Flame Demon King off guard, or if it had managed to outlast those 30 seconds, he would have perished. In the end, he knew he was still far from being on the same level as a Demon King. Lin Mayu neither underestimated himself nor allowed arrogance to cloud his judgment. Meng Anwen appreciated this quality in Lin Mayu. Neither arrogant nor self-deprecating. That's a good mindset to have. Perhaps when you reach level 70 and complete your 3rd advancement, you'll truly have the power of a god-level professional. Meng Anwen never spoke carelessly. Bai Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Wow, reaching god-level combat power at just level 70? That's my disciple for you. Meng Anwen retorted, that's Moyu's own innate strength. It has little to do with you. Bai Yuan snorted. Who says so? Without my careful teaching, Moyu wouldn't be this strong. Your shamelessness is unmatched, Meng Anwen quipped. The two began bickering, a sight Lin Mayu was long accustomed to. He let them be. Over the next 2 days, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan took Lin Mayu across the empire to eliminate the remnants of the cult of demon worship. Bai Yuan ferreted out hidden members one by one. Some surrendered without resistance, while others fought to the death. For those below level 70, Bai Yuan left them to Lin Mayu to handle. As Bai Yuan often said, a true warrior's sword has 2 edges, one to protect humanity from external threats, and the other to cut down traitors from within. Lin Mayu deeply agreed with this philosophy and showed no hesitation in his actions. The purge of the cult of demon worship lasted a full half-month before it finally concluded. The brief chaos subsided, and the empire quickly returned to order. At Bai Yuan's serene courtyard, the familiar aroma of tea filled the air. Lin Mayu brewed tea for Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. Teacher, the cult of demon worship within the empire should be mostly eradicated by now, right? Bai Yuan nodded. About 80 to 90% of them are gone. The remaining ones are too insignificant to cause any real trouble. Meng Anwen added, trading half a month of turmoil for decades of peace, it's a worthwhile exchange. Bai Yuan drank his tea, exhaling a long breath. His breath cut through the air like a sharp blade, lingering for a long time. This time, the cult of demon worship within the Divine Xia Empire had suffered devastating losses. It would be difficult for them to stir up trouble again in the near future. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan had been ruthless in their purge. They either did nothing or went all in. Lin Mayu asked, what about other nations? Meng Anwen chuckled lightly. Let them deal with it themselves. While the cult of demon worship is full of fools, they do have some clever ones. The cult's primary base of operations used to be within the Divine Xia Empire, so the other nations were content to watch from the sidelines. But now, it's their turn to suffer. With the cult's influence in the empire reduced by 80 to 90%, their operations would undoubtedly shift to other nations. Lin Mayu understood this well. Unlike the Divine Xia Empire, which was united and cohesive, foreign nations were fragmented and disorganized. Once the cult began targeting them, they wouldn't have an easy time. Meng Anwen continued, to completely eradicate the cult of demon worship, humanity would need an unquestionable, absolute powerhouse to emerge. This wasn't the first time Meng Anwen had expressed this sentiment. Even a half-step supergod wasn't enough. Humanity needed a true supergod-level professional. Half a month of slaughter had left Lin Mayu more seasoned and mature. The killing intent he accumulated was absorbed into his domain stone, which grew increasingly pitch black. The killing intent within churned violently, and at its center, a drop of ominously dark substance seemed to be taking shape. Just half a day after returning to Bai Yuan's courtyard, Lin Mayu received a message from Shi Xingyan. Reading the message, a rare smile spread across his face. Meng Anwen noticed. What's got you so happy? Lin Mayu, usually calm and reserved, rarely displayed such genuine joy. It's from Brother Shi, Lin Mayu replied. He's reached level 40. Teacher Meng, I'll have to trouble you again. Bai Yuan chimed in, old Meng, looks like you're up. Shi Xingyan was ready for his second advancement. Lin Mayu had already given him the Heart of Earth and the Earth Gem, all that remained was the advancement ritual. The quality of the advancement array would be critical in determining whether Shi Xingyan could successfully become an Earth Knight. The best formation master across all humanity was right here. If not Meng Anwen, who else could they trust? Bai Yuan prepared the necessary materials, which, while rare, weren't excessively valuable. After all, most of the Bai family's resources had been depleted during Lin Mayu's advancement. What remained was enough for Shi Xingyan's needs. Meng Anwen began constructing the advancement array. For a god-level formation master like Meng Anwen, a second advancement array was child's play. In just a few moments, a complex and intricate array took shape. Compared to the standard arrays used elsewhere, this one was far superior, both in complexity and effectiveness. After all, it was crafted by a god-level formation master. Meng Anwen had his pride. Once the array's structure was complete, Meng Anwen gestured, and Bai Yuan's materials were incorporated into the critical nodes of the array. Lin Mayu observed silently, noting that while this array was impressive, it was still far inferior to the one used during his own advancement. The materials alone were 100 times less valuable. A sense of gratitude toward Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan welled up in his heart. Bai Yuan brought both Shi Xingyan and Lian Yu to the courtyard. Having survived life and death trials together, the two were now inseparable, as close as could be. It was their first time stepping into a place like the Bai courtyard, and they were now standing before legendary figures like Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Nervousness and unease were written all over Shi Xingyan and Lian Yu's faces. Only after seeing Lin Mayu did they finally relax a little. By this time, Meng Anwen had already completed the advancement array. He glanced at Shi Xingyan. You're too agitated right now. Calm yourself first. Shi Xingyan dared not disobey Meng Anwen's words and immediately sat down, trying his best to settle his emotions. But his mind was a storm of thoughts, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't quiet himself. An unstable state of mind would not bode well for the advancement process. Understanding this, Lin Mayu spoke to Shi Xingyan, Brother Shi, it's just an advancement. That's all. Teacher Meng and Teacher Bai have prepared everything. As long as you hold firm to your belief, there's more than a 60% chance of triggering a class ascension. Shi Xingyan nodded and took deep breaths, though he still sounded uncertain. I understand, but I can't help feeling nervous. At that moment, Lian Yu walked over and gave Shi Xingyan's leg a light kick. Stubborn rock. Are you a man or not? You're not afraid of death, so what's there to fear about an advancement? No one understood Shi Xingyan better than Lian Yu. Her single remark snapped him out of his daze. That's right, he wasn't afraid of death, so why should he be nervous about this? It was just an advancement. What was the big deal? Lin Mayu had prepared the precious Heart of Earth and Earth Gem for him. Bai Yuan had gathered rare materials, and the greatest formation master of humanity, Meng Anwen, had personally crafted the advancement array. What did he have to be afraid of? Finally calming down, Shi Xingyan stood and respectfully bowed to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. I am deeply grateful for your efforts, Divine An and Divine Bai. He walked to the center of the array, where Meng Anwen raised a hand. With a single gesture, the advancement array roared to life. Beams of light shot into the sky, converging into a rainbow of colors before cascading back down like a radiant aurora that enveloped Shi Xingyan. In his left hand, Shi Xingyan held the Earth Gem, in his right hand, the Heart of Earth. The Heart of Earth was the key to triggering a special class ascension for paladins during their second advancement, allowing them to become Earth Knights. When paired with the Earth Gem, the likelihood of triggering the ascension increased significantly. Lin Mayu and Liang Yu watched silently. By now, Shi Xingyan was calm, but Liang Yu was visibly anxious instead. Lin Mayu said softly, "Sister Yu, there's no need to worry. Believe in Brother Shi, he'll succeed." Liang Yu nodded. "I believe in him." Though her words conveyed confidence, the rapid rise and fall of her chest and her clenched fists betrayed her true feelings. Shi Xingyan, however, was entirely focused on the task at hand. He reflected on the trials he had endured over the years, especially the recent loss of his comrades, 3 close brothers who had died to protect him from the blades of the Dragon Clan. Their sacrifice fueled his desire to become an Earth Knight. Only by becoming an Earth Knight and eventually reaching God-level strength could he one day take revenge on the Dragon Clan and honor his fallen brothers. At this moment, Shi Xingyan cast aside all thoughts of failure. He couldn't fail. He wouldn't fail. He must not fail. His conviction grew stronger, and a faint power began to stir within him. The energy of the array surged into his body, breaking through the barriers of his current level. 2 paths lay before Shi Xingyan. One was to become a Grand Knight, the standard second advancement class for paladins, essentially just a stronger version of his current class. The other was to ascend to the rare and powerful class of Earth Knight. Half of the outcome depended on luck, the other half was up to him. "I will become an Earth Knight. I believe that human willpower can overcome anything. I will not retreat. I must succeed. I will avenge my brothers. I will storm the Dragon Clan. I will protect humanity." The force of his conviction grew stronger, and suddenly, the Earth Gem in his left hand began to emit a faint glow. The glow intensified rapidly as Shi Xingyan's unwavering determination activated the Earth Gem. Bathed in its light, the Heart of Earth in his right hand also began to emit a faint radiance. The 2 lights merged, enveloping Shi Xingyan and integrating with the advancement array's energy as it poured into his body. Shi Xingyan slowly rose into the air, hovering above the array. "It's happening!" Bai Yuan exclaimed in a low voice. Meng Anwen sighed softly. "It's been so many years since humanity has seen an Earth Knight. Finally, we have another." Lin Mayu murmured. Brother Shi used his conviction to activate the Earth Gem and the Heart of Earth, triggering the class ascension. Tears streamed down Liang Yu's face as she trembled with excitement. "I knew it. I always knew you could do it." Lin Mayu's mind drifted to the time he had spent in the land of corrosion. In the most critical moment, it was a god-level human warrior who had shielded him, even though that warrior had already become a corpse and had been dead for over 1,000 years. Even in death, their unwavering conviction to protect humanity had endured. To protect humanity, that belief was etched into their bones, into their very souls, beyond the reach of time itself. After that experience, Lin Mayu firmly believed in the power of conviction. It could create miracles. He also wondered, if one day the corrosion poison was lifted, could those indomitable human warriors return? Conviction is eternal, Lin Mayu whispered to himself. At this moment, his own resolve burned brightly within him. A tremendous power surged in the air as the heavens seemed to shift. A vast and illusory expanse of land appeared in the sky like a mirage. This vast land stretched endlessly, covering the horizon. It lingered for 2 minutes before slowly dissipating. To Lin Mayu's eyes, the massive land seemed to shrink and merge into Shi Xingyan's body. Shi Xingyan's aura surged dramatically. The heavens themselves bore witness to his transformation. Rainbow-colored light streamed in from all directions, flowing into Shi Xingyan's body. The Earth Knight, a legendary class, the pinnacle of knight professions. The strongest knight, bar none. A class change of this magnitude inevitably caused celestial phenomena. The Heart of Earth pulsed like a living heart, beating rhythmically. With every beat, the ground trembled faintly. Moments later, the Heart of Earth and the Earth Gem merged into Shi Xingyan's body. Instantly, his body erupted with radiant light. The earth roared, and Shi Xingyan descended slowly to the ground. Waves of energy rippled outward, resonating with the earth. Meng Anwen explained, an Earth Knight draws power from the earth itself, tapping into its boundless energy. As long as they stand on the ground, their strength is inexhaustible. 90% of damage they receive is absorbed by the earth itself. And every attack they make is amplified by the earth's power. In just a few sentences, Meng Anwen revealed the essence of the Earth Knight's unparalleled strength. Infinite endurance, immense damage reduction, and devastating power, such was the Earth Knight, beloved of the earth itself. It was often said, to defeat an Earth Knight, one must fight them in the air. But against an Earth Knight, you might not even get the chance to fly. A soft hum resonated as a glowing aura appeared beneath Shi Xingyan's feet. A second aura followed, then a third, until 4 auras in total formed. These red, blue, green, and yellow auras revolved slowly beneath him, similar to the Holy Light Knight's auras but far more potent. 10 minutes later, Shi Xingyan gently descended to the ground. The advancement array powered down, signaling the completion of the process. Liang Yu, overwhelmed with joy, threw herself into Shi Xingyan's arms, holding him tightly. Shi Xingyan suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "I did it." Liang Yu nodded vigorously, tears in her eyes. "I knew you could do it." After sharing a tender moment with Liang Yu, Shi Xingyan approached Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. Divine Bai, I am forever in your debt." Bai Yuan waved dismissively. "Don't thank us. If you want to thank someone, thank Lin Mayu. Without the Heart of Earth and the Earth Gem, there would have been little we could do." Shi Xingyan turned to thank Lin Mayu, but Lin Mayu stopped him. "There's no need for this, brother Shi. If the roles were reversed, you would have done the same for me." Lin Mayu spoke earnestly, and Shi Xingyan, not one for unnecessary words, laughed heartily. "In that case, I won't say more. From now on, if you ever need anything, brother Lin, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." Lin Mayu smiled. "Just remember your conviction, brother Shi. That will be enough." Shi Xingyan's expression turned solemn. "I will never forget." Lin Mayu smiled and took out a shield, tossing it to Shi Xingyan. "This is a gift to celebrate your becoming an Earth Knight." Shi Xingyan caught the shield and was stunned upon examining it. This is too valuable." Lin Mayu waved it off. "Don't even think about giving it back. If you don't like it, just throw it away." "Throw it away?" Shi Xingyan couldn't bear the thought. The shield Lin Mayu had gifted him was the finest he had ever seen, far superior even to the Earth-touch Dragon God shield. It came from the core of the ancient battlefield's upper layers, the battlefield Serpent Tortoise shield. Turtle Shell Shield, Knight-exclusive Platinum-grade shield. All attributes plus 3000. Knight defense skills plus 90% effectiveness. Physical damage reduction, 20%. Elemental damage reduction, 20%. Skill, Turtle Shell. Skill, Turtle Shell. Effect, become immobile for 30 seconds. During this time, all damage is nullified, all injuries are healed, and all cooldowns, except this one, are reset. Cooldown, 1 hour ***. Shi Xingyan's successful class advancement marked the emergence of a new Earth Knight among humanity. The celestial phenomena accompanying his advancement could not go unnoticed. Such phenomena had been recorded in history books, and anyone who had received an education would immediately recognize them as unique to the ascension of an Earth Knight. Shi Xingyan's transformation was no secret, nor was there any intention to keep it hidden. With the cult of demon worship largely eradicated within the borders of the Shenxia Empire, Shi Xingyan was relatively safe as long as he remained within the country. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Mayu returned to the academy, he overheard students discussing Shi Xingyan. For the first time in decades, humanity had another Earth Knight. The pinnacle class for knights, a profession that inspired envy and awe from all. I read about it in the books around 130 years ago. An Earth Knight led an army to the entrance of the abyss and almost breached its core world. Unfortunately, they fell short. That Earth Knight was only level 91. If they had been a few levels higher, they would have succeeded. I've read about that battle too. It was the deepest humanity has ever ventured into the abyss. I hope this Earth Knight can reach godhood and lead another army into the abyss. They definitely can. I believe it. The academy buzzed with talk of Earth Knights, and their appearance gave the students renewed hope. The Earth Knight was a legendary and extraordinary class, a profession that had created countless miracles since its inception. It was a nightmare for both abyssal demons and the Dragon Clan, who regarded the Earth Knight as one of their greatest threats. This was why, in the ancient battlefield, whenever the subterranean caverns dungeon appeared, abyssal demons and the Dragon Clan would go to great lengths to prevent humanity from acquiring the Heart of Earth. Their aim had always been to stop the rise of another Earth Knight. But now, humanity had succeeded once again. The efforts of the abyssal demons and the Dragon Clan to obstruct it had failed. In recent days, the elimination of the cult of demon worship had left the Shenxia Empire in mild disarray, with the national mood hitting a low point. Yet the emergence of an Earth Knight was like a shot of adrenaline for the Empire, revitalizing its people. The public's attention naturally shifted to the Earth Knight. In contrast, Lin Mayu's ascension to the rank of 2-star Divine General received far less attention. Perhaps it was because Lin Mayu's fame had already reached its peak. Lin Mayu, however, paid no mind to the lack of discussion about himself. He entered the dungeon hall once more. Now only a short distance from level 49, he estimated that with some effort, he could reach level 50 in less than 2 days. Once he mastered his new abilities, it would be time to head to the ancient battlefield. The promise with the righteous god, the deal with the ancient earth dragon, and his grudge against the ancient Luan bird, all awaited him. As he walked through the academy, people greeted him with deference along the way. His reputation was so immense, his status so lofty, that many forgot he was still a student who had enrolled less than a year ago. In just 1 year, he had achieved what most could not in a lifetime. Lin Mayu entered the dungeon, breathing in the brisk, slightly chilly air of the Beast God Plateau. Who could have imagined that this dungeon was once the final resting place of a demon king? His undead legion cleared the monsters with efficiency, swiftly reaching plateau number 3. Standing at the site where he had fought the Flame Demon King, Lin Mayu's voice was calm as he murmured, "What a pity. If we were outside, I'd at least build you a tombstone. After all, you were a demon king." The fact that the Flame Demon King had died in a dungeon, unable to even claim a tombstone, was indeed a cruel irony. Deep within the abyss, the abyssal flames here had turned a dark green, nearly black. Amid the flames floated a colossal palace, its entirety surrounded and supported by the abyssal fire, rising and falling within the inferno. Gathered outside the palace were several formidable mid-tier demon kings, including the Succubus King, the Black Sky Demon King, the Sword Demon King, and the 8-armed Demon King. They had been waiting outside the palace for days, standing respectfully, not daring to show the slightest discontent. Even the usually playful and mischievous Succubus King wore a serious expression, standing upright. The Black Sky Demon King, standing beside the Succubus King, whispered, "Do you know why His Majesty summoned us here?" The Succubus King replied in a low voice, "It likely has to do with humanity's recent actions. The cult of demon worship in the Shencha Empire has been almost entirely eradicated." The Black Sky Demon King frowned slightly. "Wasn't the cult of demon worship always under your control?" The Succubus King whispered, "The truth is, the cult of demon worship was always under His Majesty's command. I was merely the one acting on the surface." The Black Sky Demon King was taken aback. He had always assumed the Succubus King was the mastermind behind the cult. After all, many of the human powerhouses who had joined the cult had been bewitched by the Succubus King's allure. Once someone fell under the Succubus King's spell, escape was nearly impossible, and they would become a loyal servant. The Succubus King had even managed to ensnare god-level human powerhouses in the past. This was why the Black Sky Demon King both admired and feared the Succubus King, constantly wary of falling victim to their charms. But now, learning that the true mastermind behind the cult of demon worship was the Demon Emperor, the Black Sky Demon King was stunned. Finally, movement came from within the palace. The dark green flames flared up, completely enveloping the structure. Amid the fire, a colossal demonic figure emerged. It had a sharp horn on its head, vaguely resembling a dragon, yet distinctly different. Its immense body was like that of a giant, and the massive demon wings on its back spanned over 10 meters when spread. Its entire body was covered in scales, each scale appearing to contain a flickering flame. Sitting atop the Demon Emperor's throne, it exuded an overwhelming, earth-shaking pressure. The moment it appeared, all the gathered Demon Kings bowed deeply. "Hail, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor." The Demon Emperor's gaze swept slowly across the assembled Demon Kings. Each king who met its gaze felt as though a sharp blade was pressed against their neck, ready to sever their heads at any moment. The sheer power of the Demon Emperor was beyond their comprehension, a terror they dared not imagine. The Demon Emperor rarely left its palace, even for important matters, often issuing commands through messengers instead. For it to summon them in person was an unprecedented event. Its deep voice echoed, "Very good. You're all here. There have been recent movements among humanity. The cult of demon worship in the Shencha Empire has been eradicated. Succubus King, what is your view on this matter?" The Succubus King trembled slightly, their voice quivering. This time, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen acted together. Their operation was far too sudden, but I had already ordered a counterattack. The Demon Emperor chuckled coldly, a sound that made the Succubus King's skin crawl. "You ordered all members of the cult of demon worship to counterattack, didn't you?" The Succubus King nodded cautiously. The Demon Emperor's voice turned icy. "Did you really think that under the noses of Shencha's god-level powerhouses, your counterattack would accomplish anything?" The Succubus King's mind raced, suddenly realizing their mistake. I didn't want to counterattack initially, but the Flame Demon King was confident he could kill Lin Moyu. He asked for my cooperation, so I gave the order to assist him." The Demon Emperor's tone grew colder. "Is he the fool, or do you take me for one? Do you believe such nonsense yourself?" The Succubus King shuddered violently, falling to their knees in mid-air, too terrified to respond further. A terrifying energy descended upon the succubus king, igniting their body in flames. Despite the searing pain, the succubus king dared not move, suppressing even their screams. The demon emperor continued, "Your foolish orders played right into Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen's hands. They were waiting for you to strike so they could capture you all at once. Fish hiding in the mud are hard to catch. Fish jumping out of the water are not. Foolish. The loss of the cult of demon worship means nothing to me. It was but a trivial game. But you lying to me is unacceptable." The succubus king had intended to shift the blame onto the deceased flame demon king, thinking there would be no evidence to dispute it. But now, faced with the demon emperor's wrath, they could only grit their teeth and beg for forgiveness. "I dare not lie again. Please, your majesty, have mercy." With a cold snort, the flames consuming the succubus king slowly dissipated. Panting heavily, the succubus king felt a lingering fear. Any longer, and they might have been burned to death. Despite being a demon king, they were utterly powerless before the demon emperor. The demon emperor declared, "The flame demon king is already dead. That useless fool deserved it. The human world is not so easily breached." Hearing of the flame demon king's death, the other demon kings were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected him to fall in the human lands. The succubus king's heart trembled further, realizing the demon emperor already knew everything. "This gathering is for 3 tasks I require of you. First, prepare for war. Defend the abyssal entrance. The dragon clan is mobilizing, and war is imminent. Second, humanity has produced an Earth Knight. I sense that detestable energy. Find him and kill him. Third, the one who killed the flame demon king, Lin Moyu. Find him and kill him as well." Outside the oppressive range of the demon emperor's palace, the gathered demon kings finally began to relax. The tasks assigned by the demon emperor were commands they dared not disobey, and the responsibilities had already been divided. Given her extensive dealings with humanity, the task of killing the Earth Knight and Lin Moyu naturally fell to the succubus king. What the demon emperor didn't know, however, was that the succubus king had already faced Lin Moyu several times, and every time, she had suffered humiliating defeats. If she could kill him, she would have done so already. But she dared not admit this, nor did she dare to refuse the task. "Succubus king, please wait." As she pondered her strategy against Lin Moyu, a voice called out from behind her. It was the Black Sky Demon King. The Black Sky Demon King had also been assigned the task of locating and killing the Earth Knight and Lin Moyu. In a way, this made him her temporary ally. The succubus king turned and asked politely, "What can I do for you, Black Sky Demon King?" She maintained an air of respect toward the Black Sky Demon King. His level was comparable to hers, but his combat prowess was widely recognized as superior. For someone like her, respect toward the strong was a given. The Black Sky Demon King said, "I wanted to ask you about Lin Moyu. To be honest, when the Flame Demon King issued the hunt for Lin Moyu back in the ancient battlefield, one of my young kin was present. He accepted the Demon King's order and went after Lin Moyu, only to be killed in turn. That incident has puzzled me ever since. How could Lin Moyu, in such a short time, rise to the level of a god-tier powerhouse? To him, only a god-tier being should be capable of killing a demon king. The gap between god-tier and sub-god tier was as vast as the gap between demon kings and those below them, not merely a difference in levels, but a transformation in essence. The succubus king let out a soft, enchanting laugh. Lin Moyu is no god-tier powerhouse. The Black Sky Demon King was stunned. He's not god-tier? Then how could he possibly kill the Flame Demon King? The succubus king replied, "It's a long story. Let's walk and talk." Very well. As they walked, the succubus king recounted what she knew about Lin Moyu. She wanted him dead as much as anyone else, and if the Black Sky Demon King joined her efforts, their chances of success might improve. After hearing her account, the Black Sky Demon King said gravely, "It seems, then, that my young kin's death at Lin Moyu's hands was well deserved." Though Lin Moyu hadn't even reached level 50 at the time, his ability to kill a demon king defied conventional logic. The succubus king added, "Even though the Flame Demon King was foolish enough to enter a dungeon and have his power suppressed, he was still a demon king. Since then, Lin Moyu has only grown stronger. He's even clashed with the Dragon Clan multiple times, and they've been unable to deal with him. They even tried kidnapping his friends to ambush him, but that attempt failed as well and cost them a Dragon King in the process. This man isn't just lucky, he's infuriatingly tough to deal with. I feel that once he achieves God tier, even we will be no match for him." The Black Sky Demon King offered a different perspective. "We don't need to wait for him to reach God tier. I believe that if he completes his third-class advancement, he'll already be strong enough to rival us. That's why we must kill him now, before he completes his third advancement." If we wait, the only one who might be able to kill him will be the Demon Emperor himself. The Succubus King found his reasoning sound. I want to kill him too, but he's in the human world. We have no way to reach him. The Black Sky Demon King said, then we'll keep an eye on him and see if he leaves human territory. In the meantime, I'll think of a plan. For now, that was the best they could do. After a brief discussion, the two Demon Kings parted ways. Killing Lin Mayu would not be easy, but it was a task they could not afford to ignore. In the Black Sky Demon King's eyes, eliminating Lin Mayu was even more critical and more challenging than killing the Earth Knight. Meanwhile, Lin Mayu spent 2 days grinding dungeons and finally reached level 50. Upon hitting this milestone, the experience required for further leveling increased dramatically. Even high-level dungeons like Beast God Plateau could no longer meet his needs. Each dungeon run now granted only 1% of the experience needed for the next level. That meant he would have to clear a dungeon 100 times just to gain one level, a grueling and time-consuming process. This was a stark contrast to most adventurers, who would spend years or even over a decade navigating the level 40 to level 50 range. But Lin Mayu had accomplished this feat in less than a year, a speed that others would consider miraculous. Yet to Lin Mayu, his progress felt far from fast. After all, he had his sister, Lin Mohan, as a benchmark and her achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. Leaving the dungeon, Lin Mayu headed to the marketplace. Though it had sustained some damage in the recent battles, the marketplace had since been repaired and resumed normal operations. It had been a while since Lin Mayu last visited, and his storage space was now filled with an abundance of gold and platinum-grade equipment and weapons. Too lazy to consign them piece by piece, he decided to dump everything into the marketplace at once. In the past, he might have set aside some high-quality platinum-grade gear for himself or for Ningyi. But now, his standards had risen significantly. After encountering gear like boss accessories, legendary weapons, and even mythical-grade weapons, he no longer had interest in ordinary items. To him, only legendary or boss-tier accessories were worth considering. At the very least, the gear needed to be top-tier platinum-grade, with exceptional attributes and skills. Anything less was unworthy. Despite accumulating so much equipment, only a few pieces were truly exceptional. One such item, the Turtle Shell Shield, had already been given to Shi Shingen. The remaining notable items included several pieces from the Earth-Touched Dragon God and the Soul Devourer Dagger from the Soul Devourer Worm King. Soul Devourer Dagger, Assassin Class Exclusive Platinum Grade Weapon. All attributes plus 2,500. Assassin Class Skill Amplification plus 80%. Special Skill, Soul Devour. Soul Devour, passive skill. Each attack deals damage directly to the target's soul. This damage ignores defense, physical immunity, and elemental immunity. Though powerful, the dagger was of no use to Lin Mayu. He had considered giving it to Ningyi, but she had declined. Ultimately, Lin Mayu decided to sell it, along with the Soul Devour ring and other less impressive items. In the end, he kept only 4 pieces of gear: the Soul Devourer Dagger, the Earth-Touched Dragon God Sword, Shield, and Robe. The rest, platinum and gold-grade equipment, was sold en masse to the marketplace in exchange for a massive sum of gold coins. The moment Lin Mayu listed the items for sale, the marketplace's mana crystal system experienced a brief lag. The marketplace administrator was stunned. How could so many high-quality items suddenly appear at once? The sheer volume left him hesitant to act without approval. But when he saw the seller's name, he froze, his entire body trembling. The seller was none other than Lin Mayu. Lin Mayu's name carried immense weight. You might not recognize his face, but his reputation was impossible to ignore. The administrator immediately contacted his superior, who in turn escalated the matter to higher authorities. Within seconds, the highest-ranking official responded with clear instructions. For all items sold by Divine General Lin, offer a 20% premium on the buyback price. For all items purchased by Divine General Lin, apply a 20% discount. The administrator wasted no time implementing these directives. Lin Mayu noticed the brief system lag but saw that everything soon returned to normal. A flood of gold coins poured into his account, ready for withdrawal at any time. There's more gold than expected. Lin Mayu quickly realized that his total had increased significantly. Before selling, he had roughly 10 billion gold coins. Selling all his equipment should have netted him around 80 billion, bringing his total to 90 billion. Yet now, his account showed a staggering 100 billion gold coins. He also noticed that marketplace prices seemed cheaper, but only for him. Other users' prices remained unchanged, but he now had access to a discounted price for all items. It didn't take long for Lin Mayu to figure it out. This was clearly a gesture of goodwill from the marketplace, or more accurately, from the imperial family that controlled it. The royal family, huh? They haven't formally apologized yet, but this is a decent start. Smiling faintly, Lin Mayu began browsing the marketplace for items he needed. This time, his goal was to purchase intermediate skill scrolls. The listed price was 10 million gold coins per scroll. With his discount, each scroll cost only 8 million. As for the rare shining intermediate skill scrolls, those weren't available at all. While they were priced at roughly 10 times the standard scrolls, their scarcity made them impossible to find. Lin Mayu still had 4 shining intermediate skill scrolls in his possession, but he was saving them for critical use. For now, he would bulk buy standard scrolls to make up for the difference. Drawing from his experience during his level 30 skill awakening, he didn't hesitate to make a large purchase. He bought 500 intermediate skill scrolls in one go. Purchasing 500 skill scrolls at once, and not just any scrolls, intermediate skill scrolls, was truly a bold move. The transaction shocked the staff managing the marketplace system. Lin Mayu had just sold equipment worth 90 billion gold coins and immediately turned around to spend 40 billion on intermediate skill scrolls. The administrator stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, if not for the discount, we could have earned an extra 10 billion. 10 billion wasn't a small amount, it was an astronomical figure for most people. But due to the directive from above, they had willingly forfeited it. As he stood there lost in thought, suddenly another transaction appeared on the system. Once again, it was for intermediate skill scrolls. Once again, it was the same quantity, 500 scrolls. And once again, it was another 40 billion gold coins. Lin Mayu had decided that 500 scrolls might not be enough, so he bought another 500 just to be safe. To him, money wasn't an issue. He could simply grind a few more dungeons and sell off the equipment he acquired. After all, he cleared dungeons solo, which meant he kept all the loot for himself without needing to split it with anyone else. At the end of the day, earning money was just too easy for him. With a total of 1,000 intermediate skill scrolls, Lin Mayu had now bought out more than half of the marketplace's stock. 1,000 should be enough, he thought. If it wasn't, he still had the shining intermediate skill scrolls as a backup. Returning to White Deity's courtyard, Lin Mayu immediately sensed the presence of outsiders before even entering. Someone was visiting the courtyard. The aura felt familiar, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. So they've come bearing gifts. Stepping into the courtyard, Lin Mayu saw Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao. When Dongfang Yao's eyes met Lin Mayu's, a hint of apology flashed across her gaze. It wasn't clear whether she felt sorry for being trapped in the corpse realm or for her unreasonable requests in the past. Lin Mayu wasn't one to hold grudges. What was in the past would stay in the past. Dongfang Yi greeted him with a polite smile. General Lin, you're back. Despite being the ruler of a nation and a god-tier powerhouse, Dongfang Yi treated Lin Mayu with notable respect. This was largely due to the undeniable fact that, as long as Lin Mayu survived, he would surpass Dongfang Yi in the near future. Titles like ruler and god-tier would mean little in Lin Mayu's presence. As a monarch, Dongfang Yi had the foresight to recognize this. Since Dongfang Yi was being respectful, Lin Mayu naturally responded in kind. Greetings, Your Majesty Dongfang, and greetings to Princess Yao. Greetings, General Lin, Dongfang Yao replied, addressing him as General to show her respect. But then Dongfang Yi's eyes suddenly widened, and his voice trembled slightly. General Lin, you've become a 2-star general? Lin Mayu nodded calmly. Yes. As he spoke, he bypassed Dongfang Yi and approached Bai Yuan, choosing not to engage further. He was well aware of their intentions for coming here. It was better to let Bai Yuan handle this matter. Negotiating and driving a hard bargain was Bai Yuan's specialty. Lin Mayu wasn't sure whether Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao had just arrived or if they'd already been handled. Bai Yuan's voice soon broke the silence. Your Majesty Dongfang, I've received your kind gifts. What happened before was unintentional on your part, so let's not bring it up again. Hearing these words, Dongfang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. The issue was now considered resolved. Lin Mayu also understood what had happened. Bai Yuan had already completed his bargaining. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao left the courtyard. Throughout the conversation, Dongfang Yi maintained an extremely courteous attitude toward Lin Mayu, even bidding him a special farewell before leaving. Back in the royal palace, Dongfang Yao couldn't hide her confusion. Father, why has your attitude toward Lin Mayu become so incredibly polite? While Dongfang Yi had always been courteous to Lin Mayu, this newfound level of respect felt more like flattery. Dongfang Yi coughed lightly and said, he's now a 2-star general. Dongfang Yao frowned, still puzzled. He's been a general for a while now. What's so special about being a 2-star general? Dongfang Yi explained, there's a big difference. Becoming a general only requires enough military merits, you just need to kill enough enemies. But a 2-star general is different. To reach that rank, you must have killed at least one Demon King. I'd heard rumors before that the Flame Demon King had entered a dungeon to hunt Lin Mayu, only to be killed by him instead. I didn't believe it then. How could someone under level 50 possibly kill a Demon King? But today, I confirmed it. The military emblem doesn't lie. Dongfang Yao raised an eyebrow. Couldn't it have been Baishan or Bai Yuan who heavily injured the Demon King, and Lin Mayu just landed the final blow? Dongfang Yi chuckled. You really don't understand how the military emblem works, do you? That wouldn't count. In any case, from now on, you must treat him with even greater respect. His future achievements will far surpass anything you can imagine. Back at the courtyard, Bai Yuan was grinning so widely that his face seemed ready to split in two. Lin Mayu didn't know what Dongfang Yi had brought as compensation, but it was probably a lot. Meng Anwen, observing this, couldn't help but comment, "Look at you, grinning like an idiot. You're even drooling." Bai Yuan laughed unapologetically. The royal family is so wealthy, it's incomparable. They're far richer than I could ever be. I spent most of my life collecting materials, and they just handed over more in one go than I've ever managed to gather. For Bai Yuan to lose his composure like this, Lin Mayu couldn't help but grow curious about what Dongfang Yi had brought. Bai Yuan eventually calmed down and said, "Xiao Yu, would you like to take another trip to the corpse realm?" Lin Mayu's face immediately darkened, 3 metaphorical black lines appearing on his forehead. His teacher seemed to have lost his mind. Meng Anwen sighed. "Ignore him. He's gone crazy." This time, Dongfang Yi was quite sincere. He brought plenty of valuable items. "Let me put it this way, everything you used up during your second advancement has been replenished. And the materials for your third advancement are also fully prepared. Plus, there are a few items you can use right now." Lin Mayu knew that Bai Yuan had nearly depleted his personal resources to support his second advancement. Despite being a god-tier powerhouse, Bai Yuan's personal wealth couldn't compare to the royal family, a dynasty with thousands of years of accumulated resources. It was only natural that the royal family could afford to give more. Meng Anwen, tired of Bai Yuan's antics, fired a beam of light at him, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. When Bai Yuan finally returned, he seemed normal again, though his expression was a bit sheepish. Without further ado, he handed 2 chests to Lin Mayu. "Most of the items aren't particularly useful to you, but these are." Lin Mayu opened the first chest and found it filled with neatly arranged scrolls. They were shining intermediate skill scrolls, 10 of them in total. These were exactly what he needed. Combined with the ones he already had, he now possessed 14 shining intermediate skill scrolls, more than enough. Opening the second chest, Lin Mayu was momentarily stunned as a surge of light shot out. Inside was a single scroll, a shining advanced skill scroll. Advanced skill scrolls were already incredibly expensive, priced at 1 billion gold coins in the marketplace. As for shining advanced skill scrolls, they were priceless treasures. Up until now, Lin Mayu had only ever obtained one. This was now his second. Bai Yuan explained, 10 intermediate scrolls and 1 advanced scroll. Shining advanced skill scrolls are exceedingly rare. Even the royal family likely has only a few in stock. Save it for when you reach level 80. Lin Mayu understood what Bai Yuan meant. During his third class advancement at level 70, he should aim to achieve a full class ascension. This way, he would automatically master level 70 skills without wasting an advanced skill scroll. Similarly, when he reached level 90 and transcended to God tier, skill scrolls would be unnecessary. Only at level 80 would he need them. Lin Mayu stored the chests away. "Teacher, I've already bought some intermediate skill scrolls from the marketplace. I'll keep the shining ones as a backup, just in case." Bai Yuan nodded. "That's exactly what I'm suggesting. At level 50, use the regular scrolls. At level 60, you can start using the shining ones. 14 shining scrolls should be more than enough, you won't have that many skills to upgrade. By the way, how many intermediate skill scrolls did you buy? Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some." Lin Mayu replied casually, 1,000 scrolls. "Put." Bai Yuan nearly spat out his tea. "Where did you get so much money? 1,000 scrolls would cost 100 billion without a discount." Lin Mayu explained, "I sold all the equipment I got from dungeons. That's how I got the money. The marketplace gave me a discount, everything was 20% off. Since he cleared dungeons solo, it was only natural that his rewards were plentiful." Bai Yuan said, "Restore your energy and state to their peak, and then you can start using the scrolls. 1,000 scrolls should definitely be enough." When activating intermediate skill scrolls, the commotion was noticeably greater than that of basic skill scrolls. Half of the white deity's courtyard was bathed in a hazy, radiant glow. Having prior experience with skill scrolls, Lin Moyu confidently activated 10 scrolls at once. Countless specks of starlight swirled and howled around him, stirring up a gentle breeze and carrying the unique aura of skill scrolls. The materials used in crafting intermediate skill scrolls were far more precious than those for basic scrolls, and the aura they emitted was correspondingly stronger. This aura had a mesmerizing quality, capable of drawing one into its depths. As the power within the scrolls seeped into his body, Lin Moyu felt something deep within him being stirred. It was as if there was something hidden in the depths of his being, roused but not yet fully awakened, eventually settling back into silence. The first batch of 10 skill scrolls didn't awaken any new skills, but Lin Moyu could sense a subtle transformation within himself. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Without hesitation, he activated another 10 scrolls. The hazy glow reappeared as the scrolls disintegrated into countless specks of starlight, endlessly revolving around him. Once again, Lin Moyu sensed that deep within his body, something was being drawn out. This time, the sensation was clearer, but it still felt like it was just slightly out of reach. Seizing the moment before the feeling faded, Lin Moyu activated another 10 scrolls. The power of the scrolls intensified, and the sensation grew even more vivid. Lin Moyu could now clearly feel a dormant force within himself, restless and eager to awaken. He activated another batch of scrolls. After 5 consecutive activations, consuming a total of 50 skill scrolls, Lin Moyu steadily calculated and focused on the sensations within himself. Unlike when he was at level 30, he now had a much deeper understanding of what was happening. It was as if he had grasped some kind of revelation. Bai Yuan watched from the side, a puzzled expression on his face. "What is Xiao Yu doing?" Meng Anwen replied in a low voice. It seems Xiao Yu is sensing a skill within himself. Gasp! Bai Yuan drew in a sharp breath, his face filled with disbelief. "That's impossible." Meng Anwen responded calmly, "It would be impossible for you, but with Xiao Yu, it's hard to say." Still skeptical, Bai Yuan muttered, "Sensing the origin of a skill is something that only happens after level 80. Meng Anwen shook his head and remained silent. At that moment, even Meng Anwen couldn't fully comprehend what he was witnessing. While his instincts told him it was improbable, the scene unfolding before his eyes was undeniably real. Lin Moyu, oblivious to how extraordinary and shocking his actions were, continued undeterred. Even the usually composed Meng Anwen found himself astonished by Lin Moyu's actions. After 5 consecutive activations, the force within Lin Moyu's body grew increasingly active, on the verge of fully awakening. Calculating carefully, Lin Moyu took out 15 more skill scrolls. This should be enough. With that thought, he focused his mental energy and activated the scrolls. As the power of the scrolls surged into his body, the dormant force within him finally awakened. It surged from an unknown place deep within, instantly permeating his entire being before settling into his spiritual realm and leaving an imprint on his soul. Skill acquired, Wings of the Undead. Wings of the Undead, level 1 grants both the user and their summoned creatures the ability to fly for 1 second. The higher the skill level, the faster the flight speed and the shorter the cooldown time. Cooldown, 1 hour. When the system prompt appeared, Lin Moyu immediately understood what he had been sensing all along. It was a skill. He had sensed the emergence of a skill. His entire body trembled, and the expression on his face conveyed just how incredible this moment was. A skill that could be sensed. This was beyond comprehension. Without even taking the time to carefully examine the skill's attributes, his first instinct was to ask Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen what was happening. Before he could speak, another voice echoed in his mind. Detected that host has awakened Wings of the Undead. This skill can be fused with the Lightning Wing skill. The system is optimizing and fusing the skills for the host. The system had reappeared and was now beginning the skill fusion process. Lin Moyu's heart leapt with joy. A skill optimized by the system would undoubtedly become much more powerful. He glanced at the newly awakened Wings of the Undead. It allowed both him and his summoned creatures to fly. This was an incredibly powerful and much desired skill. From now on, his summoned creatures would be capable of aerial combat. This would eliminate one of his major weaknesses, enabling him to easily deal with flying monsters or demon dragons without needing to lure them to the ground. His combat style would undergo a dramatic transformation, becoming far more versatile. However, with just 1 second of flight time and a 1-hour cooldown, the skill's practicality was significantly limited. Additionally, leveling up the skill would be a challenging process. With a 1-hour cooldown, he could only use it 24 times a day, making progress painfully slow. For now, Lin Mayu could only place his hopes on the new skill resulting from the system's fusion. As his initial excitement gradually subsided, Lin Mayu tried to console himself. Having a flying skill is still better than nothing. Even if it takes a long time, I'll eventually level it up. Meanwhile, Mang Anwen and Bai Yuan had been closely observing him the entire time. When Lin Mayu activated the final 15 skill scrolls, Mang Anwen became certain of his earlier hypothesis. Lin Mayu had indeed sensed a skill within himself. Whether he had also sensed the origin of the skill was still unclear. But at the very least, he had taken a critically important step. This step was crucial for his eventual transformation into a god-tier being. Mang Anwen and Bai Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. Moments later, the system's voice once again echoed in Lin Mayu's mind. Skill fusion complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Lightning Undead Wings. Lightning Undead Wings, level 1 grants both the user and their summoned creatures the ability to fly for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The higher the skill level, the faster the flight speed and the shorter the cooldown time. Lin Mayu clenched his fists, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. The duration had increased tenfold compared to the original skill, now providing 10 seconds of flight time. Additionally, thanks to his innate talents, the duration would be extended to 10 minutes per use. The cooldown had also been reduced significantly, from 1 hour to just 10 minutes, practically negligible for him. He now had the ability to engage in prolonged aerial combat. The weakness of being unable to fly had finally been resolved. All that remained was to level up the skill, which would further increase flight speed. As for whether the cooldown could be shortened further, that was no longer a concern. Opening his eyes, Lin Mayu was about to share the good news with Mang Anwen and Bai Yuan when he noticed both of them staring at him with peculiar expressions. Not just Bai Yuan and Mang Anwen's gaze was equally strange. Feeling a bit uneasy under their intense scrutiny, Lin Mayu asked, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Bai Yuan squinted and gave a strange smile. "Xiao Yu, when you awakened that skill just now, did you feel anything unusual?" "Something unusual?" Lin Mayu thought about it for a moment. "When I activated the scrolls, it felt like something inside me was being drawn out, trying to break free. Then I kept activating more scrolls, and that feeling became stronger until the skill was fully awakened." Bai Yuan pressed further, "And what about when the skill was activated? How did it feel?" Recalling the moment, Lin Mayu answered truthfully, "When the skill activated, that feeling spread throughout my entire body before settling into my spiritual world." Bai Yuan asked again, "Could you sense the origin of that feeling?" "The origin?" Lin Mayu pondered but eventually shook his head. The sensation he had experienced was vague and indistinct. In hindsight, it almost felt illusory. Mang Anwen interjected, "No need to rush. Continue awakening skills, and if that feeling resurfaces, try to trace it to its source." Bai Yuan nodded. "Exactly. Take your time and focus on finding the source." Hearing their words, Lin Mayu realized the importance of this matter. Without hesitation, he activated another skill scroll. Once again, countless specks of starlight enveloped him. Among the tens of thousands of specks of starlight, that feeling reappeared. However, it was much weaker than before. Lin Mayu realized that 10 intermediate skill scrolls were no longer sufficient. As more skills awakened, the consumption of skill scrolls would only increase. From needing only 1 or 2 basic scrolls at level 10 to awaken a new skill, to now requiring an astonishing 65 intermediate skill scrolls to achieve the same. The effects of intermediate skill scrolls were more than 10 times stronger than those of basic scrolls. Using 65 intermediate skill scrolls was equivalent in value and effect to an enormous quantity of basic scrolls. Of course, Lin Mayu knew that such comparisons weren't entirely accurate, but he could only estimate. This time, the requirements were clearly much higher. That sensation only lasted for a fleeting moment before fading with the dissipating effects of the scrolls. Lin Mayu immediately activated another 15 scrolls to hold onto the feeling. But even 15 scrolls were far from enough. The sensation merely grew slightly stronger before quickly fading again. Without hesitation, Lin Mayu activated 30 intermediate skill scrolls, doubling the quantity. This time, the sensation became significantly clearer. Following Mang Anwen's advice, Lin Mayu focused on grasping the feeling and tracing it back to its origin. This was a process of seeking the root, easy to describe but incredibly difficult to execute. The sensation was too ephemeral, too mystical. On the surface, it seemed to have a source, but upon closer examination, it felt as though it originated from every corner of his body. Lin Mayu did not give up. He concentrated on sensing it. To sustain the feeling, he continuously activated batches of skill scrolls. 30 scrolls at a time, one batch after another. The skill scrolls burned away, releasing their mysterious power into his body in an endless stream. As the sensation grew increasingly vivid, Lin Moyu finally began to discern a faint outline of something. It was as if he could see a glimmer of light. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted, rushing through his body and swiftly integrating into his spiritual realm, imprinting itself onto his soul. The explosion of starlight from the scrolls formed a towering pillar of light that shot into the sky, scattering the surrounding clouds. Both Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan immediately knew that Lin Moyu had awakened another new skill. And this skill seemed to be extraordinary. After all, the previous awakening hadn't caused such a phenomenon. Lin Moyu witnessed a vision. Once again, it was the necromancer clad in a mage's robe. Once again, it was the pitch-black earth, overwhelmed by an army of the undead. The ceaseless war raged on. The necromancer pointed a finger, and a summoned creature wreathed in flames appeared beside him. The moment the creature emerged, a blazing inferno erupted, obscuring its form from Lin Moyu's view. As it appeared, the enemies on the battlefield were engulfed in raging flames, incinerated to ashes within moments. Their agonized screams filled the air. Even the mighty dragons were not spared, plummeting from the skies as they burned. The next instant, the vision shattered. Skill acquired, Summon Elemental Lich. Summon Elemental Lich, Level 1 using elemental items as catalysts. Summon an elemental lich corresponding to the element. The higher the item's grade, the stronger the lich's attributes. Only one lich of each type can exist simultaneously. At higher skill levels, more liches can be summoned simultaneously. With the emergence of this skill, Lin Moyu noticed a new attribute in his status panel, a lich space. Currently, the lich space displayed 0/1, indicating that at level 1, he can only summon one lich at a time. This was an entirely new and unfamiliar skill. But judging from the vision, it was immensely powerful, astonishingly so. Opening his eyes, Lin Moyu was met with Bai Yuan's expectant gaze. How did it go, Xiaoyu? Not just his gaze, even his tone revealed eager anticipation. Lin Moyu shook his head. Still couldn't grasp it. I'll try again. Without further explanation, Lin Moyu activated another batch of skill scrolls. The first time, he had used 65 scrolls. The second time, 175. Altogether, he had already consumed 240 scrolls. Nearly a quarter of his inventory had been depleted. This time, Lin Moyu directly activated 50 scrolls. Under the shroud of countless specks of starlight, the sensation reappeared. Perhaps due to the sheer quantity of scrolls used, the sensation was far clearer than before. Armed with prior experience, Lin Moyu seized the feeling the moment it emerged and began tracing it to its source. The mystical sensation, as before, quickly spread throughout his body. Lin Moyu now understood that this feeling represented the skill itself. Skills were originally hidden deep within, waiting for sufficient levels or specific triggers to awaken. Now, he was attempting to locate the very root of this skill. With 2 prior experiences, he fully understood what needed to be done. Yet understanding was one thing, executing it was an entirely different challenge. To keep the sensation from dissipating and to ensure the skill could be successfully awakened, Lin Moyu continued to activate batch after batch of intermediate skill scrolls without hesitation. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan watched in awe, their eyes filled with astonishment. Bai Yuan remarked, "It's true that the stronger the profession, the harder it is to awaken and master its skills. But Xiaoyu's consumption of skill scrolls is simply outrageous." Meng Anwen nodded. "Indeed, it's a bit excessive. Even for mid-tier legendary professions, most would only use about 300 scrolls at level 50. Bai Yuan added, "A profession like Earth Knight might use more, but even then, it wouldn't exceed 500 scrolls. Yet Xiaoyu." By now, Lin Moyu had already used well over 500 scrolls. He had awakened 2 skills, and awakening the third had proven to be even more challenging. Scrolls were activated in rapid succession, one batch after another. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 scrolls had been consumed, leaving his stockpile almost empty. Lin Moyu had reached a critical juncture. The sensation of the skill's awakening was now overwhelmingly strong, needing only one final push. Thanks to the prolonged sensation this time, Lin Moyu finally managed to glimpse a path forward. He saw a pitch-black world with a single point of light flickering within it. The entire sensation of the skill's awakening seemed to emanate from this glowing point. As Lin Moyu focused on it, the point of light suddenly exploded. A strange energy coursed through his body, rushing into his spiritual realm and merging with his soul. The skill awakened. At the moment the light point exploded, Lin Moyu experienced a unique vision, or rather, a perception. He sensed other peculiar points near the one that had just awakened. These points were dormant, waiting to be awakened. Each point varied in size and shape, faintly emitting different auras. Lin Moyu understood. Each of these points represented a skill. This place was the origin of skills. Yet understanding it was one thing, he had no idea what practical use this knowledge served. After all this effort, was it merely to glimpse the scene for a brief moment? At that moment, the skill fully awakened, imprinting itself onto his soul. Skill acquired, Bone Prison. Bone Prison, Level 1 restrains one or multiple targets, causing paralysis. Restrained enemies cannot act or retaliate, and damage taken is reduced by 50%. Restraint duration is 1 second, varies based on the target's level and attributes, as well as the number of restrained targets. A control-type skill. It was a bone-based control skill. Lin Moyu was overjoyed upon seeing the skill. He finally had a control-type ability. Even if its base duration was only 1 second, his innate talent would amplify it. 1 second would become 60 seconds. Moreover, as the skill leveled up, the duration would undoubtedly extend further. Lin Moyu realized that his profession was becoming increasingly perfect. Even without his innate talent, the profession's offensive power might be reduced, but its versatility would remain unchanged. Even without the talent, the combat effectiveness of the undead army would diminish, but their numbers would not. Among peers of the same level, he would remain unmatched. His profession's skills encompassed summoning, offense, curses, control, and immunity. What other profession could possibly compare to this? The undead army was self-sufficient and required no external support. It was simply a flawless profession. When Lin Moyu opened his eyes again, he once more found Bai Yuan staring at him. Bai Yuan spoke softly, "Xiaoyu, it's okay if you can't find it. Your level is still low, and you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future." Mang Anwen nodded. "Even if you find it at level 80 or higher, that's perfectly fine. There's no rush." Lin Moyu understood that they were trying to comfort him, but Lin Moyu said, "Teacher, I think I've found it." "What?" Bai Yuan had been about to continue comforting him, but Lin Moyu's words turned his reassurance into a startled exclamation. Bai Yuan's voice was filled with astonishment. "You really found it?" "I'm not sure," Lin Moyu replied, recalling the scene he had witnessed. It felt somewhat unreal, almost like an illusion. He even wondered if it was merely a trick of the mind. Mang Anwen asked, "Tell us, what did you see?" Lin Moyu carefully recollected the experience. "A pitch-black space. I saw a point of light. When the light point exploded, I saw some other points as well. It felt like each point represented a skill, and they were still in a state of slumber. I can't explain it clearly." Mang Anwen knew Lin Moyu had most likely found it. That feeling was unmistakable. He himself had experienced something similar long ago, a sensation that was elusive, almost illusory. And back then, Mang Anwen had been over level 80 when he discovered the origin of his skills. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, was only at level 50. He still had plenty of time, plenty of opportunities. Mang Anwen said, "It's most likely correct. What do you think that space resembled?" "Resemble?" Lin Moyu pondered, trying to recall the feeling. After a long moment, he hesitantly replied, "It felt like a starry sky. Each point was like a silent, extinguished star." Both Mang Anwen and Bai Yuan showed surprised expressions. Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, is there something wrong?" Mang Anwen shook his head. "No, there's nothing wrong. What each person sees is different. You don't need to worry about that. What you need to do is firmly remember this feeling. When you reach level 60, 70, or 80, each time you awaken a skill, it will be another opportunity. You must repeatedly immerse yourself in this feeling, explore that space that belongs solely to you, observe it carefully, and comprehend it deeply. In this matter, no one can assist you. You can only rely on yourself to grasp it." Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, is there any particular method or principle I should follow?" Bai Yuan seemed like he wanted to say something but was stopped by a glance from Mang Anwen. Mang Anwen said, "There is only so much I can tell you. The more you know, the more harm it might bring you. You need to understand that everyone's experience is different, even for those with the same profession. Other people's experiences won't be useful for you. You can only depend on yourself." Mang Anwen repeated once more, "Only rely on yourself." Lin Moyu memorized this advice deeply. He understood that it wasn't that Mang Anwen was unwilling to tell him more, but that knowing too much might indeed be detrimental. Perhaps too much information would bring more harm than benefit. It seemed like he had stepped into a mystical, unspeakable domain. Unlike others, who simply used skill scrolls to awaken skills without understanding the underlying process, Lin Moyu was now actively seeking the root of these skills. The two approaches were on entirely different levels. Lin Moyu didn't ask further. I understand. Bai Yuan leaned in and asked, so, what skills did you awaken? Lin Moyu replied, I awakened 3 skills, Lightning Undead Wings, Summon Elemental Lich, and Bone Prison. One is for flight, one is for summoning, and one is for control. He then explained the effects of the 3 skills in detail. Bai Yuan clicked his tongue twice. Wow, your profession is becoming more and more comprehensive. Lin Moyu's profession indeed seemed to be heading toward full-spectrum versatility. The core summoning abilities were increasing, while new skills for flight and control had also been added. Though everyone could gain flight abilities after reaching level 70, having an actual flight skill was still different. Professions with flight-specific skills had a significant edge in speed and agility over those without. Meng Anwen suggested, try using a flash scroll to see if you missed anything. Awakening 3 new skills at level 50 was neither too many nor too few, it was within the normal range. However, just to be safe, it was worth checking for any overlooked awakenings. By now, Lin Moyu's stockpile of 1,000 intermediate skill scrolls had dwindled to just a few dozen, which wasn't enough for further use. The only choice was to use a flash scroll. Fortunately, Dongfang Yi had just sent over 10 flash scrolls, and Lin Moyu already had 4 of his own. With 14 flash scrolls in total, using one wouldn't feel wasteful. Lin Moyu didn't want to leave anything to chance, so he immediately used one flash scroll. The scroll exploded into a sky full of starlight, radiating a dazzling array of 7 colors. Compared to ordinary skill scrolls, it was far more beautiful. Lin Moyu clearly felt a surge of mysterious power entering his body from the flash scroll, as if it was trying to stir something within him. Its effect was hundreds of times stronger than that of regular skill scrolls. In that moment, Lin Moyu finally understood why flash scrolls guaranteed the awakening of skills. The sheer strength of the mysterious power they contained was overwhelming. Lin Moyu felt a sense of clarity and understanding of not just the what, but also the why. If he still had any unawakened skills, they would undoubtedly be triggered, producing a distinct sensation. But this time, he felt nothing. Lin Moyu confirmed that all his level 50 skills had already been awakened. There were no omissions. Meng Anwen said, good, no omissions. Are you planning to head to the eternal battlefield? Lin Moyu replied, I plan to perfect my skills first, and then I'll go to the eternal battlefield. Among the 3 new skills, only Lightning Undead Wings would take significant time to train and refine. The other 2 skills, Lin Moyu was confident, could be perfected in a short period. Alright, I'll find a teleportation point for you in the next few days. The most convenient way to reach the eternal battlefield would be for Meng Anwen to send him there using the Divine Summer Tower. Otherwise, it would involve numerous transfers, which would be cumbersome. Thank you, teacher. I'll go train my skills now. Leaving White God Courtyard, Lin Moyu wasted no time and headed straight to the trading market. Training the Summon Elemental Lich skill required consuming materials imbued with various elemental attributes. The quality of the materials didn't need to be high for training purposes. Only after the skill was fully refined would it require a high-grade material to summon the Elemental Lich. Once an Elemental Lich was summoned, it would remain as long as it wasn't destroyed. The Lich would only disappear if Lin Moyu summoned another Lich of the same element or actively dismissed it. Liches of different elements could coexist, but only one of the same element could exist at a time. Lin Moyu began sweeping the trading market for materials with elemental attributes. Since it was just for skill training, he targeted low-tier materials around level 10. As long as the price was cheap and the materials had elemental properties, they would suffice. With 2 billion gold coins at his disposal, buying these low-tier materials was no issue at all. For example, flame flowers with fire attributes cost only 100 gold coins each, while azure ice with water attributes was less than 200 gold coins. Low-tier materials were inexpensive. To be sure, Lin Moyu purchased a single flame flower and tested it to see if it could summon a fire elemental lich. Once confirmed, he confidently began buying in bulk. By the time he was done, the trading market's stock of low-tier elemental materials had been nearly wiped out. Lin Moyu spent nearly 300 million gold coins, buying 100,000 units of each type. He calculated that this amount should suffice, and only then did he head to the dungeon hall with satisfaction. As usual, he chose the Beast God Plateau dungeon. The environment there was spacious, with pleasant temperatures and fresh air, making it a comfortable place to train skills. Most importantly, Lin Moyu didn't want to bother exploring an unknown dungeon. Since he had just reached level 50 and could still enter, he chose the familiar location. Skill, Lightning Undead Wings. With a faint crackling sound, a pair of wings appeared behind Lin Moyu. Stretching over 3 meters in length, The wings were constructed from interwoven bones, immaculate and white. Electric arcs danced across the bones, crackling audibly. In the next instant, Lin Moyu transformed into a streak of lightning, darting toward the sky. The flight speed was astonishing, leaving a long trail of electricity in the air. Lin Moyu calculated the speed approximately 500 meters per second. It was much slower than his previous lightning wings, but the skill was only at level 1. As the skill leveled up, the speed would undoubtedly increase. Descending from the sky, Lin Moyu deactivated the skill. Although the flight time could seamlessly connect, allowing for extended flight, increasing speed would require leveling up the skill. Skill training was slow, usable only once every 10 minutes, requiring time and patience. Next, Lin Moyu placed a pile of materials before him and began training the Summon Elemental Lich skill. As the skill activated, a white flame appeared in his palm. From the flame, a tiny lich, no larger than a fist, leaped out and hovered in front of him. To Lin Moyu's surprise, the lich could fly. The small lich looked far from terrifying. In fact, it appeared rather cute as it floated gently around him. At level 1, its attributes weren't particularly apparent, but Lin Moyu wasn't concerned. His priority was leveling up the skill first. The next moment, another fire elemental lich emerged, and the first one instantly dissolved into a burst of flames, vanishing without a trace. The restriction that only one lich of the same element could exist at a time was a limitation of the skill, and Lin Moyu couldn't change it. He continued summoning liches repeatedly while also training lightning undead wings, which he could only activate every 10 minutes. The elemental liches were summoned one after another, only to be replaced again and again. The vast stockpile of materials Lin Moyu had prepared was rapidly dwindling. As the skill level increased, the aura of the elemental liches grew increasingly powerful. Yet, their appearance remained unchanged, still no larger than a fist, adorably cute. Lin Moyu found himself both amused and exasperated. He was, after all, an undead monarch, a summoner of the undead. Whether it was skeletal warriors or lich generals, their appearances were always meant to be terrifying and imposing. How did this little creature come to be? Although it still resembled a lich, it looked like a deflated balloon wrapped around bones. But it was far too small, and with its body engulfed in flames, it exuded an undeniable cuteness. This doesn't quite match what I saw during the skill awakening process, Lin Moyu muttered to himself, resting his chin on his hand while observing the flaming lich circling around him. The difference was staggering. It was almost impossible to believe that the flaming lich he saw during the skill awakening and the one before him now were the same. Could it be related to the skill level or the materials used? He pondered for a moment and felt this was a likely explanation. The materials used for summoning clearly affected the combat strength of the elemental liches. Could it also influence their appearance? Deciding to set this question aside for now, Lin Moyu focused on leveling up the skill. Over and over, he activated the skill, summoning lich after lich. When his stock of fire element materials was nearly depleted, the skill finally reached level 10. With a faint hum, the elemental lich summoned at level 10 underwent a transformation. A glowing aura appeared at its feet. Lin Moyu froze for a moment. This aura looked somewhat familiar. Aside from its faint white hue, it bore a striking resemblance to the holy fire aura of a holy knight. Curious, Lin Moyu checked the aura's attributes. Necrofire aura grants all members of the Undead Legion the Necrofire aura, dealing fire damage to all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Damage scales with skill level and lich attributes. Lin Moyu examined the details. The aura applied to every single member of the Undead Legion. The maximum range would center on wherever the Legion was positioned. That range was massive. The flaming lich wouldn't even need to move, its aura alone could cover an entire battlefield. Doesn't this make it essentially a holy knight? Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Who would believe that his undead summoning skill had an aura effect akin to a holy knight's? Staring at the flaming lich, he found its hollow eyes staring back at him. Though empty, those eyes seemed to carry a hint of something unusual, making the atmosphere between them slightly eerie. Lin Moyu couldn't help but murmur, could the other elemental liches also have auras? He decided to test his theory. Taking out a bit of wind element material, he activated the skill again. The material vanished, and a gentle breeze swept through the area. A wind element lich, shrouded in swirling gusts, appeared before him. Like the flaming lich, the wind element lich was small and cute, its size unchanged. At its feet was also an aura, this time in a pale green hue. Necrowind aura grants all members of the Undead Legion the Necrowind aura, significantly increasing their speed. Effect scales with skill level and lich attributes. Simultaneously, the skeleton warriors and lich generals under Lin Moyu's command manifested a second aura beneath their feet. The Necrofire aura and Necrowind aura did not interfere with one another. Lin Moyu finally understood. The elemental liches indeed carried auras. Even without considering their combat capabilities, the auras alone made them invaluable assets to his undead army. Realizing the immense potential of the elemental liches, Lin Moyu doubled down on his efforts, tirelessly activating the skill to train it further. The skill level rose quickly at first. Initially, he could level it up once per hour. However, progress slowed significantly after reaching level 20. By level 40, the pace slowed even further. Even so, after 5 days of sleepless effort, Lin Moyu pushed the Summon Elemental Lich skill to level 50, achieving perfection. From that point onward, the skill would automatically advance alongside his character level. Lin Moyu let out a long sigh of relief. 5 days of relentless training had brought Summon Elemental Lich to level 50. In the meantime, Lightning Undead Wings had reached level 2. The flight duration increased by 10 seconds, doubling its original time. The cooldown was reduced by 1 minute, allowing the skill to be used every 9 minutes. The flight speed also improved, increasing from 500 meters per second to 600 meters per second. With the reduced cooldown, the training speed for Lightning Undead Wings could now accelerate further. Lin Moyu was confident that with a bit more effort, he could gain a few more levels, and the training process would only get faster. Now came the question of what materials to use for summoning the elemental liches. The quality of the materials would determine the strength of the summoned liches. Using subpar materials felt underwhelming. But Lin Moyu didn't have access to legendary grade materials either. After much deliberation, he silently took out a set of elemental crystals, a flame crystal, earth crystal, light crystal, water crystal, wind crystal, and lightning crystal. Elemental crystals were items obtainable after level 40, comparable in quality to platinum-grade weapons. Aside from divine stones, these were the best elemental items Lin Moyu currently had at his disposal. Having made up his mind, he gripped the flame crystal in his hand. Skill, Summon Elemental Lich. A towering pillar of fire erupted around Lin Moyu. Standing amidst the flames, Lin Moyu felt no heat, only a gentle warmth. The fire didn't harm him in the slightest. The flame crystal shattered, and a flaming lich appeared before him. Compared to the flaming lich summoned with low-grade materials, this one was noticeably larger. It had grown from fist size to the size of an adult human head. Perhaps due to the round shape of the crystal, the lich itself appeared plumper and rounder. Its features seemed softer, and its bones were less prominent. Why does it look even cuter? Lin Moyu muttered, feeling as though it clashed completely with his profession's aesthetic. An undead summoning creature that looked adorable? It was giving him a headache. He continued testing. One by one, the Storm Lich, Frost Lich, Earth Lich, Lightning Lich, and Light Lich appeared. Each lich stood atop its own unique aura. 6 elemental liches hovered around Lin Moyu in a continuous orbit. Lin Moyu carefully examined their attributes and familiarized himself with their abilities. Platinum Grade Elemental Lich. Level, 50. Strength, 90,000. Agility, 90,000. Spirit, 90,000. Constitution, 90,000. All 6 liches had identical base stats, with their differences stemming from their unique auras. Flaming Lich. Blazing Aura, grants all members of the Undead Legion the Blazing Aura, dealing fire damage to all enemies within a 1,000 meter radius. Damage scales with skill level and lich attributes. Storm Lich. Storm Aura, grants all members of the Undead Legion the Storm Aura, significantly increasing their speed. Effect scales with skill level and lich attributes. Frost Lich. Frost Aura, grants all members of the Undead Legion the Frost Aura, inflicting freezing effects on all enemies within a 1,000 meter radius. Effect scales with skill level and lich attributes. Earth Lich. Earth Aura, grants all members of the Undead Legion the Earth Aura, significantly boosting their defense. Effect scales with skill level and lich attributes. Lightning Lich. Lightning Aura, grants all members of the Undead Legion the Lightning Aura, dealing lightning damage to all enemies within a 1,000 meter radius and potentially causing paralysis. Damage scales with skill level and lich attributes. Light Lich. Holy Light Aura, grants all members of the Undead Legion the Holy Light Aura, enhancing resistance against light element damage and increasing damage dealt to dark element enemies. Effect scales with skill level and lich attributes. As the aura attributes appeared one by one, Lin Moyu marveled at the transformation. 6 auras layered neatly beneath the Undead Legion, their brilliant colors illuminating the ground in a spectacular display. The Undead Legion had been magnificently reborn into a Holy Light Legion. With all the enhancements in place, Lin Mayu could hardly fathom how powerful his undead army had become. Enemies wouldn't even get close before being burned by fire, struck by lightning, and frozen in place. It was utterly despair-inducing. Lin Mayu realized that every 10 levels brought a monumental leap in power. Not only did his comprehensive stat-boosting passive talent increase by 1 level, but the new skills he acquired often introduced game-changing effects. Strong, unbelievably strong, Lin Mayu murmured, deeply impressed by his own progress. Having familiarized himself with the 6 auras brought by the elemental liches, Lin Mayu shifted his gaze to a distant group of monsters, a sly and mischievous smile curling on his lips. "You're next." It was a pack of wild wolves. On Plateau 1, the plateau wolves and plateau antelopes were the most abundant creatures. Both were herd-based monsters, with packs ranging from as few as 4 to 5 to as many as a dozen. The pack of wolves Lin Mayu had set his sights on consisted of exactly 8, neither too many nor too few. With a thought, his consciousness locked onto all 8 wolves. He raised his hand. Skill, Bone Prison. The 8 wolves were instantly ensnared by the bone prison before they could even react. Their bodies froze, and a fine layer of skeletal chains materialized over them. The chains wrapped tightly around their bodies like shackles, complete with small barbs that pierced into their flesh. The paralysis effect immediately took hold, leaving the wolves completely immobile. However, the presence of the skeletal chains also greatly enhanced their defense, reducing the damage they received by a full 50%. At level 1, Bone Prison's base duration was only 1 second. But thanks to Lin Mayu's comprehensive amplification, a god-tier talent, the duration was magnified by a staggering 60 times, increasing to 60 seconds. The actual duration, however, was influenced by factors such as the monster's levels, numbers, and attributes, making it impossible to predict precisely. Lin Mayu suspected that against these level 45+ monsters, the effect of the level 1 skill would be significantly weakened. Sure enough, after just 3 seconds, the skeletal chains binding the wolves simultaneously vanished. The wolves broke free of their restraints and lunged at him with fierce howls. But before they could advance even 2 meters, another bone prison descended upon them. 3 seconds later, the bone prison dissipated once more. Yet Lin Mayu gave them no chance to close the distance. Another bone prison followed immediately, locking them down again. After several cycles of experimentation, Lin Mayu had fully grasped the mechanics of bone prison. The more monsters the skill attempted to bind simultaneously, the shorter the duration of the restraint. The higher the monster's levels and attributes, the shorter the binding duration as well. At his current level 1 skill state, with the talent boost granting a 60-second restraint duration, binding a single wolf could hold it for approximately 20 seconds. Binding 8 wolves simultaneously reduced the duration to less than 3 seconds. Another key detail was the immense mental energy consumed by bone prison. For each additional monster bound, the mental energy cost multiplied. Binding a single wolf with the level 1 skill required about 100 mental energy points. Binding 8 wolves simultaneously consumed a staggering 800 points. As the skill's level increased, the energy expenditure would undoubtedly grow even higher. Such an enormous consumption rate would be crippling for most magic-based professions. Even at level 50, most casters would have a maximum of around 40,000 mental energy. Binding multiple targets a few times in succession would all but deplete their reserves. Moreover, binding multiple targets reduced the restraint duration significantly, further diminishing the skill's practicality. But for Lin Mayu, such limitations were inconsequential. He had already unraveled the core challenge of this skill. The main obstacle in training bone prison was the heavy mental energy consumption. However, Lin Mayu was entirely unconcerned about energy depletion. For him, this so-called greatest challenge simply didn't exist. At level 50, his undead army consisted of 30 legions, each comprising 900 skeletons, a total of 27,000 skeletons. These skeletons collectively shared the burden of his mental energy consumption. Draining his mental energy reserves with such a vast pool of resources would be nearly impossible. Lin Mayu began casting the skill recklessly and without restraint. The wolves he had chosen as test subjects were thoroughly doomed. Bone prison repeatedly refreshed on their bodies, leaving them perpetually paralyzed. Their muscles stiffened, rendering them completely immobile. Aside from their eyes, they couldn't even twitch, let alone make a sound. Eventually, Lin Mayu even experimented with alternating casts, firing off 4 to 5 instances of the skill every second. The skill's level skyrocketed at lightning speed, far faster than when he was training Summon Elemental Lich. Once again, Lin Mayu demonstrated his relentless drive, pushing himself to the limit. In less than 2 days, he had trained Bone Prison to level 50. Bone Prison, level 50, binds one or multiple enemies, inflicting paralysis. Bound enemies cannot move or counterattack and take 50% reduced damage. Duration, 50 seconds, affected by enemy level, attributes, and number of targets. At level 50, the skill's restraint duration reached 50 seconds, but the mental energy consumption also became astonishing, 5,000 points per cast. And this was only for binding a single target. If Lin Maoyu were to bind 8 targets simultaneously, most level 50 casters would exhaust their entire mental energy pool with a single use of the skill. Only Lin Maoyu could afford such extravagance. Now, among the 3 new skills he had obtained after reaching level 50, only Lightning Undead Wings had yet to be fully leveled. With a cooldown of 9 minutes per use, even if Lin Maoyu used it without fail, it would still take several days to gain a single level. The leveling process was undeniably slow. However, Lin Maoyu wasn't concerned. Thanks to comprehensive amplification, his level 2 Lightning Undead Wings already allowed for a 20-minute flight duration with a cooldown of just 9 minutes. This was more than sufficient for prolonged aerial combat alongside his undead army. With his skills fully trained, Lin Maoyu finally allowed himself to relax. He glanced over his level 50 attributes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His stats were absurdly high, so much so that if other professionals were to see them, they'd only have one word to describe him: monster. Name, Lin Maoyu. Class, Necromancer Lord, unique. Level, 51%. Strength, 35. Agility, 35. Spirit, 198, 610. Constitution, 90, 735. Special attributes, asterisk. Physical damage reduction, 50%. Poison damage reduction, 50%. Fire damage reduction, 50%. Water damage reduction, 50%. Wind damage reduction, 50%. Light damage reduction, 80%. Lightning damage reduction, 80%. Vitality increase, 50%. Summon space, 900 out of 900. Undead army, 30/30. Lich space, 6 out of 6. Talents, comprehensive amplification, level 6, unique, comprehensive connection, unique. Passive skills, asterisk. Status immunity. Damage transfer. Elemental resistance, level 1. Physical resistance, level 1. Active skills, asterisk. Soul flame, level 50. Corpse explosion, level 7. Bone armor, level 50. Bone spikes, level 50. Summon skeleton berserker, level 50. Summon skeleton archmage, level 50. Summon skeleton sharpshooter, level 50. Summon lich general, level 50. Summon elemental lich, level 50. Decay curse, level 50. Venom curse, level 50. Bone prison, level 50. Lightning undead wings, level 3. War enhancement. Slaughter domain, unavailable. Total attribute points, 430,000. His total stats were terrifyingly high, even exceeding those of world bosses of the same level. According to what Lin Maoyu knew, mid-tier legendary professionals at level 50 typically had total stats ranging between 120,000 and 130,000. Even with fortuitous encounters, it was rare for anyone to exceed 150,000. Yet he had reached 430,000, nearly 3 times that of others. With such attributes, his strength surpassed warriors, his agility outmatched assassins, and his constitution was greater than that of knights. As for his spirit stat, it was exponentially higher than any other magic-based profession. Coupled with his vast array of damage immunity traits, elemental and physical resistances, status immunity, damage transfer, a massive arsenal of offensive skills, and his overwhelmingly powerful undead army, Lin Maoyu was practically invincible. Even Corpse Explosion had reached level 7. Attack, control, curses, his skills covered every imaginable need. At this moment, Lin Maoyu couldn't help but feel that he was, indeed, a bit of a monster. In the history of humanity, no one had likely reached his level of power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the level 90 Flame Demon King at under level 50, ascending to the rank of 2-star Divine General. After checking the status of his skeletons, Lin Maoyu clapped his hands. Time to head to the eternal battlefield. After 7 full days of skill training, Lin Maoyu returned to the small courtyard of White God. By then, Meng Anwen had already finished preparing the teleportation array to the eternal battlefield. Bai Yuan was absent, having gone to Fortress Number 8. Before leaving, Lin Maoyu demonstrated the effects of the Elemental Lich to Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen clicked his tongue in amazement. Who would have thought there'd be a skill like this? To some degree, it can replace the role of a holy light knight. Your class is becoming increasingly versatile. Lin Moyu felt the same. The Lich General had already replaced the Legion Overlord with its 3 unique skills. Now the Elemental Lich had taken over the functions of a Holy Light Knight. Lin Moyu's skills had become entirely self-sufficient, forming a complete system without relying on any other classes. Indeed, that was the reality of his situation. Lin Moyu couldn't accept external buffs or support effects and had always relied solely on himself. "Teacher, where can I find higher-level elemental materials?" Lin Moyu asked. To enhance the Elemental Lich, aside from leveling up the skill itself, the most crucial factor was acquiring high-quality, high-level elemental materials. Meng Anwen replied, "There are quite a few places where such materials can be found. For example, in the lower and deeper layers of the Eternal Battlefield, you'll encounter some rare elemental materials. The Scorching Sky Red Flower, for instance, is a legendary grade fire elemental material. And the Crystal of Heavy Water is a legendary grade water elemental material. However, obtaining these items won't be easy. The rarer the material, the higher the difficulty in acquiring it." Beyond the Eternal Battlefield, Meng Anwen also mentioned several other locations where legendary-grade elemental materials could be found. However, the difficulty of obtaining them was universally high. Even the cheapest option, located in dungeons within the Empire's borders, required defeating dungeon bosses above level 80. And even then, the drop rate for these materials was exceedingly low. Legendary-grade materials were so scarce that it explained why legendary-grade equipment was equally rare among humanity. From Meng Anwen's words, Lin Moyu could sense the challenges ahead. The lower layers of the Eternal Battlefield belonged to the realm of level 70 to 89 creatures, a place Lin Moyu currently couldn't access. He had to temporarily suppress his ambitions. The Shinsha Tower appeared, and Lin Moyu stepped into the teleportation array. Meng Anwen advised, "If you encounter danger, activate the teleportation stone immediately to return." Lin Moyu nodded and gripped a custom-made teleportation stone crafted by Meng Anwen. This teleportation stone was linked to the Shinsha Tower and could be used even in hell difficulty dungeons or secret realms, allowing Lin Moyu to escape danger at any time. In terms of item tier, it was second only to Abyss teleportation stones made from spatial crystals. The teleportation array carried Lin Moyu across a vast distance. As the familiar air filled his lungs, Lin Moyu arrived at the Eternal Battlefield. Looking at the somewhat familiar surroundings, Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "Teacher was slacking off again." This time, he had arrived at the exact same spot as before in the Eternal Battlefield, not even a hair's breadth different. Meng Anwen hadn't bothered to find a new teleportation point, simply reusing the previous one. However, the upper layers of the Eternal Battlefield posed no real threat to Lin Moyu anymore, so it didn't matter where he was teleported. After determining his direction, Lin Moyu activated Lightning Undead Wings without hesitation. Transforming into a streak of lightning, he flew toward the core area. With his flying skill, his speed was now leagues faster than before. In the upper layers of the Eternal Battlefield, aside from the core area, there were no flying monsters. This allowed Lin Moyu to fly freely without worry. At a speed of 600 meters per second, Lin Moyu could cover 2,000 kilometers in an hour, far more distance than he could have traversed on foot in an entire day. Before long, familiar sights came into view. It was the territory of the Devourer Worms. Months ago, a fierce battle had left the Devourer Worms' territory in ruins. Now, the area had somewhat recovered. New mounds and hills had formed, but the Devourer Worm Queen and Devourer Worm King had yet to reappear. It seemed they still needed time to fully regenerate. Lin Moyu pressed onward, quickly leaving the Devourer Worms' territory behind. Following the path he had once walked, he soon arrived at the site where he had slain the earth-tunneling serpent god. The shattered mountains had been restored under the Eternal Battlefield's rules, the land once again smooth and free of the toxic fumes that had lingered. However, this time, there was no earth-tunneling serpent god in the mountains, dashing Lin Moyu's hopes of obtaining a chunk of poisonous crystal. He continued flying for half a day, covering tens of thousands of kilometers. The monsters below had reached level 55, signaling that he was nearing the core area. The sights along the way stirred some emotion in Lin Moyu. This was the path he had once painstakingly walked. Finally, the landscape began to shift, and the terrain of the core area appeared in his view. At last, Lin Moyu murmured. Memories of his past struggles here resurfaced in his mind, how difficult it had been to advance through the core area, losing skeleton warriors one after another. He had nearly died when he encountered the ancient Luan bird/Wu. This time, however, Lin Moyu was confident such a situation wouldn't repeat itself. On the ground, a burst of dazzling smoke and flames erupted. Recognizing the skill, Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh softly. They're still here, huh? He spotted a team battling on the edge of the core area. His sharp eyes immediately recognized Mu Qianqian, the violent woman wielding a massive platinum hammer, a figure impossible to ignore. The telltale fireworks-like skill effects were also unmistakable. Gallant Night Rain led her team, maneuvering along the periphery of the core area. In the months since their last meeting, the team members had all leveled up. Mu Qianqian had reached level 60, a respectable pace. Currently, they were besieging an ordinary boss. As a knight, Gallant Night Rain had reached level 61. She stood firmly at the forefront, protecting her teammates. Under her command, the team maintained a steady rhythm in battle. Mu Qianqian fully embraced her role as a powerhouse, no longer just a decorative fireworks girl. Her stun skills, combined with her sure-hit talent and combat instincts, repeatedly interrupted the boss's abilities. This made the team's fight unusually smooth. Hovering in midair, Lin Moyu observed for a while and noticed that Mu Qianqian had become the team's mainstay. Her contributions had become indispensable. The boss they were fighting was slowly being worn down. No matter how much it struggled, its defeat was inevitable. As victory loomed, Lin Moyu suddenly sensed something and raised his head. In the distance, two demons came hurtling toward them. Gallant Night Rain was the first to sense the demonic presence. She shouted, "Demons incoming! Stay alert! I'll hold the bossy mages, focus on the demons and take them down. Qianqian, help me control the boss. One support will suffice for us." Her reaction was swift, and she quickly issued commands. With a team of 20 members, Gallant Night Rain had plenty to work with in terms of tactics. Lin Moyu watched and realized he might have underestimated Gallant Night Rain in the past. Her control over the flow of battle was impressive. Unfortunately, such arrangements wouldn't make much of a difference in this case. Having dealt with demons countless times, Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that the two approaching demons were around level 65. After level 60, each level brought a significant increase in attributes and strength. Either of these demons alone was on par with the boss they were currently fighting. What's more, demons were far more agile and dangerous in combat than regular bosses. Even without the boss's interference, Gallant Night Rain's team would struggle to handle two demons. With the boss still in play, they were in serious danger. Lin Moyu quickly assessed the situation and concluded that Gallant Night Rain's group was at risk. However, he didn't intervene. He wanted to see how Gallant Night Rain would handle the crisis. The two demons consisted of an Abyssal Sword Demon and an Abyssal Blade Demon. The Abyssal Blade Demon's 8 arms, each wielding a sharp blade, were its deadliest weapons. It charged downward, laughing maniacally, "Die." Meanwhile, the Abyssal Sword Demon floated in midair, swinging its pitch-black demonic sword to release wave after wave of deadly sword energy. Two knights from Gallant Night Rain's team stepped forward, one to block the sword energy, the other to confront the Abyssal Blade Demon. Both knights were level 59, and with supporting buffs, their attributes were decent. But compared to the Abyssal Blade Demon, they were still outmatched. The Abyssal Blade Demon descended like a meteor, all 8 arms slashing simultaneously. One knight shouted, ***, Holy Shield Defense, ***. Her shield glowed brilliantly, doubling in size. With a deafening crash, the shield was smashed aside, and the knight was sent flying. She couldn't block the attack. Fortunately, the support reacted quickly, healing the knight midair as she tumbled. Meanwhile, mages and archers launched attacks at the Abyssal Blade Demon. But the demon deflected all the attacks with its 8 arms. The Abyssal Sword Demon's sword energy struck the other knight, who was immediately gravely injured, coughing up blood as she was sent flying backward. The difference in level and attributes was simply too vast, especially after level 60. Even with the aid of support buffs, the gap was difficult to bridge. The Abyssal Blade Demon charged into the team with a cruel grin, while the knight who had been knocked away rushed back into the fray. Her entire body glowed as she activated her ultimate defensive skill. Only in this state could she stand against the Abyssal Blade Demon. But even so, she wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The demon's arms blurred into a whirlwind of strikes, producing an incessant barrage of impacts. Its excited roars accompanied each attack. Die! Die! Suddenly, Mu Qianqian surged back into the fight, plunging straight into the chaos of the demon's bladelight. With a sharp cry, she swung her massive hammer, and the Abyssal Blade Demon abruptly froze in place. Relying on her combat instincts, sure-hit talent, and stun skill, even the level 65 Abyssal Blade Demon couldn't withstand her assault and succumb to the same move. "Attack with everything you've got!" Mu Qianqian shouted. The team responded with flawless coordination, unleashing all their firepower on the Abyssal Blade Demon without waiting for her command. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Sword Demon, floating in the air, let out a soft snort and swung its longsword fiercely. Dozens of sword beams swept across the battlefield in an instant. "Watch out!" Mu Qianqian cried. The mages raised shields, and the knights activated group defenses. A thunderous roar echoed as the Abyssal Blade Demon broke free from its stun state in just 2 seconds. Mu Qianqian's stun skill had a cooldown of 5 seconds, leaving 3 seconds to go before she could use it again. She clearly hadn't anticipated the Abyssal Blade Demon recovering so quickly. This was the insurmountable gap created by their level difference. If Mu Qianqian were also level 65, the demon would have been stunned for at least 4 seconds. The Abyssal Blade Demon glared at Mu Qianqian, its eyes burning with fury. "I'll kill you." It was enraged now. Its blades erupted in a storm of strikes that seemed to engulf Mu Qianqian entirely. A cacophony of impacts filled the air as Mu Qianqian was sent flying, already injured. "Qianqian! Quick, heal Qianqian!" Gallant Knight Rain shouted anxiously as the healers sprang into action. Lin Maoyu watched from above, his mind clear as a mirror. Mu Qianqian was already incredibly strong. As a legendary class holder, though not a combat-focused one, her attributes were quite impressive. Combined with her talents, Mu Qianqian excelled at a one-trick wonder approach, capable of holding her own among combat classes of her level. Unfortunately, her opponent was the Abyssal Blade Demon, a member of a powerful demon bloodline. Its attributes were overwhelmingly strong, surpassing even those of legendary class holders. Adding in the level difference, it was no surprise that Mu Qianqian couldn't match it. The Abyssal Blade Demon, having suffered earlier, was now angrier than ever, its combat prowess even fiercer than before. The knight who took Mu Qianqian's place wouldn't last more than a few seconds. Above, the Abyssal Sword Demon's devastating sword beams rained down from the sky, forcing the team into a purely defensive position with no chance to counterattack. Meanwhile, Gallant Knight Rain, the team's strongest knight, was still entangled with the boss and unable to break free. Under these circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the team met their demise. "Knight Rain!" Mu Qianqian shouted. "I'll distract them and the boss. You all need to run." Having been healed, Mu Qianqian quickly recovered. She cried out and activated her AoE collection skill. Fireworks exploded, instantly drawing the boss's attention away from Gallant Knight Rain. After level 60, the range of her collection skill had increased significantly, even managing to encompass the Abyssal Sword Demon in the air. The two demons' attention was forcibly drawn to Mu Qianqian, their hatred for her growing immensely. The skill's capacity to draw aggro was terrifying. Gallant Knight Rain shouted, "No, you can't." But Mu Qianqian wasn't listening. She sprinted away at full speed, yelling as she ran, "Knight Rain, take the others and leave. Don't worry about me." Gallant Knight Rain instinctively wanted to give chase, but hearing Mu Qianqian's words, she hesitated and stopped. She had to consider the rest of the team. If she followed Mu Qianqian, they would all likely die together, becoming food for the demons. Such a sacrifice would serve no purpose. In the end, with tears streaming down her face, Gallant Knight Rain gritted her teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" She turned and led the group in the opposite direction. The team members ran with tears in their eyes, knowing that Mu Qianqian would almost certainly not survive this time. High above, Lin Maoyu observed everything. From a rational perspective, Mu Qianqian's decision was correct, and Gallant Knight Rain's actions were not wrong either. But on a personal level, Lin Maoyu didn't care for Gallant Knight Rain's approach. Mu Qianqian ran with all her might, her speed incredible. But the boss wasn't much slower, and the Abyssal Blade Demon was even faster. As it closed in, Mu Qianqian suddenly turned around and used her stun skill on the Abyssal Blade Demon. The demon froze momentarily, allowing Mu Qianqian to continue her escape. The Abyssal Sword Demon above unleashed wave after wave of sword beams, but Mu Qianqian dodged them all. Her combat instincts granted her extraordinary reflexes, enabling her to evade the demon's attacks time and again. She continued to stun the Abyssal Blade Demon repeatedly, infuriating it further. The demon roared in rage, its body shrouded in black flames, with abyssal fire igniting along its arms. The flames grazed Mu Qianqian, inflicting significant damage each time. Meanwhile, the sword beams from above wove into a deadly net, making her evasions increasingly difficult. Mu Qianqian drank a potion, her only thought being to hold on a little longer and run as far as possible to buy more time for Gallant Knight Rain and the others. Her escape drew numerous monsters from the core area as well, further complicating her situation. Within minutes, she was utterly exhausted and could run no further. Finally, a terrifying sword beam came hurtling toward her, while the Abyssal Blade Demon's blade descended from behind. No matter how strong her combat instincts were, in such a situation, evasion was impossible. Mu Chanxian smiled bitterly, whispering, "Looks like I'm really going to die this time." For some reason, in this critical moment, Lin Mayu's face suddenly appeared in her mind. She didn't think about where Gallant Knight Rain might be now or whether she had led the enemies far enough away. At this moment, her subconscious thought of Lin Mayu. Mu Chanxian closed her eyes, her expression devoid of fear. But a few seconds later, the expected pain never came. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by a dazzling white light. Bone armor. Mu Chanxian's eyes lit up with surprise. The appearance of bone armor meant Lin Mayu had arrived. She looked up and quickly spotted Lin Mayu hovering in the air. With Lin Mayu here, she knew she wouldn't die. Ignoring the abyssal blade demon charging toward her, the sword beams from above, and the boss closing in, she simply waved at Lin Mayu with a smile. The bone armor shimmered brilliantly. With his talents enhancing the bone armor, it provided a defense equivalent to 300,000 constitution. Even the combined full-strength attacks of the level 60 plus Abyssal Blade Demon and Abyssal Sword Demon couldn't break through it in a short time. The Abyssal Blade Demon was startled by the sudden appearance of the bone armor, then noticed Lin Mayu. A mere level 50 runt with a flying skill? It sneered. Heh, fresh meat delivered to my doorstep. Mixed flavors, male and female, are always better. The Abyssal Sword Demon also noticed Lin Mayu, but its attention remained on Mu Chanxian, unwilling to shift its focus. It was undeniable, the aggro drawing power of her collection skill was unmatched, comparable only to a knight's specific abilities. The next moment, Mu Chanxian received a party invitation from Lin Mayu. She quickly left her original group and joined Lin Mayu's party. A flash of crimson light followed as a curse descended. Skill, Aging Curse. The moment the curse took effect, the Abyssal Blade Demon, Abyssal Sword Demon, the boss, and several other monsters that had been drawn in all froze in place, completely immobilized. The Abyssal Sword Demon even plummeted straight from the sky. Skill, Bone Prison. Time seemed to freeze as all enemies were bound in place. The Undead Legion surged forth. Far away, Gallant Knight Rain and her team had fled more than 100 kilometers. Suddenly, sadness washed over them as they saw Mu Chanxian leave the party. They knew what that meant, Mu Chanxian had died. Tears flowed down their faces. Gallant Knight Rain sobbed as she urged, "Stop crying. We need to keep running. Find a good spot to build a tomb for Chanxian. Then, we'll come back, revive her, and someday bring her back to see her own grave." The Abyssal Blade Demon and Abyssal Sword Demon, trapped within the bone prison, could only watch in horror as the skeleton berserkers brought their axes down upon them. These weren't mindless monsters, they were demons. They could think, struggle, and, most importantly, feel fear. Terror flickered in their eyes. Who is this? Why can't I move? Their minds raced with questions, but there was no time to think further. Any delay in action would mean death. The red glow of the skeleton berserkers' axes loomed closer, and even the demons could feel the shadow of death pressing upon them. With several loud bangs, the Abyssal Blade Demon's arms exploded one after another. Each time an arm burst, its body trembled involuntarily, racked with excruciating pain. For demons, arms weren't just weapons. After reaching level 60, they became vital for survival. As its arms exploded, immense energy surged from its body. After sacrificing 4 arms in succession, the bone prison surrounding it shattered, and it regained its freedom. But by then, the skeleton berserker's axe was already descending. Berserk Smite, level 2 deals 600% of the user's strength as damage to the target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The strength of a level 50 skeleton berserker was terrifying. With talent amplification, its strength stat had reached 252,000. Combined with the Lich General's 50% strength boost, its total strength was close to 380,000. And with the 600% multiplier from its skill, the resulting power was devastating. This single strike could almost instantly kill the Abyssal Blade Demon. Sensing its impending death, the Abyssal Blade Demon raised its remaining arm in desperation. Its arm morphed into a massive blade to block the incoming axe. Crack! The arm was severed instantly, demon blood spraying like a fountain. With a shriek of agony, the demon bolted toward the sky, fleeing as fast as it could without a backward glance. To the Abyssal Blade Demon, this level 50 entity was far too terrifying. As for the Abyssal Sword Demon, still trapped within the bone prison, the Blade Demon didn't even spare it a thought. In the Abyssal realm, the strong ruled, and there was no such thing as friendship. As it fled, the Abyssal Blade Demon heard a blood-curdling scream behind it. It knew the Abyssal Sword Demon was dead. Fear gripped its heart as it raced away, not daring to look back. Bang! Its body collided with what felt like an iron wall and was sent flying backward. Looking up, it saw Lin Moyu standing before it, still clad in shimmering bone armor. Panic-stricken, the abyssal blade demon failed to realize how drastically the curse had slowed it down. Its current speed was a mere fraction of what it should have been, barely a few dozen meters per second. In comparison, Lin Moyu moved at 600 meters per second, catching up in the blink of an eye. "You can't escape," Lin Moyu declared coldly. Beside him, 10 skeleton grand mages and 10 skeleton sharpshooters materialized. "Now that I'm level 50, I might as well test the combat capabilities of the skeleton grand mages and sharpshooters," he mused. The skeleton berserkers had already proven their strength moments ago, taking down the abyssal sword demon in a matter of seconds. Under the abyssal blade demon's terrified gaze, elemental explosions erupted, and piercing arrows riddled its body. Already gravely injured, the demon screamed in agony as it plummeted from the sky. Before it could hit the ground, a second wave of attacks struck. The skeletons showed no mercy. They didn't stop attacking just because the demon was falling. By the time it landed, it had already endured 3 volleys from the sharpshooters and 2 rounds of elemental explosions from the grand mages. When it finally hit the ground, it was well and truly dead. In the blink of an eye, both demons had been slain. Lin Moyu summoned a full contingent of 900 undead soldiers, directing them toward the boss ahead. Core Stone Beast, boss level monster. Level 60. Strength 120,000. Agility 40,000. Spirit 40,000. Constitution 120,000. Skills: Full Force Slam, Earthquake. Traits: reduces elemental damage by 40%, physical damage by 50%. The boss was merely a standard boss-level monster. Its total attributes amounted to 320,000, not even on par with a level 55 Crimson Moon Demon. While the attributes of monsters above level 60 typically surged, this one, stuck at exactly level 60, was clearly an exception. Deploying an entire undead legion against such an unremarkable boss was practically overkill. Without waiting to see the results, Lin Moyu descended next to Mu Qianqian. "Saved you again," he remarked casually. "Last time it was also in the core region." Still brimming with excitement, Mu Qianqian grinned. "Thanks. Don't just thank me," Lin Moyu said bluntly. "I'm heading to the center of the core region, and you're coming with me." Without hesitation, Mu Qianqian agreed. "Sure, no problem. This trip might be dangerous." "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Lin Moyu asked. Mu Qianqian shook her head firmly. "Not at all. With you here, I won't die." Lin Moyu chuckled, unsure whether she truly wasn't afraid or simply trusted him too much. Core Stone Beast slain. Experience plus 1,800,000. Obtained Core Sword. Acquired Core Sword via collection skill. Core Sword, Night Exclusive Platinum Grade Weapon. All attributes plus 2,800. Increases Night Class attack skill effectiveness by 80%. Both items were lackluster. Lin Moyu glanced at them briefly before tossing them into his storage space. His standards had risen, such items no longer held any appeal for him. Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled like stars. "You've gotten so strong." Simple and sincere, her emotions were always written plainly on her face. Lin Moyu didn't bother with modesty. "I'm alright. Do you need to rest?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, I can rest while walking." Her stats leaned toward a warrior's build, granting her exceptional stamina and recovery. Though she had been injured and exhausted earlier, she had already recovered significantly in just a few minutes. As long as she avoided combat, she would soon be back to full strength. Lin Moyu chose not to fly, as the core region wasn't particularly suited for it. This time, traversing the core region felt far easier than his previous attempt. With a single undead legion clearing the way, there was little else to worry about. Half a day later, Mu Qianqian had fully recovered. She resumed her role diligently, her collection skills fireworks blooming across the core region. "You don't really need to do that," Lin Moyu remarked. "These ordinary monsters don't drop anything worthwhile." To him, the materials and items dropped by level 60 monsters were of little value, at most, some mundane platinum-grade materials. Mu Qianqian shook her head. "It's still money, and Night Rain said we'll need a lot of it later. When I reach level 60, I'll need to buy tons of intermediate skill scrolls. And at level 70 or 80, I'll need advanced ones. Without them, my skills won't awaken." Lin Moyu realized her profession was indeed a peculiar one. As a collector master, her class was so niche that even Shajing Academy didn't have a dedicated instructor for it. Like him, she had to rely on skill scrolls to progress. And without a class ascension at level 70, she would need advanced skill scrolls for her level 70 abilities. Advanced skill scrolls, priced at 1 billion each, were prohibitively expensive. And it wasn't just one or two she'd need, potentially dozens or even hundreds. Don't you resent them? Lin Moyu suddenly asked. Them? Mu Qianqian tilted her head, needing a moment to realize who he meant. Shaking her head again, she replied, no, why would I? Galen Night Rain could have drawn the abyssal demons away herself. As a knight, she'd have had a better chance of surviving than you, Lin Moyu pointed out. And she might have planted a soul mark. Even if she died, she could have been revived. Mu Qianqian shook her head so vigorously it was a wonder her neck didn't hurt. It's not the same. Night Rain is better at leading the others to safety. And I also have a soul mark, so I could have been revived too. Lin Moyu was surprised. A soul mark required a significant investment and wasn't something everyone could afford. Even within major families, only the most exceptional individuals were granted soul marks. As if sensing his thoughts, Mu Qianqian explained, I grew up with Night Rain, and she helped me get my soul mark. Lin Moyu finally understood. Mu Qianqian wasn't just pure-hearted, she was incredibly kind. She was a genuinely good person. A sudden thought occurred to him. Do you think they'll build a tomb for you? Of course they will. Mu Qianqian replied without hesitation. Night Rain definitely would. Lin Moyu couldn't help but chuckle. Galen Night Rain seemed to have a penchant for erecting tombstones. She should have been a gravekeeper, not a knight. Roar! A deafening roar interrupted their conversation. A massive boss loomed ahead. The moment the boss came into view, Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. It was a massive creature, a tiger-headed monster with a body covered in scale armor and a tail lined with barbed spikes. The beast roared furiously at the skeletons, its fur standing on end like sharp arrows bristling from its body. Standing over 6 meters tall and stretching over 15 meters in length, it was undoubtedly a hulking presence. Of course, it didn't compare to world-class bosses like the Earth-Touch Dragon God. But as always, strength wasn't determined by size alone. The beast seemed to sense the immense power of the skeletons and refrained from launching an immediate attack. It was cautious, its behavior suggested that if it sensed overwhelming danger, it might even flee. Bosses above level 60 developed a faint glimmer of instinctual intelligence. Many believed level 60 was a threshold, a turning point. But Lin Moyu saw it differently. To him, level 60 represented a transitional stage, a preparation for adapting to the overwhelming strength of the world beyond level 70. A gentle breeze swept through as Lin Moyu activated his detection skill. The beast's information appeared before his eyes. Battlefield Ironclad Tiger, boss level monster. Level, 64. Strength, 160,000. Agility, 140,000. Spirit, 40,000. Constitution, 160,000. Skills, Gale Roar, Ironclad Charge. Traits, reduces elemental damage by 50%, reduces physical damage by 50%. Lin Moyu glanced at the stats, its total attributes reached an impressive 500,000. Now, this was what a true core region boss should look like. With its dual damage reduction traits and immense vitality, it was genuinely formidable. Even if it were to clash with the Earth-Touch Dragon God, the outcome wouldn't be easy to predict. Mu Qianqian, seeing such a powerful boss for the first time, couldn't help but ask anxiously, can we beat it? Lin Moyu looked at her slightly nervous expression. And if we can't? Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Qianqian replied, if we can't, I'll hold it back while you run. This girl, she treated her life as if it were expendable. Anyone who didn't know better might think she had an unlimited revival skill. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly. No need for that. Get ready to use your collection skill. With a single thought, his undead army surged forward. The reorganized legion moved in formation, 300 skeleton berserkers led the charge, followed by the skeleton sharpshooters, while the skeleton grand mages took up the rear. The battlefield ironclad tiger sprang into action the moment the undead army advanced. Though it had been cautious, its pride as a boss wouldn't allow it to flee without a fight. If it were to escape, it would at least do so after testing its strength against the enemy. With an ear-splitting roar, the tiger leapt high into the air, pouncing toward the skeleton berserkers. Yet before it could land, elemental explosions erupted across its body mid-air. Arrows from the skeleton sharpshooters followed immediately, slicing through the air in dense volleys and piercing its form. The tiger's body was covered in thick, impenetrable armor, and the arrows struck with a cacophony of sharp impacts. As a boss, its defense was extraordinarily high. Without the effects of a curse, the attacks from the skeleton grand mages and sharpshooters, while effective, didn't inflict significant damage. With a flash of firelight, the Flame Lich appeared beside Lin Moyu. In the blink of an eye, a fiery aura spread beneath the feet of every undead soldier. Simultaneously, flames engulfed the battlefield ironclad tiger. Flame aura envelopes all undead army members in a fiery aura, dealing fire damage to all enemies within a 1,000-meter radius. Damage is determined by the skill level and the Lich's attributes. Since there was only one target in range, the full power of the flame aura concentrated on the tiger. The beast roared in agony, clearly struggling under the relentless flames. At the same time, Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she stared at the flame lich. Wow, it's so cute. Lin Moyu had expected this reaction. Smiling faintly, he didn't respond. Instead, he focused on observing the tiger's reaction. This powerful opponent was an excellent test subject, and Lin Moyu wasn't about to waste the opportunity. After a moment of observation, he noticed that the tiger's ironclad armor was indeed taking damage from the fire. It seemed effective. Time to try something else. A chilling wind swept through, and the temperature dropped sharply. The Frost Lich materialized beside Lin Moyu, its body emanating an icy aura. A frosty blue glow spread beneath the undead army's feet. Frost aura envelopes all undead army members in a freezing aura, inflicting frost effects on all enemies within a 1,000-meter radius. Frost effects are determined by the skill level and the Lich's attributes. The frosty blue aura intertwined with the fiery red aura, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The flames that had been burning the battlefield ironclad tiger were now joined by layers of frost creeping over its body. Its limbs, in particular, were encased in thick ice, as if attempting to freeze it entirely. The tiger began to slow, its movements visibly hindered by the freezing effect. But with a ferocious roar, its body erupted with energy, shattering the ice. Skill, Gale Roar. The fierce wind accompanying the roar blasted away the shards of ice coating its body. Yet while the ice was gone, the lingering chill continued to affect it. The powerful gusts couldn't dislodge the skeleton berserkers. Unyielding, they maintained their encirclement, relentlessly assaulting the tiger. Though not entirely frozen, its speed had been significantly reduced, slowed by at least 2 to 3 times. Under the relentless assault of the skeleton berserkers, it was at a clear disadvantage. Frost aura, while lacking direct offensive power, acted like a curse, imposing effects that seemed inescapable. Unless one had immunity to status effects, there was no way to break free. As the Frost Lich appeared, Mu Qianqian squealed again, "This one's so cute, too." Lin Moyu ignored her, still focused on the tiger. The effects were promising. Time to add another layer. Electricity crackled, sparks flying as the lightning lich emerged. A thunderous lightning aura spread beneath the undead army's feet. Suddenly, the battlefield was alight with bolts of lightning, striking down in rapid succession. It was as though the wrath of a thunder god had descended. In an instant, the battlefield ironclad tiger endured hundreds of lightning strikes. The beast let out a pained howl and activated another skill. Skill, Ironclad Charge. The armor on its body exploded outward, forming a whirling storm of blades around it. The skill's power was immense, generating a massive shockwave. The surrounding skeleton berserkers were all forced back. Even those already atop the tiger were sent flying. The tiger now appeared several times larger, its iron whirlwind acting as both a weapon and a shield. The spinning armor deflected elemental explosions and blocked the sharpshooter's arrows. Even the flame and lightning lich's auras couldn't penetrate its defenses. Interesting skill, Lin Moyu remarked softly. I wonder how strong its attack power really is. The battlefield ironclad tiger, now radiating an aura of dominance, roared repeatedly. But just as Lin Moyu anticipated its next move, the tiger turned and bolted with a roar. Mu Qianqian gasped in disbelief. It's running away. Lin Moyu's expression darkened slightly. What a coward. His expectations were dashed. This boss had used its ultimate skill just to flee. Still, it proved the boss possessed a faint instinct for survival, an undeniable sign of intelligence. Watching the tiger retreat, Mu Qianqian asked, should we chase it? It can't escape. Lin Moyu's voice was calm as a sudden gale swept through the battlefield. The storm lich appeared, its body cloaked in wind elements. In an instant, the speed of the undead army tripled, exceeding 1,000 meters per second, faster even than a lightning-winged undead. In just a few seconds, the undead had caught up to the tiger, surrounding it once more. The battlefield ironclad tiger, still maintaining its skill, charged wildly, attempting to break free of the encirclement. Its iron whirlwind struck the skeleton berserkers, forcing them back and carving out a narrow escape route. Hope glimmered in its eyes, but just as it was about to break free, its body suddenly froze. Thin layers of bone began to encase it. Skill, Bone Prison. The bone prison triggered a paralysis effect, immobilizing the battlefield ironclad tiger as though it had been struck by a binding spell. Its skill was abruptly interrupted. With terror in its eyes, it watched as the skeleton berserkers raised their axes and charged. A crimson mist spread, and curses descended upon it. Lin Mayu turned to Mu Qianqian and said softly, "Time to set off your fireworks." Lin Mayu still vividly remembered the last time he ventured into the core region and encountered the battlefield serpent turtle, also a level 64 boss. Back then, it wasn't the boss that ran, it was him. This time, however, things were completely different. Now, a single undead army was sufficient to eliminate the level 64 battlefield ironclad tiger. Mu Qianqian didn't even need to tap into her combat instincts. She casually approached the bound battlefield ironclad tiger and released the fireworks as instructed. The beast, restrained by the bone prison, couldn't move a muscle except for its eyes. Under the colorful burst of fireworks, the skeleton berserkers' axes began to glow red. Hundreds of axes descended in unison, striking with devastating force. With a mournful cry, the battlefield ironclad tiger collapsed to the ground. You have slain the battlefield ironclad tiger. Experience plus 1,920,000. You have obtained Ironclad Lance. You have obtained Ironclad Lance via collection skill. Ironclad Lance, warrior exclusive. Rarity, platinum. All attributes plus 2,800. Warrior skill amplification plus 90%. Skill, sweeping strike. Sweeping strike attacks all enemies within 5 meters, with a chance to inflict a stun. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Ironclad Lance, warrior exclusive. Rarity, platinum. All attributes plus 2,800. Warrior skill amplification plus 90%. Thanks to the collection skill, Lin Mayu obtained an additional ironclad lance. However, as always, weapons acquired through the collection skill lacked any active skills. Such weapons were only suitable for selling to the trading post, and their prices were usually not very high. Lin Mayu dismissed the elemental liches. During the battle, the elemental liches had proven their worth. Whether it was for damage, control, or pursuit, they performed exceptionally well. If their skill levels improved in the future, and better elemental materials could be found, the elemental liches would become even more formidable. As Lin Mayu retracted the elemental liches, a hint of disappointment appeared on Mu Qianqian's face. "Are those your summons?" she asked. Lin Mayu nodded. "Yes." "Oh," Mu Qianqian replied thoughtfully. "I thought they were pets. It'd be great if they were. I'd love to raise a few." She didn't care about the elemental lich's functionality at all, she was more concerned with their appearance. Their perspectives couldn't have been more different. Lin Mayu didn't bother explaining further and instead pressed on. The core region was vast. Within the upper layer space of the eternal battlefield, the core region occupied the largest area. Reaching the central part of the region would take considerable time. As they advanced, various monsters occasionally flew overhead. Spotting Lin Mayu and his undead army on the ground, they would dive down to attack. But before they could approach, they were swiftly annihilated by concentrated fire from the undead. This time, Lin Mayu's pace was far faster than before, covering over 1,000 kilometers each day. Though it seemed like a leisurely stroll, they were moving at remarkable speed. Every monster along the way was wiped out. For 5 consecutive days, they didn't encounter the Ancient Luan, though they did come across several ordinary bosses. Without exception, they all fell before the undead army. By now, Lin Mayu had also tested the duration of the Bone Prison's control effect. At level 50, the Bone Prison's base duration was 50 seconds. With amplification, it extended to an astonishing 3,000 seconds. However, when controlling level 63 or 64 bosses, even a single target caused the duration to drop drastically to just 30 seconds. The control time was reduced 100-fold. Facing Lord level or world level bosses, the duration would undoubtedly decrease even further. Even so, it was more than sufficient. For a skilled strategist, 30 seconds or even just 3 seconds was enough to deal catastrophic damage. As they ventured deeper into the core region, the terrain began to change. The ground in the core region became polished, almost mirror-like, capable of reflecting their images. Eventually, it grew so smooth that it became semi-transparent. 5 days later, Lin Mayu and Mu Qianqian stepped into a new area. Here, the ground was completely translucent, revealing flames burning beneath the surface. The entire land radiated an aura of fire and destruction. The moment Lin Mayu saw the flames, he murmured to himself, "We're finally here." Mu Qianqian looked puzzled. "What's here?" Lin Mayu replied, "Do you remember the Ancient Luan?" Mu Qianqian thought for a moment, her expression suddenly changing. She nodded vigorously. Of course I remember. Last time, it killed you, and we even built a tombstone for you. Lin Moyu gave her a sharp look. First of all, I wasn't killed. Secondly, stop bringing up the tombstone. Mu Qianqian nodded sheepishly. Oh, okay. But judging by her expression, she was accepting his words with grace. It was just unclear whether she'd actually change her behavior. Lin Moyu didn't bother pressing the issue. We've likely entered its territory now. It could appear at any time, so stay alert. Suddenly, Mu Qianqian pointed to the distant sky. Look, is that it? Lin Moyu glanced up and spotted a black fireball. The fireball hung in the air like a blazing sun, rapidly growing larger. At the center of the fireball, the ancient Luan was flying straight toward them. Speak of the devil. Lin Moyu nodded. That's the one. With that, he cast bone armor on both himself and Mu Qianqian. One after another, undead soldiers emerged as the undead army assembled. The Lich generals cast buffs on the entire army, their brilliant magic lighting up the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu was fully prepared for battle. The ancient Luan had left a deep impression on him the last time they met. Even with his newfound strength, Lin Moyu wouldn't dare take it lightly. Within mere seconds, the ancient Luan cut through the sky, closing the distance at an incredible speed. Lin Moyu roughly estimated its velocity over 1,000 meters per second, significantly faster than his lightning undead wings. If it decided to flee, he wouldn't be able to keep up. He needed to find a way to prevent its escape. As tactical plans formed in his mind, Mu Qianqian's voice reached his ears. It looks scary. Be careful, okay? If things get dangerous, just leave me and run, she added, clearly concerned for him. Lin Moyu shot her a strange look. This girl truly had no fear of death. He spoke calmly, focus on finding the right moment to set off the fireworks. If you can't, that's fine. Your safety comes first. Mu Qianqian nodded. Got it. As they spoke, the ancient Luan had arrived. With a powerful beat of its wings, it unleashed a barrage of black flames from above. A fiery rain engulfed the 1,000-meter radius around them. The Lich generals formed a protective circle around Mu Qianqian, shielding her from the onslaught. Their robust constitution and self-healing abilities made them ideal tanks. Skill, undead lightning wings. With a crackle of electricity, a pair of bone-crafted wings shimmering with lightning appeared on Lin Moyu's back. In the next moment, he surged into the sky, flying straight into the fiery rain. The 27,000-strong undead army followed, ascending alongside him. While the skeletons didn't sprout wings themselves, the lightning wings effects extended to them through special linkage, granting them the ability to fly. The sight of the undead charging through the fiery storm was nothing short of spectacular. The ancient Luan seemed to recognize Lin Moyu. The moment it saw him, it let out a sharp screech, its wings flapping even more violently as the flames intensified. Long time no see, Lin Moyu murmured, casting a detection skill. Ancient Luan, Lord-level boss. Level, 67. Strength, 300,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 200,000. Constitution, 150,000. Skills, Flame Jet, Flame Explosion. Traits, immune to fire element damage, reduces elemental damage by 60%, reduces physical damage by 60%, teeth ignore defense. With a staggering 800,000 total attributes, its power was undeniable. Exploding fireballs struck the skeletons, sending some flying from the impact. But within moments, they regained their footing and pressed forward. Healing light flickered across the army, mending their wounds almost instantly. What once would have decimated his forces now merely inflicted superficial damage. The undead army pierced through the fiery onslaught, reaching the ancient Luan. The boss was shrouded in black flames, which inflicted damage on anything nearby. Yet under Lin Moyu's command, the skeleton berserkers ignored the flames, charging headlong into the fire. Their bodies ignited, but they carried on, axes swinging down relentlessly. At the same time, Lin Moyu raised a finger. Skill, Curse of Decay. The battle erupted in full force. The Scarlet Curse stood in stark contrast to the black flames of the ancient Luan. A crimson sword, bound in chains, materialized above the ancient Luan's head. Its speed slowed noticeably. Even a creature as formidable as it couldn't fully resist the effects of the curse. However, Lin Moyu observed that within the raging black flames, the curse was rapidly disintegrating. It seemed familiar, its black fire possessed the power to incinerate curses. But the curse was only the beginning. As the curse took effect, the skeleton archmages and skeleton sharpshooters had already taken their positions, launching their attacks. The undead encircled the ancient Luan, spreading out at varying heights and distances. They surrounded the boss from all angles, forming a tight yet dispersed formation to avoid being wiped out by its area of effect attacks. Explosions erupted violently across the Ancient Luan's body, while the sharpshooter's arrows turned it into a pincushion in the blink of an eye. The curse amplified their power, allowing the skeleton archmages and sharpshooters to penetrate the Ancient Luan's formidable defenses. Meanwhile, the elemental liches began appearing one by one. A series of glowing auras spread beneath the feet of the skeletons. Apart from the flame lich and light lich, all other elemental liches joined the fray. The frost aura caused the black fire covering the Ancient Luan to briefly falter, encasing it in a layer of ice. However, the ice melted away in less than half a second, consumed by the relentless black flames. Still, the auras continued their effects. Ice repeatedly formed and was destroyed, again and again. The storm aura granted the skeletons increased speed, while the earth aura provided a significant boost to their defenses. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts rained down from the sky, striking the Ancient Luan, and drawing out sharp, agonized screeches. It flapped its massive wings, unleashing torrents of fire from its mouth that engulfed the skies. Skill, Flame Jet. Skeletons were set ablaze, their bodies wreathed in roaring flames. Yet not one of them retreated, holding their positions steadfastly. A deafening roar followed, and numerous fireballs appeared in the air before exploding violently. Skill, Flame Explosion. The Ancient Luan unleashed two powerful skills simultaneously, yet it still couldn't do much against the undead army. The flames that had once inflicted severe losses on Lin Mayu now only dealt negligible damage to the skeletons. Lin Mayu's strength had grown exponentially since their last encounter. His undead army, which could now even take down a weakened Demon King head-on, no longer saw a mere level 67 Lord-level boss as much of a threat. It seems the only thing to be cautious of is its innate ability, Lin Mayu thought to himself. By now, the Ancient Luan posed little danger. Only its unique innate trait warranted concern. Lin Mayu had already realized why his detection skill couldn't reveal the Ancient Luan's supposed rebirth skill. It wasn't a skill at all, it was an innate ability. That explained why the detection skill couldn't identify it. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Despite unleashing its skills in a continuous frenzy, covering both the sky and ground in flames, the Ancient Luan couldn't turn the tide. The area within a kilometer radius had turned into a sea of fire. But no matter how it struggled, its efforts were futile. Skeleton berserkers had already climbed onto its massive body, their axes glowing red as they hacked away relentlessly. Under the storm of attacks, the Ancient Luan was gravely injured in just 1 minute. Lin Mayu held off on using Bone Prison, it wasn't the right time yet. He was waiting for the Ancient Luan to activate its innate ability. Sure enough, after another dozen seconds, all the flames abruptly withdrew, condensing into a terrifying surge of energy. A massive black fireball, over a kilometer in diameter, appeared in the sky. Its scorching heat was palpable, even from a distance. The skeleton berserkers clinging to the Ancient Luan were all blasted away. The Ancient Luan's rebirth ability had activated. The fireball hovered in the air for several seconds before descending rapidly toward the ground. Whether by design or coincidence, its trajectory was aimed directly at Mu Qianqian's position. Lin Mayu's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he dove down, grabbing Mu Qianqian and flying away at high speed. At the same time, all members of the undead army ascended, distancing themselves from the ground. The explosion that followed was deafening. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a shockwave rippled outward in all directions. Skeletons that didn't retreat far enough were hurled through the air by the blast. Even though Lin Mayu was over 2,000 meters away from the explosion, he still felt the intense shockwave. The bone armor he wore shimmered brilliantly, absorbing all the incoming damage. Judging by the strain on the bone armor, Lin Mayu could tell just how powerful this explosion was. The Ancient Luan's rebirth ability not only allowed it to resurrect but also had the potential to wipe out all enemies with it. Fortunately, Lin Mayu had experienced this once before and was prepared. The undead army might have withstood the blast, but Mu Qianqian would have been doomed. Even the bone armor, equivalent to 300,000 constitution points of defense, couldn't endure such an attack. When the explosion subsided, the ground bore a massive crater over a kilometer in diameter, with flames still raging within. Ancient Luan, Lord-level boss. Level, 67. Status, Rebirth in progress, currently invincible. The result from the detection skill was identical to last time. Now, it was a matter of waiting for its rebirth to conclude. Mu Qianqian's voice broke the silence. Could you, put me down now? Her warm breath brushed against Lin Mayu's face as she spoke, making his face slightly itchy. Only then did Lin Mayu realize he was still holding her. To steady herself and avoid falling, Mu Qianqian was clinging to him tightly. Mu Qianqian was tall, only half a head shorter than him. Their current posture made her face uncomfortably close to his. Her cheeks were bright red, her ears burning, and her body felt weak. Lin Mayu, being the embodiment of a straight-laced fighter, didn't notice anything unusual. He landed and put her down without a second thought. Get ready with your collection skill. When I call for you, move in immediately, he instructed. If I don't call, don't act. Mu Qianqian nodded with her head down, her voice barely audible. Okay. She was utterly embarrassed. It was the first time in her life a man had held her like that. Strangely enough, she didn't feel annoyed. On the contrary, there was a hint of delight she couldn't suppress. Lin Mayu directed the Lich generals to form a protective circle around her once more. Then he flew high into the air, keeping his eyes fixed on the ancient Luan. The blazing flames raged on, scorching the ground for a full 5 minutes. Then, all the fire converged toward the center of the crater. A powerful aura surged upward from the crater's core. Lin Mayu's brow furrowed. It seemed stronger than before. Could it be that rebirth not only restores it but also makes it stronger? He flicked his finger, casting the detection skill again. Ancient Luan, Lord-level boss. Level, 68. Strength, 330,000. Agility, 170,000. Spirit, 200,000. Constitution, 200,000. Skills, Flame Jet, Flame Explosion, Black Flame Sea. Traits, immune to fire element damage, reduces elemental damage by 70%, reduces physical damage by 70%. As I suspected, it's stronger now. Lin Mayu's intuition was spot on, the boss had indeed grown stronger. It had leveled up from 67 to 68, gained an additional skill, and improved its resistances. However, it had also lost its Teeth Ignore defense trait, suggesting its attacks would now rely even more heavily on fire. Not that it mattered. Lin Mayu wasn't concerned, he would still bring it down. As the Ancient Luan's rebirth concluded, it roared to life, more powerful than ever. Before it could release a single cry, its body was suddenly enveloped in a dense cage of white bones, freezing it in place. Skill, Bone Prison. This time, Lin Mayu intended to finish the fight swiftly. The skeletons charged once more, with the skeleton archmages and sharpshooters resuming their relentless assault. Lightning rained down continuously, bombarding the boss. Bound by the bone prison, the Ancient Luan was utterly helpless, left to endure the onslaught. Girl, go set off the fireworks. Lin Mayu called. Mu Qianqian responded with a quick got it, and sprinted forward. Without hesitation, she plunged into the black flames surrounding the boss. Her trust in Lin Mayu was absolute. If he said it was safe, she believed it. The flames licked at her, but her bone armor shimmered, shielding her from harm. Lin Mayu hovered in midair, constantly refreshing her bone armor to ensure her safety. Mu Qianqian didn't waste a moment. She approached the bound Ancient Luan, set off a brilliant firework, and quickly ran back out of the flames. Fireworks are done, she yelled cheerfully. Lin Mayu smiled faintly but suddenly turned serious, diving down to scoop her up once more, flying away without looking back. Before Lin Mayu could fly far, yet another mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. A shockwave, visibly rippling and wrapped in black flames, surged toward them like an unstoppable tide. Lin Mayu instinctively shifted Mu Qianqian to his chest, shielding her with his own back against the oncoming force. The proximity was too close, and this shockwave was clearly more intense than the previous one. His bone armor shattered with a deafening crack, and the immense force threw Lin Mayu into the air. Damage transfer activated just in time, redirecting all the damage to the undead army. Thankfully, Lin Mayu's constitution had significantly improved, paired with a 50% immunity to fire elemental damage, elemental resistance skills, and comprehensive amplification abilities. The damage he personally sustained was greatly reduced, and the undead army did not have to bear an overwhelming amount of transferred damage. Even the Lich generals were blasted away by the violent shockwave, though they continued casting their spells mid-air without pause. This explosion had been too sudden, engulfing nearly the entire undead army. Had it not been for the comprehensive link trait, the skeleton archmages and sharpshooters would have been wiped out for sure. Only the skeleton berserkers might have survived. Now, nearly all the skeletons were severely damaged, forcing the Lich generals into a frenzy of healing efforts. Lin Mayu returned with Mu Qianqian in his arms, his heart still pounding from the narrow escape. Just a moment ago, it had been dangerously close, his entire undead army had almost been annihilated. What just happened? Did it self-detonate? He had sensed the terrifying energy gathering moments before and reacted immediately. If he had been a second late, Mu Qianqian might already be preparing for resurrection. The original 1,000-meter-wide crater had expanded, now exceeding a diameter of 2,000 meters and a depth of more than 100 meters. Within the pit, flames raged even more violently than before. Amidst the inferno, Lin Maoyu spotted the ancient Luan, or rather, an egg. Casting detection, he received the following information. Ancient Luan, Lord-level boss. Level, 68. Status, second rebirth in progress, currently invincible. Lin Maoyu cursed inwardly. This was blatant cheating. A second rebirth? Was there going to be a third? A fourth? Would it keep getting stronger each time? He felt a headache coming on. Mu Qianqian, still shaken, curled up slightly and asked timidly, "What do we do now?" She too had seen the results of the detection, realizing how complicated the situation had become. For a moment, her mind was completely blank, unable to come up with a solution. Lin Maoyu thought for a moment before replying, "Let's try again. You move far away, follow the path we came from and get at least 5 kilometers out." Mu Qianqian nodded and quickly retreated. She knew she couldn't provide any help here, on the contrary, she'd only be a burden. With her gone, Lin Maoyu could fight without holding back. Lin Maoyu's eyes remained fixed on the ancient Luan, now in its egg form. The aura emanating from within grew stronger and stronger. It'll emerge soon, he thought. With a mental command, the undead army spread out. Only 1,000 skeleton berserkers remained close to the egg, forming 3 tight layers of encirclement. The other 8,000 berserkers, which couldn't be recalled, were sent far away to act as damage sponges. The skeleton archmages and sharpshooters also spread out further to minimize the risk of another wipeout. This strategy would reduce the likelihood of total annihilation but came at the cost of fewer lightning strikes from the storm aura. It was a trade-off Lin Maoyu had to accept. He had learned his lesson. Most of the undead army had been caught in the last explosion. If it had been even slightly stronger or if the Lich generals had been a split second slower in their healing, the result would have been disastrous. Having suffered once, Lin Maoyu was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Everything was ready. Crack! The crisp sound of an eggshell breaking echoed. A fissure appeared on the egg, signaling the imminent hatching. Lin Maoyu's gaze sharpened. This was the moment to strike. Seconds later, the eggshell trembled violently, and a small opening appeared. From within, jet-black flames erupted like a torrent. The world dimmed, the daylight swallowed by the darkness of the flames. Terrifying black fire rained down, falling onto the ground with crackling sounds. The earth instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Seriously? Lin Maoyu couldn't help but exclaim under his breath. Is this thing really just a level 68 boss? Even monsters above level 70 aren't this terrifying. He wasn't inexperienced with level 70 bosses. He had slain multiple dragon warriors above level 70. But those warriors paled in comparison to this reborn, ancient Luan. Lin Maoyu couldn't shake the thought, what kind of cursed place is this core region? This boss in particular, there's something seriously wrong with it. The black fire continued raining, and the ground was engulfed in an ever-expanding firestorm. The eggshell trembled more violently until, with a resounding explosion, it shattered. The explosion sent the firestorm surging outward, accompanied by an ear-piercing screech. The black flames surged like an unstoppable tide, but Lin Maoyu didn't flinch. His eyes remained locked on the ancient Luan, which had shot out of the broken shell. As it emerged, Lin Maoyu immediately activated his skill. Ignoring the black fire that shattered his bone armor, Lin Maoyu launched his attack without hesitation. Skill, Bone Prison. Once again, the ancient Luan was ensnared by dense white bones. This time, however, it wasn't paralyzed. It merely froze momentarily before thrashing violently, causing deep cracks to form in its bony restraints. A crimson glow flashed as the curse descended. Simultaneously, the undead army launched their assault. The storm aura unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes from above. Elemental explosions erupted against the ancient Luan, while arrows rained down upon it. Lin Maoyu extended his right hand, releasing toxic starburst. Amid the black flames, faint green light shimmered. The skill would effectively prevent the boss from regenerating. In his left hand, flames danced as he cast soulfire, striking the boss directly. Lin Maoyu himself joined the fray, holding nothing back. Apart from the strong soldier skill, he was going all in. The soulfire inflicted excruciating pain on the ancient Luan, causing it to shriek and struggle even more violently. Skeleton berserkers leapt onto its body once more, undeterred by pain or death. They swung their axes, glowing with skill effects, breaking through the ancient Luan's defenses. Blood splattered, feathers fell, and elemental explosions boomed continuously. The newly reborn, Ancient Luan, was once again gravely injured. It wasn't that the boss wasn't powerful, it was simply that Lin Mayu's undead army was stronger, and his strategies were even more relentless. The boss's struggles grew weaker, its screams fading to a low whimper. This should be it, Lin Mayu muttered coldly, standing amidst the firestorm. Suddenly, the flames began surging back toward the Ancient Luan. In an instant, the world returned to normal, the black flames converged into the boss's body. Not again. A chill ran down Lin Mayu's spine. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, commanding all his skeletons to scatter and retreat at maximum speed. After barely a kilometer, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. A mushroom cloud, even more terrifying than before, rose into the sky. The shockwave shattered Lin Mayu's bone armor and slammed into him heavily. Cracks spread across the skeletons as they bore the brunt of the attack. This explosion was significantly stronger and more devastating than the previous ones. Lin Mayu's expression darkened. Thankfully, he had sent the 8,000 skeleton berserkers far away as damage sponges, otherwise, his undead army would have been utterly annihilated. A third rebirth. Seriously? Let's see if you dare try a fourth or fifth. When the shockwave subsided, Lin Mayu, seething with anger, flew back into the fray. The crater now spanned over 3,000 meters in diameter and was more than 200 meters deep. Ignoring the blazing firestorm, Lin Mayu charged straight into the flames. Once again, he saw an egg, the Ancient Luan's egg. Ancient Luan, Lord-level boss. Level, 69. Status, final rebirth in progress, currently invincible. Its level had risen again. Final rebirth. Lin Mayu smirked. So this is the last time, huh? As he prepared to summon his undead army for a final assault, the sky suddenly distorted. A massive claw emerged from the void, reaching directly into the crater to grab the Ancient Luan's egg. You're not stealing this. Lin Mayu couldn't let his hard-earned kill be taken. He had endured 3 rounds of explosions, there was no way he'd let someone else swoop in now. Skill, Bone Prison. White bones sprouted across the claw, causing it to pause momentarily before shattering the prison with ease. Elemental explosions and arrows struck the claw but had no effect. Skeleton berserkers rushed to intercept, only to be swatted away. One berserker disintegrated mid-air, destroyed instantly. With just a single collision, the skeleton berserker disintegrated entirely, dying on the spot. Lin Mayu's innate abilities were rendered completely useless. The owner of this colossal claw was far too terrifying. Lin Mayu stared at the shape of the claw, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Without hesitation, he ordered all skeletons to stop attacking. He stood there, watching as the colossal claw carried off the Ancient Luan's egg without resistance. Surprisingly, Lin Mayu didn't feel too frustrated, just confused. It intervened, but why? Why would a being so high and mighty involve itself in something so trivial? As the flames gradually extinguished, all that remained was a massive crater over 200 meters deep and more than 3,000 meters in diameter. Mu Qianqian ran back excitedly, calling out, "Did you kill it?" Lin Mayu shook his head. Whether it was dead or not was simple to determine. If no experience points were gained, it meant the boss was still alive. There was no need to ask. Lin Mayu contemplated the reason for the intervention but couldn't figure it out. He could only shelve the thought for later. Seeing Lin Mayu's somber expression, Mu Qianqian guessed the outcome and stopped asking questions. She walked to the edge of the crater and peered downward. The massive, flame-scorched pit was polished as smooth as a mirror. At the very bottom, some flames remained, but they weren't black like before. Instead, these flames were red tinged with purple, clearly unrelated to the Ancient Luan. Ha! There's something in the fire. Mu Qianqian's sharp eyesight caught something unusual within the flames. Lin Mayu followed her gaze, his vantage point allowing him to see even more clearly. The flames burned a bright crimson, but the purple glimmer wasn't part of the fire, it was something within it. It appeared crystalline, shimmering beautifully amidst the flames. Without hesitation, Lin Mayu descended into the pit, clad in bone armor, and plunged into the fiery abyss. Only once inside did Lin Mayu realize that the flames they had seen through the ground weren't an illusion, they were very real. Beneath the earth lay a vast sea of fire, a world engulfed in blazing flames. The heat was intense, the damage significant, on par with the black flames of the Ancient Luan. Standing amidst the inferno, Lin Mayu had to frequently replenish his bone armor. For any other level 60 professional, survival here would be impossible. I wonder how many years this sea of fire has been burning. Could it be that the Ancient Luan was nurtured within this inferno? But what's the origin of this sea of fire? These questions swirled in Lin Mayu's mind as his eyes scanned the fiery landscape, quickly locking onto the purple glimmer. It was a crystal-like object, shaped like a prism. Grasping it in his hand, Lin Mayu felt the searing heat and immense energy radiating from it. He cast detection on the object. Solidified fire god's essence, legendary material. The essence of the fire god, solidified after millennia of burning. Lin Mayu's expression lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected this to be the solidified essence of a fire god. The body of a deity was full of treasures. Whether it was their blood or bones, every part of a god held immense value. Even a single drop of beast god's blood had once nearly driven Ning Tairan to sell his granddaughter. Now, this solidified fire god's essence, a legendary material, was likely no less valuable. Holding the essence, Lin Mayu left the fiery world and looked toward the spot where the ancient Luan had first begun its rebirth. It seems it didn't just choose any random spot for its rebirth, it specifically sought this place out because of the fire god's essence. It must have known that the fire god's essence would benefit it, so it deliberately crashed here, breaking through the surface. I wonder if its rebirth and level-ups are connected to the fire god's essence. And could there be more fire god's essence beneath this sea of fire? After pondering for a moment, Lin Mayu turned to Mu Qianqian and said, "Stay here and don't go anywhere." "Okay." Mu Qianqian obediently agreed, promising not to wander off. Lin Mayu left the undead army behind to protect her and ventured alone back into the underground sea of fire. The eternal battlefield has a self-repairing mechanism. This crater will probably restore itself soon. I need to finish before the restoration is complete. He instructed the undead army to monitor the crater and notify him of any changes. Lin Mayu began moving swiftly through the fiery world, searching for more solidified fire god's essence. Legendary materials were incredibly rare, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. The essence, once solidified, took on a distinctive purple hue, making it both striking and easy to spot. As Lin Mayu searched, a theory formed in his mind. Could this sea of fire have been created by the fire god? Perhaps some ancient event had caused the fire god's blood to spill across the sky and land here. But was the fire god truly dead, or merely asleep? Gods were notoriously difficult to kill. According to historical records, many gods presumed dead were, in fact, only in slumber. Once the time was right, they would awaken. Before long, Lin Mayu discovered another piece of solidified fire god's essence. This one was slightly smaller than the first but still radiated immense, fiery energy. Lin Mayu could feel the pure essence of fire it contained. The fire god, as the deity governing flames, wielded supreme authority over fire elements. Its essence naturally held an overwhelming concentration of fire elemental energy. The fiery world beneath the surface was vast and seemingly endless. Lin Mayu sped through it on his lightning undead wings but dared not stray too far. If the exit disappeared, he would be trapped. He had tested the ground's hardness, it was incredibly tough. Neither he nor his undead army could break through it. After half an hour, the skeletons guarding the exit sent a message. The opening was starting to change. Lin Mayu immediately flew back at full speed. The eternal battlefield was repairing itself, and the crater's entrance was gradually closing. At top speed, Lin Mayu shot out of the fiery world, a trail of flames in his wake. In half an hour, he had collected a total of 10 pieces of solidified fire god's essence. Though their sizes varied, each one was a legendary material of immense value. Moments later, the entrance to the fiery world sealed completely. It was as if an invisible hand had smoothed over the earth. Even the massive crater was rapidly restoring itself and would likely return to normal in a matter of days. Mu Qianqian asked softly, "What was that thing you found down there?" Lin Mayu casually tossed her one of the pieces. "See for yourself." Mu Qianqian caught it and immediately let out a small cry. "It's so hot." After examining it, her eyes widened. This is fire god's essence?" Lin Mayu raised an eyebrow. "You know about the fire god's essence?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No, I've just heard of it." "Then why are you so surprised?" Lin Mayu asked, puzzled. Mu Qianqian explained honestly, Sister Night Rain mentioned that anything from a god is incredibly rare and precious. That made sense to Lin Mayu. It wasn't surprising that Jialan Night Rain would know such information. As the eldest daughter of the Jialan Guild, one of the most powerful guilds in the Xinxia Empire, her knowledge of divine matters was expected. After examining the essence for a moment, Mu Qianqian handed it back to Lin Mayu. "Even though it's a legendary material, it doesn't seem much different from ordinary materials to me," she said casually, showing no interest in keeping it. Lin Mayu held the solidified fire god's essence and had a sudden thought. Could it be used to summon an elemental lich? If the idea had occurred to him, there was no harm in trying. Skill, summon elemental lich. Boom! A fiery pillar shot into the sky, piercing through the heavens and turning the surrounding area into a sea of flames. Mu Qianxian gasped, stumbling back in shock. Even Lin Maoyu was stunned. In the instant the flames erupted, he felt the aura of a divine-level being. It was different from the divine-level human powerhouses and distinct from the aura of demon lords. But Lin Maoyu was certain it was an aura on the same level as a god. The fiery pillar resembled the scene he had witnessed during his skill awakening. His heart raced with excitement. Could he have summoned a divine-level elemental lich? A half-human-sized lich emerged from the flames, appearing both adorable and majestic. Its aura fluctuated wildly, at times exuding divine-level power, at other times faltering. The instability grew worse, and the massive fire elemental energy began spiraling out of control. Damn, it's going to explode. Lin Maoyu acted immediately, commanding the lich to fly far away. The fiery lich soared into the distance at full speed. About 10 kilometers out, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. A massive fireball lit up the heavens, its destructive power surpassing even the ancient Luan's rebirth explosions. How bizarre, why did it explode? Lin Maoyu couldn't figure it out. Then, a new fiery lich emerged from the fireball and returned to him. Visually, it was identical to the one he had originally summoned using the fire god's essence. Even its attributes and auras were exactly the same. Along the journey, Lin Maoyu was deep in thought, pondering the issue at hand. Eventually, he reached a conclusion: the root cause was the insufficient level of his skill. The materials he used were far too high grade, not just legendary level but containing divine power. The solidified fire god's essence was imbued with the power of a deity, far beyond what Lin Maoyu's skill could handle. A level 50 skill might only be capable of utilizing platinum-level materials, while legendary materials likely required a skill level of 70 or above. However, Lin Maoyu came up with another idea. He could use the solidified fire god's essence to summon a fiery lich and then have it execute a self-destructive attack against enemies. An attack infused with divine power would be immensely powerful, compensating to some extent for his lack of explosive force in battle. What are you thinking about? Mu Qianxian asked, noticing that Lin Maoyu had been silent for a long time. Although his expression hadn't changed, she could sense something from his eyes. Nothing much. Lin Maoyu didn't directly answer her question. Mu Qianxian didn't press further. She was simple-minded and obedient, never asking questions she shouldn't. Lin Maoyu wasn't intentionally hiding anything from her, it was just that some things were too complex for her to understand. The subtle feelings he experienced while using his skills were something only he, as the user, could truly perceive. By combining those sensations with the results, he could analyze and deduce the underlying reasons. Each skill had its own unique feel and nuances during use. Most professionals, however, only understood their skills at a superficial level. They used them without thinking too deeply about their mechanics or origin. This was true not only for advanced professionals but even for top-tier and peak-tier ones. Few truly grasped the intricate details behind their skills. Lin Maoyu, on the other hand, was not content with merely knowing how to use them, he sought to understand their very essence. Unconsciously, Lin Maoyu was treading a broader and more profound path. For 2 more days, they traveled thousands of kilometers. The terrain beneath their feet began to change, it was no longer transparent, and there were no flames burning. Lin Maoyu knew they had left the ancient Luan's territory. During those 2 days, they hadn't encountered a single monster. That ancient Luan, with its overwhelming dominance, allowed no other creatures to exist within its domain. Only after they exited its territory did they once again spot monsters in the distance. The moment Lin Maoyu saw the creatures, he stopped in his tracks. He didn't order the undead army to attack immediately, instead, he observed from afar. "What's wrong?" Mu Qianxian asked curiously. Lin Maoyu didn't reply, but his entire demeanor shifted into a battle-ready state. Seeing this, Mu Qianxian grew nervous as well. Ahead of them stood a creature resembling a cross between a tiger and a deer, with thick fur and a long tail. "Is that monster really strong?" Mu Qianxian asked nervously. "It's a desolation beast," Lin Maoyu murmured, his lips barely moving. The creature ahead looked identical to the desolation beasts he had encountered in the desolate voidlands. But why was there a desolation beast here, in the eternal battlefield? After a closer look, Lin Maoyu noticed some subtle differences. Although the creature shared about 90% of its appearance with a desolation beast, there were minor discrepancies. When he had encountered the desolation beasts during his class advancement trial, it had been only a fleeting glimpse. Desolation beasts carried a unique aura of savagery, which this creature lacked. Desolation beasts, Are they really that powerful? Mu Chanxian tilted her head, confused. She had never heard of desolation beasts, nor did she know of the desolate void lands. Strictly speaking, desolation beasts weren't exceptionally powerful, they were just incredibly troublesome. Their characteristic of being nearly impossible to kill made them almost invincible. The real threat lay in the desolation beast kings, which even someone as powerful as Bai Yuan would avoid. Could it just look similar? Lin Moyu muttered to himself, flicking his finger. Battlefield Desolation Beast, Elite Boss. Level, 68. Strength, 150,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 50,000. Constitution, 150,000. Skills, Blink Strike. Traits, Rapid Regeneration, Enhanced Vitality. As soon as Lin Moyu saw its stats, he felt reassured. The fact that he could view its stats meant it wasn't a true desolation beast. True desolation beasts had stats that couldn't be observed through detection. Its name, Battlefield Desolation Beast, indicated some connection to the real desolation beasts, though the exact nature of that connection was unclear. But as long as it wasn't a true desolation beast, even as a level 68 boss, it was nothing Lin Moyu couldn't handle. The detection skill alerted the Battlefield Desolation Beast, and it charged toward Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu issued a command, and his undead army advanced to intercept it. With a thunderous roar, explosions of elemental magic erupted on the Battlefield Desolation Beast, inflicting immediate damage. Hundreds of skeleton archmages attacked simultaneously, injuring it within moments. Its defenses were noticeably weaker than those of the ancient Luan. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, casting a decay curse. The Battlefield Desolation Beast instantly slowed. Its body began to glow faintly as it activated its skill. Its figure flickered several times, disappearing in an instant. Within 0.1 seconds, it reappeared in front of the skeleton archmages, slamming into them heavily. Several skeleton archmages were knocked flying. The skill, Blink Strike. Lin Moyu could feel the power behind the attack. If not for his comprehensive connection talent, the skeleton archmages might have been instantly killed. After all, it was a level 68 boss, not something to be underestimated. It continued using its skill, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The skeleton archmage's elemental explosions couldn't lock onto it, repeatedly striking empty space. The skeleton berserkers were even more helpless, unable to catch up to it. Only the skeleton sharpshooters, with their soul lock ability, could accurately track it, ensuring their arrows never missed. The decay curse slowed its movements but couldn't affect the activation speed of its skills. It relied entirely on its skills for mobility. At this point, its traits became fully apparent. As a boss with enhanced vitality, it had health comparable to a Lord-tier boss. Its rapid regeneration was equally impressive. Injuries healed almost instantly. What surprised Lin Moyu the most was that its Blink Strike skill had no cooldown, allowing it to use the skill repeatedly without restriction. This made it incredibly elusive, with no one knowing where it would appear next. What a strange creature, Lin Moyu remarked calmly, using the skeleton sharpshooters to keep it locked in place. Skill, Bone Prison. The Battlefield Desolation Beast was immediately restrained, its body covered in dense white bones. The bones formed a tight net, binding it completely. The next moment, elemental explosions erupted on its body, dazzling the surroundings with light. Mu Qianqian cheered from the sidelines. It can't move now, can it? The skeleton berserkers arrived simultaneously, unleashing their powerful skills. Their attacks inflicted massive damage on the Battlefield Desolation Beast, but its regeneration was absurdly strong, healing all injuries in moments. Then, a burst of green light exploded. The toxic starburst drenched the Battlefield Desolation Beast in poison, turning it green. The poison skill's effect suppressed its rapid regeneration trait. With its skills and regeneration both restricted, the Battlefield Desolation Beast was rendered powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qianqian ran forward and unleashed a burst of fireworks. Lin Moyu summoned more skeletons to join the fray. Within a minute, the Battlefield Desolation Beast collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. Battlefield Desolation Beast defeated. Experience plus 2,070,000, ***. Obtained, Desolation Beast Dagger. Obtained, Desolation Beast Bone. Desolation Beast Dagger, Assassin Exclusive Platinum Grade Weapon. All stats plus 3,500, 100% boost to assassin skills. Skill attached, Blink. Blink, instantly teleport within a 10-meter range. Can be used up to 10 times consecutively, followed by a 5-minute cooldown. Desolation Beast Bone, Platinum Grade material with regenerative properties. suitable for crafting weapons and equipment. The Desolation Beast dagger Lin Mayu obtained was a top-tier platinum-grade weapon in his eyes. Its stellar stat boosts, skill amplification, and the practical utility of the blink skill made it incredibly valuable. The blink skill allowed assassins to become even more elusive, dodge damage, and fully utilize their agility. Lin Mayu, now familiar with the strengths of the assassin class, understood just how exceptional this weapon was. The Desolation Beast bone was also an outstanding platinum-grade material. Holding the bone, Lin Mayu wondered, could this be used to summon an elemental lich? Let's find out. The idea once planted couldn't be suppressed. A grayish-white light began to glow in his hand, growing brighter and brighter. Lin Mayu's face lit up with joy. It works! Lin Mayu was merely experimenting. Summoning an elemental lich required materials imbued with elemental properties. Judging by the attributes of the Desolation Beast bone, there was no indication it contained any specific element. However, its self-repair characteristic gave Lin Mayu an instinctive feeling, could this be an unconventional type of element? The world was filled with countless elements, not limited to the typical ones like fire, wind, and light. Beyond the common elements, there were many rare, unheard-of ones. With a mindset of trying doesn't hurt, he used the skill to summon an elemental lich. The skill's light gradually began to shine. Since the 6 slots for elemental liches were already filled, summoning a new one would require replacing an existing one. After some thought, Lin Mayu decided to replace the Light Lich. Currently, the Light Lich had the least utility, only being effective against abyssal demons. Additionally, Lin Mayu had an ample supply of light crystals, 3 in his inventory alone. Even if he needed the Light Lich again in the future, he could always summon it back. The grayish-white glow grew brighter and brighter. It was a kind of light Lin Mayu had never seen before, particularly unique. It wasn't dazzling, no matter how bright it became, it remained gentle and soft. A completely gray-on-white elemental lich emerged from the light. Platinum tier elemental lich. Level, 50. Strength, 90,000. Agility, 90,000. Spirit, 90,000. Constitution, 90,000. Skill, Undying Aura. Undying Aura, all members of the undead army will survive their first fatal blow, recovering 50% of their health. Aura cooldown, 24 hours. Lin Mayu stared at the aura's attributes, astonished. With this aura in place, his undead army would become significantly stronger. Even against devastating attacks like those of the Ancient Luan, which could deal massive, destructive damage, the undead army could survive intact. This would greatly enhance their survivability. As long as the undead army remained alive, Lin Mayu himself would stay alive. Unless he encountered an entity capable of bypassing his innate talent and skills, he was essentially invincible. The decision to replace the Light Lich with the Undying Lich had proven exceptionally wise and incredible gain. This experiment also confirmed Lin Mayu's hypothesis: materials for summoning elemental liches weren't limited to conventional elements like wind, fire, or light. There were also rare and special elemental materials. If he encountered similar materials in the future, he'd be sure to test them out. For 8 full days, the two of them traveled a grueling distance of 10,000 kilometers. Along the way, they killed countless monsters and encountered numerous bosses. Unfortunately, they didn't come across another battlefield Desolation Beast. Much to Lin Mayu's regret, he could have used more Desolation Beast bones. The two were drawing closer to the center of the battlefield. They could already see beams of light rising into the sky, converging above and scattering into radiant ribbons that spread across the entire eternal battlefield. The location of the light beams marked Lin Mayu's destination, the center of the upper spatial realm. The terrain began to change once again. The ground was no longer smooth but cracked and uneven. Black stones jutted out from the earth, creating a rugged and treacherous path. When Lin Mayu stepped on the ground, he felt a strange sensation. It didn't feel like regular shattered rock. He ordered a skeleton berserker to strike the ground with its skill. The ground remained completely unscathed. It was terrifyingly durable. Lin Mayu gazed into the distance and stopped in his tracks. "I'll go take a look from above." He ascended into the air and surveyed the landscape. The jagged black stones stretched endlessly, as far as the eye could see. The land was eerily silent, devoid of any monsters. The multicolored light falling from the sky was completely absorbed by the ground. The entire earth appeared scorched, as if burned by intense flames, blackened and desolate. The more Lin Mayu observed, the stranger it seemed. The way the stones jutted out suggested a certain pattern. He flew even higher, his expression growing increasingly serious. These jagged stones resembled the scales of some massive creature. When Lin Mayu returned, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask, what did you see? Lin Mayu replied in a low voice, I can't be sure, but something feels off. Mu Chanxian didn't share Lin Mayu's sense of unease. To her, the path was simply more difficult to navigate, easy to trip on or even fall into the cracks. But if Lin Mayu said something was wrong, there was definitely a problem, even if she couldn't discern it herself. Be careful, Lin Mayu instructed, spreading his undead army out to maintain constant vigilance. The blackened terrain seemed endless. The two of them walked an entire day without reaching the edge. They continued moving toward the light beams, confident they were heading in the right direction. Yet no matter how far they traveled, the end seemed unreachable. The beams of light appeared just as distant as before, never drawing closer. At this point, Lin Mayu had no choice but to press on. Suddenly, a strange wind blew past. The wind carried an eerie, chilling sensation that sent shivers down Lin Mayu's spine. Tiny points of light drifted through the air, merging with the wind as it swept past Lin Mayu and Mu Chanxian. The next moment, the two of them vanished from where they stood. After several seconds of teleportation, Lin Mayu found himself in a kaleidoscopic world. Around him, countless beams of light soared into the sky. The multicolored glow converged in the heavens above. The center. Lin Mayu immediately realized he had arrived at the core of the eternal battlefield's central region. As for how he got there, the answer was obvious. Only one entity could have silently brought him here without his knowledge. Mu Chanxian lay unconscious beside him, seemingly knocked out. It was clearly the work of the same entity. This was the second time Mu Chanxian had been rendered unconscious by it, so Lin Mayu wasn't particularly surprised. It seemed unwilling to let too many people know of its existence. Or perhaps it simply believed that few were worthy of interacting with it. Its every action and word carried an air of arrogance. Lin Mayu looked up and saw it. Its massive form lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a small mountain. Lin Mayu estimated that if it stood upright, its height would exceed 100 meters, perhaps even more. Its enormous wings rested against the ground, their span impossible to calculate. It appeared lethargic, lazily lifting its eyelids to glance at Lin Mayu. You finally arrived. What took you so long? Its booming voice echoed in Lin Mayu's ears. Lin Mayu replied calmly, not too long, I'd say. Despite its overwhelming presence, Lin Mayu remained composed and unflinching. The being continued, your leveling speed is far too slow. It took you this long to reach level 50. Lin Mayu answered truthfully, I was delayed by some matters. While your level is lacking, your combat strength is respectable, it remarked. Then it added, Xiaohei, come out. With a sharp screech, a small bird wreathed in black flames emerged from beneath its massive body. Lin Mayu's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, it was the Ancient Luan. Only it could have forcibly rescued the Ancient Luan 623 from his grasp. The Ancient Luan let out a piercing cry, black flames surging from its body. It clearly bore a grudge against Lin Mayu for nearly killing it. Xiaohei, shut up. With just a word, the Ancient Luan immediately fell silent. Lin Mayu looked at the massive being. Is this your pet? Its voice remained lazy. Something like that. I sensed you have something I need. Lin Mayu immediately understood what it was referring to. He hadn't expected it to sense something stored in his inventory. This dragon was truly terrifying. Lin Mayu retrieved the box given to him by Yi Xin and took out the small bead inside. As soon as the bead appeared, the dragon's demeanor changed, it became visibly energized. Did Zhang Yi send this with you? Lin Mayu saw joy in its eyes and replied, yes, Yi Xin asked me to deliver it to you. Yi Xin said that he has fulfilled his end of the bargain and hopes you will keep your promise. The dragon erupted into thunderous laughter, its voice so loud that the beams of light trembled and distorted. The surrounding ground rumbled, shattering and collapsing under the force of its laughter. Lin Mayu felt a twinge of shock. He had already considered the dragon to be incredibly powerful, but he now had a clearer understanding. The ground, which he couldn't leave a single mark on even with his full strength, had crumbled under the dragon's laughter. This proved that even his undead army would be annihilated if the dragon simply laughed twice. Such a being was utterly terrifying. After a long bout of laughter, the dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing the bead in an instant. It then spoke in a deep voice, I, the Dragon King, will naturally honor my promise. Lin Mayu didn't even know what kind of deal Zhang Yi had struck with it. All he knew was that he had delivered the item as Zhang Yi had instructed. What happened next was none of his business. Besides, given its sheer power, even if he wanted to interfere, he couldn't. Whether it would truly honor its promise depended entirely on its conscience. After swallowing the bead, its gaze toward Lin Mayu underwent a subtle shift. You are now qualified to know my name, it said. Lin Moyu understood the implication. With a flick of his finger, he cast a detection skill, a gentle breeze sweeping over. Earth Dragon Antares, world-class boss. Level, 100. Strength? Agility? Spirit? Constitution? Skills? Traits? Aside from the name and level, all other information was obscured with question marks. Lin Moyu was utterly stunned. Earth Dragon Antares, a world-class boss. It was a name he had never heard before, something that surpassed all the knowledge he had accumulated thus far. And its level 100 was unimaginably high. At that moment, Lin Moyu even wondered if the level it displayed was deliberate. Antares looked very pleased with Lin Moyu's astonishment, laughing once more. Shocked, aren't you? You should feel honored. There aren't many who know my name, it said. That was true. At least, in all the recorded history of humanity, this name had never appeared. The eternal battlefield had existed for an unknown number of years. This meant that Antares had also existed for countless years. To possess such an incomprehensibly long lifespan was astonishing in itself. Even the god-tier powerhouses of humanity had long been buried in the sands of time. Yet Antares had endured, existing without end. Its strength was utterly beyond comprehension. After laughing enough, Antares turned to Lin Moyu. Little one, I want to make a deal with you, it said. There are very few qualified to make deals with me. In thousands of years, your human race can be counted on one hand. Trust me, you won't regret making a deal with me. Lin Moyu asked, what kind of deal? Please, speak. Antares explained, in the lower spatial realm of the eternal battlefield, there's a place called Thunder Burial Canyon. I want you to go there and retrieve something for me. As it spoke, countless points of starlight descended from the sky, weaving into an incredibly vivid image. The image depicted the terrain of Thunder Burial Canyon and its location within the lower spatial realm. At the deepest part of the canyon, there was an enormous crystal. From the image, the crystal appeared to be at least 10 meters tall, seemingly fused with the canyon itself. Antares continued, when you reach Thunder Burial Canyon, find this crystal. Then, drop this onto it and retrieve what's inside. As it spoke, a drop of crimson dragon blood flew from its claw and landed in Lin Moyu's hand. The dragon blood was the size of a fist, semi-solidified, neither dissipating nor breaking. It required no container and could be directly stored in Lin Moyu's inventory space. Lin Moyu knew this task wouldn't be simple, at the very least, it wouldn't be as effortless as Antares made it sound. Why don't you go yourself? Lin Moyu asked. In his mind, given Antares' overwhelming power, a trip to Thunder Burial Canyon should be trivial. Antares snorted lightly. I have my reasons for not going. Lin Moyu didn't press further but instead said, but I'm only level 50. To enter the lower spatial realm, I'd need to be at least level 70. You might have to wait for a while. Antares shook its massive head. No rush. Just don't forget when you're able to go. But remember this, when entering Thunder Burial Canyon, it's best not to exceed level 80. Otherwise, there might be complications. Lin Moyu asked, is it very dangerous in there? Antares replied in a low voice, there is some danger, of course, but for you, it shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't. That word was far too ambiguous, and hearing it sent a chill down Lin Moyu's spine. He didn't trust its reassurances. Antares continued, so, do you accept this deal? Lin Moyu shrugged. What if I refuse? Antares spoke bluntly, if you refuse, I will send you away and erase this memory from your mind. Furthermore, you'll never step foot in this place again for the rest of your life. It glanced at Mu Chantian, who was still unconscious, in a way that carried an unmistakable message. Looks like I've boarded a pirate ship now, Lin Moyu thought to himself. He fully understood the meaning behind Antares' words. If he refused, it would expel him and erase his memory, something Lin Moyu had no doubt it could do. But as for Mu Chantian, she wouldn't be leaving. That one glance from Antares made its intentions crystal clear. Lin Moyu then asked, aren't you worried that I'll agree but won't go? Antares laughed, seemingly amused. Once you hear what I'm offering, you'll definitely go. My deals are always fair and equitable. Seeing its confidence, Lin Moyu nodded. All right, I accept the deal. He didn't have much of a choice unless he wanted to doom Mu Chantian. Hearing Lin Moyu's agreement, Antares appeared extremely pleased. Good, good. Then let me tell you what you'll get in return. I'll give you a set of equipment, legendary grade equipment. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu suddenly shook his head. I don't want it. Antares froze for a moment. Did I mishear? You said you don't want it? This is legendary grade equipment. Your human race has very few pieces of such equipment. Lin Mayu explained, my profession is unique. Equipment is useless to me. The dragon's massive eyes widened, staring at Lin Mayu in disbelief. A necromancer lord. A profession I've never seen before. Is this a new profession created by your human race? To reject equipment. What a cursed profession, it muttered. Let me think, what else can I offer you? Antares grumbled as it pondered. It had never encountered a profession that rejected equipment before. After a moment, it spoke again. You're level 50 now, right? I can give you the heartmeat of a bloodthirsty python and ensure you consume it safely. This will increase all your base attributes by 20,000. You should know what a 20,000 point increase in base attributes means. With every level you gain, your attributes would increase more than others. And when you reach your third job advancement, your odds of achieving a profession ascension would also improve. Antares spoke with full confidence, certain that no human profession holder could refuse such an offer. Of course, one piece of heartmeat isn't enough. Once you complete the deal, I can also. Before it could finish, it noticed Lin Mayu shaking his head again. What now? It asked, puzzled. Lin Mayu replied bluntly, I've already eaten it during my second job advancement. Antares leaned closer and sniffed Lin Mayu, then slowly said, you really have. I can smell the bloodthirsty python's essence on you. What about the python's brain? Lin Mayu answered, my mentor will get it for me. Your mentor? A god-tier human powerhouse? The bloodthirsty python is no easy foe. Your mentor might not be able to acquire it, Antares said, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Lin Mayu replied, I have 3 mentors, all god-tier. One of them, you've met before, you even said he was too weak. Antares quickly understood who Lin Mayu was referring to and said in a deep voice, true, he's somewhat qualified. If all 3 are of his caliber, they might indeed succeed in killing the bloodthirsty python. Let me think again, what else can I offer you? For most human profession holders, equipment was of paramount importance. Everyone was in constant pursuit of better gear. Thus, Antares had initially offered legendary-grade equipment, believing no one would refuse. But Lin Mayu, this anomaly, rendered that plan useless. If equipment was out of the question, base attributes were the next best thing. After all, strengthening one's base attributes was a dream for any profession holder. Yet Lin Mayu didn't need that either. Antares was now at a loss. Since this was a deal, it had to offer something of equal value. Elemental Godstones? They can increase the odds of profession ascension during your third job advancement. Lin Mayu pulled out an Elemental Godstone. I have one. What about Talent Godstones? Lin Mayu retrieved a Talent Godstone. I have that too. Antares listed several other items, only to find that Lin Mayu either didn't need them or already possessed them. Frustrated, it slumped lazily onto the ground, looking even more lethargic. You tell me, what do you lack? Antares truly couldn't think of any valuable item to offer for the trade. Lin Mayu said, I have a few questions. Can you answer them for me? Of course, this could also count as part of the trade. Lin Mayu pondered for a moment and then made his request. Anything in abundance loses its value. What is scarce becomes precious. For someone dying of thirst in a desert, water is far more valuable than gold. Lin Mayu was in a similar situation. What he already possessed held no value to him. Since Antares had insisted on fair exchange, and it couldn't come up with anything worthwhile, Lin Mayu naturally made his demands without hesitation. There were many questions on his mind, and perhaps Antares could provide some answers. Antares lazily lifted its eyelid, looking somewhat disinterested. Ask. Lin Mayu asked, can the wild beasts of the desolate voidland be killed? If so, how? Antares seemed intrigued by his question. You've been to the desolate void? Lin Mayu nodded. I completed my second job advancement there. Antares laughed heartily. Your mentors are quite bold. Are they not afraid of encountering the king of wild beasts? Lin Mayu replied, we did encounter one. Antares' tone grew heavy. It seems your luck was good. To encounter the king of wild beasts and still return alive. Wild beasts can indeed be killed, and it's not particularly difficult. As long as your power reaches the divine level, and the purity of that power is sufficient, you can kill wild beasts. Lin Mayu shook his head. But my mentor is already level 95. He can only repel wild beasts, and even injuring them is nearly impossible. Ha! Useless fools. Even at level 99, they're still fools. I've answered your question. Next. Lin Mayu memorized the answer *Purity Star. He recalled Yen Quangxing managing to injure a wild beast by utilizing the power of killing intent. Now Yin Guangxing seemed to be working on refining the purity of his killing intent. The two concepts were likely connected. Lin Mayu continued, I have a skill that allows me to summon an elemental lich using elemental materials. But when I use legendary grade materials, the summoned elemental lich self-destructs. He had a theory about this issue, but he wanted confirmation. He wasn't entirely confident in his guess. Antares appeared even more interested this time. Oh, such a thing exists? Show me a demonstration. Lin Mayu immediately pulled out a piece of solidified fire god's essence blood. Overhead came a sharp cry filled with rage. The ancient Luan bird/Wu bared its teeth at Lin Mayu, as if claiming the item was its own. Antares glanced at the ancient Luan bird/Wu. Quiet down, little black. There's plenty of this underground. Hearing this, the ancient Luan bird/Wu begrudgingly fell silent, though its gaze remained filled with discontent. Lin Mayu activated his skill, and flames soared into the sky. A divine aura filled the air. A flame lich radiating godly energy appeared by his side. The flames surrounding the flame lich were powerful yet chaotic, quickly spiraling into disorder. Lin Mayu immediately commanded it to run far away, knowing it was about to self-destruct. Before the lich could take more than 2 steps, Antares casually lifted a claw. With an enormous paw, it pinned the flame lich in place. Boom! Seconds later, the flame lich self-destructed in Antares' grasp. Yet none of the explosive energy leaked out, and Antares didn't even blink an eye. Such a pitiful amount of energy wasn't even enough to scratch it. Once the explosion subsided, the flame lich, now reduced to platinum grade, flew back. The self-destruction wasn't a true suicide, it merely released the uncontrollable energy. Antares murmured, the power's decent, barely at level 90. In your human terms, it's pseudo-divine level. Lin Mayu agreed with this assessment. He looked at Antares, hoping for a definitive answer. Antares elaborated, the reason for the self-destruction? It's because the skill level is too low while the material level is too high. Why do legendary weapons require level 70 and a third job advancement to use? For this exact reason. With its explanation, Lin Mayu felt reassured. Once he reached level 70, he would be able to summon a flame lich with god-level power. At that point, he'd be capable of facing weaker demon lords head-on. For now, however, if he could gather enough solidified fire god's essence blood and pair it with bone prison, even if he could only control the lich for half a second, perhaps it was still worth a shot. A bold idea began to form in Lin Mayu's mind. Antares asked, any more questions? Lin Mayu immediately replied, can the corpse poison from the corpse realm be neutralized? Antares' eyes gleamed with surprise. You even know about the corpse realm? It was astonished at how experienced this little human seemed to be, more so than even some divine-level powerhouses. Lin Mayu said, I've been there once. Barely made it out alive. Antares was shocked. You've even been there? It leaned in close, taking a deep breath around Lin Mayu before staring at him intently. No, not only have you been there, but you also reached the secret realm of life. You carry the aura of corpse poison and the divine power of life. Let me think. Its gaze seemed to pierce into Lin Mayu's spiritual world. With a hint of skepticism, it asked, did you acquire the creation staff? Lin Mayu knew he couldn't hide the truth from it. From the moment he mentioned the corpse realm, concealment was out of the question. A flash of white light revealed the creation staff in his hand. Antares burst into thunderous laughter. This is hilarious. All you humans, fighting tooth and nail for the so-called god of life's divine seat. In the end, none of you succeeded. Every last one of you died there. Serves you right. Watching Antares laugh uncontrollably, Lin Mayu realized it clearly knew everything about what happened back then. Moreover, from its tone, it was evident that even the creation staff and the divine seat of the god of life were things it disdained. A bold thought crossed Lin Mayu's mind. The creation staff was a treasure capable of helping divine-level powerhouses ascend to the super-divine level, yet Antares looked down on it. What did this mean? How much power did a super-divine being hold in Antares' eyes? Could it be that Antares was even stronger than a super-divine being? After laughing to its heart's content, Antares finally addressed the question. I can answer that. Corpse poison has no cure. Once poisoned, even a divine-level powerhouse is doomed. The stronger the poisoned individual, the more potent the corpse poison becomes. That forbidden skill is enough to annihilate all beings below the super-divine level. Lin Mayu hadn't expected such an answer from Antares. Was corpse poison truly incurable? But the Lich General had clearly neutralized corpse poison before. If the Lich General's level increased, perhaps even divine-level corpse poison could be neutralized. Is it a unique trait of mine, or is it because undead skeletons have special properties?
Lin Mayu pondered this silently, choosing not to mention the Lich General's ability to neutralize corpse poison. He also realized that Antares wasn't omniscient.
There were things even it didn't know.
Antares said, "The fact that you survived the corpse realm means you're incredibly lucky.
Because of that, I'll let you ask a few more questions." Lin Mayu asked, "Can the dead be resurrected?" "They can."
This time, Antares' reply was firm.
"You're proof of that, aren't you? I can sense that you've planted a soul imprint.
Your soul is linked to a specific place. Before reaching the divine level, as long as your soul remains intact, it will return there after death, allowing you to revive."
Lin Mayu latched onto a critical point. What happens after reaching the divine level? It's still possible. Antares continued. After reaching the divine level, the soul becomes self-contained, and the imprint disappears automatically.
Resurrection becomes far more complicated, but it's not impossible.
Take Zhang Yi, for instance. Isn't he trying to resurrect himself?
Unfortunately, his level is too high, 98, half a step into the super divine realm. In this world, only I have the power to resurrect him.
Lin Mayu finally understood. The deal between Zhang Yi and Antares was for Zhang Yi's resurrection.
It was precisely because he clung to this sliver of hope that Zhang Yi had preserved his soul and lingered until now.
Zhang Yi's resurrection wouldn't be a bad thing. It would add another half-step super divine powerhouse to humanity, which could only be a boon. Lin Mayu took a deep breath and asked another question. How can one become a super divine being?
Lin Mayu was well aware that Antares wouldn't answer too many of his questions. And with so many uncertainties troubling his mind, he can only pick the most critical ones to ask.
Antares fixed its gaze on Lin Mayu again.
"You're only level 50, becoming a super divine being is still far beyond your reach.
Think carefully, if I answer this question, I won't answer anything else for you."
From the disdain in Antares' dragon eyes, Lin Mayu could see its contempt. Indeed, he might have been reaching too far ahead.
However, this question wasn't for his own sake. Lin Mayu insisted, "This is the one question I want answered. Please go ahead." Antares said, "Since you're so determined, then I'll tell you. Becoming a super divine being isn't really that difficult.
First, you need to reach level 98.
Levels 98 and 99 are considered half-step super divine.
Once you reach level 99, there are 3 ways to ascend to super divine status."
Lin Mayu's heart skipped a beat. 3 methods?
It seemed the path to becoming a super divine being wasn't as narrow as he had imagined.
Watching Lin Mayu's expression, Antares' lips curled into an amused smile. The first method is the simplest: reach level 99 and push all of your comprehensions to their absolute peak.
With some top-tier materials and a proper formation, you can break through to become a super divine being. The second method, after reaching level 99 and completing your comprehensions, you can rely on certain mythical artifacts to achieve the breakthrough.
Now you understand why everyone covets the creation staff, don't you?
The third method is also the most challenging. At level 98 or 99, after fully mastering all your insights, if one of your attributes surpasses 10 million, you can become a super divine being.
Lin Mayu immediately followed up, "Are there differences between the 3 types of super divine beings?" Antares chuckled. "Your questions are done. I don't need to answer more." Lin Mayu shook his head. "You've lived for countless years, your tolerance should be vast. Surely you wouldn't be so petty." Flattery? To get an answer, Lin Mayu had thickened his skin. Antares seemed slightly pleased. "Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll begrudgingly tell you. Among the 3 types of super divine beings, those who break through using their own attributes are the strongest. Those who use artifacts to fuse their power come second. Those who rely entirely on formations are the weakest." Lin Mayu could understand this perfectly. Breaking through completely through personal attributes naturally made one the strongest. But it was also the most difficult. 10 million in a single attribute, without counting equipment-boosted stats. What kind of concept was that?
It wasn't the total attributes exceeding 10 million, it was a single attribute surpassing 10 million. Even with his already extraordinary stats, Lin Mayu's highest mental power was only at 200,000. It was still 50 times short of the requirement. A gap so vast it seemed insurmountable. It was exceedingly difficult. The second method combined one's own power with that of a mythical artifact. 2 forces merging to become one, a path to super divinity. This was slightly weaker compared to relying solely on oneself, as part of the breakthrough depended on an external object. As for the weakest method, it was to rely entirely on a formation to break through. There was no need for further explanation.
Using only external forces, how could that lead to anything but the weakest result? Antares said, now you understand, don't you?
I've paid my part of the deal, so it's time for you to fulfill your promise.
Lin Moyu shook his head. Don't be so hasty.
I haven't finished stating my terms. Antares narrowed its eyes.
What did you just say? Once again, Lin Moyu thickened his skin. Surely you don't think that just answering a few questions is enough payment for me to retrieve something from such a dangerous place?
As he spoke, Lin Moyu felt no fear. He had already thought through his approach before he began asking questions. Antares squinted its eyes, its tone laced with threat.
Little one, don't be too greedy.
I've seen plenty of greedy people, and they rarely meet a good end. Lin Moyu remained unfazed.
You're the one who said it, fair exchange, equal trade.
Even if you disagree, at least hear my conditions first.
Besides, if you really wanted to kill me, it'd only take a breath.
At this moment, not only had Lin Moyu's skin thickened, but he also displayed a glib tongue. Anyone familiar with Lin Moyu would have been shocked. This usually quiet man, who could go half a day without uttering a word, was suddenly so eloquent. Lin Moyu wasn't unwilling to speak, he often simply didn't want to.
Antares, of course, wasn't afraid of Lin Moyu. Speak. I'm listening. Lin Moyu said, consider the questions earlier as a down payment.
After I retrieve the item from the Thunder Burial Canyon, I hope to receive some materials in return. Materials like the solidified fire god's essence blood, legendary grade attribute materials. I know there's a fair amount of such materials in the deeper underground areas.
They wouldn't be hard for you to acquire. Lin Moyu's request was measured and reasonable.
He judged that materials like the solidified fire god's essence blood were abundant in the core regions of the underground. While they were nearly impossible for him to obtain, they would be effortlessly accessible to Antares.
Moreover, these items were essentially ownerless treasures buried underground. Antares could simply take them without any real loss. Because of this, Lin Moyu believed Antares would agree. That's it? As expected, Antares' reaction was entirely within his expectations. These materials were useless to Antares and weren't even considered tradeworthy.
What Antares didn't value was a treasure to Lin Moyu.
Yes, that's all, Lin Moyu affirmed. Antares burst into laughter. Fine.
If you can bring back what I need, not only will I give you those materials, but I'll also throw in something extra for you. In that case, our deal is settled. Once you enter the lower realm, head to Thunder Burial Canyon to retrieve the item for me.
Lin Moyu said, then it's agreed. Once I'm in the lower realm, I'll head to Thunder Burial Canyon.
Lin Moyu let out a breath of relief in his heart. The deal was sealed. As for when he'd fulfill it, there was no rush.
Antares continued, then I shall send you off now.
A fierce wind rose abruptly. From Antares' massive eye, Lin Moyu suddenly noticed a playful glint. A sense of unease crept into his heart.
Something's wrong.
That look in Antares' eye made him feel uneasy, but it was already too late. The whirlwind carried countless shimmering points of light, enveloping Lin Moyu and Mu Qianshan in its embrace. In an instant, the two were whisked away by the storm's teleportation.
Humph. Daring to bargain with me, do you think I'm so easy to fool? You're still too green to outwit me, little one. Antares snorted, then lay back down and slowly closed its eyes.
A mischievous glint lingered in its gaze, as if it had just pulled off a delightful prank. In the dim space, Lin Moyu looked up at the sky.
The sky was faintly illuminated, but the light was dim.
Tiny points of light continuously fell from above, bringing illumination to the world. The ground was covered with peculiar plants that were neither flowers nor grass. The leaves were enormous, large enough to wrap around Lin Moyu. The leaves bore distinct patterns that emitted a soft glow, lighting up the surroundings. Compared to the faint light from the sky, the glow from the plants was much brighter. Beneath the leaves was a short, tree-like form. Its branches extended outward like vines, bearing similarly massive leaves. Lin Moyu stood on one of these leaves, with Mu Qianshan lying beside him. The leaf was incredibly sturdy, bearing both their weights with ease.
This isn't the upper realm. Where is this? Recalling the minute-long teleportation and Antares' mischievous gaze beforehand, Lin Moyu felt uneasy.
At this moment, Antares' voice rang in his ears.
Little brat, you're the first in thousands of years to try tricking me. This is the lower realm of the eternal battleground.
Now that you're here, fulfill your promise and head to Thunder Burial Canyon. Lin Moyu froze for a moment and realized he'd misspoken earlier.
Antares had led him into a trap.
Antares had said, once you're in the lower realm, head to Thunder Burial Canyon, and Lin Moyu had carelessly agreed. He hadn't realized that Antares would seize on this and directly transport him to the lower realm.
There had been no agreed-upon time, only a location. Now that he was in the lower realm, he was bound to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, a small scale appeared before Lin Moyu. He immediately recognized it as one of Antares' scales. This scale can take you out of the lower realm, but it can only bring one person. Lin Moyu's expression turned a bit sour. He had clearly been outwitted. Antares was far too cunning. Antares, this ancient dragon who had lived for an incomprehensible number of years, might have a slightly rusty mind, but it still remained sharp and cunning. When it came to setting traps and taking advantage, it never held back. That said, Lin Moyu also admitted to himself that he was the one who first tried to swindle Antares, so he couldn't completely blame it for retaliating. Holding the scale in his hand, Lin Moyu clearly understood Antares' intentions. He could leave the lower realm at any time using this scale. However, Mu Qianqian wouldn't be able to leave. With Mu Qianqian's abilities, staying in the lower realm would mean she'd face life-threatening dangers at every turn. Moreover, most standard teleportation tools ceased to function in this place, making it extremely difficult to escape. Lin Moyu checked his belongings. As expected, the teleportation stone Meng Anwen had given him was now invalid. Meng Anwen's teleportation stone, a platinum tier item, allowed him to return directly from the upper realm or any dungeon or secret realm within it. But Meng Anwen had never anticipated that Lin Moyu would enter the lower realm. Though the upper and lower realms were both part of the eternal battleground, the distance between the two was vast. As a result, the teleportation stone Meng Anwen had provided was rendered useless. However, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth lifted slightly. The Abyss teleportation stone was still functional. He could easily teleport from here to the Abyssal world, thereby leaving the lower realm entirely. After some thought, Lin Moyu decided to put the Abyss teleportation stone away again. The Abyssal world was far too dangerous. Last time, he had been lucky. If his luck were even slightly worse, he might end up teleporting directly in front of a demon king or into the heart of a demon king's fortress. That would be a guaranteed death sentence. Comparatively, staying here was much safer. It seems I have no choice but to go to Thunder Burial Canyon and complete the deal with Antares. Lin Moyu believed that since Antares wanted to trade with him, it must have a contingency plan. As long as he fulfilled his end of the bargain and retrieved the item, Antares would likely send him back. A faint groan broke the silence. Mu Qianqian had finally regained consciousness. She rubbed her eyes, looking puzzled. That's strange, how did I fall asleep? She had no idea that she had lost consciousness. It had to be said, Antares' methods were extraordinarily subtle. Lin Moyu had no intention of telling her about Antares. Instead, he handed the scale in his hand to her. The freshly awakened Mu Qianqian instinctively took the scale, her expression adorably blank. What's this? Lin Moyu glanced around. We've entered the lower realm of the eternal battleground. Ah! Mu Qianqian let out a soft gasp, quickly covering her mouth with her hands. Her wide eyes were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Isn't the lower realm only accessible at level 70? Lin Moyu replied, don't worry about the reasons. The point is, we're already here. There might be dangers in this place. The scale in your hand can send you away from here. Mu Qianqian let out a soft "oh," instinctively clutching the scale tightly. After all, this was her lifeline. But suddenly, she seemed to realize something. What about you? Despite her innocence, Mu Qianqian wasn't foolish. Lin Moyu said, I have one as well. I'm just letting you know, if there's danger, leave immediately. I might not be able to protect you. Mu Qianqian nodded in understanding. Got it. She knew that if she stayed, not only would she fail to help Lin Moyu, but she might also become a burden to him. She resolved that if danger arose, she would flee immediately and not cause Lin Moyu any trouble. Lin Moyu scanned his surroundings, assessing the environment. Since he was already here, he might as well adapt to the situation. He had agreed to the deal with Antares, and now he was in the lower realm. Regardless of how he had ended up here, he had no choice but to make his way to Thunder Burial Canyon. Of course, Lin Moyu wasn't the kind of person who would willingly risk his life just to complete a trade. If things got truly dangerous, he would undoubtedly use the Abyss teleportation stone without hesitation. Let's move. Lin Moyu jumped down from the leaf. The large leaf swayed slightly under his movement, stirring up a gentle breeze. The breeze rippled outward, setting other leaves into motion. In an instant, countless leaves began to sway, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds. Mu Qianqian also leaped down from the leaf, but as soon as she landed, she let out a soft cry. What's wrong? Lin Moyu asked. Mu Qianqian whispered, I think I stepped on something. Lin Moyu looked down. There was nothing beneath her feet.
However, behind her, there was a long drag mark, likely left by a tree vine. Judging by the markings, Mu Qianqian had likely stepped on a vine, which had recoiled after being stepped on, leaving the trail behind. Lin Moyu immediately felt something was off.
Could the vine be alive?
At this moment, the large leaves continued to tremble, but the shaking grew more intense, and the rustling sound became louder and harsher. The glowing patterns on the leaves began to flicker, and the surrounding space alternated between light and dark.
The atmosphere turned eerie in an instant. Mu Qianqian turned pale, her voice trembling. Nothing bad is going to happen, right?
Just then, a shadow struck silently from the darkness. The shadow moved with incredible speed, leaving no sound to betray its movement.
Mu Qianqian had no idea it was approaching. Lin Moyu sensed it almost instantly.
He stepped in front of Mu Qianqian and pointed a finger toward the shadow.
Skill, skeletal fangs.
A burst of white light illuminated the area. The skeletal fangs collided with the shadow. Thousands of razor-sharp skeletal fangs erupted at close range, most of them striking the shadow. The shadow immediately recoiled. Under the glow of the skeletal fangs, Lin Moyu could see clearly it was a tree vine. The vine was incredibly tough, the skeletal fangs hadn't managed to pierce through it. Mu Qianqian still hadn't realized what was happening. She stood frozen, unaware of the danger that had just passed. Lin Moyu had just repelled one vine when, in the next moment, numerous shadows lashed out from all directions.
Run! Without a second thought, Lin Moyu unfurled his lightning undead wings, scooped up Mu Qianqian, and shot into the air.
The shadows immediately shifted, chasing after them madly. This time, Mu Qianqian finally saw what was happening.
So many vines. Lin Moyu didn't respond.
He had already pushed his speed to the limit.
600 meters per second, an incredible velocity.
But the vines were even faster and were about to catch up. Lin Moyu extended a finger, and red light spread out.
Skill, Curse of Aging. With a loud hum, the vine's speed slowed dramatically.
Lin Moyu looked down to see the ground below covered in countless flashes of red light. The Curse of Aging had reached level 50, with a base range of 200 meters. Thanks to his talent's 60-level amplification, the range expanded to a staggering 12,000 meters. Within 12,000 meters, the ground was littered with glowing red swords bound by chains. The ground was filled with short, tree-like plants with enormous leaves. Countless vines were emerging from the earth, sending clouds of dirt flying. It looked like countless venomous snakes writhing and slithering across the ground. Lin Moyu felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. His highly sensitive perception picked up on an overwhelming wave of hostility. Mu Qianqian, pale-faced and shaken, muttered, "This is terrifying. How can there be so many of them?" Clearly, these creatures were communal. Plant-based monsters weren't uncommon, but seeing them in such massive numbers was rare. Lin Moyu cast Detection, quickly gathering information on the creatures. Giant leaf sapling. Level, 72. Strength, 300,000. Agility, 100,000. Spirit, 80,000. Constitution, 300,000. Skills, Vine Lash, Bind, Giant Leaf Slash. Traits, 50% immunity to wood element damage, 30% reduction to physical damage, 30% increased fire element damage taken, enhanced vitality. The moment Lin Moyu saw the stats, he was speechless. A level 72 monster with a total attribute score of 780,000. And this wasn't even a boss, just a regular monster. He knew his intuition hadn't been wrong. Starting at level 60, the increase in attributes was significant, but it was merely a transitional phase. At level 70, attributes experienced a true leap. This applied not only to monsters but also to human-class adventurers, abyssal demons, and dragons. Levels 40 and 70 were both major turning points. When human adventurers reached their third-tier advancement, their attributes nearly doubled compared to level 69. This was why level 69 was considered advanced, while level 70 marked the beginning of the elite tier. High attributes, a trio of skills, a string of traits, and an endless sea of these creatures. For any adventurer above level 70, this area would be a death trap. But for Lin Moyu, a smile appeared on his lips. This was a treasure trove. In Lin Moyu's eyes, these endless giant leaf saplings, these plant-based monsters, were nothing more than experience points. The vines continued to lash out wildly as Lin Moyu, carrying Mu Qianqian, hovered hundreds of meters in the air, safely out of the vine's attack range. However, this distance was still well within the attack range of the skeletal archmages and skeletal sharpshooters. At level 50, both the skeletal archmages and skeletal sharpshooters had attack ranges extending beyond 2,000 meters.
Even if they couldn't see their targets, as long as they locked onto them from afar, they could launch attacks. Especially the skeletal sharpshooters, once they achieved a soul lock, their arrows never missed.
A massive number of skeletal archmages and sharpshooters materialized, raining firepower down below.
Elemental explosions erupted into dazzling flashes of light, illuminating the darkness.
The vines were blown apart, and leaves fell in torrents.
At that moment, all the giant leaf saplings went berserk.
The massive leaves began to glow brightly, detaching from the branches and soaring into the sky.
Skill, giant leaf slash.
Serrated edges grew along the leaves, making them appear razor-sharp. They spun rapidly in the air, producing a piercing screech as the jagged edges sliced through the wind. There were far too many of them, blotting out the sky and plunging the area into shadow. Lin Moyu flew nimbly in the air on his lightning undead wings, dodging the incoming leaves with ease.
But there were simply too many to avoid completely.
The spinning leaves struck his bone armor, causing it to crackle and groan under the impact.
The bone armor quickly became riddled with dense fractures. The attack power of the giant leaves was formidable. His bone armor could withstand at most 2 hits before shattering. As expected of level 72 monsters, they're truly extraordinary.
With a strength attribute of 300,000, the giant leaf saplings possessed overwhelming offensive power.
Their attack strength far exceeded that of the level 68 battlefield behemoths.
It was even comparable to the pre-rebirth ancient phoenix. The sheer number of giant leaves, at least several 100,000, completely overwhelmed the skeletal archmages and sharpshooters, dealing tremendous damage to them.
The Lich generals worked tirelessly to provide healing, barely maintaining equilibrium.
Meanwhile, the skeletal archmages and sharpshooters continued their relentless assault, but so far, not a single giant leaf sapling had been killed.
Lin Moyu sensed that something was off.
After several rounds of attacks, even with their 300,000 constitution attribute and their life force enhancement trait, the giant leaf saplings shouldn't have been able to endure for so long.
After all, they were ordinary monsters, not bosses. Could it be that they have a shared damage linking ability?
Lin Moyu's gaze shifted into the distance. Using the light from the elemental explosions, he noticed that giant leaf saplings far away from the battle, untouched, also had many of their vines severed. Even though they hadn't been attacked, their vines were breaking.
Lin Moyu confirmed his suspicion they indeed possessed a talent similar to a universal connection.
Damage was being distributed among them through some kind of mechanism, allowing the entire forest of giant leaf saplings to share the burden.
He hadn't expected them to have such an ability. Monsters above level 70 were truly in a class of their own.
Let's test this further.
Let's see if you can share damage faster than I can deal it. Lin Moyu made his move.
9,000 skeletal berserkers materialized in midair, diving swiftly toward the ground. The spinning giant leaves immediately turned their attention toward the skeletal berserkers, swarming toward them. Meanwhile, various colors red, blue, gray, white, yellow appeared one after another around Lin Moyu. Flame liches, storm liches, frost liches, earth liches, lightning liches, and undead liches emerged in succession.
Beneath the skeleton's feet, 6 glowing auras appeared. Flames erupted, igniting the spinning giant leaves as they burned mid-air. Lightning crackled and struck down in countless arcs. Instead of concentrating on a single point, the lightning spread out, each bolt targeting a different enemy. The pitch-black space was thoroughly illuminated as fiery explosions filled the sky, and the ground below became a chaotic storm of thunder and lightning. The skeletal berserkers descended into the forest, wielding massive axes as they hacked away.
Vines were severed, and branches were shattered into splinters. The skeletal berserkers quickly located the giant leaf saplings' main bodies and unleashed their skills in unison.
Each giant leaf sapling, short and stout, was surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of skeletal berserkers.
They suffered a barrage of skills all at once. As the undead troops with the highest burst potential in Lin Moyu's army, the skeletal berserkers never disappointed him.
Each skill strike unleashed in an instant dealt damage equivalent to 2.7 million strength points.
Combined with the amplified damage from the curse of aging, the giant leaf saplings' defenses were instantly breached, and they shattered one after another. The damage was so overwhelming that the saplings couldn't transfer it to their companions in time. With a resounding bang, one giant leaf sapling exploded under the skeletal berserker's assault.
Killed level 72 giant leaf sapling, EXP plus 2,160,000. Obtained sapling seed. One notification after another followed as the giant leaf saplings surrounded and attacked by the skeletal berserkers were annihilated without exception. The corpses are ready. With corpses available, weapons would come next, and the rest would be straightforward. Lin Moyu descended with Mu Chanxian, swiftly moving into skill range.
Locking onto the corpses, he raised his hand slightly, triggering a skill. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, level 7 detonates a corpse, dealing damage equal to 40% of its HP to enemies within 7 meters. At level 7, Corpse Explosion's range was amplified to 420 meters, and its damage increased to 2,400% of the corpse's HP. The freshly killed giant leaf saplings' corpses were still brimming with vitality. The explosions erupted, sending countless vines flying apart. The sudden and devastating damage rendered the saplings' damage-sharing ability useless. A large number of giant leaf saplings were obliterated. As the saplings died, their skills were interrupted, and the spinning giant leaves in the air began to drift down like falling rain. Lin Moyu flew across the battlefield on his lightning undead wings, leaving explosions in his wake. There were simply too many giant leaf saplings, so many that Lin Moyu couldn't count them. Everywhere he looked, the forest was filled with saplings. Lin Moyu unleashed his full power, detonating everything in sight without restraint. He didn't need to worry about exhausting his mental energy, all he had to do was continue blowing things up as he went. It was a completely unrefined tactic, a one-sided massacre. Mu Qianqian had finally recovered by this point. Nestled in Lin Moyu's arms, her face was flushed red, burning with embarrassment. She didn't dare say a word or even move, feeling oddly content to stay just like this. She could sense her experience points skyrocketing. Each explosion brought a flood of experience. She never would have imagined that these terrifying level 72 monsters would still be so vulnerable in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was simply incredible. Mu Qianqian cautiously tilted her head to glance up at Lin Moyu's face. How can he be so powerful? Being held by him, it feels so safe. If only this moment could last forever. Ah! Mu Qianqian, what are you even thinking? Blushing even more, Mu Qianqian shut her eyes tightly, overwhelmed by her shyness. Suddenly, the explosions stopped. At the same time, their direction changed. Lin Moyu, who had been advancing, suddenly began retreating at high speed. The sound of roaring wind swept past her ears, and Mu Qianqian could feel how quickly and urgently Lin Moyu was retreating. What happened? She opened her eyes and gasped softly. Not far ahead, a massive tree had appeared. It was several times larger than the giant leaf saplings, towering hundreds of meters into the sky, larger than a small mountain. Its foliage was so dense it seemed impenetrable, completely blocking out the light. Before she could process what she was seeing, a massive vine lashed out with terrifying speed. With a thunderous crack, Lin Moyu's bone armor shattered instantly, and both he and Mu Qianqian were sent flying. The tremendous impact sent Lin Moyu hurtling uncontrollably over 1,000 meters away. His expression turned grim. Moments ago, he had been enjoying the thrill of destruction when suddenly all the giant leaf saplings burrowed underground. Then the ground twisted, and this colossal tree emerged before him. Its appearance shocked Lin Moyu to his core, and an intense sense of danger surged within him. Without hesitation, he had retreated at full speed. Even so, he had still been struck. The sheer force of the attack left Lin Moyu in awe. The bone armor, capable of withstanding the equivalent of 300,000 constitution points, had been completely ineffective. Now, maintaining a distance of at least 3,000 meters from the tree, just beyond its attack range, Lin Moyu observed it cautiously. Unwilling to approach without understanding its capabilities, he relied on his usual fallback, detection. The moment he saw its stats, Lin Moyu turned and left without hesitation. Mu Qianqian also used her detection skill to take a look, and her face instantly turned pale with fear. Lin Moyu, who originally considered testing the waters, now only had one thought: run, and the farther, the better. Giant Leaf Matriarch, World-Class Boss. Level, 86. Strength, 1,500,000. Agility, 1 million. Spirit, 1 million. Constitution, 2,600,000. Skills, Inevitable Entanglement, Giant Leaf Slash. Traits, 70% immunity to wood element damage, 70% immunity to physical damage, massively enhanced vitality, enhanced attack power, enhanced defense power. Looking at these stats, there was no point even trying to fight. The total attribute points added up to a staggering 6.1 million. Unless he activated the Strong Soldier skill, there might be a slim chance of victory. But even then, it was just a maybe, not a certainty. The Giant Leaf Matriarch gave Lin Moyu an even stronger sense of dread than the Flame Demon King had. Back then, when the Flame Demon King had chased him into a dungeon, its power had been suppressed by the dungeon's rules. Although still terrifying, Lin Moyu had been confident he could fight it. Now, even after leveling up to 50 and becoming significantly stronger, his first instinct when seeing the Giant Leaf Matriarch was to retreat. Lin Moyu had always trusted his intuition. If the Flame Demon King and the Giant Leaf Matriarch were to fight, he was certain the Flame Demon King would be the one to die. Plant-type monsters were known for their terrifying vitality, and a plant-based world-class boss like this one had life force so immense it could drive anyone to despair. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had already carried Mu Qianxian several kilometers away. In his line of sight, the Giant Leaf Matriarch had shrunk to nothing more than a black dot.
But just then, he noticed an unusual phenomenon: numerous black dots began appearing in the sky.
It was as if space itself had been torn apart, and countless giant leaves came flying through.
Skill, Giant Leaf Slash.
Although these were also giant leaves, they were entirely different from the ones used by the giant leaf saplings earlier. This time, the leaves came from the Giant Leaf Matriarch itself. Each one had a diameter exceeding 10 meters, monstrously large. The massive leaves roared through the air, slicing through space itself. Lin Moyu pushed his speed to the limit, weaving and dodging in the air.
The giant leaves came at him from all directions. Eventually, there was nowhere left to dodge.
He summoned several skeletal berserkers to serve as shields. With loud crashing sounds, the skeletal berserkers weren't merely knocked away, they were sliced clean in half, shattering on the spot. However, the giant leaves were diverted, brushing past Lin Moyu instead. His bone armor briefly flickered before shattering with a loud bang, causing Lin Moyu to break into a cold sweat. The destruction of the skeletons rendered his damage transfer talent useless once again. Lin Moyu was frustrated.
Why did these high-level enemies keep bypassing his talents? The god-tier experts from the corrupted Dead Realm could do it. The Flame Demon King's skills could do it.
Now, even this level 86 world-class boss could do it. As the skeletons shattered, Lin Moyu caught a faint, peculiar aura.
His thoughts raced. He remembered encountering a similar aura in the Flame Demon King's skills.
It was this aura that nullified his talent. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters.
More giant leaves were closing in.
Lin Moyu continued dodging as best he could, using skeletons as shields when necessary.
He wasn't sure if his damage transfer skill would work here, and if it didn't, he could die.
After flying several more kilometers, he finally managed to shake off the giant leaves. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the ground ahead rumbled. The sky darkened for a moment. The 300-meter-tall giant leaf matriarch uprooted itself and leapt high into the air, soaring past Lin Moyu to land in front of him. In a single bound, it had covered a distance of at least 7 or 8 kilometers. A tree that could leap like this, it was unimaginable. Lin Moyu realized there was no avoiding a fight now. He was going to have to risk everything, and this time the danger was even greater than when he had faced the Flame Demon King. An 86-level world-class boss, there was no telling if he could defeat it.
I'm going to release you.
Activate the scales and leave immediately, Lin Moyu said gravely. Before the battle began, he needed to ensure Mu Qianxian's safety. Once the fight started, he wouldn't be able to protect her, and she'd almost certainly die.
Mu Qianxian understood this perfectly and nodded. All right, I'll leave right away.
The space before them twisted again as countless giant leaves flew toward them.
The giant leaf matriarch had once more activated its giant leaf slash skill. Lin Moyu quickly descended, tossing Mu Qianxian away. Go, now! Hovering in midair, Mu Qianxian shouted back, be careful.
She pulled out the Antares scale, but instead of activating it immediately, she turned to look at the giant leaf matriarch, now 1,000 meters away. Her eyes were filled with determination as she made her decision. With a sharp cry, she pushed her power to its limit. A beam of light shot forth, moving several times faster than the giant leaves.
It struck the giant leaf matriarch and exploded. Lin Moyu witnessed the most dazzling firework he had ever seen.
He hadn't expected Mu Qianxian to use a collection skill on the giant leaf matriarch.
Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Does she really believe I can kill it? The giant leaf matriarch's attention immediately shifted to Mu Qianxian.
All the giant leaves turned their aim toward her. At that moment, Mu Qianxian activated the scale and even waved her fist at Lin Moyu.
Take it down.
In the next instant, she disappeared. The giant leaves missed their target and plummeted to the ground, causing massive tremors and cracks to spread. Watching Mu Qianxian leave, Lin Moyu felt confident she was safe.
Antares items could be trusted. Now it's my turn. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, ready to fight.
The giant leaf matriarch, having lost its target, let out a hoarse, grating roar.
Its focus shifted back to Lin Moyu. A barrage of spinning giant leaves flew toward him once more.
Lin Moyu reactivated his bone armor and lightning undead wings. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Lightning undead wings has leveled up to level 3. The duration increased to 30 seconds, enhanced to 30 minutes after amplification.
The cooldown time dropped from 9 minutes to 8 minutes.
Flight speed increased from 600 meters per second to 700 meters per second.
Perfect timing. With a shout, Lin Moyu charged toward the giant leaf matriarch. At a distance of 1,000 meters, it was still too far. If he engaged now, the giant leaves alone would cause massive losses.
To defeat it, he had to get closer, enabling his undead army to unleash its full might.
Lin Moyu already had a plan in mind.
If it worked, he might actually have a chance to take down this world-class boss.
Curse, strong soldier, he had only one shot, 30 seconds to make it count. If he couldn't kill it within that time, his only option would be to flee.
Lin Moyu understood clearly that with his skeleton's attack power, the giant leaf matriarch's defenses could only be breached with both the curse and strong soldier skills activated simultaneously. The time was short, just 30 seconds. As with the Flame Demon King, he needed to overwhelm the enemy in a single, decisive burst.
With Mu Qianqian gone, Lin Moyu was far more agile.
He maneuvered deftly through the barrage of giant leaves, quickly closing the distance to just 200 meters from the giant leaf matriarch.
This was close enough. At that moment, countless vines sprouted from the giant leaf matriarch.
Each vine was over a meter thick, lashing out to engulf the area. Lin Moyu had experienced its power before. One strike had been enough to shatter his bone armor.
He knew just how deadly these vines were.
With a flick of his finger, he cast the Curse of Aging.
The giant leaf matriarch slowed visibly under the curse's effect.
As the curse took hold, Lin Moyu summoned his undead army. The entire undead force mobilized.
Skeletal mages and sharpshooters spread out madly, taking to the air to form a three-dimensional encirclement. Meanwhile, the skeletal berserkers charged forward recklessly. Thousands of skeletal berserkers surged ahead, closing the 200-meter gap in an instant. Under the curse's influence, the giant leaf matriarch's attacks slowed perceptibly.
But Lin Moyu knew that a creature of this caliber wouldn't be significantly hindered by the curse and could likely break free from it.
He didn't give it the chance. With a flick of his left hand, soul flames ignited.
In his right hand, he hurled Bone Prison forward. The giant leaf matriarch momentarily froze as white bones sprouted all over its massive body. In that instant, all its vines fell limp, and even the giant leaves dropped to the ground. Its skill was interrupted by the Bone Prison.
However, the bone prison began to crack almost immediately. The soul flames descended, causing the giant leaf matriarch's enormous body to tremble in apparent pain. This extended the bone prison's duration by another half-second.
In total, the bone prison held for 1.5 seconds, successfully interrupting its skill.
1.5 seconds was all Lin Moyu needed to complete his preparations.
The skeletal berserkers were now in position, 9,000 of them. Some surrounded the giant leaf matriarch from below, while others climbed onto its massive body. Lin Moyu's hand burned hot as the strong soldier skill activated. Among all of Lin Moyu's skills, the strongest one, the one he only used in life or death situations, was this. Strong Soldier. For 30 seconds, all base attributes of the user and summon creatures are increased by 200%, and all attacks deal an additional 500% damage.
Cooldown, 1 hour. For those 30 seconds, Lin Moyu and his undead army's combat power would skyrocket. As the enhancement skill activated, all elemental liches appeared simultaneously.
A series of auras emerged beneath the skeletons, boosting their defenses and increasing their speed.
The giant leaf matriarch was instantly engulfed in roaring flames.
Bolts of lightning struck down upon it from above, and frost began to coat its body.
In the exact moment Lin Moyu completed these actions, the giant leaf matriarch shattered the bone prison.
The damage reduction trait of the bone prison disappeared at the same time. Simultaneously, the axes of the skeletal berserkers, glowing with a red hue, came crashing down.
Elemental explosions and the arrows of the skeletal sharpshooters erupted in unison.
Lin Moyu had calculated everything to perfection, down to 0.1 seconds. In that instant, his undead army unleashed an astonishing burst of power. The last time he had deployed this strategy was against the Flame Demon King. But this time, it was even more intense, with the addition of the elemental liches. As the undead army launched their assault, Lin Moyu also joined the fray. In his left hand, Soul Flame, in his right, Toxic Starburst.
Soul Flame interrupted the matriarch's skills and inflicted excruciating pain. Toxic Starburst poisoned it, suppressing its regenerative abilities.
In the very first second of the battle, Lin Moyu had completed all his preparations.
The giant leaf matriarch let out a thunderous, heart-shaking scream.
Whoever said plants couldn't scream had clearly never encountered this one. Its cries were deep and raspy, making Lin Moyu deeply uncomfortable, as if his own heartbeat was being stifled. That single moment of all-out assault left it gravely wounded.
By the second, the now green from poison giant leaf matriarch launched a counterattack in fury. Countless vines lashed out, ensnaring the skeletal berserkers clinging to its body. Skill, Death Bind.
The sheer number of vines was terrifying.
Not only did they shoot out from the matriarch itself, but massive tree-like vines also erupted from the ground, far outnumbering Lin Mayu's undead army.
Simultaneously, a barrage of giant leaves took to the air, targeting the skeletal mages and sharpshooters. It was as if the matriarch intended to annihilate Lin Mayu's entire undead legion.
And it certainly had the capability to do so.
The vines and giant leaves outnumbered the undead army by a significant margin. In an instant, the situation flipped. Lin Mayu, who had been leading a group ambush, found himself surrounded. Lin Mayu pulled out a piece of solidified fire god's essence blood.
Activating the skill, a towering flame surged into the sky. A flame lich radiating divine aura appeared. The moment the flame lich emerged, the flames on the giant leaf matriarch became even more ferocious. This time, the fire carried a hint of divine energy, dealing far greater damage than before. The giant leaf matriarch trembled violently once again.
The flame lich darted toward the matriarch at incredible speed. A distance of 200 meters was closed in an instant. The flame lich was fast, but the matriarch was faster.
Dozens of vines shot out, trapping the flame lich in an instant. But in less than 0.1 seconds, the flame lich broke free. The flames enveloping it carried divine power, far surpassing the strength of the aura flames.
The flame lich collided head-on with the giant leaf matriarch, pressing its entire body against it. At the same time, the divine flames covering its body were transferred to the matriarch.
2 seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted.
The resulting blast was so brilliant it lit up the entire area. It was as if a massive sun had appeared on the ground. Flames spread out in all directions, turning the land within several kilometers into a sea of fire.
Every giant leaf in the air ignited and fell to the ground in flames. The vines were similarly consumed and destroyed by the fire.
In that single moment, all the skeletal berserkers regained their freedom. Lin Mayu had deliberately used the largest piece of solidified fire god's essence blood he had, summoning the most powerful elemental lich in his arsenal. The giant leaf matriarch had turned into a blazing tree, standing on the ground and burning fiercely. But Lin Mayu didn't let his guard down. He hadn't received the kill notification yet.
The next moment, the giant leaf matriarch suddenly moved.
It leapt with astonishing speed, covering tens of thousands of meters in a single bound. As it leapt, the flames that had been consuming it gradually extinguished. Lin Mayu saw its charred, blackened body, stripped of all its leaves, looking utterly miserable. Even bosses in their 60s and 70s had survival instincts, an 86-level world-class boss would be no exception. In just 4 seconds, the first second saw it severely injured under Lin Mayu's calculated assault, and by the 4th second, the Flame Lich unleashed a near-divine self-destruction attack. After those 2 devastating hits, it was on the brink of death and instinctively fled. Its survival instincts drove it to escape at lightning speed, and Lin Mayu didn't hesitate to flee in the opposite direction just as quickly. There was no way he'd give chase. Not only would he fail to catch up, but after 30 seconds, the strong soldier state would end. Without that enhanced state, he'd be nothing but an easy target. Both sides retreated in opposite directions, disappearing from each other's sight within moments. Lin Mayu didn't stop for a second, flying nonstop through the air. Every second counted now. He was worried the giant leaf matriarch might turn back to hunt him down. After all, an 86-level world-class boss had an incredible recovery rate. Even with the toxic starburst used during the strong soldier state, Lin Mayu doubted it could suppress the matriarch's regeneration for long. After several minutes of flying, covering over 100 kilometers, Lin Mayu finally exhaled slightly. Looking down at the drastically altered landscape beneath him, he figured he must have left the matriarch's territory. He hadn't expected to encounter an 86-level world-class boss so soon after entering the deeper world. What kind of luck was this? For a moment, Lin Mayu even suspected Antares had orchestrated this deliberately. What would you gain from getting me killed? Lin Mayu pondered the possibility but decided it was unlikely Antares had done this on purpose. Suddenly, Lin Mayu dropped rapidly from the sky, finding a rock to hide behind. He held his breath and concealed his aura completely. Shortly after Lin Mayu descended, a massive serpent flew past the exact spot where he had been. A giant serpent, over 100 meters long. The fact that it could fly wasn't surprising. Many bosses above level 70 had the ability to fly. What caught his attention was the pair of claws on its belly and the sharp horns on its head. Lin Mayu was momentarily stunned. This serpent looked astonishingly similar to the mythical Jiao from ancient Chinese legends. In those legends, snakes or pythons that cultivated enough power could transform into Jiao. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance. Lin Maoyu didn't use his detection skill, so he can only guess. He didn't dare use detection. A detection skill would undoubtedly alert the serpent to his presence. With his strong soldier skill on cooldown, Lin Maoyu knew his limits. In this state, even an 80-level Lord tier boss would be enough to overwhelm him, let alone something on par with the giant leaf matriarch. Seeing the serpent fly away without noticing him, Lin Maoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
What kind of hellish place is this? Why are there bosses everywhere? The lower planes my teacher mentioned didn't seem this dangerous.
Back at the White Deity's courtyard, Bai Yuan had been home for several days. When he first heard that Lin Maoyu had gone to the ancient battlefield, he hadn't thought much of it. He had known about it from the beginning. But today, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen.
Old Meng, I feel uneasy. Could something have happened to Xiaoyu in the ancient battlefield? Meng Anwen chuckled. You're overthinking it.
With Xiaoyu's strength, he'll be fine even in the core regions or lower planes, as long as it's not in certain areas.
Bai Yuan knew this was true. He was well aware of Lin Maoyu's capabilities. But the unease in his heart wouldn't go away. Even a few sips of tea couldn't calm him. Old Meng, can you sense his location?
Lin Maoyu carried a teleportation stone given by Meng Anwen, linked to the Divine Summer Tower. Even if the stone was in Lin Maoyu's storage space, it couldn't block the connection.
Meng Anwen sighed, unable to refuse Bai Yuan.
He summoned the Divine Summer Tower and began to sense carefully.
After a moment, his expression darkened. What's wrong? Bai Yuan asked. Meng Anwen focused for a while longer. Xiaoyu has really gone to the lower planes. Can you pinpoint where in the lower planes? Bai Yuan pressed.
In the lower planes, apart from a few dangerous areas, Lin Maoyu shouldn't face too much trouble.
The main threats were abyssal demons and dragons.
Encountering an 80-level abyssal demon or dragon could indeed pose a problem.
Meng Anwen continued to sense, his face growing increasingly grim.
It seems to be near the wild continent.
Bai Yuan shot to his feet. Send me to the deeper world, now.
Lin Maoyu had never truly taken the time to understand the lower planes. Both Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan believed it was still too early for him, so they hadn't brought up the topic of the lower planes to him at all. The lower planes were somewhat different from the upper planes. The world of the lower planes was made up of several continents.
Between these continents lay either endless oceans or boundless voids.
Traveling from one continent to another required the use of various methods. The oceans were home to powerful sea monsters, and the skies were filled with flying beasts. Some areas of the void were no-fly zones, where flight was impossible.
The environment of the lower planes was far harsher and more complex than that of the upper planes.
Based on Meng Anwen's sensing, Lin Maoyu was currently located on a continent called the Wild Continent. This place was a paradise for monsters, with bosses everywhere and countless terrifying creatures. Typically, even top-tier professionals around level 70 wouldn't dare venture here. Only the most elite professionals would form teams to explore this region, hunting bosses and collecting equipment. Even with Lin Maoyu's strength, being caught in such a place carried significant risks.
This was precisely why Bai Yuan was so anxious.
His first thought was to head to the deep plains, locate a spatial channel within, travel to the lower plains, and rush to the wild continent to find Lin Maoyu.
Meng Anwen, however, stood calmly, not making a move. Bai Yuan, growing more impatient, urged him, "What are you standing there for? Set up the teleportation, quickly." Meng Anwen shook his head and sighed softly. "Why the rush? Even if you go, what use would it be?
Listen to me, there's no need to go."
Bai Yuan froze, staring at Meng Anwen. "Why not?" Meng Anwen explained, "You're letting your concern cloud your judgment. Think about it, why did Xiaoyu go to the ancient battlefield in the first place? He went there to make a deal with that one, to deliver something for the benevolent god. Now think again, why would Xiaoyu end up in the lower planes? Obviously, that one was involved, sending him there. This must have been part of some agreement between the two. Let me ask you, do you or I have the ability to send Xiaoyu to the lower planes? At level 50, Lin Maoyu shouldn't have been able to set foot in the lower planes. Even Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan lacked the means to send him there.
The only person among the human race capable of such a feat was the old man at the Academy of Creation.
Bai Yuan instinctively shook his head. He indeed didn't have the capability. Meng Anwen continued, "Given that, isn't the answer clear? Xiaoyu didn't end up in the lower planes by accident.
So you don't need to worry about his safety.
With that one involved, Xiaoyu won't come to harm. Even if you go, it's unlikely you'll be able to bring him back. Worse, you might even upset that one. Do you understand now? Meng Anwen had laid out his reasoning so thoroughly that Bai Yuan had no choice but to follow the logic. Meng Anwen's analysis calmed Bai Yuan down, though he still felt some unease deep inside. At least, he wouldn't act rashly anymore. It had to be said that Meng Anwen's reasoning was sound, with no flaws in logic. However, this time, his analysis was mistaken. Bai Yuan asked, "What do you think the benevolent god wants Xiaoyu to deliver that orb for? What purpose does it serve?" Meng Anwen chuckled, "What else? To resurrect, of course. The benevolent god was once level 98, a half-step to transcendence, essentially on par with that old man. If he wants to resurrect, not even the old man has the power to do it. To revive someone at the half-step transcendence level, only that one could possibly succeed." Meng Anwen said thoughtfully, "Perhaps, before long, the human race will gain another half-step transcendent. But whether that's a good or bad thing is hard to say." After some consideration, Bai Yuan replied, "All things considered, it should be a good thing. At the very least, the strength of the human race will increase significantly. Gaining one half-step transcendent is more valuable than gaining 10 god-level professionals." "Let's hope so," Meng Anwen sighed softly. Ancient battlefield, lower plains, wild continent. Lin Mayu had no idea what this place was called. After leaving the territory of the giant leaf matriarch and avoiding the flying serpent, he became fully aware of how unusual and dangerous this area was. He concealed all of his aura and moved cautiously. The area he was in was filled with jagged rocks, some small, yet taller than a person, others massive, like small mountains towering over 100 meters high. These weren't mountains but enormous boulders, colossal in size. The shapes of the rocks were bizarre. Some were sharp at both ends, one end piercing the ground like a sword, the other pointing straight into the sky, with a bulging middle. This area was home to monsters, and Lin Mayu had spotted a few from afar. Whenever possible, he chose to avoid them. Most of the monsters here were serpentine, and Lin Mayu was wary of provoking a smaller one and attracting a larger, more dangerous one. It was the same as with the giant leaf saplings, defeating one had brought the wrath of the giant leaf matriarch. At this moment, he found himself missing purification potions. These monsters seemed particularly sensitive to aura, and several times Lin Mayu had narrowly avoided being discovered. It wasn't because he'd been seen but because his aura had been detected. If he had purification potions to cleanse all the residual scents and foreign traces from his body, it would have been much safer. Navigating through the jagged rocks, Lin Mayu extended his spiritual power outward like flowing water, allowing him to detect nearby monsters and avoid them in time. The temperature was gradually rising. In the giant leaf saplings territory, the temperature had been frigid, never exceeding 10 degrees Celsius. Now, it had risen to over 20 degrees and was continuing to climb as he moved forward. In the distance, Lin Mayu saw faint green smoke rising slowly into the sky, forming a column that eventually gathered into a green cloud, lingering in the air. A faintly putrid smell began to permeate the air. The stench seemed to mask Lin Mayu's scent as a foreigner, lowering his presence and reducing the likelihood of being discovered. Lin Mayu considered whether or not to approach. An unusual environment often signified unusual circumstances. He couldn't tell whether approaching would be safer or more dangerous. After several seconds of hesitation, Lin Mayu decided to investigate. But he wouldn't go himself, he'd send a skeleton instead. A skeletal berserker appeared silently beside him and began running toward the source of the green smoke. Through the eyes of the skeletal berserker, though the perception wasn't as clear as seeing it himself, Lin Mayu could still get a general sense of the situation. The skeletal berserker's movements, accompanied by unavoidable clattering sounds, immediately attracted the attention of several monsters. The monsters here were exclusively serpents, varying in size, length, and species. Hearing the noise, many serpents slithered out, following the direction of the skeletal berserker. It looked as though the skeletal berserker was acting as a lure. The berserker sprinted at full speed, ignoring the pursuing serpents. It faithfully carried out Lin Mayu's command, heading straight for the source of the green smoke. But suddenly, Lin Mayu noticed something unexpected. Many of the serpents chasing the skeletal berserker abruptly stopped. As the berserker drew closer to the green smoke, more and more serpents halted. Lin Mayu observed that the smallest serpents were the first to stop. The larger the serpent, the longer it continued to pursue. When the serpents stopped, they continued to watch the skeletal berserker but refused to take another step forward. So, the smaller serpents are more afraid of the green smoke. There seems to be a clear hierarchy at play. Without using a detection skill, Lin Mayu could only make judgments based on size.
Generally, larger size indicated higher levels and greater strength. The stronger the creature, the closer it could approach the green smoke.
Lin Mayu's curiosity grew. What could be in the green smoke that even these serpents feared? If he could reach the smoke, wouldn't he be able to escape the serpents entirely?
Through the skeletal berserker's perception, the green smoke finally came into view. At this point, only 2 serpents were still pursuing it. Both were over 10 meters long, making them giants even among the other serpents. If they were bosses, their size wouldn't be surprising. But for ordinary monsters to be this massive was extraordinary. The green smoke was emanating from a pool of water that continuously released vapor, forming the green smoke that rose into the sky. As soon as the skeletal berserker got close, its body was suddenly tinged with a green hue, and it began to take damage.
Poisoned?
Lin Moyu was momentarily startled. The skeletal berserker had been poisoned, and the toxin wasn't weak.
The last 2 giant serpents also stopped in their tracks.
They seemed unwilling to approach the green pool, halting right at the edge of the poison zone.
It was as if an invisible line separated the toxic area from the non-toxic one.
The skeletal berserker was already poisoned, so recalling it was no longer an option. Fortunately, the damage was distributed among all of Lin Mayu's undead forces, reducing its impact for the time being. As such, Lin Mayu decided to let it press forward and investigate further. In this rocky, fragmented terrain, the sudden appearance of a poisonous green pool felt mysterious and extraordinary.
In a desolate world of jagged rocks and barren land, a pool of green, toxic water suddenly emerged, shrouded in poisonous fumes. It exuded an air of mystery and the unusual. The reactions of the surrounding monsters made it even more peculiar. Even ordinary monsters at level 70 or above possessed a trace of instinct. Their instincts allowed them to sense danger and avoid courting death. The closer the skeleton got to the toxic pool, the deeper the poisoning became, and the more severe the damage it sustained. The pool itself spanned no more than 10 meters, small enough to be considered a pond. Its contents, however, were a bubbling green toxic liquid. The closer to the center, the darker the hue and the more potent the toxicity. At the very core of the pool, the liquid had turned a deep, inky green, almost black with a tinge of purple. The skeleton scanned its surroundings from the edge of the pool. The area around the pool was completely barren, not a single living creature in sight. Not only were there no living beings, but even rocks were absent. It was as if the toxic fumes had corroded everything, even the stones. The rocks in this area were incredibly sturdy, far stronger than steel. Lin Mayu himself lacked the ability to damage them. They felt even harder than the ground in the core regions of the upper plains. Yet the poisonous fumes had, over time, eroded these stones. All the monsters kept their distance, not daring to approach. The area enveloped by the toxic fumes was a dead zone. The water at the edge of the pool was a light green and somewhat transparent, allowing a glimpse of the bottom. Through the faint light, Lin Mayu noticed something at the bottom of the pool, objects that could exist within such toxic water. The skeleton crouched down and dipped a finger into the pool. Sizzle!
A green smoke rose as a large amount of toxins surged into the skeleton. The pool's toxicity far exceeded that of the surrounding fumes. The skeleton took significant damage. The damage, however, was distributed across Lin Mayu's undead forces, shared among over 27,000 companions. This allowed the skeleton to temporarily ignore the effects of the poison. The skeleton reached into the pool, targeting the object Lin Mayu had spotted earlier, and retrieved it.
It held up a crystalline object, transparent and gleaming. Lin Mayu's eyes flickered with astonishment. A toxic crystal. It was the same type of crystal he had once obtained from the earthbound dragon god. He had never had the chance to locate another until now. Unexpectedly, he had acquired one here with ease. Looking at the pool, Lin Mayu realized that there wasn't just one toxic crystal. The closer to the center, the more numerous they became. He even suspected that at the very core of the pool, there might be legendary-grade toxic elemental materials. As the skeleton held the toxic crystal, the serpent-like monsters that had previously halted outside the pool began to stir. They raised their heads, their eyes locked onto the crystal in the skeleton's hand, filled with desire. It was clear they wanted the crystal but were too afraid of the toxic fumes to approach. Even if they dared to get closer, the crystals were submerged in the pool, far beyond their reach. The poison in the water was far deadlier than that in the air. Lin Mayu ignored the serpents, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts. Should I head to the center of the toxic pool to see what's there? And how do I bring back the toxic crystals? Killing these monsters wouldn't be difficult, but the risk lay in the possible appearance of a boss monster. The 100-meter-long flying serpent from earlier was not to be underestimated.
If it joined the fray, it would undoubtedly lead to a grueling life-or-death battle. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, accompanied by a low, muffled rumble. It was as if something had exploded beneath the earth. A rustling sound filled the air, assaulting their ears. Lin Mayu's eyes narrowed sharply as he realized that all the serpent monsters in the area were emerging simultaneously. Countless creatures slithered out from beneath rocks, corners, and crevices, swiftly converging on the toxic pool.
What's going on?
Lin Moyu's scalp tingled as he took in the scene. As far as his eyes could see, there were far too many serpents, tens of thousands, perhaps even over 100,000.
He suppressed his aura completely, ensuring he didn't make a single sound.
The serpents, varying in size, all rushed toward the toxic pool. Lin Moyu knew something significant must have happened, likely related to the earlier tremors. These monsters, all over level 70, moved with astonishing speed, and in mere moments, they had surrounded the toxic pool. As before, their positions were meticulously ordered, with the strongest and largest closer to the pool, creating a clear hierarchy.
The skeletal berserker standing at the pool's edge looked utterly out of place.
However, the serpents paid no attention to the skeleton, nor even to the toxic crystal it held. Instead, almost all of them were gazing skyward, as if something was drawing their attention. Lin Mayu followed their gaze but saw nothing in the sky apart from the usual dim, mottled light. Seconds later, another muffled rumble came from beneath the ground. The sound extended to the toxic pool, causing its surface to ripple.
At first, large bubbles rose and burst, releasing fumes far more concentrated than before.
Then, the bubbling ceased, and the water level sank slightly.
After several seconds of stillness, boom!
With a deafening roar, the toxic water erupted like a fountain, shooting into the sky.
Numerous toxic crystals were carried upwards, scattering in all directions.
The serpents went berserk, leaping to snatch the falling crystals. Lin Mayu refrained from commanding the skeletal berserker to act. The toxic water splashed onto the skeleton, sizzling and emitting thick smoke.
Toxic crystals, mixed with the water, rained down like droplets.
Although the serpents feared the water, their greed for the crystals had driven them mad.
Over 100,000 serpents clashed violently, vying for the crystals.
Some serpents leaped high, swallowing fist-sized crystals whole, only to be devoured moments later by larger serpents. Others, more fortunate, managed to flee swiftly after consuming a crystal, their bodies glowing as they grew larger and stronger. The crystal's effects were immediate, enhancing strength and size. Some of these serpents, after absorbing the crystals, turned back to continue the frenzied fight for more. Lin Moyu watched the chaos unfold, deeply unsettled by the sheer brutality of the struggle. For the sake of leveling up, these creatures paid no heed to their own kind. Another fountain of toxic water erupted, scattering even more toxic crystals. The serpents plunged into another frenzy. Some crystals landed near the skeletal berserker, which calmly picked them up. Moving along the pool's edge, the skeleton collected 7 crystals in total. The pool's edge remained in no man's land despite the ferocity of the serpents. None dared approach the pool itself.
After 5 consecutive eruptions, the pool seemed to calm.
By now, the skeleton held 10 toxic crystals.
The only question remaining was how to get them back. The area outside the pool was swarming with serpents. If the skeleton tried to leave, it would undoubtedly be devoured. Unless Lin Mayu intervened personally, killing all the serpents.
But then, the ground rumbled once more, this time with a heavier, more ominous tone.
Lin Moyu's heart sank. It's not over yet.
Suddenly, the sky darkened. The already dim sky grew even gloomier.
The frenzy among the serpents ceased in an instant.
Unnoticed until now, a massive figure appeared in the sky. It was the flying serpent Lin Mayu had encountered before. It lowered its head, gazing disdainfully at the countless serpents that had died fighting over the crystals. Then its gaze shifted to the skeletal berserker standing by the pool. Curiosity flickered in its eyes before it opened its mouth and inhaled sharply.
The skeleton was pulled uncontrollably into its maw. The serpent bit down with terrifying force. Crack!
The skeleton shattered into countless pieces. The crystals it held fell to the ground.
Lin Moyu had anticipated this result. Such an unreasonable attack.
Once again, his universal connection ability failed to activate, leaving him helpless.
Boss monsters often had skills that bypassed his abilities entirely. Either their attacks were too overwhelming for his ability to react, or they possessed unique traits that rendered his talents ineffective.
The flying serpent chewed twice, found the skeleton unappetizing, and spat it out.
Boom!
The center of the pool erupted once more, this time with a far larger fountain. Within the torrent, Lin Moyu caught sight of a green object, a condensed, highly concentrated toxic liquid. It exuded an aura far more potent than the toxic crystals, radiating a terrifying toxic elemental energy. It was likely a legendary-grade toxic elemental material. For a brief moment, Lin Mayu felt an overwhelming urge to seize it. To take it or not to take it? That is the question. The toxic liquid surged like a fountain, propelling a piece of toxic elemental material, at least of legendary grade, into the air. The flying serpent's gaze locked onto it entirely. There was no need to guess, its purpose for coming here was clear. A breeze swept silently through the air. Divine Toxic Essence Blood? Divine Toxic Essence Blood, a rare item for poison-based classes. It significantly increases the chances of class ascension during Tier 3 advancement. It can also be used to enhance poison-based skills. Lin Mayu's eyes narrowed sharply. The divine essence blood of the god of poison. The blood of a deity, and not even the solidified kind. To fight or not to fight? This question was resolved in a mere 0.1 seconds. Fight! The flash undead wings emerged from Lin Mayu's back, and he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Since he had decided to go for it, there was no longer any need to hold back. He immediately cast a detection spell on the flying serpent. If he was going to fight, he needed to know his enemy first. Toxic Wyvern, World-Class Boss. Level, 85. Strength, 1,500,000. Agility, 1,700,000. Spirit, 1 million. Constitution, 1,700,000. Skills, Death Bite, Merciless Devour, Venomous Liquid. Traits, Physical damage reduced by 50%, Toxic elemental damage reduced by 85%. A level 85 world-class boss with a total attribute score of 5.9 million, 30,000 points lower than the giant leaf mother tree. However, its agility was remarkably high, making it likely to be incredibly nimble. Unlike the giant leaf mother tree, which was stationary and easy to attack, this creature's mobility would be a significant challenge. If he was going to fight it, the first step would be to restrict its movements. Lin Mayu resolved to use the same strategy he had employed against the giant leaf mother tree. Activate Strong Army to deal massive damage in a short period. If he could force it to retreat, or better yet, kill it, he'd have a chance. After all, its regenerative abilities weren't as formidable as the giant leaf mother tree, nor did it possess life force enhancement traits. Lin Mayu was determined to strike while he had the upper hand. The toxic wyvern spotted Lin Mayu and sneered disdainfully. Opening its maw, it began to inhale, attempting to draw the divine toxic essence blood toward itself. But Lin Mayu had already made his move. There was no way he would allow the wyvern to claim the essence blood. Otherwise, what was the point of acting in the first place? Pointing a finger, he activated his skill, Aging Curse. The curse descended, causing the toxic wyvern's movements to slow. But that alone wasn't enough. In his left hand, flames flickered to life. Soul Flame. The toxic wyvern let out a pained screech, its suction interrupted. Skeleton archmages appeared en masse and began their assault. Elemental explosions erupted across the wyvern's body. The toxic wyvern's body emitted a green glow as toxic fumes spread, repelling the elemental blasts. Given its formidable defenses, elemental explosions under the effects of the aging curse alone could not penetrate its scales. But Lin Mayu's intent wasn't to wound it, he aimed to obscure its vision. The skeleton archmages targeted the wyvern's eyes specifically, their goal being to buy time. The toxic wyvern reacted swiftly, despite being momentarily obstructed. It still managed to locate the divine toxic essence blood. Opening its jaws, it lunged forward to swallow it outright. If it couldn't inhale the essence blood, it would simply devour it directly. Lin Mayu pointed his finger again, activating another skill. In an instant, the wyvern froze midair. Its body became enshrouded by dense white bones as the bone prison encased it, suspending it in the air. But the wyvern's toxicity was incredibly potent, capable of corroding everything. After just 1 second, the bone prison began to rot. Within another second, it shattered entirely. The toxic wyvern's toxic aura corroded the bone prison almost instantly. But for Lin Mayu, that single second was enough. Between the first and second interruptions, he had successfully delayed the wyvern for over 2 seconds. In those 2 precious seconds, Lin Mayu had traversed 1,400 meters, arriving right before the divine toxic essence blood. He extended his hand, sweeping the divine toxic essence blood into his storage space. The moment the essence blood was taken, the freshly freed wyvern let out an enraged roar. To it, a mere ant had dared to steal its prize. The wyvern's fury exploded as the duck that had been in its mouth flew away. Opening its maw, it unleashed a terrifying suction force. Lin Mayu was pulled toward it immediately. Its venomous, razor-sharp teeth glinted ominously as it prepared to shred him to pieces. Lin Mayu, however, remained utterly calm, showing no signs of panic. Runes on the back of his hand began to glow as he activated the Strong Army skill, which had already cooled down. The skill propelled both Lin Mayu and his undead army to new heights of power. Skeleton archmages and skeleton snipers launched a concentrated assault on the wyvern's open maw. Under the effects of Strong Army, their damage output skyrocketed over tenfold, instantly breaking through the wyvern's defenses. The wyvern reared back, its suction interrupted. Lin Mayu seized the moment to summon all his skeleton berserkers. Alongside them, he summoned every elemental lich he had. The skeleton's feet ignited with glowing auras. The entire battlefield erupted with a storm of fire and lightning. The auras targeted not only the wyvern but also some of the nearby serpents. The auras covered an area spanning over a kilometer, and even the skeleton archmages and snipers in the rear cast their auras over some of the serpents. As the skeleton berserkers charged into the fray, Lin Mayu activated the Bone Prison skill a second time. Though the Bone Prison wasn't an offensive skill and didn't benefit from Strong Army, it still bought him a critical second. That 1 second was all he needed. The skeleton berserkers lunged at the wyvern like wolves, ignoring the deadly toxins and swinging their axes with explosive force. Having battled the giant leaf mother tree, Lin Mayu understood the need to strike decisively against enemies of this caliber. Give them no chance to recover, otherwise, you'd be the one to die. The axes fell just as the Bone Prison shattered, marking the end of that single second. The wyvern's once impenetrable scales were torn apart, shards flying everywhere. The wyvern let out an earth-shaking cry of agony. The concentrated assault from 9,000 skeleton berserkers left it gravely wounded. With their strongest skill now on cooldown, the skeleton berserkers had completed their mission. They turned and dove into the serpent horde, wreaking havoc effortlessly. In their Strong Army state, ordinary serpents stood no chance against them, falling like chickens in a slaughter. The wyvern retaliated in its agony, spewing massive amounts of toxic liquid. Lin Mayu's expression shifted, and he quickly ascended to dodge the attack. Some skeleton berserkers failed to evade in time and were struck by the venom, their bodies rotting away and dying in less than a second. The toxicity was so intense that his innate ability had no time to activate. A revelation struck Lin Mayu at that moment. He began to understand why his ability occasionally failed him. A possible answer surfaced in his mind, one he believed to be correct. The remaining skeleton berserkers scattered rapidly, though many were still caught in the venom and perished instantly. Over 1,000 skeleton berserkers were lost in this attack. After releasing its venom, the wyvern's body emitted green fumes as its wounds began to heal rapidly. Lin Mayu's expression darkened. With a flicker of flames in his hand, he used a solidified, divine flame essence blood, to summon a god-tier flame lich. The flame lich appeared and charged at the wyvern. The wyvern immediately retaliated, spewing venom toward the flame lich. But the near-divine flames surrounding the lich burned the venom into gas before it could make contact. To prevent the wyvern from escaping, Lin Mayu used the Bone Prison skill a third time. This time, however, the Bone Prison was utterly ineffective. The bones disintegrated before they could even form, corroded by the wyvern's toxic aura, which now acted as an invisible shield. The wyvern, having suffered twice from the Bone Prison, had now developed a countermeasure. The skill had lost its ability to restrain the creature. "This is proving troublesome. Let's see how you handle this," Lin Mayu muttered. Soul flames flickered to life in his hands once more. The wyvern roared ferociously and inhaled sharply. But this time, its suction came with an entirely different level of force. It had activated a skill, Merciless Devour. The fearsome suction swept through the battlefield like a whirlwind. The retreating skeleton berserkers were dragged back even faster than they had fled. Even the flame lich was pulled in, unable to resist. Lin Mayu, who had been preparing to unleash a supercharged soul flame, paused. If the wyvern dared to swallow this, well, if you're that desperate to die, he murmured. While distancing himself rapidly, Lin Mayu began a mental countdown. 32. The wyvern continued its skill, drawing in the skeleton berserkers it hated most for their earlier assault. Lin Mayu had already retreated far away, his countdown nearing its end. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted as flames shot skyward. The flame lich had detonated inside the wyvern's body. Meanwhile, some of the skeleton berserkers had reached the serpent horde and begun a frenzied massacre. The flames illuminated the land, and a massive fireball appeared in the sky, accompanied by deafening screams of agony. The skeleton berserkers remained undeterred, continuing their slaughter of the serpent monsters. Under the Strong Army state and the effects of Lin Mayu's aging curse, These level 70 plus ordinary monsters were exceptionally fragile. They were not bosses, their vitality nowhere near as robust, and their attributes far inferior. One after another, they fell beneath the axes of the skeleton berserkers. Lin Mayu paid no attention to the toxic wyvern, which was still ablaze in the air. Instead, he descended swiftly. The sound of corpses collapsing and explosions echoed. The serpent monsters were packed so densely that a single corpse explosion caused massive casualties. More corpses were then flung into the air, landing near the toxic wyvern.
Lin Mayu detonated them mid-air. One explosion after another engulfed the toxic wyvern.
Lin Mayu knew very well how powerful an 85-level world-class boss was. Even after being heavily injured by the skeleton berserker's focused skills, suffering the devastating self-detonation of the flame lich from within, and enduring the continuous attacks of the skeleton archmages and snipers, he understood this was still not enough to kill it. Corpse explosion would be his final sword, the weapon that would slay this beast. At level 7, corpse explosion dealt damage equivalent to 24 times the corpse's life value. With the strong army, skill enhancing it by 500% damage and the aging curse further amplifying it, the skill's damage exceeded 100 times the corpse's life value, reaching an unprecedented level.
Amid the successive explosions, the flames dispersed, revealing the pitiful state of the toxic wyvern. Its entire body was charred black, with no intact flesh left from inside to out. The flame lich's self-detonation had occurred within its body, inflicting tremendous damage. The toxic mists enveloping its body had been completely dispersed, leaving it vulnerable and defenseless. With a shriek of pain, the wyvern turned to escape. But Lin Mayu had no intention of letting it flee this time. The moment it tried to move, soul flame descended upon it. The toxic wyvern finally experienced true agony, the searing pain of the soul itself, tenfold more intense than the previous soul burns. It screamed in anguish, plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. The skeleton berserkers had already prepared for this moment. Armed with serpent monster corpses, they flew over and threw them onto the wyvern's body. Simultaneously, Lin Mayu commanded the skeleton berserkers that had been consumed by the wyvern to attack from within. At least 2,000 skeleton berserkers had been swallowed earlier. These berserkers should have perished, killed by the wyvern's skill. The wyvern's body was filled with powerful venom capable of killing the skeleton berserkers instantly. However, the flame lich's explosion had disrupted its skill and incinerated the venom. The flame lich's detonation was indiscriminate, harming both allies and enemies. While it severely injured the wyvern, it could have also killed the skeleton berserkers. But the undying aura of the flame lich saved them. Undying aura: all members of the undead army will survive the first fatal blow they receive. The aura restores 50% of their health. Aura cooldown, 24 hours. In the explosion, the aura activated, pulling the skeleton berserkers back from the brink of death. Thus, over 2,000 strong army, enhanced skeleton berserkers were still alive within the wyvern's body. This was one of Lin Mayu's key reasons for believing he could kill the toxic wyvern. The skeleton berserkers began their assault from inside, causing devastating damage to the wyvern's body. The toxic wyvern writhed on the ground, rolling in agony. The pain was so overwhelming that it couldn't take flight or even retaliate. Lin Mayu's expression grew solemn as he continued to detonate corpse after corpse. Violent explosions erupted one after another. With both hands, Lin Mayu orchestrated a symphony of destruction, detonating over 100 serpent monster corpses in just 20 seconds. The toxic wyvern was blown apart, its body reduced to an unrecognizable mess. In its final moments, it cast a glance at Lin Mayu. It could never have imagined that it would meet its end at the hands of such a small figure. With a mournful cry, it closed its eyes for the last time. Toxic wyvern slain. Experience plus asterisk. Acquired toxic wyvern dagger. Acquired toxic wyvern heavy armor. Acquired toxic poison crystal. Acquired toxic godstone. ### loot details. Toxic wyvern dagger, pseudo-legendary weapon. All attributes plus 80,000. Assassin class skill enhancement plus 150%. Includes skill, Deadly Venom. Deadly Venom. Attacks inflict poison damage, dealing 10,000 strength points of damage per second for 10 seconds. Poison damage and duration can stack indefinitely, with no upper limit. Toxic wyvern heavy armor, pseudo-legendary armor. All attributes plus 50,000. Reduces all damage by 20%, increases poison immunity by 50%. Toxic poison crystal, legendary material. A crystal brimming with toxic elemental energy, used to forge legendary equipment. Toxic godstone, permanently increases poison immunity to 80%,
with a chance to awaken a poison element skill.
Pseudo-legendary equipment was gear that existed between legendary and platinum tier items.
It was the standard for most level 70 plus professionals. After completing a tier 3 class advancement at level 70, platinum tier equipment often became insufficient unless it possessed extraordinary skills. Otherwise, it was essentially useless.
At this stage, pseudo-legendary equipment became the go-to choice. True legendary equipment, however, was exceedingly rare.
It could only be obtained by defeating world-class bosses above level 90, and even then, the drop rate was uncertain. The human race had very few such pieces in their possession. This pseudo-legendary toxic wyvern dagger, dropped by an 85-level world-class boss, was already exceptionally powerful. Its deadly venom skill was especially impressive.
At first glance, dealing 10,000 strength points of damage per second for 10 seconds didn't seem particularly strong.
But the ability to stack infinitely without a cap was where its true terror lay.
With an assassin's attack speed, dozens of strikes per second could be achieved with ease, resulting in catastrophic damage in moments.
In comparison, the toxic wyvern heavy armor was far less impressive. It lacked any attached skills and was even outclassed by some platinum tier equipment. At this level, attached skills were vital for equipment, making all the difference. The toxic poison crystal, on the other hand, was a legendary crafting material, one tier above the toxic crystal.
Alchemists and blacksmiths could use it to forge legendary equipment, but they needed to be at least level 80 to even attempt it.
Even then, success wasn't guaranteed, with failure being highly likely. The scarcity of level 80 plus alchemists and blacksmiths among humanity was one of the reasons legendary equipment was so rare. For Lin Moyu, however, the toxic poison crystal would serve another purpose, summoning elemental liches. But that would have to wait until he reached level 70. For now, he had no slots available, and summoning another lich prematurely might result in it self-destructing. Finally, there was the toxic godstone. Compared to the toxic gem, it offered 80% poison immunity and a chance to awaken a poison element skill. Even without awakening a skill, the 80% poison immunity alone made it incredibly valuable. But now wasn't the time to use it, the battle wasn't over yet. After the wyvern's death, over 2,000 skeleton berserkers emerged from its corpse, having gutted it from within. Alongside them was a flame lich. Unlike the poisoned skeleton berserkers, the flame lich was unaffected by venom. Any toxin that approached it was incinerated before it could take effect. Yet, the serpent monsters didn't scatter at the wyvern's demise. Instead, they became even more frenzied. It seemed they had overcome their fear of the toxic fumes, recklessly charging forward. At first, Lin Moyu thought they were seeking revenge for their leader. But upon closer inspection, he realized their eyes gleamed with excitement. It was a fervor even stronger than when they saw toxic crystals. Lin Moyu immediately understood they wanted to devour the wyvern's corpse. Though the wyvern was dead, its body retained immense energy. If they consumed it, they could evolve, perhaps even becoming the next toxic wyvern. Monsters above level 70 possessed a degree of intelligence and instinct. They knew what actions would benefit them most. Lin Moyu also realized something else. The serpent monsters hadn't feared the toxic fumes at all. Being able to evolve by consuming the toxic crystals meant they couldn't possibly fear the fumes. Most likely, the wyvern had commanded them to stay away from the toxic pool. Now that the wyvern was dead, its orders were nullified. But Lin Moyu wasn't about to let them have the corpse. The wyvern's body was his. There was no room for negotiation. The skeletons turned their focus, beginning a massive slaughter of the serpent monsters. Corpses littered the battlefield from earlier explosions. Lin Moyu didn't even need the skeletons to act. With a wave of his finger, explosions tore through the battlefield. Killed level 72 venomous 5-step snake. Experience plus 4,320,000. Killed level 75 verdant green python. Experience plus 4,500,000. Killed level 78 blue-eyed serpent. Experience plus 4,680,000. Experience points skyrocketed like a rocket. The sheer number of serpent monsters was impossible to count. Their frenzy only fueled Lin Moyu's relentless accumulation of experience. The allure of the toxic wyvern was simply too overwhelming. The serpent monsters charged forward like mad, utterly disregarding their own lives. The temptation of evolution had completely overridden their instinctive fear of death. Lin Moyu was completely immersed in the explosions, feeling an unprecedented exhilaration. Experience points soared as though launched by a rocket. With every use of his skill, hundreds of level 70+ monsters were obliterated. The serpent monsters seemed to be lining up to die. Since the beginning of his class advancement, Lin Mayu had never felt this satisfied. In just a few minutes, his experience bar had risen by 50%. By comparison, after reaching level 50 and fighting through the upper core region of the spatial rift all the way to Antares, it had taken him over half a month to gain only 20% experience. Even after entering the lower spatial rift and defeating swarms of giant leaf dwarf trees, he had only gained about 5%. Now, his experience had reached 80%. This meant that the serpent monsters alone had contributed more than 50% of his total experience gain. As he watched the remaining serpent monsters still charging madly toward him, Lin Mayu knew he was about to level up. After level 50, the leveling process slowed down significantly. For most people, it could take months to gain just one level. For some, even leveling up once a year was considered normal. Every top-tier professional only reached their status in middle age. Even unparalleled geniuses like Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, the prodigies of their era, only achieved top-tier status after turning 30. As for stepping into the divine tier, that was something most accomplished after the age of 50. Lin Mayu was well aware that his current leveling speed was astonishing, a rarity even in the history of humanity. As for Lin Mohan's terrifyingly fast progression, Lin Mayu had never heard of such a pace. Even in the annals of human history, nothing like it had ever been recorded. The serpent monsters charged forward relentlessly, while Lin Mayu detonated them with unrestrained glee, his body practically glowing with satisfaction. However, Lin Mayu noticed something peculiar. The ground here was unnaturally sturdy. From the beginning of the battle to now, countless explosions had rocked the area, yet not a single crater had formed. Even the stones engulfed in the explosions remained completely undamaged. This resilience was highly unusual. It wasn't just this area. Thinking back, the ground beneath the giant leaf dwarf trees had been the same, unnaturally unyielding. And yet, the toxic pool had managed to corrode through the ground. The corrosion was ongoing. Lin Mayu began to speculate. Perhaps the tremors in the earth were an attempt to expel something from within the toxic pool. Whether this guess was accurate or not remained to be seen. It required further verification. The corpses of the serpent monsters had already piled up into a mountain. No matter which direction the monsters came from, whether by land or air, they were unable to advance even a single step past Lin Mayu's position. He stood as an impenetrable barrier, impossible to surpass. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the land, masking the scent of the toxic fumes and awakening the primal instincts of the serpent monsters. Finally, some of the monsters began to retreat. The relentless assault started to wane. Their instincts told them that approaching further meant certain death. A radiant white light enveloped Lin Mayu's body. He had leveled up. Level 51. All of his stats were enhanced. His total attributes increased by 16,350, bringing his total to 455,164. Compared to other professions, the growth was astonishing. For most mid-tier legendary class professionals between levels 50 and 59, each level would typically bring a total attribute increase of around 10,000. Lin Mayu's increase exceeded theirs by over 6,000, a difference of 60%. And this gap would only widen as levels increased. With such a high base stat pool and extraordinary divine energy, Lin Mayu's attributes would eventually surpass all other professionals. It was even possible that he might one day surpass the power of world-class bosses. Meng Anwen and the others had once speculated about this possibility. It wasn't entirely out of reach. With the withdrawal of the serpent monsters, the battlefield was left littered with corpses. At least 100,000 serpent monsters had perished here. Lin Mayu had not only gained a massive amount of experience but also collected an enormous haul of base materials. While these materials weren't suitable for crafting legendary equipment, they were perfect for forging platinum tier or even pseudo-legendary equipment. Even for Lin Mayu, these materials represented considerable wealth. They could eventually be used to purchase high-level skill scrolls, which would require a fortune. The skeleton berserkers, wielding their axes, began processing the toxic wyvern S-corpse. After all, this was the body of a world-class boss. Its value couldn't possibly be low. Take the Earth Dragon God, for example. Despite being highly toxic, parts of its body were edible and offered unique effects. The Earth Dragon God's leg meat, for instance, was not only delicious but could also rapidly restore mental energy. Lin Mayu speculated that while the toxic wyvern was even more venomous than the Earth Dragon God, the principle of extremes might apply. There might still be certain usable parts. If not, its skin, bones, or other components might still prove to be excellent crafting materials. After all, it was an 85-level world-class boss. Surely, it had unique properties. Over 100 skeleton berserkers worked simultaneously, carefully and efficiently dissecting the toxic wyvern. Most of its scales had been burned during the battle, leaving only a small amount intact. Lin Mayu made sure not to waste any of these remaining scales, collecting them meticulously. Most of the wyvern's flesh was heavily infused with poison.
Even in death, the toxins remained potent.
As the dissection progressed, thick toxic fumes spread through the air like a dense fog. Lin Mayu's glowing bone armor shimmered, blocking the toxic fumes. He knew that his status immunity passive skill would render him immune to all abnormal effects, including poisoning.
While the toxins could harm him, they wouldn't actually poison him. The skeletons, however, weren't so fortunate. After the intense battle, most of the skeleton berserkers were already poisoned, as were some of the skeleton archmages and snipers. The poison couldn't be cured.
The Lich General's cleansing skill was ineffective against statuses from level 70 plus sources. In other words, the poisoned skeletons would have to endure until the poison naturally dissipated. How long that would take, Lin Mayu wasn't sure. Thanks to the full connection talent, all skeletons shared the damage equally.
The Lich General continuously healed them, ensuring their survival.
The skeleton berserkers continued dissecting the toxic wyvern, removing the unusable, toxic flesh. Beneath the flesh, they uncovered a layer of pristine white fascia.
The fascia extended throughout the wyvern's body. Amidst the green toxic mist, it emitted a jade-like glow. The fascia was only 2 fingers thick, yet it was completely unaffected by the toxins. Even the skeleton berserker's axes struggled to damage it. Not only was it toxin-resistant, but it was also incredibly durable. Lin Mayu immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Before long, the entire fascia was extracted.
Stretching over 100 meters, it resembled a massive, flawless piece of jade, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Mayu cast detection on it. As one of humanity's most widely used skills, detection rarely disappointed.
Toxic wyvern's fascia, material for crafting legendary equipment.
Boasts exceptional toxin resistance.
Suitable for creating legendary inner armor.
Lin Mayu's eyes glimmered with excitement. As expected, though the wyvern hadn't dropped any legendary equipment, its fascia turned out to be top-tier legendary crafting material. After removing the fascia, they uncovered its bones. The wyvern's body contained only a single massive spine, over 100 meters long.
The bone was semi-transparent, with what appeared to be spinal fluid flowing within. Lin Mayu used detection again. Toxic wyvern's spine, material for crafting legendary accessories. Can also be used to upgrade pseudo-legendary equipment to legendary status. Lin Mayu's attention shifted to the spinal fluid within the bone.
He had a hunch that the fluid was even more valuable than the bone itself. Crack it open and extract the spinal fluid, Lin Mayu commanded. The skeleton berserkers broke open a segment of the spine, releasing a fragrant aroma that immediately filled the air. The scent was invigorating. Lin Mayu felt revitalized just by inhaling it. Wherever the aroma spread, the toxic fumes dissipated, and even the poison afflicting the skeletons was neutralized. What incredible detoxifying power, Lin Mayu marveled. The spinal fluid possessed astonishing properties. Toxic wyvern's spinal fluid, legendary antidote. Neutralizes deadly toxins. Each drop consumed permanently increases poison immunity by 1%. Unfortunately, the quantity of spinal fluid was extremely limited. Each segment of bone contained only 2 or 3 drops. Without a proper container, Lin Mayu decided to leave the fluid within the bone for now. He'd deal with it later. The dissection was complete. The toxic wyvern had been entirely dismantled, leaving no valuable parts behind.
Lin Mayu turned his attention to the toxic pool.
Peering into its green surface, he spotted numerous toxic crystals. Though many had been expelled during the wyvern's attacks, plenty remained within the pool.
At a glance, there were at least 100.
Lin Mayu's gaze shifted to the center of the toxic pool.
Perhaps something truly valuable lay hidden there. The toxic wyvern was indeed a treasure trove. To be more precise, every world-class boss was a walking treasure chest.
Lin Mayu couldn't help but consider whether he should hunt a few more world bosses to gather even more valuable materials. As he was contemplating this, the ground unexpectedly trembled. What he saw next left him utterly stunned. The mountain of corpses that had been piling up began sinking rapidly into the ground.
It was as if a giant vortex had appeared, swallowing up all the remains.
In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was cleared of any sign of the slaughter. Even the freshly dissected, toxic wyvern had completely vanished. The ground returned to its original state, leaving no trace of what had transpired. Lin Moyu immediately understood what had happened. Both the primeval battlefield and the eternal battlefield had the ability to self-repair. This self-repairing mechanism removed all surface debris and returned the terrain to its pristine state. However, in the upper layers of the eternal battlefield, this process was much gentler, taking anywhere from 3 to 10 days to fully absorb corpses. But in the lower layers, the repair speed was astonishing. It had only been half an hour since the battle ended, and the ground had already begun its restoration. The entire process took no more than 2 minutes to complete. Yet, despite this remarkable ability, the land had allowed the toxic pool to remain untouched. This only reinforced Lin Mayu's belief that the toxic pool was no ordinary phenomenon. He decided to test the waters, literally. Extending his hand toward the toxic pool, his bone armor immediately glimmered, creating a barrier that kept the toxic liquid at bay. Lin Mayu's curiosity prompted him to deactivate the bone armor. As soon as his hand came into contact with the toxic water, he felt a faint stinging sensation. The damage was noticeable but not severe. The damage transfer skill redirected all incoming harm to his undead legion, ensuring Lin Mayu himself remained unharmed. Moreover, thanks to his status immunity passive skill, he didn't enter a poisoned state. Pulling his hand out and shaking it dry, Lin Mayu noticed that the damage ceased immediately. This confirmed the effectiveness of his skills. He then retrieved the toxic godstone he had obtained earlier and activated it. The toxic godstone exploded, releasing a dark green glow that enveloped Lin Mayu entirely. Previously, after using a toxic gem, he had gained a permanent 50% immunity to poison elements and awakened the toxic star ring skill. Later, during his second-class advancement, the toxic star ring had fused with his curse abilities, transforming into the toxic starburst skill. Now, with this higher tier, toxic godstone, Lin Mayu wasn't sure what new effects it might bring. Based on his knowledge, regardless of the outcome, there shouldn't be any negative side effects. If there were any drawbacks, his detection skill would have warned him. The dark green light surged into his body, and Lin Mayu felt a strange, mystical power coursing through him. It bore some resemblance to the energy contained within skill awakening scrolls, as though both tapped into some fundamental, primal force. The green glow gradually faded, and Lin Mayu opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. There was no new skill awakening, but his poison element immunity had increased to 80%. The toxic godstone had overwritten the effects of the toxic gem, replacing it rather than enhancing it further. Lin Mayu found this outcome logical. If the toxic godstone had enhanced the toxic gem, his poison element immunity would have reached 130%, rendering him completely immune to poison. Such a scenario was far too unrealistic, things that good didn't even happen in dreams. No professional in history had ever achieved complete immunity to a specific element. Even so, an 80% poison immunity was a significant improvement. At this point, Lin Mayu commanded his undead legion to retreat beyond the toxic fumes, waiting for the poison to dissipate. He waited patiently for his strong troops' skill to finish its cooldown and for the poison in his undead legion to fully subside. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Mayu cautiously stepped into the toxic pool. His undead legion remained above, not following him into the water. All the damage he sustained would continue to be transferred to the undead legion, while the Lich General healed them. This setup maximized their endurance. As long as the undead legion remained intact, Lin Mayu would face no real danger. Lin Mayu never took unnecessary risks. He had calculated everything meticulously. With 80% poison immunity and a 600% elemental resistance boost, even if the initial damage was 10,000, it would be reduced to just 333 after all the reductions, a 33-fold decrease. And this 333 damage would then be distributed among his 27,000 skeletons and healed by the Lich General. As long as his passive skills remained active, Lin Mayu had nothing to fear. He waded into the toxic water, taking slow, deliberate steps. Almost immediately, he picked up a toxic crystal from the water. The bottom of the pool was littered with them. Lin Mayu steadily advanced toward the center of the toxic pool, collecting crystals along the way. The pool sloped steeply downward, and within just a few meters, the toxic liquid had reached his chest. At the pool center, viscous streams of dark green poison bubbled up continuously. There was a noticeable opening here, a small hole from which the toxic liquid originated. The toxic god's divine blood from earlier had also emerged from this very opening. Lin Mayu extended a finger to touch the bubbling poison. A sharp pain shot through his finger. The toxicity here was far greater, at least 10 times more potent than the rest of the pool. As he observed, a toxic crystal was expelled from the opening along with the poison. It became clear that the crystals in the pool all originated from this source. If I want to uncover the truth, I'll have to go down there, Lin Mayu thought. The opening was fairly small, less than 2 meters in diameter, just large enough for him to squeeze through. Peering into it, he couldn't determine how deep it went, but the poison seemed to grow more concentrated the further down it extended. After careful consideration, Lin Mayu decided to take the risk. The allure of divine blood was too great, and he had a strong feeling that there was more to discover. The divine blood might only be the beginning. In the core regions of the battlefield, the fire god's divine blood burned with eternal flames, having solidified over countless years. Yet here, the divine blood remained in its liquid state, undisturbed and unsolidified. This suggested that the blood source was still active. If his hypothesis proved true, the implications were chilling. Lin Mayu steeled himself and dove into the opening. The rushing poison surrounded him as he descended deeper and deeper. The shaft was incredibly deep. He estimated he had descended over 100 meters. The poison grew so thick it resembled dark green ink, tinged with black, exuding an aura of terror. Its toxicity exceeded that of the toxic pool's surface by 100-fold. The damage was relentless, but Lin Mayu endured it. His undead legions silently absorbed the damage on his behalf, while the Lich General tirelessly healed them. All around him was an oppressive field of dark green, but Lin Mayu kept calculating the depth in his mind. Based on the earlier seismic tremor, he estimated the depth to be between 100 and 200 meters. Finally, he emerged from the other side of the shaft. He entered another space filled entirely with toxic liquid. The dark green poison churned violently, creating an unsettling sight. Lin Mayu had held his breath since entering the pool. With his current strength, holding his breath for extended periods posed no issue. The poison assaulted him from all sides, but with his 80% poison immunity and 600% elemental resistance, he managed to press forward. The space was rectangular and not very large. Lin Mayu quickly reached its edges and measured its dimensions, about 10 meters in length and less than 3 meters in width. At the center of the space lay a figure. To be precise, it was a humanoid creature. It appeared lifeless. Lin Mayu couldn't sense any vitality from it. A fist-sized wound was visible on its forehead, between its brows. The toxic liquid was pouring out from this wound. The sight of the corpse sent a jolt of shock through Lin Mayu's heart. His earlier hypothesis seemed to be coming true. He cautiously extended a hand toward the body, hesitating for a moment before touching it lightly. It was soft. The corpse's surprising softness left Lin Mayu astonished. He activated detection directly on the spot. This time, the result came through. Toxic God. Status, eternal slumber. Lin Mayu abruptly withdrew his hand, his entire body trembling with shock. His guess had been right all along. He turned to survey his surroundings once more. This space wasn't just a random chamber, it was a coffin. The coffin of the toxic god. As far as Lin Mayu knew, when gods sustained severe injuries, they would enter one of 3 distinct states of being. The first was slumber. In this state, the god's recovery would be slow but steady, and after countless ages, they would eventually reawaken. The second was eternal slumber. If a god entered eternal slumber, it signified that the damage they suffered was truly fatal. Without entering this state, the god would have surely perished. In some cases, it was possible the god was already dead, leaving only the faintest glimmer of hope for revival. A god in this state had a minuscule chance of returning to life, though it might take thousands or even millions of years. There were instances in history of gods in eternal slumber being discovered and killed by other gods. This was because as long as a god had not completely died, their divine seat would remain occupied. No 2 gods of the same domain could exist simultaneously. Only by killing the current god could a new god of the same domain rise. The third state was eternal death. In this state, the god was truly and irreversibly dead. Everything that had once been, and everything that could have been, would be cut off forever. Even so, the corpse of a god was an unparalleled treasure. Every piece of their flesh, every drop of their divine blood, held immense value. Unfortunately for humanity, they had never acquired the corpse of a god. Typically, a god would self-destruct upon death, ensuring their remains would not fall into enemy hands. On rare occasions, humans had managed to obtain fragments, perhaps a severed limb or a shattered bone, but that was the absolute limit. Never in his wildest dreams had Lin Mayu imagined he would one day stand before the body of a true god. Though the toxic god was in eternal slumber and not truly dead, Lin Mayu understood that its chances of revival were infinitesimally small, barely distinguishable from death. His gaze fell on the wound on its forehead, which appeared to have been caused by some kind of sharp weapon. The strike had pierced through its head, leaving it in this state. Lin Moyu could not guess what had transpired in the past. He had no idea what had led to this moment. All he knew was that the corpse of the toxic god was now before him, waiting to be dealt with. Just as Lin Moyu was pondering how to handle the situation, the toxic god's body suddenly twitched.
Before he could react, its eyes snapped open.
From those eyes, Lin Moyu saw only one thing: killing intent A suffocating aura of murderous energy burst forth from the toxic god, enveloping Lin Moyu entirely.
A chilling sensation coursed through his entire body. The toxic god was supposed to be in eternal slumber, why had it awakened?
But in the next second, Lin Moyu realized the truth: the toxic god had not truly awoken. What he was witnessing was its final obsession, a lingering will that mistook Lin Moyu for the one who had killed it. This was the toxic god's final retaliation. Terrifying energy began to surge within the toxic god, spreading throughout the entire cavern. The surrounding toxic liquid started to boil violently. Lin Moyu instantly recognized the signs. This was no different from a berserk flame lich losing control. The toxic god was preparing to self-destruct.
Panic gripped Lin Moyu.
He knew that gods, when faced with certain death, often chose to self-destruct. Even if they couldn't take their enemies down with them, they would ensure their bodies were never left behind. For reasons unknown, the toxic god had not self-destructed when it first fell into eternal slumber. But now, his intrusion had triggered its final will, pushing it to the brink of detonation.
It was preparing to burn all its divine power in an instant, unleashing a catastrophic explosion.
The power of a god was unfathomable. In a state of self-destruction, even other gods would not dare to face it head-on.
Lin Moyu knew he was doomed.
Instinctively, he retrieved his abyssal teleportation stone, hoping to escape. But to his horror, he discovered that the god's power had sealed off the entire space. The teleportation stone was useless.
He couldn't escape.
His face turned ashen. What had started as a simple venture now seemed certain to claim his life.
Willpower. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Moyu like lightning. A glimmer of hope emerged in his mind. With a flick of his hand, a soul flame ignited.
The flame leaped toward the toxic god's forehead, striking its fatal wound. This was the wound that had ended the toxic god's life, shattering its body and scattering its soul. Under the attack, the toxic god's body convulsed violently.
Lin Moyu could sense its divine power wavering, showing signs of instability.
It's working! His eyes lit up with determination as he continued to unleash the soul flame, attacking relentlessly. He realized the toxic god had not fully died, it still clung to a fragment of its soul. Whether human or god, survival without a soul was impossible. The soul was the foundation of existence. Even gods in eternal slumber retained a sliver of their soul, keeping alive the faintest hope of revival. If the toxic god still harbored such a fragment, Lin Moyu resolved to obliterate it entirely. Seeing the effectiveness of the soul flame, Lin Moyu activated his strong troops skill once more. His attributes surged dramatically, with his mental strength skyrocketing to 600,000. Skill damage increased significantly, with an additional 500% damage boost.
The damage from the soul flame multiplied tenfold. With the flames roaring stronger than ever, Lin Moyu unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks.
One flame after another rained down, disrupting the toxic god's attempt to gather its divine power.
The impending self-destruction was forcibly interrupted.
Finally, the toxic god's fragmented soul let out a desperate, soul-piercing scream.
Its resistance crumbled under the unrelenting assault.
The god's body shuddered one last time before falling completely still.
The soul flame flickered briefly before extinguishing, its target gone. The toxic god had truly fallen.
A rush of system notifications bombarded Lin Moyu's mind. You have slain the toxic god.
Level +1.
You have slain the toxic god.
Star rank +1.
You have slain the toxic god.
Poison element immunity limit increased.
You have slain the toxic god.
Obtained, mid-tier divinity.
You have slain the toxic god.
Obtained, toxic god's divine seat.
Poison element immunity limit increased, from 80% to 100%.
Mid-tier divinity, absorbed to become a god or comprehend its power to become a divine tier warrior.
Toxic god's divine seat, fused to become the new toxic god. Lin Moyu froze, momentarily dumbfounded.
What was this insanity?
A radiant white light enveloped him as his level jumped from 51 to 52.
His military emblem shimmered, revealing the faint outline of a new star.
It was still hollow, incomplete. To fully ascend to a 3-star divine general, he would need to slay another god-level entity from an opposing race. For now, he remained a 2-star divine general. His poison element immunity had reached its absolute limit of 100%.
Lin Moyu finally understood why no human professional had ever achieved complete elemental immunity before.
Typically, the immunity cap for a single element was set at 85%, with rare cases breaking through to 90%.
But to reach 100%, this was unprecedented.
Then came the two truly staggering rewards, the divinity and the divine seat. Only now did Lin Moyu realize that the toxic god had been a mid-tier god. Its divinity was mid-tier, and absorbing it would give him a high chance of becoming a mid-tier god, a divine tier equivalent to human levels 93-95. This was an opportunity to ascend in a single bound. But Lin Moyu hesitated. Becoming a mid-tier god would also mean imposing a ceiling on his future growth. Without obtaining even greater divinities, he would forever remain a mid-tier god. Reaching supreme god status would be out of the question. Even if he fused with the toxic god's divine seat to become the new toxic god, what would it amount to? Lin Moyu had greater ambitions.
He wasn't aiming to become just another god.
His sights were set on transcendence, on surpassing the limits of divinity itself. In his mental landscape, the divinity and divine seat hovered before him. The divinity appeared as a 12-sided green crystal, spinning gently in place, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. The divine seat took the form of an ornate throne, motionless beside the crystal.
What puzzled Lin Moyu was how both objects seemed to deliberately avoid the domain godstone in his possession. It was as if the domain godstone existed on an entirely higher plane.
As Lin Moyu sensed the boundless poison elemental energy within the divinity, a daring thought crossed his mind.
What if I used this to summon an elemental lich?
The idea took root instantly, growing rapidly in his mind.
Still, he knew the time wasn't right.
Such an endeavor would have to wait until he reached divine tier strength. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and failure was not an option. If successful, he might gain a divine lich under his command. The mere thought of it sent a thrill of excitement through him.
For Lin Moyu, this encounter could only be described as a monumental windfall.
As the toxic god fell, Lin Moyu was entirely unaware that the world outside had undergone a dramatic transformation. From the deep layers of the eternal battlefield, a surge of overwhelming power erupted. Roars of fury reverberated one after another, shattering the very fabric of space. The sound carried far and wide, resonating endlessly. The eternal battlefield was thrown into chaos, with lightning tearing across the sky and torrential storms raging. Such an extraordinary event had not occurred in the countless years of the eternal battlefield's history. And it wasn't just the eternal battlefield. In the human world, inexplicable phenomena were unfolding as well. A torrential rain blanketed the entire world, accompanied by unrelenting flashes of lightning. Even in the abyssal battlefield, similar scenes played out. At that moment, all divine tier beings could feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Within the serene courtyard of the White God's residence, not a single raindrop managed to intrude.
Meng Anwen let out a soft sigh. A god has fallen.
And not just any god, a mid-tier god at that. The last recorded reign of God's fall was over 500 years ago. Back then, a low-tier god perished, and the reign lasted 3 full days and nights. This time, it might last 6 days and 6 nights. However, Bai Yuan was absent from the White God's residence. He was currently seated in the Hall of Heroic Souls within the first fortress of the abyssal battlefield. His tiger-like eyes remained fixed on Lin Moyu's soul imprint. As long as the imprint remained intact, he could rest easy. Hours earlier, Bai Yuan had personally witnessed Lin Moyu's soul imprint grow stronger. He knew that Lin Moyu had leveled up, reaching level 51. But now, barely 2 hours later, Lin Moyu had leveled up again. This left Bai Yuan utterly stunned. What on earth has this kid done? For most people, leveling up after reaching level 50 took months, if not longer, sometimes half a year, or even a full year, to gain a single level. But Lin Moyu's consecutive level-ups were unprecedented. To level up in just 2 hours? How many enemies would he have to kill for that to happen? There was no way Bai Yuan could imagine that Lin Moyu had encountered a near-dead toxic god and managed to kill it, reaping unimaginable rewards. The experience alone had been enough to boost his level by 1. Unable to make sense of it, Bai Yuan chose to leave it be. As long as Lin Moyu was safe, that was all that mattered. The core region of the eternal battlefield was the last to experience the rain, and it was also the last to be affected by the power emanating from the deep layers of space. Roars of fury echoed continuously in the core region, shaking the very heavens. The radiant bands of light in the sky were shattered by the sound. Countless monsters and bosses cowered in fear, trembling beneath the deafening roars. Even Antares, who had been dreaming peacefully, was startled awake. It, too, let out an enraged roar.
Silence. You're too loud.
An even more terrifying power erupted from Antares, tearing through space as it descended into the deep layers. The furious roars from the deep layers abruptly ceased. In an instant, the eternal battlefield returned to calm. Even the rain of God's fall stopped. The eternal battlefield quickly returned to its usual state of tranquility.
Antares murmured to itself, how could a god have fallen? Which god was it?
Even Antares was unaware that Lin Mayu had killed a mid-tier god on the Savage Continent. Back on the Savage Continent, Lin Mayu had already emerged from the poisonous swamp.
The toxic god's corpse had been stored away.
Zhang Yi had once regarded a severed finger of a god as a priceless treasure.
Now, Lin Mayu possessed an entire god's corpse.
If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly lose their minds. With the source of the poison gone, the swamp's waters seemed to grow noticeably clearer, and the toxicity became far less potent. Lin Mayu collected all the toxic crystals from the swamp and the toxic god's coffin, amassing over 200 crystals in total.
Even just this collection of crystals was an extraordinary fortune. Lin Mayu had once pondered how to obtain a single toxic crystal to fuse with his elemental godstone. Now, in one fell swoop, he had acquired an abundance of them. He fused one of the crystals with his elemental godstone. Both of his elemental godstones now contain 7 fused elements: fire, poison, earth, light, water, wind, and lightning. Elemental godstone, fire, poison, earth, light, water, wind, lightning when used at the third transformation, increases class ascension probability by 35%. Both stones now provided the same 35% ascension probability.
Combined with the Beast God Essence blood-crafted divine potion and the life divine power from the ancestral grounds of the Genesis Academy, Lin Mayu believed Ningyi's chances of class ascension during her third transformation would be exceptionally high. Unfortunately, the Beast God Essence blood potion only worked for physical class professionals and was useless to Lin Mayu. He suspected that even if he found an item capable of increasing the ascension probability for magic class professionals, it might not be effective for him. After all, while his class was technically magic-based, it was far too unique to fit neatly into standard classifications. In addition to the toxic crystals, Lin Mayu also found 9 drops of the toxic god's divine blood in its coffin. But now that he had the entire corpse, all of the toxic god's divine blood belonged to him.
He had no idea how many drops there were in total.
The 9 additional drops seemed less significant in comparison.
Divine blood, unlike the blood of human divine tier warriors or abyssal demon lords, could be preserved for countless years if stored properly.
Human divine warriors, on the other hand, would lose the life essence in their blood shortly after death. In this regard, gods were far superior to other races. After pausing at the edge of the poisonous swamp for a while longer, Lin Mayu replenished his summon legion to full strength and waited for the cooldown of his strong troops skill to finish. Reaching level 52 had increased his summoning capacity to 960. He now commanded 32 Lich generals, each leading their own undead legion, for a total of 30,720 skeletons, a formal breakthrough beyond 30,000. All of his other skills had also improved, further enhancing his combat capabilities. Though the increase wasn't as dramatic as the leaps that occurred every 10 levels, each level up brought steady improvements. His growth rate far surpassed that of other professions. Over the next half hour, Lin Mayu fully replenished his undead legion. By now, the toxic fumes around the swamp had significantly weakened, dispersing rapidly. The Earth's natural restorative power was finally taking effect. For eons, the presence of the toxic god had prevented this area from healing. The poisonous swamp had been like a malignant tumor embedded in the land. No matter how many times the earth convulsed and erupted, it could not expel it. But now, with the toxic god completely destroyed, its corpse and coffin removed, the swamp had lost its source. It could no longer resist the earth's restorative forces. Within an hour, the poisonous swamp had shrunk to nothing, vanishing entirely from sight. The rocky wasteland, once occupied by serpent monsters, was now whole again. Standing atop a hill, Lin Mayu surveyed the scene and murmured, "Now, this feels right." The sudden appearance of a poisonous swamp had always seemed out of place. He knew that before long, the land would once again give rise to numerous serpent monsters.
Among them, a new king would eventually emerge. Perhaps, years from now, another world-class boss would be born here. It might not be another toxic dragon, as the swamp was gone and with it the source of the poison. Suddenly, Lin Mayu sensed a terrifying aura approaching. It was the giant leaf mother tree. Recognition flashed through his mind. He knew this aura well. The giant leaf mother tree had come for him. Without hesitation, Lin Mayu summoned his lightning undead wings and shot off into the distance like a bolt of electricity.
He had no desire to face the giant leaf mother tree again. At level 86, it was even stronger than the toxic dragon, surpassing it by an entire level. At such levels, even a single difference in level resulted in massive disparities in attributes. The giant leaf mother tree's total attributes exceeded those of the toxic dragon by a staggering 300,000. Moreover, due to its nature as a plant-based boss, its unique characteristics and abilities made it far more formidable. Its vitality and regeneration capabilities alone left the toxic dragon in the dust. Though Lin Moyu had previously caught it off guard and inflicted significant damage, he knew that if the fight had continued, he would have been the one to perish. Now that it had returned, likely prepared for vengeance, Lin Moyu had no intention of engaging it again. Strangely, Lin Moyu could feel that the giant leaf mother tree had developed a certain level of intelligence surpassing that of the toxic dragon. This only strengthened his resolve to avoid it, at least for now. Not long after Lin Moyu departed, the massive giant leaf mother tree descended from the sky, crashing into the area where the poisonous swamp had once been. Its leaves trembled incessantly, as if searching for something. But Lin Moyu was long gone, his whereabouts unknown. The tree let out a low, raspy growl, expressing its fury. Countless vines lashed out like whips, striking the ground with enough force to crack the earth and shatter solid rocks into pieces. Rocks that Lin Moyu himself had struggled to move now crumbled like tofu under its power. Eventually, unable to find its target, the giant leaf mother tree retreated in anger, returning to its domain. Lin Moyu flew hundreds of kilometers in one breath, skimming over countless shattered boulders and debris. It wasn't until the terrain began to change that he slowed down and came to a halt. He realized that he had once again entered the territory of another boss. On this land, the boundaries between regions were sharply defined. For instance, the territories of the giant leaf mother tree and the toxic dragon were distinctly separated by clear demarcations. Lin Moyu had no idea how these bosses coexisted, whether they fought or maintained a fragile peace. But that wasn't his concern. As soon as he noticed the change in the terrain, he descended immediately. Remaining airborne made him too conspicuous. If he encountered another flying boss, he would likely become its target. The ground where he landed felt somewhat soft. Here, the earth was covered with short, green grass, barely half a foot tall. A vast grassland stretched out endlessly before him. Even from the air earlier, Lin Moyu hadn't been able to see where the grassland ended. Compared to the desolate, barren land of the snake monsters, this place was teeming with life. A gentle breeze swept across the grassland, causing the grass to bow slightly and emit a soft, rustling sound. The grassland, however, was not entirely flat. It undulated like a frozen sea, with one grassy knoll connecting to another, each higher than the last. As Lin Moyu walked across the grassland, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. The ground was soft, the temperature pleasant, but he could feel a coldness seeping up from beneath his feet. Out of curiosity, he summoned a skeleton berserker, instructing it to uncover what lay beneath the grass. He wanted to know what was causing the chill beneath the surface. To his surprise, the grass was incredibly tough enough that even the skeleton berserker struggled to make any progress. This only deepened the mystery. Ordinary grass shouldn't be this resilient. At this point, the grassland felt like a single, cohesive entity. It didn't seem as though the grass was growing in soil but rather sprouting from some kind of solid, unbroken material beneath. Following Lin Moyu's command, the skeleton berserker raised its axe and struck with all its might. A dull thud echoed through the air. Lin Moyu could feel a faint tremor ripple through the ground. The force of the skeleton berserker's attack seemed to have been absorbed entirely, leaving no visible damage. So resilient. With that single strike, Lin Moyu confirmed that the grassland was extraordinarily tough, no less durable than the rocky terrain of the snake monster's domain. Another breeze swept through, bending the blades of grass slightly. But this time, Lin Moyu noticed something unusual. The tips of the grass all pointed directly at the skeleton berserker. Looking closely, he saw that the tips of the grass appeared to glisten with a sharp, metallic sheen. Whoosh! A crisp, wind-cutting sound suddenly rang out. Lin Moyu instinctively stepped back a few paces. To his astonishment, countless blades of grass shot out like tiny swords, striking the skeleton berserker with a series of sharp, ringing impacts. The skeleton berserker instantly suffered massive damage. Lin Moyu was alarmed. Were it not for the full mental connection he shared with his summons, the skeleton berserker might have been destroyed outright. In that brief instant, at least 100 blades of grass had launched themselves simultaneously. After the assault, the grass returned to its previous state, soft and pliant, as though nothing had happened. The surreal scene left Lin Moyu stunned. He speculated that the attack had been triggered by the skeleton berserker's strike.
And the reason the grass retaliated with only a single wave of attacks was likely because the skeleton berserker had struck only once. Curious, Lin Mayu ordered the skeleton berserker to strike the ground again, this time with slightly less force. He retreated a few steps to observe from a safer distance. As expected, another wave of grass blades shot out, striking the skeleton berserker. This time, however, there were noticeably fewer blades than before. After the attack, the grass returned to its usual state, lying flat against the ground. Let's try one more time. An idea struck Lin Mayu, and he commanded the skeleton berserker to strike again. This time, the berserker infused its axe with glowing red energy, activating a skill that multiplied its striking power several times over. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground, sending tremors rippling into the distance. What happened next shocked Lin Mayu to his core. Within a radius of several hundred meters, every blade of grass simultaneously turned to face the skeleton berserker. In an instant, a storm of grass blades filled the air, each one hurtling toward the berserker like a razor-sharp dagger. The once green grassland was momentarily stripped bare, its surface shimmering with the light of countless projectiles. Without hesitation, Lin Mayu summoned his undead legion and had the Lich generals cast healing spells. Within the affected area, the number of grass blades exceeded tens of thousands, and they all struck the skeleton berserker at once. The sheer volume of damage was immense, but fortunately, it was distributed among all members of the undead legion. Every skeleton suffered injuries simultaneously. Thankfully, the grass's assault lasted for only a single wave. Afterward, the grass returned to normal, lying flat against the earth as though nothing had happened. One strike, just one strike. The stronger the attack, the stronger the retaliation. This grassland seems to have a damage reflection property. The phenomenon reminded Lin Mayu of a skill used by knights, damage reflection. The knight's skill would reflect an opponent's attack back at them in its original form. It seemed this grassland worked in a similar way. The more force the skeleton berserker used, the greater the reflected damage. That said, Lin Mayu had noticed that simply stepping on the grass, flattening it underfoot, didn't trigger any retaliation. This suggested that the grass had a certain threshold, beyond which its damage reflection mechanism would activate. Experimenting further, Lin Mayu stomped down with moderate force. With his current strength, the stomp carried roughly 50,000 points of power. Sure enough, within seconds, he saw hundreds of blades of grass point toward him, locking onto him with an unavoidable, soul-binding precision. The grass blades shot out, but his bone armor absorbed the attacks completely. After several more tests, Lin Mayu confirmed his theory. The grassland was not only incredibly resilient but also possessed a damage reflection property. Normal movement posed no issue, but any significant exertion of force would provoke retaliation. Even the skeleton berserker could walk across the grassland without incident until it began running or striking with excessive force. During one experiment, Lin Mayu watched as the berserker sprinted across the grassland, pursued by a relentless barrage of grass blades. The scene was oddly comical, yet unnerving. Having verified the grassland's properties, Lin Mayu decisively activated his lightning undead wings and hovered just above the surface. He maintained a height of about half a meter, ensuring he never made contact with the grass again as he advanced quickly across the terrain. Walking step by step was too slow, and moving too quickly risked triggering attacks. Low-altitude flight was the safest and most efficient option. The grassland remained eerily quiet. Even after traveling several kilometers, Lin Mayu encountered no monsters. The silence was so profound that he began to wonder if this land was devoid of creatures altogether. That is, until he spotted a lake. A lake on a grassland was nothing unusual, and Lin Mayu didn't think much of it at first. In fact, he suspected that any monsters in the area might be lurking within the lake. What happened next, however, completely overturned his expectations. At the center of the lake, a whirlpool began to form, and the water rapidly drained away. In the blink of an eye, the lake vanished completely. The lake wasn't particularly large, barely 30 meters in diameter, more akin to a pond. But once the water was gone, an enormous creature crawled out from the depths. The monster resembled an oceanic octopus, its entire body a shade of green that matched the grassland. It had 8 massive tentacles, each over 20 meters long. The octopus-like creature began crawling across the grassland. As it moved, its body changed color, blending seamlessly with the surrounding grass. Within moments, it had vanished entirely. This wasn't invisibility, it was camouflage. The creature had altered its appearance and aura to merge perfectly with the grassland. Even Lin Mayu's mental perception struggled to distinguish it from the environment. Its presence was utterly chilling. Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder, had he already encountered such creatures during his journey across the grassland without realizing it? Choosing not to disturb it, Lin Moyu approached the area where the lake had been. In its place, he found a circular pit roughly 30 meters wide and 5 meters deep. The grass above the pit had disappeared, revealing what lay beneath. Beneath the grass, about a meter down, was a thick layer of ice. The ice was so dense that its depth was indiscernible. It was drinking water. Lin Moyu realized that the creature had melted part of the ice layer to drink the resulting water before leaving quietly. The entire process had been eerily silent. A cold wind swept across the grassland, heightening the sense of unease. This vibrant grassland, with its damage-reflecting properties and near-indestructible resilience, concealed a base of thick ice. Could this area have once been an ocean? Maybe it froze over, and grass eventually grew atop the ice. That seemed like the only logical explanation. Otherwise, how could an aquatic creature like an octopus exist in such an environment? It defied reason. As Lin Moyu pondered, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling outward in all directions. Within a radius of over 1,000 meters, countless blades of grass were uprooted and launched toward the source of the explosion. Once again, Lin Moyu witnessed an astonishing sight. The grassless ground became barren and exposed, revealing soil of a faint black-gray hue. In the instant the grass detached from the earth, Lin Moyu saw dense clusters of monsters covering the ground. Among them were the octopus-like creatures he had seen earlier, along with crabs and some peculiar fish-like creatures with 4 limbs. These monsters were right before Lin Moyu's eyes, and yet, within 2 seconds, their bodies shifted color, blending seamlessly back into the earth. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Lin Moyu's gaze fell upon a spot less than 5 meters in front of him. There, a massive crab-like creature was lurking. The creature was enormous, over 10 meters in size, with massive pincers that exuded power and menace. Even at a glance, it was clear this monster was incredibly strong. During the brief moment of color shifting, their auras had momentarily flickered. From that, Lin Moyu sensed that these creatures were likely on par with ordinary bosses, or perhaps even stronger. Their levels, without a doubt, would be at least 70 or higher, possibly reaching level 80. Yet, these creatures didn't seem to attack unprovoked. In most other environments, monsters at such close proximity would have already launched an assault. But thinking back, the giant leaf mother tree didn't actively attack him either, at least not until Mu Xianxian had stepped on its vines. What bizarre creatures! Lin Moyu raised himself slightly higher off the ground as he continued flying forward. The grass that had sprung up earlier returned to its original place, and the earth once again reverted to its normal state. Ordinarily soft and pliable, the grass transformed into razor-sharp blades only when disturbed or detached from the ground. After traveling for some distance, Lin Moyu came upon a battle. It was between human adventurers and a monster. The combatants were a team of 6 human professionals. They were surrounding and attacking a monster that looked identical to the octopus-like creatures Lin Moyu had seen earlier. Landing quietly behind a slope, Lin Moyu observed the battle from afar, like a spectator. The octopus monster's 8 tentacles flailed wildly in the air, but the human team managed to fend off each attack. The team consisted of 6 members: a knight, a healer, a support control specialist, 2 mages, an archer. Each of them was over level 70, making them high-level professionals. However, none of them seemed to have reached level 80, as their auras lacked that distinct transformation that came after crossing the threshold. Lin Moyu understood this now, though he might not have in the past. For classes like knights and healers, reaching level 70 and undergoing the 3rd class advancement greatly enhanced their combat abilities. But for support classes, the changes were even more dramatic. Most support professionals awaken numerous crowd control abilities at level 70, transforming them into powerful battlefield controllers. Prior to level 70, support roles were often secondary, limited to buffing teammates and spending most of their time idling or observing. But after level 70, with their new control skills, support professionals became indispensable members of any team. In battles involving large waves of monsters, they were responsible for wide-area crowd control. When fighting bosses, they focused on interrupting critical boss skills. In a team above level 70, the presence of a support professional was absolutely vital. Lin Moyu watched as the support member of the team raised their staff, emitting a glowing orb of light that quickly struck the octopus monster. The creature froze for a brief moment, its body stiffening as its skill preparation was interrupted. The stun lasted for less than 2 seconds, but its impact was significant. It gave the knight a chance to catch their breath and allowed the healer to cast 2 additional healing spells.
The intensity of battles above level 70 was far beyond what Lin Mayu had previously encountered.
2 seconds was often more than enough to turn the tide of a fight. Lin Mayu chose not to approach.
This group wasn't from the Divine Xia Empire. From their attire, Lin Mayu deduced they were adventurers from the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom had no outright conflict with the Divine Xia Empire, but relations between the two nations had always been strained. When adventurers from the two nations encountered each other in the wild, they rarely exchanged pleasantries. On the contrary, clashes were not uncommon, and there had even been cases of fatalities. Because of this, Lin Mayu refrained from greeting them and simply observed silently.
The octopus monster's strength was about what Lin Mayu had expected, likely a standard boss just shy of level 80.
The 6-person team from the Eagle Kingdom worked seamlessly together, with their support members standing out in particular. Time and again, the support members' precise skill usage disrupted the octopus boss's abilities, significantly reducing the pressure on the knight. This, in turn, allowed the mages and archer in the backline to freely unleash their attacks, enabling the team to handle the battle with relative ease.
However, Lin Mayu noticed that the mages seemed hesitant with their attacks.
They likely avoided using large-scale spells.
Lin Mayu understood why: the grassland's damage reflection mechanism.
If the mages used wide-area skills, much of their damage would likely strike the grassland itself. The earlier storm of flying grass blades was probably triggered by such a large-scale attack.
Mages were the team's primary damage dealers. If they couldn't fight at full strength, the team's overall efficiency naturally suffered. The fight dragged on for about 30 minutes before the team finally brought the octopus boss down.
The knight drove their sword into the creature, carving it open to extract a water orb larger than a human head. They then took out several bottles and carefully collected the water from the orb. Lin Mayu couldn't fathom why they were collecting this water. At that moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. Dozens of black dots appeared in the distance, quickly growing into a large group of over 100 people.
The newcomers were all Eagle Kingdom adventurers, dressed in matching outfits, likely from the same guild. At the head of the group was a knight whose aura was immensely powerful. Judging by his presence, Lin Mayu estimated this knight's level to be over 85, a top-tier professional. This knight, clad in ornate equipment, glanced at the fallen octopus monster and asked, "Have you gathered enough purification water?" Several knights responded in unison, "Yes, we've collected it all." They produced the bottles of water they had gathered. It was only then that Lin Mayu learned the water extracted from the octopus bosses was called purification water. And this wasn't the only octopus boss they had slain. Their group had split up to hunt and kill multiple such monsters. Each octopus boss yielded only a limited amount of purification water, 5 or 6 bottles at most. Yet now, they had over 100 bottles in total. The lead knight nodded approvingly. "Well done. Distribute 1 bottle to each person. With this, we can greatly reduce the toxic dragon's venomous threat. This time, the Soaring Eagle Guild will kill the toxic dragon and redeem our honor." Lin Mayu was momentarily stunned. So, these people were planning to take on the toxic dragon. It seemed the purification water had detoxifying properties. If only they knew the toxic dragon was already dead. I wonder how they'd react. Too bad, they're late to the party. Lin Mayu found the situation amusing. This group had prepared so meticulously, yet they were bound to be disappointed. The lead knight gave a brief motivational speech before waving his hand. "Let's move out. Head for the Serpent Wasteland." The group departed swiftly, their massive numbers rumbling across the landscape like a storm. Lin Mayu stood silently behind the slope, watching them disappear into the distance. He was certain they had noticed his presence. He hadn't bothered to conceal his aura, and it was unlikely to have escaped the notice of the lead knight. But the knight clearly didn't see Lin Mayu as a threat and paid him no mind. Lin Mayu didn't care either. He turned his gaze toward the direction the Eagle Kingdom adventurers had come from. That should lead to an exit. This area's terrain is entirely different from the Thunder Burial Canyon. Once I leave this region, I'll ask around. With a plan in mind, he quickly flew onward. Compared to the Serpent Wasteland, the grasslands were far safer. The monsters here didn't attack unprovoked, and there was no sign of any world-class bosses. As long as one didn't provoke the grassland itself, there was little danger. Still, Lin Mayu remained curious about the grasslands. Why was there an endless layer of ice beneath the grass? How had it formed? Having experienced so much, Lin Mayu had developed his own theories and speculations. He even wondered if the ice layer concealed the slumbering domain of some water god. For now, he lacked the strength to break through the ice. But one day, if given the chance, he would undoubtedly investigate further. An hour later, Lin Moyu had flown over 1,000 kilometers.
He encountered another team of adventurers.
People from Divine Xia?
The group approached him first, calling out in greeting.
Lin Moyu nodded. Yes. Are you from the Jialan Guild? He recognized the emblem on their attire. The Jialan Guild's insignia was one he was familiar with. Mu Xianxian also bore it. The leader of the group was a towering man, over 2 meters tall and built like a fortress.
His demeanor was as bold and hearty as his appearance.
That's right. I'm Jialan Liang, an 82nd level holy knight. Jialan Liang?
It seemed he not only belonged to the Jialan Guild but was also connected to Jialan Yeyu.
Suddenly, Jialan Liang's expression shifted to one of shock. You're only level 52, little brother?
When Jialan Liang first saw Lin Moyu, he hadn't paid much attention, thinking the young man was just another adventurer. But upon noticing Lin Moyu's level, his reaction was as though he had discovered a new continent. A level 52 individual appearing in the lower level space of the eternal battlefield? It was unheard of. Previously, only professionals above level 70 had ever ventured into the upper level space of the eternal battlefield, and no one under level 70 had made it this far.
Unintentionally, Lin Moyu had once again made history.
Jialan Liang's exclamation drew the attention of the rest of the group, who now stared at Lin Moyu in astonishment.
Little brother, what's your name? And how exactly did you get here? Jialan Liang asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Lin Moyu didn't hide the truth. My name is Lin Moyu. I ended up here due to an accident. Hearing his name, the group exchanged surprised glances. Lin Moyu understood their reaction.
These people had likely been in the eternal battlefield for years, training in isolation. It wasn't uncommon for adventurers to stay here for extended periods, sometimes for years, cutting themselves off from the outside world.
Their lack of recognition was understandable.
Lin Moyu had also deliberately chosen not to wear his military insignia on his shoulder, so no one knew he was a second-star god general.
This way, conversations were far more casual and relaxed.
Jialan Liang spoke again, his tone both relieved and serious.
Good thing you ended up in the Qinghai grasslands.
Anywhere else, and you'd be in serious danger.
He reasoned that with Lin Moyu only at level 52, any monster in the other regions would have obliterated him in seconds. Jialan Liang continued, here's what we'll do. Stick with us for now. Once we're done with our business here, we'll send you back on our way out. Our Jialan Guild has a base here with a teleportation array you can use to leave. Jialan Liang was straightforward and generous, immediately inviting Lin Moyu to join their group.
Lin Moyu, seeing the opportunity to gather information about the lower-level space, readily agreed. He knew nothing about the deeper regions of this space, not even the directions. Even if he wanted to head for the Thunder Burial Canyon, he would be completely lost. Jialan Liang's openness and kindness left a positive impression on Lin Moyu. The man's demeanor reminded him somewhat of Shi Xing'an.
Compared to the Royal Dynasty Guild, Jialan Guild was leagues ahead in camaraderie and trustworthiness. After Lin Moyu joined the group, they resumed their journey.
Flying freely through the skies above the Qinghai grasslands, they moved swiftly and efficiently. The grasslands posed no aerial threats, making flight the safest option.
In contrast, walking across the grassland could sometimes lead to unexpected dangers. Lin Moyu used his flight skill to keep up with Jialan Liang.
The sight of a level 52 individual using a flight skill only earned a casual compliment from Jialan Liang, who wasn't particularly surprised. After all, nothing could be more shocking than Lin Moyu simply being here in the first place.
Lin Moyu decided to ask, Brother Liang, what exactly is the situation in the lower level space? Jialan Liang laughed heartily. Don't call me Brother Liang or anything like that, it sounds too stiff. Just call me Big Brother or something casual. We're all brothers here. I'm just a few years older than you, that's all. Lin Moyu chuckled and obliged. Alright then, Big Brother Liang. Can you tell me about the lower level space? Jialan Liang was easygoing and agreed without hesitation. Of course. Ask anything you want to know, and I'll explain it to the best of my ability.
Lin Moyu said, tell me everything about the lower level space.
Jialan Liang paused to think for a moment before nodding. Alright, let's start with this area where we're currently located.
This is the Qinghai grasslands. Rumor has it that countless years ago, this place was actually an ocean.
You've probably seen the monsters here, haven't you? Lin Moyu nodded.
Just earlier, I saw a group from the Soaring Eagle Guild hunting some octopus-like monsters. They were extracting something called purification water and said they were heading toward the Serpent Wasteland.
Jialan Liang burst into laughter. Those guys? They're gluttons for punishment. Not too long ago, They went there and got beaten back, lost a few people too. The venomous flood dragon is an 85th level world-class boss. It's not something you can just take down easily. But hey, that's their problem, not ours. He waved the matter off and continued his explanation. This area is called the Qinghai Grasslands. To the west is the Serpent Wasteland. If you pass through the Serpent Wasteland, you'll reach the giant leaf forest. Every region here has its own world-class boss. Those bosses rule their respective territories. And the continent we're on right now is called the Wild Continent. Jialan Liayang's straightforward personality made him an excellent storyteller, explaining things with patience and clarity. Thanks to his detailed account, Lin Mayu began to piece together the layout of the lower-level space. Unlike the upper-level space, which was one large continent divided into 3 zones, outer, central, and core, the lower-level space was divided into 4 separate continents. According to legend, these 4 continents were once a single landmass. But a catastrophic battle involving incredibly powerful beings shattered the lower-level space into 4 distinct continents. The 4 continents were now separated by vast oceans. At the center of these continents lay the site of that ancient battle, now known as the Devouring Void. Traveling between continents wasn't easy. Currently, the group was on the southernmost continent, the Wild Continent. The Jialan Guild, being the most powerful human guild, had established bases in both the Wild Continent and the eastern Divine Dragon Continent. They had even set up teleportation arrays to allow travel between the two. Lin Mayu asked about the Thunder Burial Canyon. Jialan Liang explained that it was located at the center of the northern Wind Thunder Continent. To reach it, there were 2 possible routes. 1. Travel through the Divine Dragon Continent in the east, then cross the Wind Thunder Sea to enter the Wind Thunder Continent. 2. Go through the Western Meteor Continent and enter the Wind Thunder Continent from its western edge. However, reaching the Meteor Continent required crossing the entire Wild Continent, a daunting journey fraught with danger. Lin Moyu quickly decided to abandon the idea. The Divine Dragon Continent was much closer and seemed like the better option. To get there, he would either have to cross the ocean between the 2 continents or use a teleportation array. The ocean wasn't a viable option, as it was teeming with powerful aquatic and flying monsters. Using the Jialan Guild's teleportation array seemed like the most practical solution. Big brother Liang, are you related to Jialan Yeu? Lin Moyu asked curiously. Jialan Liang looked surprised. You know Yeu? Lin Moyu nodded. I met her once in the upper-level space. We crossed paths briefly. Jialan Liang laughed heartily. So we're connected after all. Yeu is my younger sister. How's that rascal doing these days? Lin Moyu thought for a moment before replying. It's been over half a month since I last saw her. She was in the core region of the upper-level space at the time. Jialan Liang shook his head with a grin. That girl's always running around with her little night squad, causing trouble everywhere. But she's got decent skills, so I'm not too worried. Lin Moyu couldn't help but think, asterisk not too worried? She's been in danger of dying more than once, and not just barely asterisk. Jialan Liang sighed. It's been over 2 years since I last saw her. Once we finish our business here, I plan to take a break myself. Maybe I'll find a spatial rift and return to the upper-level space for a bit to check on her. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. In his eyes, the siblings shared a similar fiery and carefree nature. Jialan Liang suddenly asked, by the way, little brother, why are you asking about the Thunder Burial Canyon? Lin Mayu answered honestly. I need to go there. Jialan Liang looked surprised. That's not an easy place to reach. There are no teleportation arrays between the Divine Dragon Continent and the Wind Thunder Continent. Even I wouldn't be confident about getting you safely across the Wind Thunder Sea. He thought for a moment and added. Once we're back on the Divine Dragon Continent, I'll see if I can find a team to help you get there. Jialan Liang didn't even ask why Lin Mayu wanted to go to the Thunder Burial Canyon. Instead, he started brainstorming ways to help him. Lin Mayu couldn't help but feel a growing admiration for the burly man's generosity and kindness. Thank you, big brother Liang. There's no rush, I can take my time, Lin Mayu said softly. The group came to a halt. Jialan Liang turned to Lin Mayu. Little brother, step back for now. Lin Mayu looked ahead and finally saw their destination, a massive monster with a glowing bulb atop its head. On the Qinghai grasslands, nearly all the creatures possess the ability to camouflage themselves by changing colors. Spotting them with the naked eye alone is incredibly difficult. But this particular creature was an exception. From a great distance, Lin Mayu could already see it. Its entire body had blended into the environment, but one thing stood out, a bright, glowing lamp on its head.
No matter how well it camouflaged the rest of its body, the lamp remained unchanged, emitting a faint, eerie yellow light. Jelan Liang turned to Lin Mayu and said, "Little brother, step back. When the fight starts, you might get caught in the crossfire. This thing's area of effect skills are pretty strong." Lin Mayu didn't argue. He quietly retreated several hundred meters away. Jelan Liang's team consisted of 10 members, 2 healers, 2 support specialists, and 5 mages. The composition of the group was a bit unconventional, clearly tailored for the creature in front of them. The support specialists quickly began buffing the team, while the healers prepared their skills. "Here we go. Everyone, be careful." With a low growl, Jelan Liang charged forward. He shot through the air like a meteor, slamming directly into the monster. Lin Mayu watched, slightly surprised. Jelan Liang was an 82nd level Holy Word Knight. His combat strength was self-evident. Such a full-force collision unleashed immense power. The impact alone was enough to cause concern over the grassland's unique property, the rebound effect of the swordgrass. Jelan Liang had previously explained that the grass here, known as swordgrass, appeared soft but could retaliate with razor-sharp force, much like flying swords. Even he wasn't entirely sure why the Qinghai grasslands exhibited this peculiar property. With a loud bang, Jelan Liang's shield struck the monster's body. His aim was precise, and the skills he used focused all of their power on a single point. Not even a shockwave escaped the collision, leaving the surrounding swordgrass completely undisturbed. Lin Mayu silently admired Jelan Liang's masterful control over his skills. At level 80 and beyond, most adventurers had already learned all their available skills. What set individuals apart was how well they could master and utilize those skills. And Jelan Liang clearly excelled in this regard. The creature let out a piercing screech as Jelan Liang's attack landed. The lamp on its head suddenly lit up, shining as brightly as a miniature sun. With its camouflage undone, the creature's full form was revealed. It was over 20 meters long, with a body diameter exceeding 5 meters, giving it a slightly bloated appearance. Beneath its body were multiple pairs of appendages resembling claws. Its tail resembled a fish's but was covered in barbs. Its head bore a strange lamp, adding to its bizarre, otherworldly appearance. It was neither fully fish nor fully snake, something entirely unique. The moment it was attacked, the monster retaliated. The lamp atop its head glowed even more intensely. At that moment, the 2 support specialists acted simultaneously. Skill, bind. Skill, sleep. For a brief moment, the light from the lamp dimmed. But almost instantly, it reignited, shining brighter than before. Failed. Skills didn't work. Both support specialists shouted in alarm. Their attempts to interrupt the creature's abilities had failed. Jelan Liang roared, "Mages, defend! Healers, prepare! Lin Mayu, fall back further!" With that, he swung his shield toward the creature. Skill, shield impact. This skill had a chance of stunning the target, but it was also ineffective. The mages quickly activated their magic shields, and the healers took cover behind them, readying their healing spells. Lin Mayu cast bone armor on himself and retreated another 100 meters. At the same time, he used a detection skill out of curiosity. Lanternfire Fish, Lord level boss, Level 83. Strength 1 million. Agility 500,000. Spirit 1 million. Constitution 1,200,000. Skills Lightfire Burst. Lightfire Meteor. Lightfire Radiance. Traits reduces fire elemental damage by 70%. Reduces water elemental damage by 70%. Enhanced resistance to abnormal status effects. Enhanced vitality. The stats weren't particularly daunting compared to the giant leaf mother tree or the venomous flood dragon Lin Mayu had encountered before. They were clearly on a different level. However, Lin Mayu noted the combination of its skills and traits, which made it particularly tricky to deal with, at least for Jelan Liang's team. The dual element resistances were troublesome enough, but its enhanced resistance to abnormal status effects severely weakened the effectiveness of the support specialist's control skills. The lamp on the lanternfire fish's head suddenly reached its peak brightness and erupted in a massive explosion. Skill, Lightfire Burst. Thousands of fiery beams shot out from the lamp, filling the air like a deadly storm. Each beam carried intense fire energy. Defend! Jelan Liang shouted, raising his shield to block nearly a third of the incoming beams. The impact sent him flying backward, but the healers quickly began restoring his health. The mage's shields absorbed the remaining beams, though they warped and burned under the intense attack. Flames erupted on their surfaces, but they held firm. One of the beams struck Lin Mayu, but his bone armor shimmered with a pure white light and absorbed the attack. Lin Mayu observed that the skill not only carried fire elemental power but also had a strong physical impact.
Curiously, the attack didn't trigger the swordgrass's rebound effect.
It seemed the grassland's unique property didn't apply to attacks from creatures native to the area, like the lanternfire fish.
The onslaught of skills left Jialan Liuyang's team with no room to counterattack.
The support specialists continued casting control spells, and after several attempts, one finally took effect.
The lanternfire fish froze momentarily, its skill interrupted. Attack! Jialan Liuyang seized the opportunity, bellowing as he launched a furious assault. The 5 mages unleashed their wind elemental spells in unison.
Given the lanternfire fish's high resistance to fire and water, wind was the most effective element to use. One wind-based spell after another struck the massive creature.
However, the control skill wore off after just 2 seconds. The lanternfire fish let out a shrill cry and retaliated once more, its lamp glowing even brighter than before.
This time, flames erupted from the lamp, transforming it into a blazing fireball. The fireball shot into the sky and exploded, scattering countless fiery beams across the battlefield like a meteor shower.
Skill, Light Fire Meteor. The attack was brutally fast, precise, and devastating.
Jialan Liuyang retreated to the center of the team and activated a group defense shield. Lin Mayu, fall back even further, he called out. Lin Mayu complied, retreating another 800 meters well beyond the creature's attack range.
The fiery beams struck Jialan Liuyang's shield, turning it into a massive fireball.
But the shield held firm under his leadership. The support specialists kept trying to disrupt the lanternfire fish's skills.
Lin Mayu considered stepping in to help but decided against it.
Jialan Liuyang seemed confident in his ability to handle the situation.
Finally, another control skill landed successfully.
The lanternfire fish's lamp was about to return to its body when Jialan Liuyang charged forward, his knight's sword glowing brilliantly.
Guaranteed hit. Victory slash, he shouted.
As a holy word knight, his words carried power, and his skills followed his declarations. This ability consumed significant spiritual energy, so it wasn't used lightly. But when used correctly, it could be incredibly effective. Jialan Liuyang transformed into a streak of light and struck the lamp just as it was returning. The lanternfire fish let out a pained scream.
It broke free of the control skill, its body erupting in flames. Skill, Light Fire Radiance. The flames engulfed Jialan Liuyang, but he remained undeterred.
Extreme defense, he shouted, his body glowing as he pressed his attack on the lamp.
The lamp was clearly the creature's weak point.
Attacking it while it was detached caused amplified damage to the lanternfire fish.
The creature panicked, charging toward Jialan Liuyang to retrieve its lamp. But the mages unleashed powerful wind blades, striking the lamp and preventing it from returning. Jialan Liuyang had fully taken control of the battle. Victory was only a matter of time.
As the lanternfire fish grew weaker, its movements became sluggish. Just as the team was about to deliver the finishing blow, a sharp arrow shot in from the side.
Watch out!
Lin Mayu's warning came too late.
The arrow struck Jialan Liuyang's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy and exploded on impact.
The arrow appeared suddenly, without any prior warning. Even Lin Mayu only sensed it the moment it materialized.
Jialan Liuyang's reaction was just a fraction slower. He managed to turn slightly, but not enough to completely evade.
The arrow struck his shoulder, blocked by his armor, but the arrow exploded with a deafening blast, sending Jialan Liuyang flying back over 10 meters. Seizing the opportunity, the lanternfire fish retrieved its lamp and let out a screech before fleeing into the distance.
Jialan Liuyang, filled with anger, attempted to pursue, but more arrows appeared out of nowhere, stopping him in his tracks.
The abruptness of the situation left everyone stunned.
By the time Jialan Liuyang's team recovered, the lanternfire fish had already disappeared into the horizon. Black Dragon Society. You're asking for death. Jialan Liuyang roared furiously.
There was no need to guess who was responsible for the ambush.
Not only was Jialan Liuyang enraged, but his entire team shared his fury.
One of the support specialists raised their staff high, unleashing a dazzling light orb. The orb didn't deal any damage but revealed everything within its radius, leaving no room for concealment. Even the outlines of hidden monsters on the ground became visible.
Suspended in mid-air, a half-human, half-horse figure was revealed. Its form resembled a creature, yet it wasn't a monster. Lin Mayu immediately recognized it. It was a Shikigami, a summoned spirit of an Onmyoji. The Onmyoji, a legendary class unique to Sakura Nation, was infamous for its mysterious and deadly powers. This particular Shikigami had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, holding a bow in its hands.
Seated on its back was a man dressed in the traditional attire of Sakura Nation, his face adorned with a cold, mocking smile.
Tisk, TSK, what a pity. Just when you were about to claim the lamp, it got away again. How unfortunate. It might take you a long time to find it again, don't you think?
Jalan Liang pointed his sword at the man, his voice filled with rage.
Anbei Yoshino, you're courting death. Anbei Yoshino chuckled coldly.
Who dies here is yet to be determined. As he spoke, his Shikigami drew its bow and fired an arrow into the sky. The arrow exploded mid-air, producing a piercing sound and a bright flash that lingered in the sky. Lin Moyu immediately recognized it. It was strikingly similar to the distress flares used in the Divine Summer Empire. In no time, a group of professional adventurers flew toward them, arriving within moments.
There were at least 20 of them, all from Sakura Nation, surrounding Jalan Liang and his team.
Seeing this, Lin Moyu moved closer and stood alongside Jalan Liang's group.
Jalan Liang spoke coldly. Does the Black Dragon Society intend to declare war on the Jalan Guild? Anbei Yoshino smirked sinisterly. Oh no, no, no. We have no intention of starting a war. We simply want to kill you all.
Jalan Liang sneered with disdain.
Just you worthless fools?
You must have drunk yourself into a stupor to dream of something so ridiculous.
Anbei Yoshino shook his head, still grinning.
Of course, we alone wouldn't stand a chance.
But what if we had some help?
As he spoke, Anbei Yoshino produced a black stone from his storage.
Jalan Liang's expression changed drastically. An abyssal demon stone? You Black Dragon Society scum are actually colluding with the abyssal demons? Anbei Yoshino waved his hand dismissively, his tone mocking. Don't make it sound so ugly. We're just collaborating. The black stone in Anbei Yoshino's hand began to glow as he activated it.
A dark spatial rift opened beside him, exuding a chilling wind and green abyssal flames. From the rift emerged a demon, exuding a terrifying aura befitting a being above level 80.
Well, an old acquaintance, Lin Moyu muttered as he recognized the demon.
It was none other than the succubus Mina, whom he had encountered in the core zone.
Mina had once forced the ancient phoenix to undergo rebirth to escape her pursuit.
And back then, she had been restrained, unable to unleash her full power.
Now, she was free to act as she pleased.
As Mina emerged, she immediately activated another abyssal demon stone. A massive barrier materialized in the air, enclosing everyone within.
Jalan Liang's expression grew darker. He could feel the oppressive power emanating from Mina. This demon was far more dangerous than the ones he had encountered before.
Jalan Liang spoke coldly. Anbei Yoshino, you must know that if even one of us escapes today, your Black Dragon Society will be doomed.
Anbei Yoshino chuckled twice but didn't respond.
Mina flapped her delicate, bat-like wings and flew closer, her face adorned with a playful smile.
Dear Liang, I'd hate to kill you, you know?
This time, I'm here to discuss a little cooperation. Her voice dripped with charm, and an intoxicating aura spread throughout the barrier.
Except for Jalan Liang and Lin Moyu, everyone else's eyes grew dazed, their gazes filled with admiration as they looked at Mina.
Even Anbei Yoshino was affected, his expression slack as he succumbed to her charm. Mina's power as a succubus was on full display, her allure overwhelming the minds of those present.
Wake up!
Jalan Liang roared, slamming his knight's sword against his shield.
The deafening sound jolted everyone awake.
Those who regained their senses were filled with lingering fear. The succubus was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Without even realizing it, they had fallen under her spell.
Mina giggled sweetly, her laughter tinged with mockery. Not bad, dear Liang.
Your willpower is quite impressive.
Too bad your companions aren't as strong.
As her laughter echoed, those who had just awakened found themselves falling back into a trance.
This time, Mina unleashed an even stronger wave of charm. Lin Moyu finally understood why so many high-ranking human professionals willingly served the abyssal demons. The power of a top-tier succubus was already this overwhelming. If it were the succubus queen herself, how many could resist? Within the barrier, only Jalan Liang and Lin Moyu remained unaffected. Lin Moyu's immense spiritual strength, combined with his immunity to all status effects, rendered Mina's powers useless against him.
Jalan Liang, however, felt as though relentless waves were crashing against his mental defenses, threatening to overwhelm him and invade his soul. He could only focus entirely on defending himself, leaving no room for anything else, not even speech. Mina had directed the majority of her power toward Jalan Liang, with the others merely as collateral. Suddenly, a detection spell swept through the air, carrying a light breeze.
Lin Moyu received detailed information on Mina. Top-tier succubus. Level *83. A level 83 succubus, it was no wonder she had once forced the ancient phoenix to undergo rebirth. Sensing the detection spell, Mina turned to look at Lin Moyu.
For a moment, she froze in place. Her perfect, enchanting face stiffened, her smile froze, and her eyes filled with shock.
You, why are you here?
Lin Moyu greeted her casually.
Long time no see.
Why yes, long time no see, Mina stammered, her usual composure shattered. As a confidant of the succubus queen, Mina had access to far more information than most demons. She knew that the Lin Moyu standing before her now was no longer the same as the one she had encountered in the core zone. This was the man capable of killing the Flame Demon King.
Unless a Demon King intervened personally, she stood no chance against him. In that instant, Mina's first instinct was to flee.
The moment of hesitation allowed Jialan Liang to feel the immense pressure on him suddenly lift, letting him breathe freely again. He turned to Lin Moyu in astonishment.
Brother Lin, you know her? Lin Moyu nodded. We've met in the core zone before.
She tried to kill me but failed.
Jialan Liang couldn't fathom how a top-tier demon had hunted a human professional all the way to the core zone.
What kind of grudge could provoke such a pursuit?
And yet, the most baffling part was Lin Moyu's casual remark, but failed.
Lin Moyu slowly floated forward.
How about trying again? Let's see if you can kill me this time.
Mina shook her head furiously, her posture as submissive as could be.
No, I wouldn't dare. Please, don't bully this little succubus, I'm far too fragile for you.
Her demeanor was as humble as possible, knowing full well that she stood no chance against Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's voice dropped to a cold tone.
Why not give it a try? You'll never know unless you do. Mina frantically shook her head, forcing a smile. No. You're busy, I'll just be leaving now.
She hurriedly pulled out another abyssal demon stone, activating it at record speed. To quicken the process, she even spat blood onto the stone. A vortex appeared before her, instantly pulling her in. Just as she vanished, a flash of firelight flickered in Lin Moyu's palm. A scream echoed from within the vortex before it disappeared altogether.
Lin Moyu's voice turned icy. Running away so quickly, huh?
Jialan Liang stood there, utterly dumbfounded by what had just transpired. What in the world had he just witnessed?